Hello folks, and welcome to our Christmas Eve live stream. We've been doing this every year since the start of Christmas Carol back in 2021, and this will probably be the last time we do it quite like this. But we've got some very special things planned for today. First of all, new this year, hop into VR. Open the app if you can. If you don't have the app, go to xmascarolvr.com and then click the download the app thing, which will take you to the MetaQuest page. Anytime today on Christmas Eve, if you hop into the app, you will find yourself in the middle of a perfect recording, preserved in amber, archived forever, replay of one of our live shows in VR. Not just what the actors are doing, but everything the audience is doing as well. It's very quite special, and reminds me a lot of what I've been seeking out with virtual reality performance for a long time, ever since I read The Invention of Morel back in 2008. And over the course of today, you'll see a few videos that come from at least where my inspiration and my joy, passion, determination with this art form comes from. And of course, I've got an amazing team behind me, and you're going to meet more of them today as well. But on the stream side of what we're doing here on YouTube, you're going to see a pretty wide mix of behind the scenes. You're going to see actual shows. And this year, we're going to do things chronologically. In the past, we've tried to be like, oh, let's go back and forth. Something technical, here's a show. Something technical, here's a show. In honor of this ending, and this being the final time that we've done Christmas Carol VR live, we thought it might be fun to just make this like a proper retrospective. So we're going to start pretty much with the first archival something we have related to the show, and then we will just kind of move forward in time, and you'll see the show evolve. You'll see the script change. You'll see some of our technology change. We'll try out different things. Some things will work well, some things won't. You'll see the mocap kind of come in fits and starts of like more robust full body mocap as we're using full suits at the beginning, but then we had like some glitches with Rococo and all that, and then trying to broadcast this all over a network is quite an interesting challenge. So you'll see, you know, by the time we get to 2025, things are smooth and the audio is good and it doesn't crash, and it's like a very stable experience. It went from being what I would call maybe like more 80% tech demo, 20% live show, and very much we've flipped that now. Now it is 80% very much a live, compelling, exciting, theatrical event, and 20% is still like, let's try new things and add new features. The biggest one, of course, this year being the replay. I hope I look festive enough. This is my wife's, and I couldn't find a Santa hat. We did have a Santa hat. A mouse ate it, but this is, you know, from the New York Blood Center and still kind of festive. And I jingle if you haven't noticed that yet. So I'll give you some little introductions to each of the sections of videos we go through. I'm not sure how many of these I'm going to record because there's a lot. I'm looking at the playlist of like all the videos we got lined up for Christmas Eve here, and it might go all the way into Christmas. I'm not sure. But let's kick things off. We are going to begin all the way back in 2021 with Robert Barry Fleming, the original director. You'll hear me tell this story through a few of these videos today, but basically this whole thing came about because Actors Theater of Louisville, Robert Barry Fleming, Zachary Mikerbuzzy. I'd met Robert Barry Fleming along with Kevin Leibson at 2019 Theater Communications Group Conference in Miami. Robert saw something we were doing with Magic Leap called That Kind of Guy, kind of this tabletop theater experience. And basically, you know, we stuck in his mind, I guess, and he reached out during the pandemic to say, hey, we're trying to bring back our one-man show, Christmas Carol. Can we do this on stage? And maybe you guys can create like some, you know, animated ghosts that can be projected onto scrims. And the more we got into detail about like how all this was going to be generated, the more I was like, well, this could also be like an entirely VR show. And we've been doing some virtual reality work going back as far as 2018. We'd done stuff in high fidelity. We'd done stuff in WebXR with Mozilla Hubs. And we're really eager to try to figure out something that could work in Unreal Engine. Earlier this year, and there's a video of this somewhere, we were doing some tests with accent suits and doing Into the Woods and just kind of singing as a metahuman, and it felt pretty compelling in VR, so this was a really exciting opportunity for us to dive more into this. Yes, create the videos that will be on the scrims, and you'll see a little trailer where we're actually kind of comparing the virtual reality version to the IRL version, and yeah, making this a compelling VR experience as well, starring, of course, Ari Tarr. The actor on the stage version is Gregory Maupin, who also does the voices of the ghosts that we used for the first 2 years. We brought on Debbie Deere by 2022, but Debbie was playing 3 of the ghosts. Marley was still a recording from Greg Maupin's original performance. Anyway, all this stuff comes up in various talks and whatnot that you're going to see here in the I can actually see 38. We got at least 38 videos that are going to play here of various lengths. And yes, first thing we're going to see is an animator panel that Robert Bray Fleming invited me onto. I'm not going to play the whole panel, just kind of the section where we were kind of teasing what we're doing with Christmas Carol. This was in October of 2021, and you'll see a little bit of behind the scenes footage of what Actors Theatre of Louisville was up to, and then you will see me talk a little bit. And then from there, the next video will be the original teaser that we had for Christmas Carol in 2021 to get people excited about the show. What you see there is actually rendered out in sequencer, so it's not quite exactly what was happening live in VR, but we wanted to give people the sense of what it was going to feel like, because it's really hard to get people to feel what VR feels like if they're not actually going to be in VR. Next video after that will be a quick little demo of just what it looks like when Ari is inside the world there, just so you get a sense of what that original setup looked like. And then I'm probably going to come back to you with another video, because I've already been talking for 6.5 minutes. So let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Christmas Eve live stream starting now.
Why don't we take a little look at a project that's in process, A Christmas Carol, which will have both a VR as well as in real life production, utilizing many of the same assets of motion capture. So let's take a look at some of that work.
We're currently in Actors Theatre of Louisville's rehearsal room. We have been in the process of doing some motion capture work with both an actor kind of expressing through face and a couple of artists doing the physical body work. And we are combining those, experimenting, having an interrogation of how this story of Dickens actually can manifest in a full production, both in virtual reality and in real life.
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
No, your past.
Your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps? Is that so much that he deserves this praise? What is the matter? Something, I think. My time grows short. Quick!
Wow. Alex, can you talk a little bit about what's being utilized there with the metahumans and all the incredible work you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm in the process of building out a new platform that is tailored for live performance. I've been involved in over a dozen virtual reality theater productions over the past few years, and I'm trying to take the lessons learned from that of what works and what doesn't, and now using Unreal Engine, which is a free real-time engine that anyone can download and get started with, starting to build out a toolbox with Actors Theatre of Louisville being our first partner in this endeavor. And the idea is to use all these different features and tools that are primarily made for other industries, but then start to coalesce all that in together and build new tools that start to really tailor themselves towards live performance. So for example, what you saw there was MetaHumans. That's a fairly new, as of April, solution that Unreal Engine offers for free for anyone to go into a website, design your own character, bring it into Unreal Engine, and then you can animate it. You can do this with Rococo. You can do this with LiveLink Face, which is a free iOS app. You can do this with Xsense, all sorts of different tools. And so we're trying to simplify the process of everything that you'd normally be doing in Unreal Engine and just make it incredibly straightforward for anyone to get up and running with giving a performance and allowing other people to see it. So the audience version of the VR experience is going to be anyone who has a $300 VR headset or something like that, that they can get very up close to these incredible performances that are being recorded now over in Actors Theatre of Louisville. But then also Scrooge in the VR version is going to be live. We have Ari Tarr, who's been an incredible actor across a lot of different VR productions, playing Scrooge, interacting with all these characters and performances while all sorts of things are happening around everyone that can really only happen in a digital medium.
And if I don't have a $300 headset, would I be able to experience some part of this without that technology as well?
Yes, yeah. So the VR version is the most immersive version because you really feel like you're there and you get a sense of scale. But we do want this to be as accessible as possible. So all the rendering for this production is happening live on the cloud using very powerful computers that are elsewhere. And if you're in a VR headset, you basically have one computer reserved for you. But if you're not in a VR headset, then you can also access one of those computers with, a $200 Chromebook or your phone, and then also be able to move around in kind of an immersive theater way and pick whatever viewpoint you want. And then beyond that, kind of like for anyone who's watching this on YouTube or Facebook right now, we'll also have something of a cinematic live stream, not unlike what the Royal Shakespeare Company did for Midsummer Night's Dream a few months ago. And it should be a very accessible performance with a lot of different ways to experience it in various levels of interactivity and immersivity.
Wow, that's thrilling.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the venue stage. And we are live, my dears. Yes, we are. Now, we begin. A Christmas Carol.
God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Bear but a touch of my hand there, and you shall be upheld in more than this.
I was bred in this place. I was a boy here. Came a fiddler with a music book and made an orchestra of it. In came Mrs. Fezzik, one vast, substantial smile. In came the...
Come in and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me.
Spirit, show me no more. Conduct me home. Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any spectre I have seen, but as I know your purpose is to do me good, I am prepared to bear you company, and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?
Hello. That's me, and that's also me down there. Oh, just burned my face off. Owie. So knowing where the audience was, knowing where I was in relation to the props, knowing what my body was doing at any given time has sort of gone in and out as we've developed these. As you can see, I'm just sort of hovering here casually. Yes, take the load off. This is what helps me in VR to find where I am making eye contact with the recorded performers in space and where I'm looking at any given time to try to line up eye lines without VR. And what he's also showing off is the queuing system. So on the left, we have the live queues, and then in the middle, there are the recorded queues. I think it's a really wonderful case study for actors being able to do this kind of work from home.
Pretty fun, right? Off to the races here. Okay, next up, I want to show you something I haven't opened in a long time. We'll see how smoothly it goes, but we didn't actually capture a proper recording of the VR experience in 2021. Everyone was in Cloud XR, and it was a very complicated setup, and we were mostly just trying to make sure the show worked, and we weren't as focused on archiving it as we should have been. That being said, we did take the 90-minute version of the show because we followed Robert Ray Fleming's script the same way he had it for the stage version, which we decided pretty quickly was like a little long for VR. And we actually baked it down into a 13-minute version that could work in desktop VR, both with and without VR. So, you can play this file with or without VR. I've got links to it. You can reach out at info@agilelens.com if you want to get a hold of this. But there's some fun little things I remember that we can do in here that kind of cycle through some different options. So let's take a look at that. And then from there, I'm going to show you a quick teaser like we saw before, but with the IRL version. overlaid, and then we'll roll right into the GDC talk I gave on the future storytelling track, I think it was called. My first time speaking at GDC in 2022. That was really fun. And then we'll roll right into some of the things that we were trying to pitch as we were trying to get people excited more about the future of live entertainment. So you'll see a couple things from AWE, where I was trying to like raise funds for Heaven, which was like the startup that we were doing all the pixel streaming and cloud computing with, then, you know, in tandem with Agile Lens. I was also CEO of that. There's a long story behind that sometime, but it was all kind of headed toward this direction of trying to make compelling live virtual entertainment. And in 2021, 2022, it still felt like we needed powerful cloud computers to make that happen. Biggest challenge, of course, being that there is limited stable internet available to people for such a thing. I go more into that in the talks. And once we're done with the AWE stuff, we'll roll right into a talk I gave at SIGGRAPH also in 2022, specifically about how we were using NVIDIA Cloud XR. And then finally, you will see a full version of the show, the 2022 version. This will be from December 18th, 2022. And it's actually, I believe it's 2 shows that we cut together because we did have some audio issues in 2022. And so again, you'll have Ari Tarr, you'll have Gregory Maupin as Marley, and then Debbie Deere, introducing Debbie Deere as the 3 other ghosts in that version. And then I'll see you after that. Cheers. Okay, here I am in the old 2021 version of Christmas Carol VR. We made this kind of 13-minute shorter version because the 2021 version was still an hour and a half long. And first thing I want to show you in the lobby here, if I fly over a little bit, is that we actually set up a way to use live link face. Also, my headset's going to die at any point, but this also does work without VR. But here we go. If I set up, let's see, 68.192. All right, so I can change my IP address here. I go live link, add target, 6.31. Okay, ready? Here we go. It's alive. So yeah, this is still fun. So one thing we wanted to show people was that the system we're using for facial capture, not that different from something you could do with your own phone. Hi, here I am controlling some faces. Let me go down a little bit as I get all sorts of warnings about every battery being low. Yeah, so here we go. And notice, of course, if I, what? Oh yeah, I didn't calibrate my face. But let's get a little bit closer to Marley. Over here, Marley, because you'll see we get to a different LOD level where, come on Marley, come on. Yeah, there we go. So now we can do this kind of thing. Yeah, just really get inside the mouth there. Ew, look at those teeth. Wow. Yeah, if I calibrate my face, it'll be a little more accurate. But anyway, the point here was to show how this isn't that hard to do, all things considered, using Live Link Face. And we're just doing a thing in VR. Okay. Now, of course, yes, I'm very aware that the fidelity of what I'm seeing here is far beyond what we see inside the MetaQuest 3 version. But yeah, this is the first version of the show. We required everyone to have an RTX A6000 running on the cloud. Here we go. Welcome to Christmas Carol Scrooge's Ghost Encounter live in VR. Congrats on making it this far in the lobby, and thank you for jumping through all the necessary hoops to join us for this first of its kind theatrical experience 2021. We are now connecting you to your host and the other audience members joining you for this evening. While you wait for the room to reload, please join the lobby channel of the Discord for pre-show discussion. Yeah, so this is not the multiplayer version, of course. And yeah, we got our nice little signs here from Ari. We've got some original slides from Christmas Carol and Dickens and all that. We got our poster. We've also, before I joined the show, got higher fidelity versions of these models. And watch this. I come over to our lovely blowing in the wind garment, and it just collapses into a bedpost. And then, oh Oh, did we make it so you could grab this? Yeah, we say all the controls over here. Light, color. Oh yeah, we got our flashlights, of course. And yeah, we have this reflection. This was part of the original show too. The idea was that this was all a dream, or that we're, you know, potentially making it all a dream. And so that throughout the show, you're seeing a reflection of what might be Scrooge's home or something like that. That's Charles Dickens, actual 3D Charles Dickens. Move, home menu, strafe left, strafe right. Yeah, light, color, light intensity, right. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with what you could do with your little flashlights here. Blue, green, red. Anyway, okay, let's get the show started. Does Marley collapse too, though? We gotta find out. Nope, nope, you do not collapse. Solid as a rock. Marley costume. Okay, so let's start the show. Click, 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 click. Okay, so now it loads. Headset somehow not dead yet, but it's okay. When it dies, we're gonna transition over very smoothly. Right. Now, there were some pretty long loading times in the original version, so we did a lot with sound to activate the imagination. And between each stave, we'd actually have Ari kind of be like, you know, it'd be dark while we're loading the next scene, and then we'd have Ari be like, all right, everyone, how are you? How do you feel? Was that too scary? Are you quite okay? And I quite like, especially in VR, finding more opportunities to activate imagination. I don't think it happens enough in VR these days. There's too much like, let's show you everything. Okay, so let's try to go through some of the show. Although I know we have some special keys on the keyboard too, once this all loads. I see something. Boy, it's been a while since I've been in here. Yeah, and again, so in the original 2021 version, everyone joining the show had to be side-loading our custom NVIDIA CloudXR app, which they then needed a strong enough internet connection to connect to, and then they'd be connecting to a server that would be, you know, a virtual machine of a powerful computer in the cloud. And yeah, it was not always super reliable. And then, but this is basically, you know, the program that was running there in the cloud. Oh, I might need to click something. Click, 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 click.
Oh, hello there, and
hey, Charles.
welcome. Yes, come on in. What you're about to see is a recording of a live performance that was presented December 18th, 2021, in collaboration between a venue, Agile Lens, and the Actors Theatre of Louisville.
One thing we added was
it is entitled
making
A
his
Christmas
face
Carol,
look at us. Might still be a button
Ghost
for it.
Encounter. It's a Christmas story, but it's also
Oh, nope, that's just where he's
story,
looking.
So we do encourage you to come in. Yes, that's right. Closer, closer. Yes, it's meant to
Yeah,
be.
eventually we did like a head pose
That's
thing.
perfect.
Yeah, Dickens had a beard. Grooms got really complicated to get to remain consistent when we went to
Marley was
standalone.
dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story.
Yeah, and no changing the scale in this version.
Scrooge never painted out all
So
Marley's
you are
men.
tinier
They
by
stood
default.
years afterward above the
Scrooge is
warehouse
maybe
door.
like
Scrooge,
3 times bigger, or
Marley.
Dickens
But
here.
he answered to both names. It was all the same to him.
I miss this candle.
Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at
I
the
like the
grindstone.
candle. Makes things very intimate.
No wind.
Oh, I'll show you where the candle came from when this is over.
Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say,
It's kind of fun, very clever.
My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?
But
So this was done with an accent suit and
it
then
was the
lighting
very
face
thing he liked.
with a Technoprops helmet.
Edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance.
And then I can do my
Once
lights here
upon
too.
a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve,
Light, light, light.
I won't believe it.
Oh yeah, coming up out of the ground. Nice entrance, Barley.
How now? What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
In life I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
You are fettered. Tell me why.
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link.
So in the
and
original
yard
version,
by yard, I girded it on of my own
the chains
and
are like
of
floating.
my own free will.
And Ari just had to know exactly when each of the recorded Greg Maupin lines were happening because they weren't performing this live together.
It was full as heavy and as long
Nice
as
reactions, Ari.
7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain. I'm here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer.
Oh, you're always a good friend to me, thank you.
Love that candle.
You
More
will
lights.
be haunted by 3 spirits.
Is that the chance and help you mentioned, Jacob?
It is.
I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I
Nice
tread.
hand.
Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Expect the second on the next night at the same hour.
Yeah, he has so much more
Third
detail
upon
on
the next
PCVR.
night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more. And look that for your own sake you remember
This part's cool.
what has passed between us.
Look at the particles here. Nice and audio reactive. Well done, June. VR still going strong.
Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Oh, I forgot about that halo.
What are you?
I am
Nice blue.
the ghost of Christmas past. Take heed, rise, and walk with me.
The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it. Know it? I was apprenticed here. Why, it's old Fezziwig.
Notice some
Bless his
cases
heart,
here we
it's
have
Fezziwig
Scrooge saying
alive
Dickens
again.
lines.
Yo-ho there, Ebenezer!
His mustache disappeared.
Swore myself, now grown a young man, came briskly in. Oh, yo-ho, my boy! No more work tonight. Merry Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up
Watch
before a man
this.
can say
I can
Jack
turn his
Robinson.
hat off.
Hi-ho, clear away! Clear away, my
There you go.
lad. Let's have lots of room here.
And I think I can make the candle. Yeah, I can make the candle appear
In
and
came
disappear.
Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast, substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable.
Yeah,
In
4
came the
metahumans
6
at
young
once in one
followers,
scene.
hearts they broke.
Very
In
heavy
came
in
all the young
2021.
men and women employed in the business. In they all came, one after another, and away they all went, 20 couples
Yep.
at once.
There goes
Old
the quest 3.
Fezziwig, clapping his hands, cried out, "Well done!" Scrooge acted like a man out of his wits. His heart.
I can also press tab at any moment to pause. Now what's kind of interesting here is there's still some physics active on the hands. See? Derp, 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 derp. Even though he's paused, I don't think it's on like the face. Yeah, just things like the hands. It's like, what else do I want to do in VR before I lose VR? Just note the floppy hand physics. I don't think I've ever actually done that before. All right, you can keep talking, Dickens. Go ahead, go ahead.
With his former self, he remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. Oh,
Come in and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me.
Love the little dance. Look
Ghost
upon
led
me.
him straight up to Scrooge's clerks, and on the threshold of the door, The spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling. Up rose Mrs. Cratchit, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, while two smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming and dancing about the table. Then in came little Bob.
Notice the snow is going backwards. That was supposed to be another one of our little hints that
Alas,
this is a dream. The reflection
bore a
of
little crutch,
upside down snow.
and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. And how did little Tim behave? Oh, he's good as gold and better. He told me, coming home, that he hoped people saw him in the church.
No candle. Candle.
Because it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more.
Oh, by the way we recorded this, of course, we didn't have our replay system. We did it with the tape recorder.
Oh, wonderful pudding!
Which made
A
huge
Merry
files.
Christmas to us all, my
Huge
dears.
files.
God bless us. God bless us, everyone, said Tiny Tim.
Our entire show with the replay system is only about 100 megabytes. The miners.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
Oh no, kind spirit, say he will be spared.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population.
Yeah. Right. Nice cloth physics. We lost a lot of that optimizing for Quest 3. Oh yeah. Nice epic music there.
I am in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come. You're about to show me shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Is that so, spirit?
Oh yeah, for a lot of the stuff we just had this like
The phantom
ball.
led him through an iron gate to a church.
I just did a big black ball that would kind of like compress and release.
To one. Following the finger, Scrooge read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name. Am I that man who lay upon the bed?
Hard to get down on your knees in a
No!
mocap suit sometimes.
Spirit, no! Spirit, hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been. Why show me this if I am past all hope?
My flashlights.
Assure me that I may yet change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life. I will honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone. In his agony, he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but he was strong in his entreaty and detained it. The spirit, stronger yet, repulsed him. Holding up his hand in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, dwindled down into a bedpost. Yes, and the bedpost was
just
his
like
own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all.
Here we
the
go.
time before him was his own.
All right.
To make
Back in Xbox mode.
I don't know day of the month it is. I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I don't know anything.
Snow falling
I'm
the
quite a
correct
baby.
way.
Never mind, I don't care.
Nice
I'd rather be a
ice cream.
baby. Hello, whoop, hello here.
Watch
What's
this,
today, my fine fellow? Today? Why, Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day.
Whoops, not sure what happened there. P key turns the floppy
Heaven,
physics of
Christmas
the
time be praised for this. The
More
shadows
like jellyfish hands versus stiffer hands.
dispelled. They will be. I know they will be. Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all. And
That mustache
infinitely
really
more.
loves to disappear.
Tiny Tim, who did not die,
In some cases, we just like overlapped grooms multiple
making us
times,
friend
like for Scrooge's
to the
hair.
man, as the good old city knew. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh. And little he heeded them, for his own heart laughed.
I mean, he does have a mustache, it's just much lighter.
He had no further encounter with spirits,
Yeah,
and it was
hat
always said
on
of
and
him
off.
that he knew how to keep Christmas
Candle.
well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge.
Candle.
May that truly be said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed,
God bless us.
God bless us. Everyone.
Mm-hmm. The trembling lip thing, that's a classic early metahuman problem.
Thank you. And good night.
Cool. It's fun to see that after so long. Oh yeah, we couldn't get the grooms to disappear when we went all black, so you still see the grooms. Yeah, and then I think we just repeated from here. Okay, so yeah, nice to move around with the Xbox controls. That's actually pretty intuitive. I do have a thing for like snapping to a certain location, strafing up, down, left, right. Again, tab to pause. He's in kind of an idle mode right now. Let's see if I can remember some of the other keyboard keys here. So 1, that's like a lights out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that did something. I'm like moving him to different parts of the stage. 9, 0, 0, also kind of a lights out. Oh, here we go. Okay, check this out.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle. God save you.
Rehearsal.
It was the voice of Scrooge's
All right,
nephew.
you see how he
Came
ended up with a
upon him
candle?
so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. Ah, humbug!
Holding the script.
Christmas
Gives a reason to be like
humbug,
holding the thing
Uncle.
physically.
You don't mean that, I'm
Right.
sure.
Because you take away the candle
I
and just
do.
like, he's just holding his hand
Merry
out there.
Christmas.
Which,
What
can
right
work
have
in
you
some
to be
cases,
merry?
but having
You're
the candle,
poor
except when
enough.
it's tilted horizontal.
Well, what right have you... Come then, what right have you to be dismal?
Check out our lens flare.
Rich enough.
Pretty intense in view.
Ah, humbug. Don't be cross, Uncle.
And check
What
this out,
else can
too.
I be
can turn
when
to
I live in
Scrooge.
such a world of
Hat
fools
on
as
and off.
this? Merry Christmas. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a
Dickens,
year
Scrooge.
older,
So if you look
but not
closely,
an
you
hour
can see
richer. If I could work my
how they
will,
actually do have the
every
same
idiot
face,
who goes about
just with
with
some different
Merry
grooms and
Christmas
whatnot.
on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. Keep Christmas in your own way and
I just brought
keep
up
it
the
in mine.
the Marley knocker there.
Keep it, but you don't keep it. Let me leave it
It's pretty
alone
cool to see
then.
a side by side
Much
here.
good may it do you.
One of my early hopes
Much
was
good
that
it
we
has
could
ever
actually
done
do this live. There'd be like an option that audience
There are
members
many
could do in
things
their
from
like
which I might have
controller
tried
or
by
something
which I
to
have
see like a
not
live feed of
profited.
what
I
the
dare say
actors are
Christmas
actually
fun
doing.
was. But
Might break the
I am
illusion, but
sure
for
I have always
backstage
thought of
nerds like
Christmas
me,
time
it would
as
have
a
been very cool
kind,
to see
forgiving, charitable
how much of a one-to-one translation
The
you're
only time
getting.
I know of in the long calendar of the year
'Cause,
when
yeah, I think
men
this
and
is
women
really cool.
seem, by one consent,
The
to
whole rehearsal
open their
process.
shut up
What
hearts
other buttons do we have? So
freely,
P, of course,
and to think of
is
other
the
people
physics.
below them as if they really were
So-
fellow passengers to the grave,
What
and not
else?
another race
Oh,
of
X is
creatures
the,
bound on other
where the
journeys.
eyes are looking.
And therefore,
In this case, only one
Uncle,
eye.
though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver
else?
in my
See
pocket,
candle.
I believe that it has done me good, and will do me good, and I say, God
does
bless
something.
it.
Oops, I broke it. All right. Well, I think we pretty much covered all the things here as I break it. But yeah, really cool to go back to the early version here. Oh wait, there we go. I found it. That's how we get Dickens to look at us. It's the N key or the M key. So in this first version, it's a little bit too creepy because he's like always looking at you. you know? It's something a lot of video game designers have to figure out at some point, is like, when does it get a little bit too creepy? So like we did at least make sure his head couldn't turn too much, but it's also like he shouldn't always be looking at you, and like his eyes should do some of the work, because right now his eyes are always like dead center looking at you. Yeah, and if we go to Scrooge, Scrooge doesn't actually have that ability to just keep looking at you. Hat on, hat off. And there's some way to put him in his bedclothes too. Is it shift? There we go, shift J. So yeah, into his bedclothes, suit, bedclothes, suit, bedclothes. He really wants to hold a candle. Yeah, but see that, like that little extra bit of light? That's really nice. Yeah. Early Unreal, early metahumans. Show's come a long way. There are some things I miss about this version, but it's definitely been streamlined and stabilized, and it feels like more of a show and less of a tech demo now, as you will see as you continue today's live stream. Twitchy mustache, twitchy mustache, twitchy mustache. And then we have the karaoke version, of course, where you can take over his face and actually start to go into there. Anyway, that's all for now. Thanks for hanging out with me. Have a good rest of your Christmas Eve live stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Venue stage. And we are live, my dears. Yes, we are. Now, we begin A Christmas Carol.
God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Bear but a touch of my hand there, and you shall be upheld in more than this.
I was bred in this place. I was a boy here. In came a fiddler with a music book and made an orchestra of it. In came Mrs. Fizzy with one vast, substantial smile. In came the...
Come in! Come in and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me.
Spirit, show me no more. Conduct me home. Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any spectre I have seen, but as I know your purpose is to do me good, I am prepared to bear you company and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?
Hi everyone, how are you? Having a good GDC so far? It's my first time, so I'm real excited to be here. In 2014, I stumbled into GDC by accident and was like, this place looks really cool, what's this? And now here I am, so lucky me. First, before we start, everyone please silence all noisemakers. Keep your masks on. I'm the only person who gets to have my mask off, special me. And let's get to it. So, welcome everyone to Up Close and Virtual, the power of live VR actors. Thank you for being here. My name is Alex Coulomb, and I am an architect turned ex-architect, which looks cooler when it's written out. And I'm thrilled to talk to you today about the power of expressive live actors inside detail-rich virtual reality worlds. I've been fortunate to peek into what I think is a rapidly democratizing future, and I'm eager to share it with all of you today. I'm hoping this talk will be useful for anyone who might consider utilizing a live performer, or 5, or 500 in their game, or show, or reactive. Does anyone know what a reactive is? No? We'll get to that later, don't worry. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I'm real excited and passionate about this topic. So to set the stage for why I'm here today, I'd like to open with, first of all, just a very quick rundown of a bunch of words that I would go over in more detail if this was a longer talk, but you're just gonna have to look at that for a second and say like, yeah, that's cool. Good job, Alex. And I just kind of boil it down to, I think of myself as a designer, tool maker, educator, and I'm real good at Photoshop, so I'm fine there. But I want to take you back to 2008 in London, which was kind of a formative time for me. I was studying abroad at Syracuse University, both architecture as well as theater. And I had this lovely professor, Michael Barclay, who had all the hookups in London, and he had the ability to bring us to the first 3 rows of pretty much every theater show in the city. And I had never experienced before that power of being up close and personal with some of the world's greatest performers, live and intimate and sweaty. And as an example, let me talk to you about watching Ralph Fiennes in Oedipus. And what I would have expected, and turned out to be true, of course, is that he's terrifying when you're 10 feet away from him, and the raw emotion and the big moments absolutely land, and they would have landed if I was further back. But what really struck me was the smaller, quieter, gentler, more intimate moments. And sorry, I forgot to go more big emotion, but then the smaller, quieter, more intimate moments were different from what I was expecting. There was a nuance and a subtlety that was only really perceivable if you can see the whites of an actor's eyes that close. And there's nothing quite like that. It's different from a cinematic close-up, and it's different from watching that same live show, but from the nosebleed seats, 30 rows back. So I came away from that semester thinking about how technology could start to allow that experience to become more accessible. And imagining, what if you don't need the in-person audience? What if there's a way to virtualize that audience and give them a way to get very, very close to a performance that they would otherwise not have access to? Because Broadway, West End, these things are expensive. You might not get to travel there. There's limited tickets. So this question just kind of sat with me for a while of, can technology help to democratize the incredibly rarefied experience of world-class front row live theater? So we'll fast forward real quick through what I got up to in my thesis. I did a giant immersive theater on Fort Jay on Governor's Island. I had my first AR experience in 2009 and 2010, and how to explain that. I went to design theaters as an architect, which was great, and started using virtual reality in 2013, because that allowed us to be able to say, hey, don't just look at the picture of sitting in the seat. Now you're actually inside the theater and you know exactly what's happening in there. And that led to some really wonderful designs of theaters where we had an understanding of what the building was going to look like far before it was actually built, because we visualized it in virtual reality. And that led to doing some cool things in places like the Ed Sullivan Theater in New York City with projection mapping, and Kenneth Branagh's Macbeth, where we were visualizing shows before they actually went up into a physical stage, and the Shed in Hudson Yards, which was a crazy custom project unlike any theater I'd ever been in before. And in 2015, I got to take virtual reality from conceptual design all the way through later on in the design process, as well as thinking about how other people were going to use it. Along the way, started to look more and more at virtual events, virtual theater. We did a study for Samsung of live streaming events in 360 using some powerful stereoscopic cameras into the Gear VR. Started to play with some new tools from Intel to simulate very enormous stadium experiences. And then in 2019, we started to wrap up building the Brockman Hall for Opera, which was this project which got to be in VR from conception through completion. And we were pretty happy with how close it was to what we were visualizing inside VR. And now we're doing some fun stuff where we'll actually mock up physical sets and balconies, like in this case, and then be able to lean on the balcony, and you're in VR and you get a really strong sense of how that feels. But eventually I started to realize that I was interested not only in using virtual reality and augmented reality and all sorts of emerging tech to visualize events and buildings in the real world, but also events and buildings that were only ever going to live in virtual reality. And I have a whole other talk about the architecture side of this, if you're ever interested in learning more about what I think makes good virtual architecture. But I want to fast forward into December of a couple months ago, where all these thoughts about what makes an incredible virtual performance on my mind, we ended up doing something that looked a little like this.
And we are live, my dears. Yes, we are. Now, we begin.
Oops, sorry, I clicked off the thing.
A Christmas Carol.
God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Just a little taste of what happened there, and as Tarr, our Scrooge Ractor there, explained at the beginning, this was an entirely live performance. This little 2-minute teaser actually came out after the show based on the live data that we just captured as audience members during it. And yes, the virtual audience was all in $300 VR headsets, streaming wirelessly using cloud computers. And during the show, they could move around anywhere they liked as little ghost flames, as you see here, as part of a collective haunting of Scrooge. We cast everyone in the audience as additional ghosts that had, some beef with Scrooge for different reasons. We gave everyone random Victorian names. It was real nice and immersive. And to my knowledge, this was the first show of its kind to bring this level of Unreal Engine fidelity to a live VR audience in a many, many, many million polygon world. And Christmas Carol, by the way, did also have a live component to it that happened in real life, and it looked a little bit like this. Here's the live actor, Greg Maupin, and some of the sketches from the costume designers at Actors Theater. Same idea over here for the Ghost of Christmas Present. And it's good to think about the fact that, first of all, what you might have noticed right away is that obviously there's different things that happen in the VR version of a show versus a physical version, scale being an obvious one. We could make the Ghost of Christmas Present and Future enormous, whereas in the physical version, they were limited to what we could actually fit there. Oops, sorry, is that gonna play? There we go. I just want this in the background while I tell a little story. So how did I get to that point where we actually got to put on a live show like that? So let's rewind 3 months earlier, fall of 2021. It's like I've never said that year before. And the extremely prestigious Actors Theater of Louisville called me up, and Zach Microbuzzy and Robert Barry Fleming asked if my XR creative studio in New York City, Agile Lens, would be interested in helping them create motion capture recordings of the ghosts for their one-man production. Oh, it's not even playing anymore because I'm over here. There we go. The ghosts of their, I just got to pull my notes in for a second, sorry. Here we go. Right. This is just ambient, production footage. They asked me if I could help them create motion capture recordings of the ghosts for their one-man production of Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol. They had a mocap suit. They wanted to make some recordings. They wanted us to create characters and render out videos that they could use inside the theater, as you saw for Scrooge actor Greg Maupin to play off of. And I said, recordings. You want recordings for flat video? Okay, cool. But did you guys know that I'm also building this new company called HeavenU, which is a portmanteau of heaven and venue because it's a venue up in the clouds where we're trying to take the lessons that we've learned from all these years of custom XR experiences and putting on live performances in social VR, and wouldn't it be great to coalesce that into a platform that would allow a worldwide audience to see our show live and interactively together, and wouldn't you like to do that as well? And they said, sure. But you really think we can have a IVR and IRL version of the show both ready for December? And like a monster, I said, sure, no problem. Now, the original idea was actually just to have...
maidens could wish for. Then why no? Why no? The girl must be mad.
Right, and this is what we were studying just like a month before they had asked us to come work on the show, which was what happens if you start to bring these live actors into Unreal Engine and render it on the cloud in real time. So we felt like we were ready to take this to the masses. And Greg Maupin, Scrooge again, actually was originally supposed to be wearing a motion capture suit under his costume, and then during the show, we'd be broadcasting exactly what he was doing in real life to the virtual audience as well. But he actually felt that that was a little bit beyond his interest as an actor. So that's how we ended up hiring VR actor, Ractor extraordinaire, Tarr, who I've worked with on a few productions now. And This actually worked out pretty well because, as my previous experience had shown, which we'll get a little bit more to in a bit, if you do a one-to-one twin of a digital live performance, you're actually missing out a little bit on the opportunities of what can only happen inside that digital medium. So, quick break for some terms. IRL, I say, of course, in real life, IVR in VR, and then Ractive and Ractor actually come from a book that Neil Stephenson wrote a couple years after Snow Crash, where the M word unfortunately came from, which has been used to death. I will not speak its name, but this one I find pretty compelling because when he talks about Ractors and Ractives, it starts to separate out what you might think of as traditional theater from something that is much more specific to taking advantage of what can only be done in VR and actually allowing for breaking the laws of physics and allowing for experiences and narratives that are very specific to that environment. And the production, though, is pretty interesting because we actually ended up doing as much as we could to make Actors Theatre feel comfortable with their workflow. They've put on incredible award-winning productions, and we wanted to make sure that this felt normal to them, especially since we were helping out in both a real-life version and a VR version. And what became fascinating, though, is this was an incredibly spread out production on the VR side. For the IRL side, everyone was there in Louisville in the theater for rehearsals and doing everything in person. But for the VR side, we were doing these kinds of rehearsals where Ari was at his house in Oregon, and my team was in New York City, and he would rehearse, and then Robert Barry Fleming, the director, would put on a VR headset and connect to our cloud computers and be in basically the virtual rehearsal room watching Ari perform. And he, picked different spots that he thought the audience might like and started to plan out actor blocking and things like that. So, with that in mind, there were some key factors for our Ractor and his Ractive, which only made this possible recently. We couldn't have done a show like this even a year before. And I'll go through these in more detail, but just to have them in the back of your mind for a moment, low-cost cloud computing, free and expressive digital humans, and free and expressive performance capture. So what made this special? Well, now it's a good chance to rewind a little bit to understand what I was up to in the years leading up to this on the virtual performance side, which really kicked off in earnest in 2018. That's when I met Philip Rosedale in person, the creator of Second Life and High Fidelity VR, and we started to talk about what would make a virtual reality live event particularly compelling. And he asked me if I could assemble a team of New York City theater makers who could study different ways of putting on live shows in VR. And we ended up writing papers and creating diagrams and had these very systematic studies of different kinds of experiences. And we got a lot of wonderful people involved, performers and people coming from a traditional background, people coming from a more tech-focused background, and had a lot of fun playing with what happens when you're translating something that you understand a certain way in the physical world, which you could also call skeuomorphism, and then how that becomes something similar, but maybe starting to jump off into new directions in the virtual world. So we generally start with a one-to-one translation and then kind of go wild from there. This is one of my favorite studies, by the way, with larval masks and looking at what happens when you abstractify, that's not a word, an avatar enough to the point where you don't even have a body, just hands and feet tracked, and then like one expression. Because we were working within the limits of what social VR could provide.
Oh. My baby! Mama! Mama!
So some of the things we were studying included avatar selection, looking at the uncanny valley when you make something more stylized, what are different audience performer dynamics you can work with, what's an ideal performer background, and it turned out to be improv, which, no big surprise. They could yes and the heck out of things breaking. If their legs stopped working, they would just add a limp to their character, and they're having fun. And then you saw just very briefly the way they could play with scale and flying and changing their avatars very quickly. So it was really cool to watch them play in that sandbox. And that led as well to playing in other platforms. For example, Mozilla Hubs, which for anyone who doesn't know, is a free, super accessible way to get together socially, not just in VR, but even just from a browser. The whole thing, there's no app, you just go to a link and you're suddenly inside a virtual world. But as we started to go through this, we found that it was very difficult to reach the level of customization that we wanted to have with our live shows, because social VR, and I include in this VR chat, AltSpace, Rec Room, high fidelity VR when that existed, Mozilla Hubs, all these platforms we started to play around in, has different priorities and different goals from a live performance. For example, if you and I are both inside social VR, maybe I want to look like Pikachu and you want to look like the Iron Giant, and now we're going to go watch a live theater show together, and someone says, hey, that's taking up a lot of our bandwidth because you have some very high polygon models, and we'd really like you to change into these avatars which fit the mood of the show, and it's going to keep our poly count down. And then you and I just say, no, we're not going to do that, because you can't really force anyone to do anything inside most social VR platforms. In many cases, it's even difficult to mute someone. Like, you can report someone and say bad behavior, but if you're trying to have the level of control over a live show that most performers and show creators want to have, then social VR isn't going to usually cut it for you. And I liked having, stylization that we had to work within. There's a certain term of freedom within limits where it's like, oh, hey, just having a head that pulsates in Mozilla Hubs, that's enough to communicate a certain style. I mean, I grew up with this being the height of facial capture performance, with just like a little nodding head, and I found this incredibly cinematic, and I believed every emotion coming out of Solid Snake's face. So, I think we were happy to work within the limits we had, but at a certain point, we just wanted to have a level of control that went beyond those tools. Those are great tools, but sometimes you just need a chainsaw, and a hacksaw isn't going to cut it. So what I also found too was that we could start to get very custom, but then we ran into the trouble of what's going to be the minimum spec. We started to build applications where it's like, okay, we can have metahumans, for example, and it can be inside a wireless standalone headset, but you're going to spend so much time optimizing and cranking down the quality of everything that it starts to not be that much better than what you could achieve, at least fidelity-wise, in existing social platforms. So back to these three things that made a huge difference for us. Cloud computing, well, the major things here were, first of all, accessibility. Cloud computing helped both the audience and the creators of shows that we began to work on solve the problem of accessibility by giving everyone a powerful machine streaming right to their wireless VR headset or desktop browser, because we don't want to exclude people who don't have VR headsets. Kind of like GeForce Now or Xbox Live, for anyone who's played with those before. And on the VR side, in fact, we were using a modified version of NVIDIA Cloud XR, and to my knowledge, thanks to how HeavenU is set up, we currently represent the largest virtual machine usage for an event taking place in VR simultaneously. Additionally, something kind of stressful about live performances in social VR is, depending on what you've built, they might crash or behave differently on all sorts of different devices and hardware, and there's almost never a way to test all of those possible configurations ahead of a live show. And if you're making a video game and you find out that Windows 11 computers with MSI motherboards and RTX 3060s unexpectedly mute the tutorial dialogue at the very beginning, you can create a patch to fix that. But I've seen that kind of thing happen in a live show, and it's not great. All you can really do is apologize, because it needs to be ready when you go live. Additionally, for cloud computing, a single spec is really useful, because that becomes the specification that you're troubleshooting on. It's no longer looking at all these different configurations and what could go wrong with all of them. We only had 3 Unreal Engine artists, myself and the artist known as June, coming right out of architecture school, actually, and Rob Lester. And the 3 of us had to make this show work by hell or high water. And with cloud computing, you basically make a golden image, and you can set it up to have whatever you need in terms of drivers and what virtual graphics card you want to use. And then you're replicating that out for everyone who's going to be a part of the show. So that just allows for a unity of experience across the board that just simplifies a lot of different things. On the cloud computing side, also a very small team. My CTO, Eitan, just did wonders with figuring out how to propagate mocap data and audio and everything we needed so that everyone was having the same synced experience with minimal latency. Going over to, clicky click, whoop, nope, too far. Going over to Free Digital Humans, MetaHuman Creator was a really amazing tool that only came out about a year ago, a little less than a year ago, actually. And a fun statistic, Epic looked at a study in 2017 of how many digital characters had been created for different kinds of productions in that year. And in 2017, they estimated about 50,000 characters had been made worldwide. In the less than a year since MetaHuman Creator came out, there's already been over 1 million custom digital humans created, and that's pretty remarkable because this is free. This also runs on the cloud. Anyone right now can go to metahuman.unrealengine.com and just start designing a person who you can bring into any Unreal Engine project. It's pretty cool. And the uncanny valley is particularly uncanny in VR, so you want to make sure that your characters are well designed. If you're going to go away from abstraction and away from stylization and low poly models, and you actually want to make something look the way you want it to, you better be sure that this is going to not terrify people in VR. And we massaged the metahumans a lot. It was actually really cool to start to compare different variations of Scrooge, for example, and figure out where in VR did he just feel unsettling, and not in a Scrooge kind of way, but like there's something off. And then when did he get to a point where it really felt like there was a person there behind those digital eyes. And by the way, the most expensive part of our facial capture pipeline, because LiveLink Face is free on the iPhone, is the helmet. Those helmets go for like over $1,000. Someone at ILM hooked us up, thank you, and we got a Technoprops helmet. But you can make little like $70 versions from Amazon parts and GoPro pieces like I did. So just so you know, that is something you can do on your own. Now, with everything that I've just gone through, you might be thinking like, oh, cool, these three things, cloud computing, free digital humans, easy, free performance capture from an iPhone, sounds like everything's solved, right? You could do, wait a minute, why did this production take 3 months with some very long weeks in some case? Shouldn't it have taken like 3 days based on how wonderful technology has gotten? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. So I want to just briefly go through a few sad things that made production more difficult. But don't worry, at the end of this is a nice light at the end of the tunnel where I will be able to explain why things got better. But wow, we only have 7 minutes left. Let me go through this quick. Not inside of VR was a little bit tricky for our actor because he wanted to be able to connect with the performers there. Ari and many VR actors are used to being able to make eye contact with everyone in the show. We couldn't do that with this because we wanted full facial capture, and the OmniSept from HP and the HTC Vive Pro Eye with a face tracker weren't quite up to par with MetaHumans yet. Body capture is still pretty expensive, though there are some cool solutions coming out like Move.ai and Radical, which actually will do pretty good live mocap from a phone, so that's on its way. SteamVR still crashes all the time, so even with our replicated cloud machines, we were constantly troubleshooting SteamVR bugs. What I would love to see, and I hope whoever's watching this video 5 years from now, this is like, oh, of course, that happened in 2023. I want to see a browser like WebXR that bypasses the need for SteamVR entirely and allows you to connect to a cloud computer, kind of like Mozilla Hubs. You just go to a link, and now you can use the power of something much further away. That would be delightful, because SteamVR is still a big bottleneck for a lot of this. And then costumes and physics took a long time. Syncing up all the data, audio, mocap was tricky. Cues and multiplayer replication to make sure everything fired in the way it needed to, and determining if those signals should be built into an Unreal Engine multiplayer system or something specific to our kind of cloud walled garden. Figuring out what the audience agencies should be. Oh, and by the way, I've got a few videos there. There's SteamVR crashing. Here's the costumes that we had to make. June had never used Marvelous Designer before and had to figure that out pretty quick. And for audience agency, here's what, whoops. We had a little video here of being able to light the show in a certain way. You could actually move around, and you had 2 flashlights in each hand and got to control what you were actually going to see, which was pretty cool. And then, yes, I broke the show because right before the very first performance, I made a little change that I thought was going to make things a little bit better, and it made things a lot worse. I basically doubled the amount of rendering that needed to be happening in each frame because I added a camera, which I was just checking a face, and it made things worse. So, you know, there's a bunch of potential points of failure. So I want to show you a really quick demo before we end the talk, and then we'll go over to do some Q&A in the other room. But with all of this in mind, I want you to be able to weigh some of the pros and cons of this list here, and note that this is not mutually exclusive. You can mix and match things. For example, Scrooge and Dickens and all the characters that Ari was playing were all live but everything else was recorded. And so you can then also begin support things like different kinds of audiences. You can have a VR audience and a browser-based audience and a live stream audience, but it is more difficult to design an experience where all of those are equally served. So these are kind of the ranges and the spectrums that you can start to play with. But I hope, based on this one particular example of a show, you can start to have this in the back of your mind. But what was really special for me personally was that I finally got to have that experience that I wanted way back in London, where getting up close to Ari, especially in some of his quieter moments, not the big spectacles with exploding Marley and fire and brimstone, but watching him very subtly move between different characters and feeling that light change behind his eyes as he becomes more and more immersed in the story he's telling to us all, and feeling that introspection. That was exactly what I experienced in 2008, and I'm really excited to see where this is going to go in the future. And it was kind of interesting too, because Dickens and Scrooge were the only two avatars he had, but he would swap between those at interesting moments where he'd still be portraying Bob Cratchit, Mrs. Cratchit, Tiny Tim, and it took on different meanings depending on how he used the different characters. So that was pretty interesting as well. Okay, so what we're building now is a cloud editor that is intending to simplify everything that we just did. I always love when people show really early work in progress stuff. We've been working on this for like 2 weeks, but we thought, let's take the tools of what we developed as part of building Christmas Carol, and what if we tried to make it so that the entire show that we had for Christmas Carol could be rebuilt from scratch in a matter of about, 3 days. 3 days instead of 3 months. That's kind of the goal. And so we're trying to create a system that runs in a browser connected to a cloud computer, allows you to import metahumans, props. Unreal Engine has all sorts of runtime components for Datasmith and GLTF and FBX. And so being able to bring those things in and then start to just set up cues for when things happen, changing the weather, changing the set design, and be able to then publish a show. You'll see the little publish button in the bottom left, and then having that instantly become a golden image on the cloud, which you can then propagate to 1,000 audience members the moment you're done. So then anyone who wants to join in a VR headset on a browser can start to experience this. That's something that interests us very much. How do we take the 3-month life cycle that we had of putting on a live show using all these latest technologies and make it easier for anyone who might want to venture into this world who doesn't necessarily even know Unreal Engine? That is our goal. And so with that in mind, I just wanted to show you guys one really quick thing. You can clap though for a second. Go ahead and clap. Thank you. With the 2 minutes we have left, I wanted to show you the Heavenue editor running live, kind of in the cloud, just on a different computer right now. And you'll notice that if I just connect to LiveLink Face right now, this actually just goes directly into here, although it is a little bit glitchy. That's weird. Must be like a funky internet connection. But I'm Scrooge right now. And oh, you know what it is? It's the lighting. It's like very confused by the lighting. But what's kind of fun about this is I could, for example, turn this into a game where I now get to play Scrooge. And you could do this with any of the characters. You could have recorded elements and live elements. So watch this. I can say, "Who are you?
Much.
What do you want with me? Who are you?"
Life I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
"You look fettered. Why?"
"I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it.
Yeah.
Is its pattern strange?"
And you can go full screen here, and oh yeah, sure, yeah, you can clap. That's fun. And it's crazy because I could even then start to play in here, and I could add in additional characters and connect them all to different LiveLink Face instances. So because my talk needs to end now, if anyone wants to play in the sandbox a little bit, if you want to download LiveLink Face on your phone, if you want to try this whole thing in a VR headset in a browser, I've got like a little goodie bag of just here's stuff we're playing with. Would love to get feedback, and please follow me over to the special Q&A room after, and let's chat more. Thanks, everyone.
You had a chance to grab a coffee, maybe grab a snack. We will be kicking it off with Alex from Heavenue.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. My name's Alex Coulombe, and I'm thrilled to speak to you today about Heavenue. It's a community-driven platform built for XR shows running in the cloud. We are seeking a future where virtual events can be truly live and accessible and engaging and profitable for their creators. In 2008, I was studying abroad, architecture and theater in London, and had a professor who always got us into the first 5 rows of every performance. Up close and personal with a master of their craft is a really cathartic experience, and it's different from sitting 5 rows further back in that same venue, and it's different from seeing that very same performer up close in the cinema. I found myself asking, what can technology learn from this incredibly rarefied experience, and what can technology bring to the table for live performance? And that was the seed of Heavenue. People love live events, but they have a high barrier to entry. Even pre-pandemic, not many people have the means to get to a London or a New York City or a insert favorite music festival here. And even if they can, the venue might have unexpectedly closed for reasons. But you know what many people do have? Smartphones, tablets, Chromebooks, computers, VR headsets more and more, and internet. Since March 2020, there has been plenty of talk of how do you create a compelling virtual event, and there's many companies out there that offer 1 or 2 features that creators have jumped on to jury-rig for their live event needs, using cloud computing here or social VR for small groups there, but Heavenue has a comprehensive approach. We're the platform that makes you feel like you're part of a proper live show, up close and virtual, with the same immediacy that I felt back in 2008. How do I know? Well, I felt it again last December. This time, in VR, 6 inches from actor Tarr as he shifted between performing as Scrooge, Charles Dickens, Bob Cratchit, Tiny Tim, and experiencing the nuances of his performance. It was a magical and sometimes terrifying experience. For that show, Heavenue engaged over 21 countries of audience members, with Ari acting out of his home in Oregon. And NVIDIA tells us this remains the largest implementation of Cloud XR to date. Heavenue is also about to open our very first hybrid off-Broadway show, allowing people from all over the world to experience The Orchard, which stars Mikhail Baryshnikov and Jessica Hecht. And we have many other projects in the works. So, how does Heavenue work? We're going to try to keep this real simple. But basically, if you've already built an experience, then you set it up on your stage cloud computer, or you can use the new Heavenue Cloud Editor, which is an Unreal Engine wrapper to drastically simplify the creation of characters, costumes, lights, sets, and cues. Then you publish it, and bloop. In minutes, your experience has been copied to 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 cloud computers, so all of your attendees can engage with your show with everything from mocap to audio to show control, all syncing perfectly. And we can even record all of that live data so you can sell it on demand later. On our end, we take a license fee and cloud hosting fees that are less than a Ticketmaster charge. Plus, we've got no scalpers, no bots scooping up all the best seats in the house. We're trying to build a future where we can cut out the middlemen, and IOI does not control the Oasis. And who's we? Well, our team approaches these challenges from our particular points of expertise: building compelling XR content, developing intuitive tools across powerful software, producing 6-figure live events, and building scalable systems for real-time streaming. The live events industry is growing remarkably fast and projected to be worth nearly $2.2 trillion by 2028. But since 2020, there's been a steady decrease in crews available for physical shows. So a virtual show that can scale to thousands of attendees using a minimal crew at, say, $10 to $50 a ticket is a substantial market opportunity. Our go-to market is simple. Right now, if an events company like, let's say, Showcap Entertainment had an experience that they wanted to run on Heavenue, well, they theoretically could just upload their executable file and be ready for their show right away. And actually, that's a great example because that did just happen. A few days ago, we gave them an account and they were off to the races for their June 4th event for 7 Fingers using both our VR and browser-based cloud features. In the coming months, we're expanding our cloud editor to pilot clients and then consumers with free usage until you sell tickets. We want to invite risk-free playing, creation, and collaboration at scale. And so, as XR and performance capture devices decrease in cost and become more ubiquitous,
We see a future where anyone from a drama kid in their dorm to a VTuber in a studio to a Lord of the Rings immersive activation, or even, let's say, the Rolling Stones on their 18th farewell tour, can utilize Heavenue to put on a one-of-a-kind live show that fosters a deep and personal connection with each and every audience member. Thank you very much. I think, do I got the lapel mic? There's a mic there, there's a mic there, there's a mic there. Just always got to be heard. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. My name is Alex Coulombe, and for a while, I've been involved in making XR content, and more lately, live events. And thank you for coming to what is technically a workshop about this new tool we're building with my new company, Heavenue, which is intended to make building a live event, particularly for VR, easier than ever. So we're going to kind of talk through where we are now, and I'll give a little bit of a workshop. Ideally, I wanted to do everything actually how you would over the cloud, but the internet here is not so good. So I got a little bit of a recording, then I'll try to do something live for you at the end if it works out. So let's see if my clicker works. It stopped working. Amazing. Let me try. There we go. Great. Who am I? I'm a bunch of things, and we have no time to get through any of this, but if any of those words mean anything to you, you can clap and cheer and say, yeah, one of those things. Whoa. We'll cover a little bit of it. But I want to start with a quick story. Back in 2008 in London, I was studying abroad, and it was architecture and theater, and I had the most wonderful professor in the world, a gentleman by the name of Michael Barclay, and he took us to all these incredible shows across London, all sorts of different shows, and he had all the hookups and got us into the front 5 rows of every performance we attended. And I had never seen world-class live performers that close before, and it turns out that seeing performers that close is very different from seeing them from the nosebleed seats in the back of the house, and it's very different from seeing these, actors, many of whom also appear in film, seeing them in close-up. And I started to ask myself at that point if there was any way that XR could start to democratize that experience. Not XR, I didn't know what XR was back in 2008, but technology in general. Because I was thinking about the experience of what it's like to be in kind of a fireside chat with a performer, and what it means if you try to abstract that to the point where you don't necessarily need the physical audience there, but you then allow the audience to be present in other forms, maybe an audience that's coming from around the world, and then allow them to do something like get very close to the performer in a way that they wouldn't even able to if they were in the front row of a theater. Maybe there's a few immersive theater shows where you could do that, but that level of in-person close-up for someone who's right in the moment with their characters is pretty hard to do. So this was the question. Can technology democratize that experience of front row theater? And back in 2013, I had the Oculus Rift DK1, and I was playing with trying to take this. I should also mention I became an architect. Hooray, graduated, got a B Arc, all that fun stuff, and was designing theaters. And a lot of my work in designing theaters was this sort of thing, where we were just trying to show, hey, here's what it's like to have these particular takes on this particular seat. And when I started being able to do that in VR, it made a world of a difference, because now it wasn't abstract anymore. I could put a VR headset on someone, and they could jump between different versions of that same seat and really feel like they were in a theater. That led to going from actually working on theaters to working on theater shows. This was Kenneth Branagh's Macbeth at the Park Avenue Armory, which was like Game of Thrones live, and we learned a ton from just being able to mock up set design and actor blocking and lights in there. And that led to playing with, theaters we were designing and letting like the set designers who were going to be in the theater mock up Equus or whatever kind of show they were imagining that could be on that stage someday with Tilt Brush. And that led to actually having really good digital twins of the theaters we were working on. Pay attention to this one, because it's going to come back up in a moment with Heavenue. It's a real space now. And you could say that I was going between using VR for physical things in the real world, and physical architecture in the real world, and physical theater taking place in the real world. But more and more my interest started to become, is there any way we could just stay inside VR and have that be the be-all, end-all of the entire experience? And so in 2018, a collective of us formed in New York City to create something called Alive in Plastic Land, which was a series of studies for the VR platform High Fidelity, rest in peace, where we got to test everything from different avatars to different performance types. Let's do a scene from The Wire, let's do a scene from Shakespeare, let's do some improv comedy. And a wonderful team of people came together to start to figure out what worked well in a VR live event. And we learned a ton from that. And even in some cases, we were just trying to do a one-to-one translation of what does an improv workshop look like in the real world versus the VR equivalent of that. And in some cases, we were trying to figure out what are things you can only do in the medium. So this is playing with larval masks and realizing you don't necessarily need bodies. This is playing with eye contact and finding different ways to get close to each other. And this is something else.
Oh. My baby! Mama! Mama!
And you know, those are things that no matter how talented you are at improv comedy, you're not necessarily going to be able to become a giant on stage and pick up your co-performer there. So these are some of the things we were studying that I took forward into the years to come. Soon, I was working with some of the lovely folks in the front row here who have a talk on Friday about Onboard XR, which is a wonderful festival that happens every so often where there's all these incredible experiments happening in WebXR. So more lessons got learned in there. And then I started to experience more and more live VR theater taking place in other platforms, particularly social VR, and started to see certain patterns emerging. For example, having a hero audience member who gets to feel very special and participate in the experience with a degree of agency that you wouldn't usually see in live theater in the real world, and then allowing for a more passive audience experience as well, where maybe you're invisible or you're tiny little robots in this case, and can move around the space in other ways and experience the show, usually with some kind of freedom of movement. So I'm also taking in all the lessons from these incredible experiences I'd seen, but I also started to realize that everyone who's trying to jury-rig social VR to make it work for live events, it's a lot of friction for the creators and often for the people coming on board, because social VR's goal, VR chat's goal, isn't to put on a frictionless live event. It's to gather lots of Pikachus and Iron Giants and furry rabbits in a room and let them hang out and do whatever they want together. It's not necessarily to give a lot of resources to a host of an event and let them control things like, I want all my audience members to have this particular avatar. I want everyone to be muted during this particular part of the show. And so all of this started to lead into developing a platform. All this started to lead into a platform that could do this well. The last thing here is I just want to say that you're going to see that I'm really interested in how you can use powerful cloud computing to create more realistic characters. But I grew up where this was the height of video game performance. This told a wonderful story, and a little head nod with some voice acting was about as far as it went. And that was fine, but I also wanted the freedom to be able to do more. So here's some early studies I was doing in Unity across VR and AR, being able to move around different elements of a set, being able to block out how a performance might go, having a God's eye view, this is Magic Leap down here, and moving around. And then also saying, okay, maybe I want to go more photorealistic, but then it takes a lot of optimization to get something to run on a Quest or a Vive Focus 3. So that's a challenge in itself as well. So it wasn't until December that something like this could happen.
Now, we begin. A Christmas Carol.
God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
And that was a VR show. NVIDIA tells us that's the largest use of Cloud XR they've had to date. Cloud XR allows you to connect to a cloud computer so that you have a much higher fidelity experience inside your VR headset, because you're not rendering it locally, you're rendering it on a device somewhere else. So that production took about 3 months with a very small staff working with Actors Theater of Louisville. We had Tarr acting out of his home in Oregon with an Xsense suit and LiveLink face on his phone, and putting all this into the Heavenue cloud infrastructure, which you'll see more of in a moment. And that led to saying, well, we really then want to make it so that you don't need to be an expert in Unreal Engine to start to have this kind of live performance. And so what I'll show you today is what we're developing as a tool to start to simplify that. Why Heavenue now? Why is it possible now, first of all, is cloud computing costs are continuing to go down. There's more cloud computing around the world. Metahumans are a really incredible way to design humans that, to me, manage to cross the uncanny valley if you do it right, and that looks particularly nice in VR. And then being able to have free or low-cost ways to do performance capture. There's a lot of ways you can do it with the face now, and there's more ways coming that you can do just with the body. I believe there's a company called Move AI today that I saw give a demo in London. Check out their demo. They have like a GoPro way of doing body capture as well. And the core idea is that we want to let people join shows from any kind of device. And then from the performer side, you can do volumetric capture if you want, you can do motion capture, you can do green screen, and then we do all these things with show control to try to sync audio and all the different kinds of capture formats that are coming in together, OSC, DMX, MIDI, so that you can have a unified live experience for everyone who attends the show. And the uncanny valley is particularly uncanny inside VR, so you really want everyone to look good. Oh, sorry, that was just a quick peek at MetaHumans. This is a free tool released by Epic. I encourage anyone who wants to play around with creating their own MetaHuman to go to metahumancreator.unrealengine.com and get started. And then this becomes a file that you can bring into Unreal Engine or Heavenue as well, so that you can start to have a character look exactly the way you want. Here's a little bit of what it looked like behind the scenes with Ari as he would perform live as Scrooge. This was during the Q&A post-show. And here we go. I think this is going to be like a little bit of an extended preview of what we have going on in here. So the idea in the Heavenue Cloud Editor is you'd go to heavenue.io and have an account, and then you're running immediately from your browser into the cloud. Here's a little example of trying to set up something like what we did for Christmas Carol. You'll see there's no real like UI design here, but it's about starting to put the building blocks in place to make the show work the way we want it to. So the lobby, of course, is a bit of a placeholder, just a simple way to gather your audience before the show starts, always important. And then you just kind of have your stage, where in this case, we've just placed Scrooge. We have some other characters available. And you notice that there's a menu here where you can immediately start to connect this to live data or pre-recorded data. One thing we learned during Christmas Carol was that you didn't need a ton of things to be live for it to feel like a live show. The ghosts were pre-recorded. Sometimes Ari's body was pre-recorded. But if you can keep his face live, then that helps the audience feel engaged, especially if they can look at the audience members. I'll also mention briefly that one tricky thing is striking a balance between high fidelity facial capture, which you get from something like a phone, comparing that to what you'd get from, say, an HTC Vive Pro Eye with some mouth tracking as well. So that's something you want to go between, figuring out how to make your performer feel engaged with the actual audience by being able to see them versus being able to get as much fidelity of facial capture as possible. So here, I'm just connecting the face to player one, and I just have the LiveLink face app on my phone, which I simply put as player one. It connects to the cloud computer, and now I can start to control the face of this character. Right now, the body is still a pre-recorded animation, but the face is now live. Spoiler alert, if I hit publish in the bottom left there, at any point, the idea here would be I can then push this to the Heavenue cloud, and now it becomes a way to say, let's have 1,000 people join the show, spin up 1,000 VMs that have whatever I've built here, and now that's a live show that's ready to go from a browser, from a VR headset, whatever people might want to be using it for. Here's a simple look at being able to play with the weather, changing the time of day. And really, this is just a wrapper on top of Unreal Engine. We're just trying to take all the billions of things you can do inside Unreal Engine and tailor it a little bit more towards live events. There's a program called Twinmotion, which is kind of like Unreal Engine tailored for architecture. And this is kind of what we're trying to build, but more with an eye toward if you're setting up a show. So here you see some different weather. Maybe you want to have a blizzard going on. And you can start to move through here. And what we're just going to start to build up is these different elements of, at first, Christmas Carol, and then I'll show you a couple other things we can have going on in here as well. So we got some different environments. I've imported the, the Brockman Hall for Opera in here as well, if you do just want to set it on stage, because that's what feels good for the particular show you're putting on. Basic, transform, position, rotate, scale kind of controls. And then you can start to bring in characters. Here's the Heaven U CTO, and we're going to give him the animation that was recorded for the Ghost of Christmas Future, which is particularly frightening. So here he is. Sorry, HN. This is not what he's like in real life. He's much more charming and friendly. But you start to position, you play with blocking any animations that you already have blocked out, whether it's going to be something that will be live or it's going to be pre-recorded for the live show. You can start to figure out how that proximity feels. And at any moment, you can pop into VR as well and start to see how it feels when you get closer to the characters there. For a moment, you quickly saw the props menu right there. Right now, we just have some elements there from Christmas Carol, but the idea is that anything that's a GLTF file, .u datasmith file, FBX, all those things can come in at runtime. You'd upload them to the cloud and they could appear directly in your scene. Here's playing with lights. Of course, Unreal Engine, especially if you're in Unreal Engine 5, has particularly beautiful lighting. So being able to bring down the bar for the technical level of expertise you need to start to create these shows is really our goal. We want to get to a point where any brilliant theater creator can pretty quickly get past thinking about translating their vision through software and just have a better sense of, like, if I was in a theater and I was going to hang some lights or I was going to put some things on stage, how would I start to approach that? So here we are back in the Brockman Hall for Opera. You can see how the lights are starting to affect the space in there. Scrooge is scaled up a little bit, so we might scale him back down to be a little bit more human-sized. And as we start to move through this, you'll see the way that we kind of bring all this together. We have a little bit, we're a little short on time, so I'm going to skip through this a little bit so we can get further. Oh, unless the video is just going to stop there. That'd be a little bit sad. Well, that seems to be the case. Okay, that's fine. I can't skip to the middle of the video. Well, toward the end, what we get to at the end of the video is basically making it so we get to the point where you have the entire scene with Marley built out, and then you start to mess with it where it's like, what if all the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future are all there at once? When you start to build these things, there are still concepts that I want people to keep in mind when you're creating a live event. What do you want live versus recorded? What do you want to be a single-player experience versus a multiplayer experience? What is the audience's role? What kind of agency do they have? Are they passive observers? Can they affect the narrative in any meaningful way? When do you want something to feel more hyper-real? When is it better to be more abstract and leave more to the imagination? There's so many different ways for a performer to be captured. If you want them to look like themselves, you might go for green screen, monoscopic or stereoscopic, or volumetric capture, which is getting very quickly to a point where that can be streamed in real time. And then mocap, of course, is a great way to let you play characters that don't look anything like you. IRL versus AR versus VR versus streaming versus hybrid. We have a show opening off Broadway in a couple days that is a physical show happening at the Brishnikov Arts Center, and you can go to the actual show, but while that show is live, that's when the Heaven U virtual experience is also happening. So that starts to put some interesting limitations where if the virtual show needs to match what's happening in the physical world, at least timing-wise, it can't be as standalone as the VR show. For Christmas Carol, we had a physical show happening at Actors Theater of Louisville, but it was not happening at the same time as the VR show, so they could be a little bit more standalone, even though they shared some assets. Some of the things that we're excited about adding in the near future, for anyone who just saw Jerry give her wonderful talk on Tilt 5, being able to shrink down a Heaven U show to be tabletop AR is very exciting to us. Body motion capture from a webcam is exciting. Whoops, sorry. And then things like Looking Glass and the Lumi pads from Leia, being able to make it so you don't necessarily need to have a headset on to have some sense of scale is particularly exciting as well. Here's a little preview of Chekhov OS, coming from the Brishnikov Arts Center, starring Mikhail Brishnikov. And so this is an interactive pixel-streamed experience where the virtual audience, of course, gets to do some things that are different from what the physical audience gets to do. And so as you move into the theater, you'll see that there's all these different rooms you can go into, and each room has its own very special thing going on. I want to try skipping ahead in the video a little bit, but I'm afraid it won't work. Yeah, it just stops at the beginning. That's okay. You can do operation. I don't want to spoil the show. Anyone can go to it, though, so I want everyone to check it out. There's some fun things going on there. And then this is a show with Showcap Entertainment and Seven Fingers opening in a couple days. This will also have a VR and a pixel stream version. Now, mind you, the experiences I'm showing right now are not built with a Heaven U editor yet. They're using the Heaven U cloud infrastructure that does require you to say, hey, here's my Unreal Engine project. I would like to propagate this to, 10,000 virtual machines. But we're getting to that point where you can do it with just the Heaven U editor. So that's going to be a lovely show. And I'd love to show you, with a little bit of time we have left, but you can clap. You can say, good job, Alex. Good try, good try. You can't make videos play, but it's all right. And you can do this, by the way, in the Heaven U Cloud Editor now. You can actually get the whole audience to stand up and cheer. Let me see, with a little bit of time we have left, and I'm not sure if this is a countdown till the end of the talk or when I should start Q&A, but either way, let me see if I can pull up my phone for a moment and mirror it and do a quick little live link face thing, just so you can see what this looks like in action. I already forgot where live link face is. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, you guys can't see this. That's hilarious. Okay, I guess I gotta move this over. Yeah, it's over there. Hi, hey, give yourselves a hand. You're all out there. And now you all have to sign waivers or something. And so I'm connected to my mobile hotspot, which is fun. And I got the Heaven U cloud over here. Everyone says never do a live demo during a tech conference. Only bad things can happen. I say pshaw. All right, here we go. So yeah, ideally, again, I wanted to do this live. I wanted to give a little setup of like, hey, let's create like Waiting for Godot or something like that. Oh, and I can't even see. I got to look over here. So for example, I've got like a little metahuman randomizer right now until we get to the point where you can create any kind of person you want. And oh my God, with the lag and everything, this is hilarious. So I'm going to try to click on the guy down here, and you'll see there's all these different elements that I can start to randomize. But the main thing is I can connect this right now to my phone, even though we're in different places. I'll be player 1, and I can update this character to look all sorts of different ways. You can just see all sorts of fun stuff happening down there. Let's scale him up a little bit. You know how Waiting for Godot goes. And it's going to be a little bit hard to see, but yeah, my face should actually also be his face. Yeah, we'll try to have a little apples to apples comparison. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm alt-tabbing the wrong thing. Sorry. Here we go. You guys are so patient. You're wonderful. There's that. We got our guy. And then over here is where our live link faces. So we're going to put that side by side. Yeah. And then we'll get back to our guy down here. Let's go full screen if we can. And start to navigate back down. Where'd he go? He should be pretty big, right? There he is. Okay. So yeah. So if I start to do some things with my mouth, this all gets translated over there. So you are going to see a little bit of latency here. Don't dance off. Stay here. Stay in one spot. But the idea, of course, is that if we were doing this for a live show, the Heaven U data publisher, as we call it, could take audio, motion capture data, face data, and sync it all up so that everyone is getting the same experience at the same time. And at any moment, if I say, you know what, let's make the character different and change whatever we want, I can do that too. I can also lock them and unlock them, change their hair color, all sorts of fun stuff. Okay, so in case this is, oh, now it's counting up. That means I'm in negative. So let's end it there. Do we have time for questions? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you. Ask a question. Hey.
Hey, Alex.
What's up?
2 questions. First one, for the 2 upcoming shows that you were talking about, where can we go to learn more and get tickets? And second thing, when we're talking about using your platform, how many live concurrent users can you have?
Great question. I'll start with the one that I know the most about, which is not the websites of where to find tickets for these things. We've never actually run up against the limit of the maximum number of live concurrent users. We've tried 500, and the only reason we haven't done more than that is it's expensive and we're bootstrapped. But in theory, it's as many cloud computers as are available. And actually, let me just show you real quick. Here's what the Have You Cloud Editor looks like. So if I'm logging in, I pop in here, and then I would start to set up, oh, someone's running something right now. This is probably, if I had to guess, this is probably actually for the live show on June 4th. I'll show you tickets in 1 second, but I just want to see where this is. Here we go. And now I'm just peeking in to whoever is in here right now, and I can kind of move around the experience in there. This is kind of the Have You control board. Normally, you would just be giving these links, what you see in the bar right there, to the attendees. But if I have a whole bunch of these populated, I can pop in and also just make sure everyone's having a good experience. Now, if I were to stop this event right now, I'll just show you real quick what it looks like to create a new event. So let's say we're going to have a show, and I know that we've sold 500 tickets. I'd set up 500 attendees. I can do an auto stop to make sure that we don't run the show longer than we need to. This publish token just tells me here's the event ID, and anyone who's sending data to the event uses that. And then these are just ratios of what kinds of GPUs I want to use. RTX A6000, very powerful, more expensive than the other ones. And then if I'm going to be doing things with mocap or audio, I set that up as well. But you'll see that we generated 56 pages of VMs, each with their own unique invite token, and I could hit start, and those would all come online, and I'd immediately start being charged a fair amount of money. Now, to answer the other question, we want to type in the Orchard off Broadway, and that's where you can get tickets for this show, opening in just a few days. And then the other one is, I'm just going to search for it real quick, Seven Fingers. With show cap, it's June 4th. And I'm sorry to say this too, but I also have a discount code that I can't remember offhand. But if someone wants a few dollars off when they're buying their ticket, just ping me, and I'm happy to give that to you. Here's a press release for it. Let's see if we can actually find the link to actually go to the show. That's so interesting that they put a Vimeo link, but not the actual thing. In any case, search for Show Gap Entertainment, Seven Fingers, Carry Me Home. You'll find tickets to that as well. Any other questions before we wrap up here? Yes.
My question was really about how you deal with sort of latency issues and live performance and knowing how the audience is reacting, since I assume there's a small gap in time between the performance getting to the audience and the return.
Absolutely. So latency is inevitable. Ideally, you minimize latency by compressing the data that's coming through, and my CTO could talk way more about that. But basically, because no matter what, you are going to have different data coming in at different times, we just put a time code on all of it. And so you just wait for whichever data is taking the longest, and then you have all the other data sync up to that, which does mean that in some cases, Jonathan here looks at me. It's funny because he's the performer and I'm not a performer, but let's pretend I am. Jonathan looks at me, I'm the performer. I react to him, and maybe there is like a 1 second delay there, but the way you minimize that is the way that data comes through and making sure that everyone is using a geolocated VM that's close to where they are. So there's all sorts of little tricks that start to minimize latency, but absolutely that is a thing that can happen and needs to be calculated into thinking about the show and designing it and rehearsing it. I can't express enough how important it is to be rehearsing throughout the process inside a virtual platform so you understand what that audience experience is going to be. For Christmas Carol, Robert Barry Fleming, the director, was in Louisville sitting in a VR headset watching Ari perform in Oregon the same way the audience was going to, and then gave him notes on his performance, not based on what he was seeing on a flat screen, but what he was seeing in VR. So keep that in mind. Yeah.
So do the actors, if they're in different proximal locations, can they be on the same time sync, or are they kind of off so that at least their performances don't have that lag? Yeah, I mean, ideally you do keep your performers as close together as possible. I have done one production where we tried having someone on the West Coast and someone on the East Coast. The dialogue, you could feel a little bit of the back and forth. If you have a really talented or performer who's practiced a lot, they actually learn to get like a little bit ahead of the next line. Because ultimately you're trying to make sure the experience feels right to the audience, but you're putting undue cognitive load on the performers, and ideally you don't do that. Kind of awesome. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Amazing, Alex. You know, we've been connected on LinkedIn for a couple years now or something. I didn't know how amazing what you're up to. I'm just blown away. What you're doing with metahumans, your cross-platform interoperability, and leveraging offloading compute with WebXR, it's the way to go. And we need to support this guy.
Thanks. And then here's my silly diagram of like someday I want to have a show that's AR, VR, in person, all sorts of things all happening at once. So let's make that happen too. Great. Thanks, everyone. And I'll be hanging out. Oh, and there's some fun little postcards. First come, first serve. If you want to mail something to your mom, it just says greetings from virtual reality, and it's a cute little postcard.
Great job, Alex.
Great, thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Coulomb. Welcome to my presentation, Close and Virtual, Having You Live Actors in Cloud XR. What I want to talk to you today is about how we've been using NVIDIA Cloud XR as a way to bring a very powerful live experience to people inside MetaQuest headsets, which normally would not be able to render such a high fidelity experience. The first production we did this for was Christmas Carol with Actors Theatre of Louisville back in December of last year. And first, let me just say, there's a whole bunch of things I get involved with, and I don't have time to go through all of these things, but if any of these mean anything to you, fantastic. Otherwise, you're about to learn a few things. So for me, this really starts in 2008 in London. I was studying abroad, architecture and theater, and had the good fortune to have a professor, Michael Barclay, who always wanted us to be as close to live events as possible. That was his goal. He had this belief that if you couldn't see the whites of a performer's eyes, then you weren't getting the full experience. And so whether we were seeing a music show or a theater show or opera or dance, there was this idea that you should be able to get very, very close and for it to feel like an intimate experience, which often meant being in the first few rows of the venue. And we started to imagine over the years that, especially in a post-pandemic world, is there a way that you can start to say, what if you don't actually need the physical venue there with the people physically there? And what if you had a way of virtualizing the audience members so that they had a way from all over the world to access that feeling like they were right up there close to the actor? And so this question has been in my mind for a long time because it's so hard, of course, to go to a New York City or a London and feel like you're right there in front of these world-class actors. How can you democratize this so that this can feel incredible no matter where you are in the world? And I came from a background of architecture and theater. I started with designing venues and figuring out, how do we take some really simple diagrams like this and then eventually convert that into a VR experience that helps you feel like you're inside the venue. But over time, and I'll just whiz through a few slides here, we started to develop this more and more in a way that made you feel like you were not only watching a real show before the real show went on stage, or a real piece of architecture before it became a real piece of architecture, but eventually this notion that you could actually stay inside virtual reality the entire time. So that way there's actually no need to have a physical venue or a physical piece of architecture if there's real value, functional value, in staying inside that experience in VR. So whether it's a theater show or a conference or a birthday party, I've been to some really good VR birthday parties, there's actually something really powerful about making that experience really visceral and proximity-based and live. And so over the years, I got to experiment more and more with what it felt like to make a live event successful in a virtual context. There was a group we had in New York City called Alive in Plastic Land, which was a gathering of all sorts of really talented theater makers. And we were using social VR as a way to try to feel what it was like to have a live show going on. But social VR, and as much as these translations were great, and we've had a lot of incredible experiences, particularly with improvisation, which is wonderful for if things break, and you can yes and that, and it all just feels like a natural part of the live performance, which by its nature should feel like a bit of a tightrope walk. And we started to play with different avatars and genres and different kinds of experiences for both the audience and the actor. And we started to play with things like body dysmorphia. But fundamentally, when you're working in something like social VR, you are trying to render everything locally on the device, whether it's a computer or a Quest headset. And that means that you are limited with how high fidelity you can make that experience. So over the years, I got to a point where as much as we wanted to reduce the friction of these kinds of experiences and gravitated from app-based social VR to things like not CloudXR yet, like Mozilla Hubs, which used WebXR and would allow you to access an experience directly through a browser without having to download an app, there was still this problem of rendering on device. And we started to see certain patterns emerging with the way people wanted to experience live shows in VR. Some people wanted more agency and wanted to be a star of the show. Other people wanted to be able to actually just be a fly or a ghost or just to be a part of the experience without anyone acknowledging them. A fly on the wall is what I wanted to say. And so being able to tailor to those different audiences, especially in the same production, presented an interesting challenge, but was always limited by this fact that social VR is not tailored to be a live performance platform. Whether it's Mozilla Hubs or VR Chat or AltSpace or any of these great platforms, those don't have the tools necessarily to have a large gathering of people where you give a creative a lot of control over that entire experience. And the first thing I wanted to tackle was fidelity. So I tried okay, how high quality can I make one of our theaters, for example, and then still have it render on headset. And so I did this with our theater, the Brockman Hall of Opera. I was playing with MetaHumans, wanted to get it to render on a Vive Focus. And it was possible, but it was so much work to be able to get all this to work on a mobile chipset. And as you can imagine, eventually, oh, I'm missing audio, but that's okay, I'll talk over this. Eventually we got to the point where we could do something like this.
God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
And so that just gives you a little bit of a sense of what we ended up with for this production of Christmas Carol, which really was intended to bring together all these different elements of making you feel like you could be very close to a live performer. And this was enabled very much by Cloud XR. And we found that the dramatic lowering of costs of cloud computing, using our partners at CoreWeave in particular, combined with MetaHumans, which are free to make very expressive digital humans, combined with things like live link face on a phone and other forms of motion capture, got us to this point where it actually allowed for a very robust live show as long as you had powerful enough hardware. So that's where Cloud XR came in, because as great as it is to watch an experience like this on a flat screen, it's very different to experience it in a visceral way where you really feel the proximity and the size of being right there next to an incredible live performer. And so the way Heavenue is set up is we've got all the different ways audience members can connect, whether they're on a VR device using Cloud XR or any number of other devices. And then on the performer side, they can use a motion capture suit, they can be doing volumetric capture, they can have green screen. And then we also have all the show control data, motion capture data, et cetera, that then starts to broadcast all of this into the system. Now, a lot of what we have in our shows is entirely gathered from our own proprietary system, but something we've recently started to play with that I encourage you all to check out is NVIDIA has something called VCR, which unfortunately I'm blanking in the moment at what that stands for, the acronym, but what it essentially allows you to do is take in all this OpenXR data and record that as it goes. So then if you want to play it back later, you can do that in any number of ways. And we've done some tests where we've had a live actor go through and perform something, we record it, play it back, and then they play that back and play off themselves. So that's just another great tool you can access from NVIDIA's wonderful SDK library. We found also that even when we could render, characters inside Unreal Engine, for example, there was a problem of the uncanny valley, and you feel that much more in VR than in a 2D experience. So MetaHumans have really helped us make it feel like you're actually experiencing something with a live performer using VR. And here's a little bit of what MetaHumans look like, if anyone hasn't seen this before. And the fundamental cloud infrastructure that allows people to design their own MetaHumans is very similar as well to how Cloud XR works, because you are, in essence, accessing a very powerful computer in the cloud and then making it do other things. Here's a little bit of what it looked like for Tarr, our actor playing Scrooge. He had a Technoprops helmet on with live link face, again, free app on his iPhone, while he then started to move around wearing an accent suit. And then everything he's doing live is synced through the cloud, and then everyone who joins into the experience through a VR headset gets this beautifully rendered Unreal Engine environment entirely through their $300 MetaQuest headset. And here's a little bit of what would look like a little bit when we'd be debugging if we wanted to see exactly where Scrooge was looking or firing off certain cues. We could do this and have all of this synced up as well, not just for people in VR, but also people joining from other devices as well. So here's a little bit of what that looks like when you're inside the world, and there you can get a live feed of
the voice
Ari.
of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation.
And here we are
he
just
had
cycling
of
through
his
some of
approach.
the different outfits and costumes.
Humbug. Christmas a humbug.
You can also notice here how you can
don't
start to
mean that,
use
I'm
things
sure.
like that candle that he was holding
I
a minute
do.
ago to mask the fact that in this case, this was a rehearsal. Ari's holding a
right of
script.
you to be
So
merry.
now he's not holding a script, he's holding a
poor
candle, and it's part of the diegetic nature of the
What
show.
right have you come then? What right have you to be dismal? You're rich enough. Ah, humbug. Don't be cross, Uncle.
And that's pretty cool. The cloud editor, this is something new we're working on that in essence is meant to be a wrapper around Unreal Engine, which eventually we're also connecting into Cloud XR and some other NVIDIA tools such as Maxine, where we're going to make it very easy to build a show entirely from the Heaven U website, where you can basically load up just a save file and then start to bring in characters, environments, cues, and access that through VR at any time, again, just by opening up the app on a headset. And so here's a little bit of what this looks like, where you just have an empty environment. You know, you can grab your character, you can connect live motion capture data, you can bring characters in, you can set up props, environments, import GLTF files, import what's the other one? Datasmith files, which is Unreal Engine's kind of native format when you're exporting from other programs. And again, what the idea here is to use the power of these cloud computers so that you can work in a much more robust way than you might be able to on your standard workstation. So here you might be using like a Chromebook or something like that in order to start building your show. And if I can kind of skip through here, you see we like change the environments. We start to bring in other characters and props, change some lighting colors. Maybe you want it to feel like it's in a real theater. So here, once again, is the Brockman Hall for Opera. And maybe you want to do your own mashup of Christmas Carol combined with some new characters. Here's our meta-human generator in world, doing a little dance in the background. And the idea here was basically saying, like, look, it took us about 3 months to put together the entire show of Christmas Carol. What would it look like to have an editor that allowed you to build a show like that in, say, 3 days, 3 hours, 3 minutes perhaps? And so that's kind of what we're building here. And the idea is that you have all the animations that you might pre-record and load up on here. Once again, this is where I'd like to use NVIDIA VCR. In another case, you might say, I want to take over these characters in a live context. And so let me see if I can demonstrate what that looks like real quick. I just have to load up one of our cloud servers. These are coming from Las Vegas, so the latency shouldn't be too bad. But if I kind of pull over to one of these on the side, try the second one here. Here we go. So here's that lobby space. And if I go over here, this was something we actually set up in the lobby, so while people were waiting for the show to start, they could actually find the VPN, sorry, not the VPN, the IP address of whatever device in the cloud they were connected to. And then what they could do is they could pull up their phone and go to Live Link Face and just start to, have fun with exactly what they want to do here. And so I can actually demonstrate exactly what's going on right here on my camera. I better not turn this around because as soon as you guys are in the video, we got a problem. But as long as it's pointed at me. So if I, start to open my mouth and move things around, you'll see a little bit of latency here because what we're doing here on my phone is happening right now versus what we're seeing here in the cloud is happening down in Las Vegas and shooting back. One thing that's quite wonderful about NVIDIA Cloud XR is that it prioritizes the bandwidth needed to render a nausea-free VR experience. So even if you don't have a super stable internet, it's very unlikely to make you sick because it is going to be targeting what's your head doing, what are your hands doing, what kind of predictive algorithms need to be in place to ensure a smooth experience. And what's also quite nice is the system we have for Heaven U takes all the data that's coming in, the motion capture data, the audio, the video, and figures out what's taking the longest. And we'll make sure that everything is time code stamped, and it will make sure that then what everyone's receiving is synced up. So all the face and audio data and body data, it's all happening for you at the same time. So that's a little bit of what that looks like. And by all means, while I put this down, if someone wants to download LiveLink Face for free and grab a character, they can. Because now what I'll do in the background is actually go over and I'll start the show. Oh, that's interesting. My browser ran out of space. I haven't seen that happen before. I'll go and I'll start the show real quick. Although I will just point out, did you know that Charles Dickens created a VR portrait of himself? And you could actually look at it through a 1800 style stereoscope. We had a nice little museum here. And if I go ahead and start the show here, in a moment I'll show you what it looks like when we start to take over these characters. Meanwhile, over here, that's not right. There we go. So yeah, you just see, here's playing in the Heaven U cloud editor. Maybe you want 1,000 Jacob Marleys. That's all cool. Why not?
Chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer.
Always
change their play rates, whatever you want. And then, is that the same one? Here we go. Yeah, that's the same one we just watched. Right, so with all this in mind, we're using all these incredible tools, some of which are free, some of which are low cost, some of which require generous donations from companies like NVIDIA and Lenovo and Xsense. But there's kind of a spectrum here that you start to work with, and I've got a whole other talk that I'm building now just on the notion of liveness. So there's an idea of live versus recorded, by the way. Once we load up our show, I can give a really strong sense of this. So what we have here is the live data, or the live recorded data of the show back in December, right? So just pretend we're looking at this in VR right now. And I always have this muted by default, but you can actually see what Ari is saying because of Google Chrome captions. And what's going on is this is just the recorded data of what he was actually doing when he was performing live. And I can pull this up and kind of scrub through it. So it's a little bit like watching, SNL the day after. Like none of that is cleaned up or processed later. It's exactly what was happening during the live show. But now you have a way to experience it with the benefits of being able to, fast forward and rewind and pause and do all these sorts of fun things. But now check this out. So we can do a little bit of karaoke here because I can say, oh, and you know what? We've got Charles Dickens here. So let's go ahead and swap him back out to being Scrooge. And what I can do is I can say, you know what? Marley, you're fine. You can be Marley. I want to be Scrooge. And so I could go over here and grab Scrooge and say, let's connect that to LiveLink Face. And then all I do now is I go back over to my fun little thing here. And I grab this and I just change where I'm targeting to be Scrooge now. And now, once again, I'm just using this same setup. All I've done is change the name. But now I'm controlling Scrooge, and because I'm only using my phone, of course, I'm not capturing my body right now, what I can do is I can hit play here, and I can keep talking, and it's going to keep playing the body data that we recorded for Ari live during the actual show. But now I get to control Scrooge's head, and I could have someone else take over Marley, and we could have the real dialogue. We could be going through the actual script, and I could be practicing my acting if that's my goal here. Or maybe I decide, what, Scrooge is fun, but maybe there's something that I really like about how horrible looking Marley is. I mean, let's take a look at this guy's skin, for example. And that just seems like a really fun character to inhabit. So, I could click on him and say, now I want to be Marley. Come on, Marley. I might have to play again for a second. Here we go. There we go, Marley Ghost. Marley, and then same idea here again. I'll just pause it. Go back over to here. Change this to Marley. And I just want to emphasize so much how different it is to watch this flat versus in VR, and hopefully we get VR working right after I'm done talking, and you guys can check this out a little bit, because to be 5 feet away, or 5 inches away as the case may be, from a character like this is really properly terrifying in a good way, because it just feels more visceral than what you could ever experience even from a more interactive game-based experience. And here I am controlling Marley. And that's what that looks like. And so moving on here, let's pause that. And so yes, these are some of the spectrum elements that we want people to think about, because here, for example, my face is live, the body's pre-recorded, but I can still give the impression, if we were doing this as a live show, that the whole thing is live if I wanted to. Similarly, we actually found that due to latency, it was very difficult for our performer, or Ari, to be able to play off of live actors, to have 2 actors going off of this side by side. And so whenever Scrooge is interacting with a ghost, we actually have that pre-recorded as well. But it's so seamless, as Ari could slip between live Scrooge and pre-recorded Scrooge, that in many cases, not only did the audience not realize that Scrooge wasn't live the whole time, many of the audience members never realized that the ghosts were never live. So we had all these questions about where were people around the world performing and all that. And so on the one hand, it feels a little bit like cheating. On the other hand, it feels like a perfectly acceptable illusion that we're casting this live spell over the audience. And it works, it's still more live than, for example, like a Fortnite concert where everything's been pre-recorded and the audience is there together, but it's really just pressing play on everything that's been done before. So there is a spectrum here that I think continues to need to be explored. Live versus recorded, single player versus multiplayer. How important is it to have that co-presence? High fidelity versus low fidelity. Not every show needs to have the full power of the cloud, and yet sometimes that's a really wonderful way to be able to go. And then for the performer, something great about motion capture and avatars, because they can look like whatever you want them to look like, but then sometimes they might want to look more like themselves, and so green screen or volumetric capture might get you closer to that. Then we go back to that question of audience agency. How interactive do you want it to be versus passive? One thing we're able to get the audience members to do is shine lights everywhere and move through the snow, and of course move around the space exactly how they want to, but we didn't let the audience members talk during the show. We didn't let them have a starring role the way you do in some shows. And that was specific to this narrative, but that's always a dialogue that needs to be had. Of course, what's the show like in VR versus AR versus some of these other platforms? And again, lots of things to consider while you're doing this. And a few things that I just want to bring up is it's going to be very exciting to start to find other ways to start to broadcast something like a show, like Looking Glass, for example. This to me is a really exciting potential use case of Cloud XR, because for anyone who's never used it before, it feels like there's a volumetric experience inside there, and yet it's just a little box. And so in situations where someone doesn't want to mess up their hair or makeup or whatever the case may be and doesn't want to put on a VR headset, they can just look at an experience like this, which almost feels like a tabletop theater experience, kind of like how shared AR experiences like Tilt 5 with Cloud XR is also very exciting, because then you have this shared single room experience where everyone might be looking at the same performance on a table at the same time. And then there's more and more body capture solutions coming. There's companies like Radical, Move AI is here at SIGGRAPH right now, that are making it easier to say, hey, you don't actually need a full body suit to capture motion capture. You can just use a camera or a few cameras and gather everything that way. This is a show that we just did off Broadway with Jessica Hecht and Mikhail Baryshnikov. There's a VR version of the show as well, though most of the audience was joining through our cloud computers directly through their browser. But this had a digital twin of the actual Baryshnikov Art Center where this show is taking place. And we allowed a certain level of agency for the audience members during the show to be able to move through the space and come into different rooms where you're learning more about the writing of the Cherry Orchard. There's a little game of Operation that gets played. And this ended up being a very high fidelity Unreal Engine scene because we had so much video playing inside this experience and streaming. And to be able to render this on the cloud and let everyone access it through their browser, or for the VIP guests through Cloud XR, that was a pretty remarkable experience. And towards the end, you actually go into the digital version of the physical theater, and then you end up with an interactive live stream of the show, which was pretty cool.
So that's pretty much all the major things I wanted to show. I'd love to open the floor for questions and ideally give you a little bit of a demo, but let's end the presentation there, and thank you very much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this evening's performance of A Christmas Carol. Welcome to my home. And there I am. And hello there. Welcome. Welcome to my home. Tonight, I will be reading to you one of my traditional recitals of my most famous story, A Christmas Carol. Yes, hello there. Now, you're all attending this show as spirits, which I assure you, this is not Halloween. You're here intangibly about me, and we're about to show you the new version of this show done entirely with information technology. Yes, that's right. Now, this is not new, of course. Now, over here, you can see in my parlor, many wonderful fans of my work have interpreted it through technology. You know, so somebody gifted me with a stereoscope, and they took a picture of me with a stereoscopic camera. Can you imagine a 3-dimensional photograph? Yes, it's right over there. Oh, no, I think it's over there. And if you look at that, yes, imagine the possibilities of, in the future, someone looking at me as if I was standing in the same room with them. Wonderful. And then over there, you can also see some of the slides that have been used to interpret my works from a magic lantern. Yes, the new limelight technology allows storytellers to read aloud with visual accompaniment. Now, tonight, we're going to combine these two into a sort of a new kind of magic lantern. Yes. Now, when I wrote my stories, I used to refer to London as my magic lantern of the imagination, the place where I got all of the motivation and all of the inspiration for all the stories I told. Tonight, using some brand new complicated technology and the wonderful help of our crew here, we're going to see this story in a brand new way. My projectionist Mortimer and his wonderful staff, we will get through this. Now, do be aware that as new technology often will have a few slight bumps along the way. Just stick with us. Wait it out. We'll have you right back in, right as rain. And we'll take a pause between each chapter to make sure everyone is with us. Right? Does that sound good? Now, I know you're floating about. You pay attention. As a spirit, you have the ability to change sides, see this particular journey from any perspective you can imagine. So don't be shy. Let's begin, shall we? No time to waste. Ladies and gentlemen, gather about. Remember, I can't see you. So you are in the spirit realm and feel free to roam anywhere you like. As close to me as you like as well. Yes, go ahead, don't be shy. All around you. I won't be spooked, I promise. All right. Now, my spirits, now that you've arrived, let's begin. A Christmas Carol. Stave 1. Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I'm going to relate. Now, Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. No wind that blew was bitterer than he. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, "Oh, my dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked, to edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance. Once upon a time, of all the good days of the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. The door was open that he might keep an eye on his clerk in a dismal little cell beyond. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you!" It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Ah, humbug! What right have you to be merry? You're poor enough. Come then, what right have you to be dismal? You're rich enough, Yeah. If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled in his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. keep Christmas in your own way, and let me keep it in mine. But you don't keep it. Let me leave it alone, then. Good may it do you. Much good it has ever done you. Don't be hungry, Uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow. I want nothing of you. I ask nothing from you. Why cannot we be friends? Good afternoon. I'm sorry. With all my heart, I'm so resolute. But I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So, Merry Christmas, Uncle. Good afternoon. Merry Christmas, Bob. Oh, Merry Christmas to you, good sir. There's another fellow, my clerk, with 15 shillings a week and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. Pfft, I'll retire to bedlam. This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off and bowed to him. Scrooge Marley, I believe. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley? Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years. I'm sorry. At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common comforts. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common necessaries. Are there prisons? Plenty of prisons. And the union workhouses, are they still in operation? They are. Still, I wish I could say they were not. I was afraid, from what you said at first, that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course. Well, I'm very glad to hear it. I don't make merry myself at Christmas. And I can't afford to make idle people merry. I hope to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough. Those who are badly off must go there. Many can't go there. And they would rather die. If they would rather die, then they have to do it and decrease the surplus population. Besides, it's not my business. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. It occupies me constantly. Good day, gentlemen. Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentlemen withdrew. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened. At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived, and within a will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly did the fact to the expectant clerk. So, you'll want our day tomorrow, I suppose. If it's quite convenient, sir. It's not convenient, and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'd be bound. And yet, you don't think me ill-used when I pay wages for no work. Sir, it is once a year. A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning. The clerk promised that he would. Scrooge walked out with a growl. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern and went home. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. Then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker. Not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face! Scrooge looked fixedly at the Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes, but he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. All right. What's that sound? Oh dear. No! It's humbug still! I won't believe it!
How now? What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
In life I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Can you sit down?
Oh dear, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato.
I can't hear
There's
anything.
more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are. Mercy! Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me? You are fettered. Tell me why.
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you? Or would you know the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain.
Oh, Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob.
I'm here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer.
Oh, you're always a good friend to me, thank you.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?
It is.
I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more. And look that for your own sake you remember what has passed between us.
Air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Scrooge closed the window, and from the emotion he had undergone, day, all his glimpse of the invisible world went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant.
Audio test from Debbie. Audio
Well then, ladies and gentlemen,
Can you hear me?
that was Stave 1 of A Christmas Carol. Now I just want to check in. I know that the connection with the other realm can be tenuous at times. So I want to make sure everyone has time to enter our stage and make sure everyone can hear me correctly. All right? I'll be standing by. Wonderful. All right there. Now, I don't have anyone's name quite yet, anyone who's visiting, but I do know that you're all around me. Wonderful. All right. So now that we've given a short moment for everyone to rejoin, once again, I haven't heard from my projectionist. who might be in the room. They do have a knack for the second sight. So. Yep, all right, we'll continue. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you save one, the first of the three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was dark. To his great astonishment, the clock bell went on from 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12. 12. Then it stopped. Why, it isn't possible that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. Is it a dream or not? Flashed through upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn aside. Scrooge found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor. Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
No, your past.
What business brings you here?
Your welfare.
Well, I'm much obliged, but I can't help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end.
Your reclamation, then. Take heed.
What?
Rise and walk with me.
He rose, but finding that the spirit made for the window, clasped his robe. I'm mortal and liable to fall.
Bear but a touch of my hand, and you shall be up more than this.
As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall, were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it. Know it? I was apprenticed here. Why, it's old Fezziwig. Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again. Yo-ho there, Ebenezer! Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in. Oh, yo-ho, my boy. No more work tonight. Merry Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up before a man can say Jack Robinson. Hilly-ho, clear away. Clear away, my lad. Let's have lots of room here. In came a fiddler with a music book and made an orchestra of it. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast, substantial smile. In came the 3 Ms. Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In they all came, one after another. And away they all went, 20 couples at once. Old Fezziwig, clapping his hands, cried out, "Well done!" Scrooge acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self, he remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. Oh,
Christmas. Spirit, what was that?
Let us see another Christmas. These are but shadows of things that may have been. They have no consciousness of us. The school is not quite deserted. A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still.
A lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, all alone. All alone. Scrooge sat down and he wept to see his poor forgotten self, as he used to be. Poor boy. Oh, poor boy. I wish yeah, it's too late now. And another Christmas. Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. He was alone again when all the other boys had gone home. And a little girl came darting in and putting her arms about his neck, addressed him as her dear brother, I've come to bring you home. Father is so much kinder than he used to be that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, we're to be together all Christmas long and have the merriest time in all the world. My time grows short. Quick. This produced an immediate effect, for again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh lines of later years. He sat by the side of a fair young girl, in whose eyes there were tears.
Another idol has displaced me, and if it can comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve.
What idol has displaced you?
A golden one. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man. May you be happy in the life you have chosen.
No, come back! Come back! No! Spirit! Show me no more! Conduct me home!
I told you, these were shadows of the things that have been, that they are what they are. Do not blame me.
Why do you delight to torture me? Remove me! I cannot bear it! And now we're back. Thank you once again for joining us. That ends Stave 2. Here we are, right in the middle. Stave 3 to help. There are friends, the spirit T-Cash, as well as Andres. Yes. Michael B. Oh, Michael B. Twice. I mean, there's just two Michael B's. Well, wonderful that you're here, in any case. All right. For all quiet minute, gather round as we begin Stave 3, the second of the three spirits. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, Scrooge felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time for the special purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him. A quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. At last, however, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. In easy state, there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see. Oh. There he is.
Come in. Come in and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon...
Spirit, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learned a lesson, which is working now. So tonight, if you ever ought to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe.
Scrooge did as he was told and held it fast, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning. The ghost led him straight up to Scrooge's clerks, and on the threshold of the door, the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling. Up rose Mrs. Cratchit, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, while two smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming and dancing about the table. Then in came little Bob, the father, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. And how did little Tim behave? Oh, he's good as gold and better. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church because it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. Oh, a wonderful pudding! A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us. God bless us, everyone, said Tiny Tim. Tim.
Spirit, tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
No. Can't Spirit say he will be spared?
What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Man, if man you be in heart forbear that wicked can't until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is, will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of heaven you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child.
The Spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe, and he and the Spirit were again upon their travels. It was a long night, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts of it. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it not. As the last stroke of 12 ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, the elder solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. And I in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come. You are about to show me the shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Is that so, Spirit? Lead on. Lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious. Oh, my goodness. It is precious time to me, I know. Lead on. Oh, God. Spirit. Led on, but stopped beside one little knot of businessmen. Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk.
No, said a great fat man with a monstrous chin. No, I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead.
What has he done with all his money? Asked a red-faced gentleman.
No, I haven't heard. Said the man with the large chin, yawning again. Oh, left it to his company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me, that's all I know.
And it's likely to be a very cheap funeral, for upon my life I don't know of anyone to go to it. Scrooge knew the men and looked towards the Spirit for an explanation.
Spirit, I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful heaven, what is this? He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed. A bare, uncurtained bed on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay a something covered up. A pale light fell straight upon the bed. On it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointed to the head. Spirit, this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shall not leave its lesson. Trust me. Let us go. The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet, and as they went along, Scrooge looked here and there to find himself, but nowhere was he to be seen. They entered poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet. Very quiet. The mother had laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face. The colour hurts my eyes. It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home for the world. It must be near his time, but I think he has walked a little slower than he used these few last evenings. I've known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder, very fast indeed. But he was very light to carry, and his father loved him so that it was no trouble. And there's your father at the door. Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. My dear, I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is. But you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. My little child. My little child. Spectre, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what man that was whom we saw lying dead. The phantom led him through an iron gate to a churchyard. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. Before I draw nearer to that stone to which you point, answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they the shadows of things that may be only? The spirit was immovable as ever, and following the finger, Scrooge read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name. Am I that man who lay upon the bed? No! Spirit, no, no, no! Spirit, hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been. Why show me this if I am past all hope? Assure me that I may yet change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life. I will honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone. In his agony, he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but he was strong in his entreaty and detained it. The spirit, stronger yet, repulsed him. Holding up his hand in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost.
Yes. And the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own best and happiest of all.
I don't know the day of the month it is. I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm quite a baby. Never mind, I don't care. I'd rather be a baby. Hello! Whoop! Hello here! What's today, my fine fellow? Today? Why, Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day. I haven't missed it. Jacob Marley. Heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this. The shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will be.
I'm as light as a feather. I'm as happy as an angel. I'm as merry as a schoolboy. Hello. Whoop. Hello. You there. What's today, my fine fellow? Today? Oh, it's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day. Missed it. Oh, the spirits have done it all in one night. Do you know the poulterers? You know that, well, they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there. Not the little prize turkey, the big one. Yes, go and buy it and tell them to bring it here. I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's sharp nose. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down, breathless, in his chair again, and chuckled till he cried. He dressed himself, all in his best. Oh, that's nice. And at last got out into the streets. He had not gone far when, coming on towards him, he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting house the day before. Oh, my dear sir, how are you? Yesterday. It was very kind of you. Merry Christmas to you, sir. Mr. Scrooge? Yes, that is my name, and allow me to ask your pardon. And will you have the goodness? Here, Scrooge whispered in his ear. Lord bless me. My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious? If you please, not a farthing left. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favor? My dear sir, I don't know what to say. Don't say anything, please. Come and see me. Will you come and see me? I will. Thank you. I'm much obliged to you. And thank you 50 times. Bless you. In the afternoon, he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. Fred. Why, bless my soul. Who's that? It's I. Dear Uncle Scrooge. I've come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred? Let him in? It's a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. Nothing could be heartier. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late, that was the thing he had set his heart about. And he did it. Yes, he did. Hello. What do you mean by coming this time of day? I am very sorry, sir. I am behind my time. You are? Oh, yes, I think you are. Step this way, if you please. It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated. Oh, I was making rather merry yesterday, sir. Now, I'll tell you what, my friend. I am not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer, and therefore I'm about to raise your salary. A Merry Christmas, Bob. A Merry Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, that I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavour to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a bowl of smoking Bishop Bob Cratchit. Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend
As good a man as the good old city knew, as the good old city knew. And some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little he heeded them, for his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further encounter with spirits, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. If any man alive possessed the knowledge, may that be truly said of all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone. The end. And I'm going to welcome now Debbie Deer, my fellow actor, to the stage. Go ahead, Debbie.
Hey, folks. Thanks so much for coming. We are going to do this quick Q&A. It looks like Debbie was just speaking in our backstage channel, but maybe you couldn't hear her out here. But rest assured, she was here talking just a second ago. I am going to stop broadcasting, actually, to see if we can get her in. Debbie, let's try that again. And then, Alex, why don't you make yourself present, and I can start feeding questions from the Discord.
Just a moment. Yeah. Well, we're dealing with some audio issues, but my fellow actor Debbie Deer will be joining us in a moment.
Hello?
In the meantime...
I think I'm here.
Oh, lovely. Welcome, Debbie.
Again, once again, thank you, Ari, for welcoming me, and for everyone else who showed up tonight. Really a pleasure to have you here, and the amazing tech crew that made the magic happen. You all are phenomenal, and if anyone has questions that boggles the brain, please feel free to pick away.
Indeed, I could. I'm wondering, Jackie, would you bring the camera just over around? Because if I turn to the right, I get some. The light is not a great place. Wonderful. Yes, there we are. Yes, I'd love to speak about that. So right now I'm using the mocap suit, the Rococo Smart Suit 1, which is the backup for the Smart Suit 2 over there. And it is transmitting my motion capture live. Unfortunately, running so many bits of software really, it kind of opens up the possibility of lots of errors. So it really helps to be able to have time during the show to recalibrate in case there has been drift of the mocap software. And in that case, we are switching between my live feed and we are switching between pre-recorded aspects of the previous version of this show. So what we've found is that it's so difficult to keep everything going and everything live at the same time. There's really a lot of flexibility, but it really helps us to have more of the dialogues be pre-recorded. For instance, we're doing 3 different kinds of method of motion capture here. So the face capture is coming from a different
software called LiveLink. If you want to download it, you could actually become one of the ghosts of Christmas past, present, or future yourself from these sort of disembodied busts over here, which is pretty fun. Then we've got the motion capture here, and then we've got pre-recorded mocap. So we're doing three kinds. We're doing fully live, where I have live face and live body, as you're seeing right now. And then we also have a kind of motion capture where we are just doing pre-recorded mocap, but the face is live. And then there's another kind when I really need a break to fix all of the software and get reoriented and make sure that I'm pointing the right direction, etc. And that is fully recorded face and fully recorded motion capture. Yeah. So we have another question that says, what do the actors see/hear during the performance, and how is it different from the audience experience? Well, of course, you're watching either in the live stream or you're watching in VR. So I have several monitors and I'm juggling all the different software. So there's so many things that have to be running correctly, including sound and the game engine and all the different aspects. And if I told you everything that was going on right now, we would never finish the evening. So I can only give you a little bit of a hint. Debbie, do you have anything to say in that vein?
Yeah. So as Ari said, there's a lot happening in the back end. From my end, what I'm seeing is my mapped live link face. Ari's seeing that too. I'm hearing mostly what the audience hears. Occasionally you'll hear like the tech crew calling cues, or if something doesn't go right, which it often doesn't, you'll just hear them troubleshooting in the back. But for the most part, what you see is what we see, what we hear, times 5.
Right. And I see, Alex, you do want me to rotate 90 degrees to the right, but unfortunately the face starts to do freaky things, so that's why I'm pointing this way. All right. Do we have any more questions from the audience? We would be delighted. While we have everything running, we might as well answer them. Oh dear. Okay. So is there a technical assistant for the actor? How are we shifting between mocap? Yes. In addition to these two people here, we have a full crew behind us. We have June, who is an amazing ninja with the Unreal Engine. June! And she is running an interface that plays all of the cues behind the scenes. I don't know if we can give a little bit of... we're so close to each other, Debbie. Wonderful. Hello there. You're over there. There we are. She's playing all of the cues in mocap and controlling what costume I'm wearing and all kinds of wonderful cues behind the scenes. And we are monitoring audio. So we have Kevin, who is doing ticketing and stage managing. And then we have one person, the lovely Jackie, who's just in charge of my computer and making sure that I know what's going on at any given time. There's a lot happening besides, excuse me, as I slowly moonwalk to the right. This is the drift that I was talking about, and if I leave this going for too long, I'll probably drift right through the wall over there.
I like it. You mean what other works have I done? Absolutely. So the question is also, have the actors done other VR performances, and what are ways that VR acting differs from other forms of performance? Well, I have directed and written a VR film. So this is actually my first performance in front of the stage or camera. And VR acting differs greatly, I would say, from IRL. Just from the perspective that you have to deliver so much more with the voice and embody the character a bit deeper than if you're in person. And that's just because we can rely on other variables like the body, the environment, to deliver the performance, in IRL, in real life. But in VR, you really do have to utilize the vocal cords, I find. Ari played like 20 characters in this, so obviously Ari is very expert at modulating the voice, but that's the number one difference that I found.
Another thing that we could speak late into the night about, I teach VR theater at York University in Toronto, and a lot of teaching my students is how to be aware of your physical presence in space while simultaneously in VR. I have done a lot of acting with a headset on, which actually gives you a lot more ability to guide the performance, almost like you're a stage manager mixed with a live actor, because you have basically game controllers in your hand that you're playing the game that's controlling the world, and also you're a performer in it. There's really interesting things that VR is going to do to live performance, all kinds of things that we can technically do now that we don't really have the training to get actors to make content that makes sense and can move people. And we don't really have the audience who quite is used to this technology enough where the onboarding will not eclipse the really interesting acting that we're trying to do. So we really want to thank everyone for sticking with us and getting through the clunky onboarding to get to this really cutting edge experience. That's where we are. It's just going to get easier, but the fact that we can do this at all, I think, is pretty remarkable. So, I could go on and on about how you're working in multi-hybrid modalities simultaneously, and you are both creating the illusion for the audience and resisting the illusion that VR is giving to your senses, because if you go full force with a VR headset on, you could very easily injure yourself. It's there's all kinds of safety concerns and all kinds of different ways to use this, but essentially, this is the most powerful tools we've been ever given for live theater. This is the immersive theater of your dreams, where all of the space you could ever want is completely free, as opposed to, a warehouse in a metropolitan area in New York or LA. So, yeah, Dickens calls it the magic lantern of the imagination, and that's really where we are. We are co-creating and co-inhabiting basically a limitless imagination here together, and we are just scratching the surface of what A, could be done as artists with that platform, and B, how audiences are going to change as they are able to experience things like this much more deeply than has ever been possible before. Okay, I also want to shoot out to Carlos Austin controlling the 2D stream. Thank you, Carlos. He's making us all look so good, because essentially this is a piece of immersive theater combined with a live television broadcast, which those things are hard enough on their own, but combined it gets very difficult. So thank you again to Carlos Austin, our videographer, for taking the live stream and planning all the camera angles to make sure this looks good, even when I'm drifting ice skating across the set and from who knows. Okay, well, that is it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Carlos.
Joining us. And we've all had a really lovely time putting this on for you. Thanks for joining us for this little glimpse of the future. Debbie, do you want to say anything else before we sign off?
I just want to say thank you. This has been an incredible experience, and I hope we inspired some of you in the audience, and everyone have a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Happy Holidays. Happy Holidays. I like you.
Thank
That's
you,
a good
everyone.
look for you. You're kind of spooky, but in a good way.
I know.
Okay, and now we enter 2023. So we've been through 2 iterations of the show, and now we're trying to explore some new things in this year. we became really interested in, is there any way to capture everything happening in the show and play it back? Eitan, who is my CTO at Heaven U, had some really interesting ways to try to capture the mocap data that we were broadcasting across cloud computers and trying to find an interesting way to play that back. So I also started to talk more with folks at NVIDIA and give another talk for NVIDIA after the Cloud XR one at SIGGRAPH about VCR, which stood for Virtual Reality Capture and Replay. And this was one of the first ways that we thought like we might be able to capture everything in the show, which of course, spoiler alert, even though I already brought it up, we of course managed to do this year in the year of our Lord 2025. And yes, so you'll see me talking a little bit about the goals of what we were trying to do with VCR. Then you'll see what we started to explore with AI. This is 2023. We started to use in-world AI. We trained an AI Dickens character on Ari's voice, and then wanted him to basically just be someone who could help people get situated inside the experience. This was all above board. We paid Ari for this. We wanted this to be something where it felt like it was making his life easier, because since the show's taking place in Charles Dickens' home, we want people to feel welcome in Dickens' home, and we want them to come, you know, a good time before the show starts and make themselves comfortable. But if Ari has to be there the whole time, you know, he's already sweating and has a huge cognitive load with everything going on with VR, and his battery's going to run low and he's going to get hot in there. So we thought, okay, maybe there's a way for us to do an AI Charles Dickens, same avatar as Ari, who can kind of talk to you about the show. So you'll see an example of how we started to play with that. It eventually became a vocal version that you could speak to as well. And then by 2024, we actually just turned it into a bust. So it was like less trying to be Ari, like the same avatar, like, oh, this automaton that looks just like Dickens. And instead it's like this little talking statue, which felt a little more like, okay, this is a separate thing from Ari as Charles Dickens. So you'll see that. Then you'll see some tests we started to do in 2023 with MetaHuman Animator to get more subtle facial capture. You'll see our first attempt at making an Ari MetaHuman, as well as this Tiny Tim monologue, and you'll see Ari's face, the Ari MetaHuman, and then Dickens MetaHuman, and they're all kind of dealing with that data in different ways because we were playing with some procedural animation. There's a demo of this you can also open and kind of explore in VR. Again, info at Agile Lens if you want to try out this AI Dickens demo. Sorry, AI Dickens is in it, but you'll see the MetaHuman Animator version, which is meant to be like more subtle capture. You can do this stuff live now. The problem is that with the MetaQuest Pro, you can't really get MetaQuest Pro, which is what our actors use in 2024 and 2025. You can't get that video data over to the Unreal servers in a way to process the MetaHuman Animator data in real time. So this is something that you can only do after the fact. Anyway, it was an interesting test. You'll see me use this for Apple Vision Pro and whatnot later on. I also tried it with MetaQuest Pro, regular MetaQuest, just to see how all this could work. And then we'll move into the actual shows for 2023, and I'll talk more about those in a second. Enjoy.
Thank you, Mark, and hello, folks. My name is Alex Coulombe, and I run Agile Lens, an XR creative studio here in New York City. I'm excited to speak to you today about a few of the use cases we have of virtual reality capture and replay from NVIDIA. And yeah, there's going to be a smattering of other NVIDIA shout outs, so keep your ears peeled for those. Let's dive right in. So who am I? What's the story of Agile Lens? We don't have time for that. So I'm just going to throw a bunch of words and companies and bullet points and phrases that might mean something to you, but here's the important thing. I've been working in virtual reality for 10 years now. Behind me is the Oculus Rift DK1. And by now, I've spent thousands of hours inside of virtual reality. And while I'm usually pretty thrilled to be doing that, sometimes it's a bit of a pain. Sometimes you're working on solving one particular problem and you change a bit of code, put the headset on, move around, click, 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 doesn't work. Change another bit of code, put the headset on, move around, click, 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 on and on and on. Sometimes I'm a little tired and I lose track of whether the particular bug that I'm seeing came from pressing the joystick forward, then entering the lobby, or wait, was it entering the lobby, then pressing the joystick sideways? I can't remember. And so with this in mind, my initial use case for NVIDIA VCR was pretty straightforward and a huge relief. I would record myself doing a thing in VR, moving here, clicking there, etc., stop the recording, and then the next time I change the code, instead of putting the headset back on for the 1000th time, I'm just playing back that same file that has all my input over and over again, exactly the same, perfectly replicated. entering the lobby, then pressing the joystick forward or whatever it was. I don't need to remember anymore. VCR takes care of it. This was instrumental for me recently as I prepared my talk for Unreal Fest last October. I needed to give a 2-hour presentation about the latest VR features in Unreal Engine 5.1, which wasn't even properly out. And while at the conference, I found myself rapidly trying to upgrade a bunch of my blueprints to work with these new systems. And for those who don't know, blueprints is just Unreal Engine's visual scripting language. This would have been a nightmare under normal circumstances, but using NVIDIA VCR, I was able to quickly and easily play back all of the recorded actions I had in virtual reality, not sure how many quotes I need here, without a headset, basically, to confirm that when it was time to do my presentation, things were going to work correctly. And to be clear, many of the clips in the presentation where you see me putting on a VR headset, that was my first time seeing that in VR, because I'd always done the rest in VCR. So thanks, VCR. To demonstrate this a little further, allow me to show some iteration on a recent problem I was trying to solve involving snap turning in Unreal Engine with a character class instead of a pawn. And without going into too much detail of VR design here, this was a perfect use case for VCR because in order to properly test this, it requires moving around within the relative area of a VR play space, and there's no real way to replicate that input without Unreal Engine reading a virtual reality headset and controllers moving around a designated play space, which of course VCR can do. The issue I was having was that the default snap turn that comes with the VR template works great in a pawn setup, but as soon as you want to make that pawn into a character, which opens up a lot of easy new locomotion options and allows you to have things like a skeletal mesh and a character that animates, at that point, snap turn breaks. So I needed to figure out some vector math to query where exactly a user was in world space before they turned, and then have the player controller move and then snap the head back to the location where they were. Kind of complicated, but essentially, while that was all happening, the play space needed to adjust in the process, which could be extremely finicky. And I would say VCR halved the amount of time that this iteration has taken so far to work out. I'm not totally done, but my last stumbling block here was that I realized that this couldn't all happen on the same frame, and there's no way I would have figured that out if I had a headset on the whole time. Much easier to examine this while looking at my computer the whole time it's playing back in this spectator view mode that you're seeing here. So here's 9 progressive replays of the same VCR footage getting progressively better as I worked through this problem. Now for a more complex use case of NVIDIA VCR, and thanks to some language from my colleague Eitan Maynor, software engineer at Agile Lens, we'll be getting a little technical. So to set this up, we have a cloud computing platform that hosts live virtual shows, which combines mocap, audio, video, OSC, and a variety of other data together for a synchronized experience, which is interactive to users in a browser or in VR if they use our customized NVIDIA Cloud XR app. Our platform breaks with the traditional methods of putting on a live show by making the entire production virtual. And what this means is the performers can be distributed all over the world instead of gathering under a single roof as they would traditionally. For example, with our recent production of Christmas Carol, we had one actor, Tarr, playing Scrooge and Charles Dickens out of his home in Oregon, and our other actor, Debbie Deere, who played the ghosts and was traveling for the holidays, so found herself in Jamaica just a few days before the show started. This distribution goes the same for our attendees, who can be anywhere in the world, enjoying the show from the comfort of their home, connecting to various NVIDIA GPUs in the cloud, starting with RTX A6000s and falling back to less costly cards, all the way to the RTX 4000, depending on the requirements of the experience. NVIDIA Cloud XR, which we don't have time to go into much today, basically enables this connection for anyone who wants to join in consumer-level headsets like MetaQuest instead of a browser. And we've actually had over 100 simultaneous Cloud XR connections on our platform, which has been very exciting to see. In many ways, this virtualized setup makes our job much easier because it's cheaper, quicker, and much more scalable than dealing with a physical venue, especially since we're based in New York City. But there are challenges. For example, keeping everything connected. Audience members randomly disappearing from a physical theater would be horrifying in the real world. In a virtual theater show, it's honestly just another day of bug fixes. The solution that we've built, among other things, is able to connect performers to attendees using some pretty clever load balancing techniques. A performer would constantly be emitting these arbitrary streams of data, and our platform is responsible for broadcasting them to all the attendees who are watching the show. Let's zoom into this connection between performers and audience members to better understand how things technically work here. Our most important objective is to make sure that everything is done in real time. And so we've decided to utilize the UDP protocol as opposed to TCP, for example. UDP, for those who don't know, is a little tricky because it can't emit data chunks that are too big. It doesn't guarantee the chunks will arrive in order, and it may drop some chunks. However, it's very quick and has minimal latency. So by engineering a few adjustments, we've been able to bring this protocol to a sufficient level of reliability in our use case. Using UDP, a performer can emit any type of data stream. That underlying data type, audio, video, MIDI, DMX, OSC, doesn't really matter. In Christmas Carol, a performer would typically emit 3 types of data streams. We'd have motion capture using Rococo, facial expressions using LiveLink Face, which is an iPhone app, or audio input using a custom microphone solution that we've built. In our platform, we take all 3 of these streams and we combine them into a single superstream. Each chunk gets partitioned, indexed, and timestamped before it exists to the network. And the superstream then goes through a data service that was deployed specifically for a particular show, like Christmas Carol, and thus it's aware of who exactly is watching the show and can broadcast those chunks accordingly. Once this superstream makes it to the other side, the attendee side, it will be out of order, but since we took care of partitioning and indexing everything, we're then able to reconstruct the original streams. Just imagine for a moment here that I paid for some really exciting stock footage of broken pieces swirling and coming back together, or maybe that scene from Jurassic Park with Mr. DNA. From there, every stream can make it back to their client application. We have the Rococo stream making it into the Rococo plugin for Unreal Engine. We have LiveLink Face getting into Unreal through that LiveLink setup. We have the audio coming into either the virtual speaker on the computer, where it's actually picked up by NVIDIA Cloud XR quite easily, or a separate WebRTC client, which is for pixel streaming. More on this in a moment. Given that all of our data streams go through a single point, i.e. the data service, we realized that we can record our live performances and then eventually play them back. Maybe you see where we're going here. Now, you've heard about how NVIDIA VCR works, but our system follows a slightly different process. First, we mount a persistent volume claim. If you aren't familiar with this term, it basically means we provision a hard drive using our cloud provider's API. We then attach an additional global timestamp to each data chunk. And then we pipe all the traffic into a file that's located in the hard drive we've just provisioned. As a file, that stream can later be accessed for retransmission of the data. And up until now, only recording the performance side was possible, but thanks to NVIDIA VCR, we can now record all the activity of the attendees and capture all the components of what was happening during a live show. The process is quite similar. We use the same persistent volume claim we created for the performance to store the VR runtime input. And remember that each attendee has their own VR headset and virtual machine, so we can have a dedicated tape directory for each one. We also store a timestamp for each recording, so then when we play them all back, they stay perfectly in sync. The replaying process is actually very similar to how we would do a live stream, which is exactly what we want to keep parity there. But instead of using the analog input like motion capture suites and everyone having VR headsets, we can now use that digital input, these streams stored in files, which allows for a one-stop shop and no need for additional software. And so on the performance side, the data service reconstructs that superstream from the recording and emits the data chunks as accurately as possible based on the attached timestamps. And on the attendee side, the replay from the NVIDIA VCR driver gets installed on each attendee virtual machine and reconstructs the stream from that correlated tape directory. The replay session then starts based on the timestamp value that we stored while recording the actual attendee, just using a simple script that creates the necessary hooks. Making sure all the streams don't fall out of sync is key when replaying the performance, and this is why we rely on timestamps so much. If someone, for example, picks up an object and gives it to another person, but the streams are out of sync, then because this is all playing back as though it were a live stream, the other person would not actually receive the object. So timing is critical here. Now we've talked a little about our audio input and how we have a custom solution for this. Let's briefly go through that setup, as we find it to be a key feature when having a live performance. Now, most media toolkits rely on codecs when processing data for encoding and decoding, and one of the most popular ones is called FFmpeg, which is kind of like a Swiss Army knife. Many media players use FFmpeg, even Blender, for example, uses FFmpeg to process and display various media. And while this is great for non-real-time use cases, because you don't have to deal with a raw stream format, which is very large and uncompressed, this is not something that suffices for real-time performance. Accordingly, we don't use any media toolkits or codecs. First, we use Chrome's implementation to receive raw microphone input directly from the web browser, and that raw audio format is called PCM, pulse code modulation. Then we proxy the stream using UDP to a target destination. And then finally, we either pipe the stream to native audio libraries that run on the operating system or to a WebRTC peer connection. It all depends on the launch parameters of the receiver, but typically for a virtual reality CloudXR session, we'll rely on the native libraries, and for pixel stream sessions, we rely on WebRTC. And finally, NVIDIA's CloudXR driver is able to play the system sounds directly on the VR headset, which makes things very easy for us. It's just picking up whatever audio the virtual machine is hearing. And for reference, here's a table of those different audio backends that each OS uses. On Windows, for example, there's a DLL file for playing audio directly to the speakers, and that's located in the Win32 directory. Okay, so where are we going with all this? Well, as of now, when we create a new build in Unreal Engine for one of our live shows on the cloud, we often rely on our staff and beta testers to let us know if anything is broken or misbehaving. Playing back all the audience sessions with NVIDIA VCR is great, but mostly as an ambient experience. So if someone is live watching that replay, they get to feel like there's other people there and can see where the audience members were most excited and where they were gathered and what they were looking at. But if we actually want to figure out any bugs that happened on an audience member, we actually need to ask them to report it, which isn't their job, or manually watch each recorded stream with VCR or from video, and that's tedious and quite prone to human error. So something we've begun to work on is an automated CI/CD pipeline, and that stands for continuous integration, continuous deployment, which would automate this process and be far less prone to errors by using a clever algorithm that would go through all of our sessions and run a pixel-to-pixel comparison between the current and previous timeline to see if anything had changed. And if it did, it could send us notifications, say through Slack integration, that would include snapshots of those breaking points, at which point it will be up to us to either approve the build deployment or decline it. And if we decline it, it could simply fall back to the last approved build and keep everything stable. So to wrap up, I just want to emphasize how useful NVIDIA VCR has been for us at saving time, headaches, and neck aches from putting VR headsets on and off. And I hope we've been able to demonstrate through our case studies here how it can be both an incredibly useful tool out of the box for, say, solo development, but it can also scale to much more complex utilities like capturing everything a live audience is doing during a VR show, or deploying hundreds of virtual audience members to test out a new build and let us know if things are working okay. And with that, we're at time. So I would like to thank you for viewing our presentation. Special shout out to NVIDIA Broadcast for making it look like I've been looking at you this whole time, and NVIDIA Shadowplay for capturing a lot of this footage. And please, if you have any questions, especially technical ones, my colleague Eitan Maynor is here during the Q&A to help you out. Thanks again, and back to you, Sherry.
Ah, my dear friend, I am delighted by your curiosity. Allow me to share more about this splendid virtual adaptation of A Christmas Carol. Within this magical realm, you will be transported to 19th century London, where you can wander through its bustling streets, encounter vividly portrayed characters, and immerse yourself in the timeless tale of redemption and compassion. Through innovative technology, you will have a front row seat to observe and even participate in key moments of this beloved story. I do hope it brings you great delight and kindles within you a warm and festive spirit. If you should happen to face any issues, my friend, fear not. You need only open the Discord channel and post your concern in the tech support section. The Agile Lens team is ever ready to lend a helping hand and ensure your experience is a smooth and delightful one. They possess the knowledge and expertise to address any challenges you may encounter. Rest assured, they will be there to assist you every step of the way. Agile Lens, my dear friend, is a talented and innovative group of individuals who have brought this virtual adaptation of A Christmas Carol to life. Comprised of skilled professionals with backgrounds in architecture, design, theatre, and more, they have a wide-ranging portfolio that includes XR storytelling, photorealistic VR real estate experiences, cross-platform training sessions, and beyond. Their passion and dedication shine through in their work, and I am grateful for their collaboration in bringing my cherished tale to new heights. Thank you kindly for your words, my friend. I must admit I find great joy in sharing knowledge and engaging in meaningful conversations. It warms my heart to know that my presence here brings delight and enlightenment. If there is anything else you would like to know or discuss, I am at your service. Oh, my dear friend, I am both humbled and delighted to inform you that in this virtual adaptation of A Christmas Carol, I am portrayed by a talented actor named Tarr. It is truly a remarkable experience to see my own character come to life on stage, and Ari does a splendid job capturing my essence. While I may not physically be present in the show, my spirit and influence are woven throughout, guiding Scrooge and imparting lessons of compassion and redemption. I do hope you find Ari's portrayal as enchanting as I do. The ghosts, my friend. They are brought to life by the wonderful Debbie Deer. Debbie's talent and dedication shine through in her portrayals of the ghosts of past, present, and future. She captures the ethereal nature of these spectral beings with grace and depth, adding an extra layer of magic to the production. I am certain you will be captivated by her performances.
Ghost led him straight to Scrooge's clerks, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled, and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling. Up rose Mrs. Cratchit, assisted by Belinda Cratchit and two small Cratchits, screaming and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion. These young Cratchits danced about the table. Then in came little Bob, the father, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. "And how did little Tim behave?" "Oh, as good as gold, and better. Somehow, sitting by himself so much he thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church because it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see." Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. Mrs. Cratchit left the room to take the pudding up and bring it in.
In half a minute she entered, flushed, but smiling proudly. Oh, a wonderful pudding. A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us. God bless us, everyone, said Tiny Tim.
All right, moving right into the shows for 2023. This was where we decided, hey, let's actually let people download this on their own computers, which was a big ball of wax because now we have to deal with this person's got a GTX 970 and this person's got an RTX 2080, and we're trying to make sure that on more powerful computers it'll look better, on less powerful computers it'll still run and be optimized. And that's hard, which is why we were happy when we were doing everything in the cloud to be specifying basically RTX A6000s, and that's what everything is going to have, and we can make sure everything looks good on that. So we have this challenge, but we also thought, hey, let's try to make the live stream look really interesting. So we had Jackie Roman and Carlos Austin, who I'd done a lot of stuff with in virtual worlds before. He's kind of like the unofficial metaverse cinematographer. And we set up Carlos to be able to hit different buttons on keyboards and Xbox controllers to jump between different cameras. And then we set Jackie up to use the Unreal Engine virtual camera to be able to actually move around and kind of have this one-to-one relationship with the real world and the virtual world and get some more natural kind of camera angles that way. And so you'll see a couple of videos here as we start to explore that. You'll see me in VR also exploring some of the new ways we've created for the audience to engage with the show, including the last minute thing that I added in 2023, these kinds of tilt brush scaling controls. So if you want the actors to be tiny little dollhouse characters performing in front of you, you can, or you scale up and then they're, as big as Wizard of Oz heads and you're seeing all the subtle expressions going on with their face. In this year, I believe this is when we first started to use MetaQuest Pro as well. So now the actors can actually be in VR and feel like they're engaging with the other audience members, which is exciting. A lot of manual wiring to try to get the Quest Pro blend shapes to move over to the metahuman characters. So yeah, have fun with that. And then you'll also see a podcast episode. I have a podcast called the Unofficial Unreal Engine Podcast. And my co-host at the time, Jacob Feldman, and we did an interview with Yu Junya, lead developer of everything going on with Christmas Carol since 2021. June's a rock star. You'll actually see another talk that she gave a few weeks ago here in New York about the 2025 edition of the show and how we're doing the replay system. But here you'll see an interview she gave about what we were doing as of 2023, and that's really fun. And then yeah, we'll keep going from there.
Are there no prisons? Plenty of prisons. And the union workhouses, are they still in operation?
They are still. I wish I could say they were not.
Well, I was afraid from what you had said that something had occurred to stop them, and their useful course. I'm very glad to hear it. I don't make myself merry at Christmas time, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and many would rather die.
If they would rather die, they had better do it and decrease the surplus population. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentlemen withdrew.
Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened. At length, the hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk. You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose,
Well, if it is quite convenient, sir.
It's not convenient. And it's not fair. If I was to stop you half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound. And yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work. Well, it is only once a year, sir. A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning. The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. Scrooge took his usual melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern. Now, he then went home. Now, he lived in a gloomy suite of rooms. Oh dear, who am I now? There he is. Oh, my live theatre, don't you know, my dears? Now, he lived in a lowering old pile of a building in a gloomy suite of rooms. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the lock on the door, about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. Then let anyone explain to me, yes, if they can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face! As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. Pooh-pooh. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes, but he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. Nobody under the bed, nobody under the table. Nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Then his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room, and it was with great astonishment and an inexplicable dread that he saw this bell begin to swing. Soon it rang out loudly. Yes, succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. It's humbug still. There was a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight and not too much to eat. A door at the back of the house disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain desks. At one, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge wept to see his poor, forgotten self as he used to be. Suddenly, a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window with an axe stuck in his belt and leading by the bridle a donkey laden with wood. Why, it's dear old Ali Baba. It's dear old honest Ali Baba. Yes, I know. One Christmas time when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come for the first time, just like that. Poor boy. Oh, poor boy. Oh, I wish. But it's too late now.
What is the matter?
Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol outside my door last night. I should like to have given him something, that's all.
Let us see another Christmas!
They had but that moment left the school behind them. They were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city. Here, too, it was Christmas time again. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door.
Do you know it?
Know it? I was apprenticed here. Why, it's old Fezziwig. Oh, bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again. Oh! Yo-ho there, Ebenezer Ebenezer! Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in. Yo-ho there! No more work tonight, Ebenezer. Christmas Eve. Holy-ho! Clear away, my lad. Let's have lots of room here. There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. The lamps were trimmed, and the warehouse was as bright and snug a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast, substantial smile. In came the three Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and young women employed in the business, and away they all went, 20 couples at once, round and round. During the whole of this, Scrooge acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene and with his former self. He remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation.
A small matter to make these silly folks so full of gratitude.
Small? No.
Why? Is it not? Spent but a few pounds of your mortal money.
It isn't. It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to count him up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune.
What is the matter?
Nothing particular. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all.
My time grows short. Quick!
This produced an immediate effect, for again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. He sat by the side of a fair young girl, in whose eyes there were tears. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can comfort you in time to come as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve. What idol has displaced you? A golden one. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off, one by one, until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Our contract is an old one, and was made when we were both poor, and content to be so. You are changed. I release you with a full heart. May you be happy in the life you've chosen. She left him, and they parted. Spirit, no. Show me no more. Conduct me home.
I told you, these were shadows of things that have been, that they are what they are. Do not blame me.
Remove me. I cannot bear it. Haunt me no longer. He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. Then he was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bedroom. He had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Now, before we begin the next stave, I invite you once again to reset and take a deep breath with me right now. And let's begin. Oh, that's delightful. The next. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore. Scrooge felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time for the special purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him. When the bell struck 1, and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. Oh, yes, very much like that. An hour went by, yet nothing came. At last he got up and shuffled softly in his slippers to the door. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were hung with living green that had looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright, gleaming berries glistened. In easy state there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see.
Come in and know me better, man.
Scrooge entered timidly, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them.
I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You've never seen the like of me before.
Never.
Have never walked forth with my elder brothers born in these later years?
I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, Spirit?
More than 1,800.
A tremendous family to provide for. Spirit, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learnt a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it.
Grab my robe.
Very well. Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast as they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning. The ghost led him straight to Scrooge's clerk's house, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling. What are we doing here? Up rose Mrs. Cratchit, dressed but poorly, in a twice-turned gown, brave in ribbons, and she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion. They danced about the table. Then in came little Bob, the father, his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim. He bore a crutch and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. There we are. And how did little Tim behave, Oh, as good as gold and better. Oh, somehow, sitting by himself so much, he thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because it might be pleasant for them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous as he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. Mrs. Cratchit left the room to take the pudding up and bring it in. In half a minute she entered, flushed but smiling proudly. Oh, a wonderful pudding! Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said that it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been straight heresy to do so. At last the dinner was all done, the cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. Then all of the Cratchit family drew round the hearth. I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast. Oh, the founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon. My dear, the children, Christmas Day. It should be Christmas Day, I am sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. I'll drink his health, for your sake, and not for his, and for the days. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt. The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for a full 5 minutes. After it had passed, they were 10 times merrier than before. A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us, everyone. God bless us, said Tiny Tim. Everyone. Spirit, tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner and a crutch without an owner carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
No. Oh, no, kind spirit. Say he will be spared.
What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the purpose population. That's the surplus population.
Oh.
Man, if man you be in heart, forbear that wicked cant, until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live and what men shall die? It may be that, in the sight of heaven, you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child.
Scrooge bent his head at the ghost's rebuke and lay his eyes upon the ground. But then Scrooge and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. By poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and jail, in misery's every refuge, the spirit left his blessing. It was a long night, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts of this, because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. But then Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it not. As the last stroke of 12 ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. Am I in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come? Yeah. You are about to show me the shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Is that so, Spirit? Lead on. Lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, Spirit. The phantom moved away as it had come. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them and encompass them of its own act. But they were in the heart of it. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of businessmen. Scrooge listened to their talk.
No,
said a great fat man with a monstrous chin.
I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead.
What has he done with his money? Asked a red-faced gentleman.
I haven't heard.
said the man with the large chin, yawning again. "He hasn't left it to me. Oh, that's all I know."
It's likely to be a very cheap funeral, for upon my life I don't know of anybody to go to it.
Scrooge knew the men and looked towards the spirit for an explanation. The phantom glided on. They went into an obscure part of town where Scrooge had never penetrated before. Sitting in amongst the wares he dealt in by a charcoal stove was a grey-haired rascal. Scrooge and the phantom came into the presence of this man just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. "Oh, what odds then, old Joe? Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did."
"That's true. No man more so."
"Who's the worse for a loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose. And they wanted to keep him after he was dead. Why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had someone to look after him, and when he was struck with death, instead of lying, gasping out his last there alone by himself. Open that bundle, old Joe, and let me know the value of it."
"What you call this, then? Bed curtains? You don't mean to say you took 'em down, rings and all, with him lying there?"
"Oh, yes, I do. He frightened everyone away from him when he was alive, to profit us when he was dead." Spirit, I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful heaven, what is this? He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed, a bare, uncurtained bed, on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay something covered up. A pale light fell straight upon the bed, and on it, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom for explanation, but its steady hand was pointed to the head. "Spirit, this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shall not leave its lesson, I assure you. Let us go. I beseech you, let me see some tenderness connected with the death. Spirit, please." The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet. They entered a poor house, Bob Cratchit's house, and found the mother and the children seated around the fire. Quiet, very quiet. "I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home for the world, but I think he has walked a little slower than he used these last few evenings. I've known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder, very fast indeed, but he was very light to carry, and his father loved him so that it was no trouble. Oh, and there's your father at the door." Bob was very cheerful with him, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. "Oh, my dear, I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is. Oh, but you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. Oh, my little child. Oh, my little child." Spectre, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but know not how. Tell me what man that was whom we saw lying dead." The phantom led him through an iron gate to a churchyard. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. Spirit, before I draw nearer to that stone which you point, answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they the things that may be only, Spirit? The Spirit was immovable as ever, and following the finger, Scrooge read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name. Oh, am I that man who lay upon the bed? Oh, no, Spirit, why show me this if I am past all hope? Oh, assure me yet that I may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life. I will honor the Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone. In his agony, he caught the spectre's robe. The Spirit repulsed him. Holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. Best and happiest of all the time before him was his own to make amends in. Oh, the spirits of all three shall strive within me. Oh, Jacob Marley in the heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this. The shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know it. I know they will. I'm as light as a feather. Oh, I'm as happy as an angel. Oh, I'm as merry as a schoolboy. Oh, hello. Hello, Whoop. Hello there. What's today, my fine fellow? Why, it's Christmas Day. I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all one night. Do you know the poulterers? No, the one at the corner. No, not the not. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey? That was hanging there. Not the little prize turkey, the big one. Yes, go and buy it and tell them bring it here. I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's. His sharp nose sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Oh, hello. Whoop. Here's the turkey. Merry Christmas. Why, it's impossible to carry that to Camden Town. You must have a cab. The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, which he recompensed the boy, were only to be matched by the chuckle with which he sat down, breathless, in his chair again, and chuckled till he cried. He dressed himself, all in his best, and at last got out into the streets. He had not gone far when, coming towards him, he beheld one of the portly gentlemen who had walked into his counting-house the day before. Oh, yes, my dear sir, how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir. Mr. Scrooge? Yes, that is my name. And allow me to ask your pardon. And will you have the goodness? Just one moment. Oh, Lord bless me. My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious? If you please, not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favor? My dear sir, I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Come and see me. Will you? Come and see me. I will. Oh, thank you. I'm much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you. In the afternoon, he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. Fred, it's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I have come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred? Let him in. It's a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. Wonderful party. Wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office next morning. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming in late. That was what he had set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. He was a full 18.5 minutes behind his time. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day? He was on his stool in a jiffy,
drafting away as if he was trying to overtake 9 o'clock. I am very sorry, sir. I am behind my time. You are? Yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please. It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir. I'll tell you what, my friend, I am not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer. And therefore, I'm about to raise your salary. A Merry Christmas, Bob. A Merry Christmas, Bob, my dear fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a bowl of smoking Bishop Bob Cratchit. Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, little sprite, he was a second father. He became as good a friend and as good a man as the old city knew. Some people laughed to see the change in him, but he let them laugh, and little he heeded them, for his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further encounter with spirits, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that truly be said of us and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending tonight's performance of A Christmas Carol. A lovely, silent, virtual round of applause for the entire Agile Lens team working away diligently behind the scenes. Thank you so much. I, as Scrooge Dickens, am Ari Tarr. And this, in case you can't hear her, was Debbie Deere as the ghosts. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. Do tell your friends, as we have 3 more weekends of shows, two more days and 2 more weekends of shows. Thank you. Amazing, you say, Little Sprite. Thank you so much. I'm glad you liked it. Please tell your friends, as we are reliant on word of mouth to sell these tickets. So thank you so much for coming, and happy holidays. Fab yourself, Little Sprite. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
So we're here at the final show of Christmas Carol for 2023, and I just wanted a moment to enjoy the different ways that we can watch this live show. I can scale up, make the world 3,000%, and have this little diorama of London with the scene playing out in front of me. Or I can scale down, and if I want to get very, very close to the Ghost of Christmas Future, or to Ari for that matter, I can.
Was a grey-haired rascal. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man just as a woman with a heavy...
By the way, it is so satisfying to do the Scrooge grab. The Scrooge grab, can I call it that?
What odds then, old Joe?
Let's also
every
go
person
into
has a
our
right to take care of
spectator
themselves.
cam.
He always did, didn't he?
Version.
Oh, that's
What
true
I'm doing.
indeed. No man more so.
All right, just to appreciate Ari's full performance here.
I suppose. If he wanted to keep him after he was dead, why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had
So I can get very close, right up to the face, and scale until I'm very tiny, and it's this giant face in front of me. It's pretty cool,
Open up that bundle,
frankly.
old Joe, and let me know the value of it. What do you call this then?
And I have a light too. If I want, I can shine a light. Enjoy this other perspective on the show. It's the color of my character. Same thing with my controllers, based on my IP address. So then
I
jumps
see.
over to Scrooge.
In the case of this
To
unhappy man, my
Ghost
own
Christmas Future looking huge over there.
that way. Now,
It's definitely my favorite locomotion mode, popularized by Tilt Brush.
merciful
Oh,
heavens, what
here we
is
go.
this?
Back in his bed.
He recoiled in terror, for the scene
Ooh.
had changed again.
Lights,
And now he almost
lights.
touched a bed.
Ooh,
A bare,
spooky. Look at those shadows.
on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay something covered up. A pale light fell upon the
Oh.
bed, and on it, unwatched, unwept, uncared for,
You're making kind of more of a ghost story, shining some light from below,
a
right?
steady hand was pointed towards the head. Yes, Spirit, this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shall not leave its lesson. Trust me. Let us go. I beseech you. Let me see some tenderness connected with the death. The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet.
And then, anytime I want, scale it back down. I got my own little
There they
diorama.
found the mother and the children seated around the fire. Quiet. Very quiet.
Got Tiny
I
Tim's
wouldn't
crutch.
show weak eyes to your father when he comes home from the world. But I think he's walked a little slower than he used these last few
Oh, yeah,
evenings.
let's get some
I've known
large
him walk
lights here.
I've known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder very fast indeed, but he was very light.
See all the other
carrying
audience
his father's
members?
up himself.
All the
There
little
was no
colored
trouble.
baubles.
No trouble.
I know I'm
As
not
your father
appreciating
adored
the drama of this scene. Ari's really
very
tremendous.
cheerful with them and spoke
I'm
to the
more
whole
in just
family.
little boy enjoying his
dearie,
toys mode
wish
at
you
the
could have
moment.
gone. Oh, it would have done you good to see how green a place it is. But you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday.
Just a very cool way of experiencing the show.
Oh, my
I mean,
little
this is
child.
all live. And
A little child.
manipulate this however I want to view the show. And I'm totally missing Ari's really powerful emotional performance
Something
here.
informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me, what man that was whom we saw lying dead?
And then there's some other fun things here, like I can
Phantom led him
cycle
through an iron gate
between
in the
some
churchyard.
different camera
The spirit
angles.
stood among the graves and pointed down to one. Yeah. Before I
And scales too. Yeah, I can change
mirror
the
that
scale also.
stone which you point. Answer me one question.
That's with
Are
the
these
left
shadows
thumbstick.
of the things that will be, or are they the shadows of the things that may be only? The spirit was immovable as ever. And following the finger,
Scary.
Scrooge read
Ghost
upon
Christmas
the
Future.
stone of the neglected grave his own.
Oh, and I can still use like regular fly movement too. I want to be crazy. I move around and I can teleport and fly and rotate the world all together like a VR madman.
Why show me this if I am past all hope? Show me yet that I may change these shadows you have shown me
Shadows.
by an altered life.
Shadows. Sorry, I'm
will
not
honor the Christmas time in my heart
watching the show the way I
mother
should.
here. I will live in the past and the present and the future. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone. In his agony, he caught the spectre's robe. The spirit repulsed him, holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his
And
feet
yeah, I've got the
reversed. He saw an alteration in
smooth
his
cam
outfit and dress.
here as well. This is Ari doing some virtual camera operation. So I'm trying to capture a good recording of that to use in tandem with the live stream of everything Carlos is doing.
Was his own. The bed was his.
And here
the
we
room
are,
was his own.
London
Oh,
day.
best,
Got Parliament peeking over the top there.
wonderful of all the
Very
time
white
before
Parliament.
him was his own to make amends in.
Oh yeah, we got some daylight here. Hey Scrooge, how you feeling?
Oh, the spirits of all three. Just strive with me. Oh, Jacob Marley. Oh, heaven and the Christmas tide be praised for this. Oh, the shadows of the things
would have been maybe dispelled. No. They will be.
Sorry, I can't help it with my
know they
light.
will. Oh, I'm as light as a feather.
Let's check out your mouth,
I'm as
Scrooge.
happy as an angel. Oh, I'm as merry as a schoolboy. Hello there. Yes. What's today, my fine fellow? Why, it's Christmas Day. I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night.
God, are you so good at this?
Do you know the poulterers at the next street corner? Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey? No, not the little prize turkey.
No.
The big one. Yes, go and buy it and tell them, bring it here. And it's twice the size.
You're a
of
maniac,
Tiny
Scrooge.
Tim.
I love
I'll
it.
send it to Bob Cratchit. He shan't know who sends it.
Ah.
Oh, there it is. Oh my, why, that's much too big to carry to Camden Town. Well, you must have a cab. The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy were only to be matched by the chuckle with which he sat down again in his chair and chuckled till he cried. Well, then he dressed himself.
You'll notice we're
all
doing
in his best,
period accurate teeth.
and then he
You know,
went out
the right
into
color.
the streets. Now, it was not very far that he had gone when, coming on towards him, he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting house the day before. My dear sir, how do you do? Oh, I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir. Mr. Scrooge? Yes, that is my name, and allow me to ask your pardon, and will you have the goodness? 100 million and 100. Oh, Lord bless me. Mr. Scrooge, are you serious? If you please, and not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favor?
Love the fog over there. Looks great.
My dear sir, I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Come and see me. Will you come and see me? I will.
I'm like, pick them up, move them.
Thank you. I am much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Oh, bless you. In the afternoon, he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. Fred, it's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I have come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred? Let him in. Oh, it's a mercy he didn't shake his arm off.
Shake his arm off.
Nothing could be heartier.
Something you
Wonderful
actually can
party,
do in
wonderful
VR.
games,
Shake someone's arm off.
Wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office next morning. Oh, yes, he was. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming
Love these
in
set
late.
changes.
That
Good job,
was the
set
thing
team.
He had set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. He was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. And his hat's off before he had even opened the door. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Hello. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day, I am behind my time, sir. I am very sorry. Yeah. There you are. Oh, yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please. It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated, sir. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir. Yes. Now, I'll tell you what, my friend. I am not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer. And therefore, I'm about to raise your salary. Oh, Merry Christmas, Bob.
Gets me every time.
Christmas, Bob. My good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a bowl of
Bob,
smoking
what do you think of
Bishop
that?
Bob Cratchit.
It's so exciting.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die.
Who did not die?
You looked a little worried about that.
We were very worried.
Tiny Tim did not die, and to him, Scrooge was a second father. He became as good a man and as good a friend as the old city knew. And some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little he heeded them, for his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further encounter with spirits, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. If any man alive possessed that knowledge, may that truly be said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone.
Scrooge frozen in a smile. Love it. Oh, I'm out here with all the AI posters. Whoops, I guess we didn't teleport people back in.
Everyone in between, for joining us at the final performance of our run of A Christmas Carol. Thank you so much. I am Tarr as Dickens and Scrooge, and standing to my right, this gruesome specter is Debbie Deere,
I want us all to
playing
go
all
to the
four
baubles.
ghosts. She doesn't look like that, actually. That's our headshots behind you, if you're curious. Thank you. I hear you say bravo. Thank you very much. And, of course, an invisible round of applause for the entire Agile Lens production team working hard behind the scenes. Thank you. I see you saying yay, hooray. You can either say yay, clap, clap, or sort of, I don't know, oscillate back and forth in sort of a spectre-y style, if you want to sort of
Come on, Ari,
indicate
bring us
your
to the tree.
movement. Thank you so much.
I want us all to be Christmas
and of
ornaments.
course to Dr. Ainsley and Debbie's younger sister. Thank you for joining us all the way from Jamaica, and thank you, Katie and Aaron and all of you wonderful people. Thank you for coming. Yes,
Tree.
applause. Thank you. I can feel the love. I can feel the love. And of course, if you want to gather around and be the baubles on our wonderful Christmas tree behind you,
Yeah, I do.
please
Let's
feel
do
free
it.
to do so, or perhaps you could form the shape of a menorah within the fireplace if you want to be creative. It's all acceptable. Thank you
Let's
so
all
very
be-
much, and
Dun,
happy
dun, dun, dun,
holidays,
dun,
Merry
dun,
Christmas,
dun, dun, dun,
Happy
dun.
Hanukkah, Happy
Yeah.
Kwanzaa, and all of the others that we don't have time to mention. Thank you so much.
I live inside
Thank
this
you.
tree now.
Happy
This is
holidays,
my home.
everyone. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun,
And if you have
dun.
any screenshots, post on social media. Doesn't hurt. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Woohoo. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we got a few people in the Christmas tree. All right. Woo.
Oh, you look so wonderfully cheerful and seasonal there. Oh, my goodness, all my specters. Look at you decorate it. Here we have, of course, our credits over here, if you're curious. All of our wonderful support staff working even now behind the scenes and helping you with technical problems. Ah, my goodness. The Christmas cheer is
Ooh,
so palpable. in
Marley
this
looks
room
so
right now.
festive.
It's delightful.
Ah,
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Hug the Christmas. Give me a hug here, Marley. Come on.
yeah.
Share
Woo.
share the Christmas cheer.
Oh, that's
wow, you're
hilarious.
sticky. You are sticky.
Dickens and Marley hugging. Yeah.
That's enough.
Oh, man. Love it. Hey. That was cool. Really proud of everyone on the team here. Everyone's done such a lovely job. And there's the tree, and here's the credits. Yeah. Great job, Ari. Great job, Debbie. And great job, everyone on the team. Especially whoever made these awesome tilt brush controls. I'm way too happy about these.
Well, hello and welcome to the Unofficial Unreal Engine podcast, where we talk about all things Unreal Engine and also adding cognition to Charles Dickens. We're your hosts. My name's Alex, and under me or next to me is
Jacob. Good to be back here. I gotta say though, this is one of your more coherent openings when it comes to your choice of words. So I think people already get an idea what we're going to talk about. But before we do that, make sure you like, rate, subscribe, all of those things. Comment. We get some great feedback on YouTube. I wish we could get more feedback from the other platforms. Maybe that's something we should look into. Or you can send us an email. I don't know if people still do that for podcasts.
I've totally forgotten what our email is, Jacob.
It would be uepodcast@gmail.com. Feel free.
Believe you.
Shoot that over. Maybe you'll email someone else, but the ethos will get it to us. Anyways, we have a special guest with us tonight, Alex.
We do have a special guest. Really excited to welcome Eugene Yan to the podcast, who I have known for a few years. There's lots and lots of things I would like to say about her, but let's start by having her introduce herself. Welcome, June.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Eugene Ye, but I usually go by just June. And yeah, happy to be here. Thank you so much. And I'm already hinting what I'm going to share with. Yeah. So,
June, we always need to be very careful for our audio listeners who sometimes feel left out. So why don't you tell everyone what's behind you?
So the thing behind me is our poster for the show that we're going to talk about is Christmas Carol VR.
Yeah.
We've been chatting about this on the podcast. I mean, it seems like things have been going great, and we're gonna dive into it. I feel like this is an annual tradition now, is to talk about everything you guys are doing with this, because each year you get to kind of redo it, right, and use the latest tech. So definitely excited to get into that. All right, well, Alex, what do we want to get into?
Well, certainly June and I are very excited to give like a proper backstage tour of all the Christmas Carol stuff. Our listeners who have been with us for a while will remember last year we had Ari Tarr and Debbie Deere on the podcast, and they got to speak at length about what it was like for them as performers to come in and do this show. And we definitely did have some people after that being like, awesome episode, would love to know more about the technical side and what it's like for the development team to make that happen. So we're going to dive into that with June. So let's talk a little bit first about June's involvement in the project, because she wasn't just involved for the 2023 production, not just the 2022 production. June has been a part of this since the very beginning. We met in May of 2021. I grabbed her fresh out of architecture school. I'm guessing June probably thought we would mostly be doing architecture projects. And before long, she was being asked to learn Marvelous Designer and do costumes and do motion capture and do all these other things in Unreal. June, do you want to talk a little bit about your time with Christmas Carol over the years?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's a fun journey for me. Yeah, like as Alex mentioned, right after I graduated from architecture school, I started to learn how to make closed model, 3D closed modeling. And yeah, I didn't expect that would be my first kind of work experience in the US, but that's pretty interesting. So we started with collaborating with Actors Theater of Louisville. So there will be like traditional theater designers. They design a set and give the sketch of like the original costume design and everything. And my first job was to just transform it into the digital form and try to make it work on the metahuman skeleton and learn like how to do weight planting and everything. And yeah, and it was the first kind of the most complicated Unreal project I ever participated in. And interestingly, it continues to be the most complicated project I participated every year after that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And June, what are some of the changes that we made this year in particular compared to last year? You know, things like what version of Unreal are we now in, and stuff like that.
I think it's even more, I think it's even easier to say what is the same than what is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, we changed from 4.27 to 5.2, and we were still kind of pushing to make it into 5.3, but it's still ongoing. But yeah, that changes everything basically. And also we changed from, so in previous years we were working based on the advanced framework plugin, or like the advanced framework template. And this year we kind of start from scratch. So like the multiplayer system, we're not even using an actual multiplayer session or even any online subsystem. We're kind of do the replication from scratch based on OSC signal and the WebSocket. Everything is from scratch. We don't have an online subsystem at all. And
Yeah.
also, yeah. And
Wait,
also,
we got to
before
pause
that-
there because I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off because I got to poke on this a little bit. So why did you do that? And well, here, we'll start at the beginning. What does that mean for the listener or the viewer who doesn't know anything about multiplayer, anything in Unreal? Why did you do that? And, you know, what did it take to get that done?
Yeah, well, there are several reasons, and some of them might not make sense for all the scenarios, but for us, it's kind of all the reasons. One of the problem is that at first we were trying to work it on a cloud computing core weave, and in our version we call it graphical, and just for some reason it's still unknown. But whenever we try to run our project on that cloud computing system, if we are doing a traditional multiplayer session, it just have like a 50 to 70% random crash for whatever reason. But if we do it as a single player, it almost always stable. So I think that's the first biggest issue, just because we couldn't figure out why. And the second is also because when we load from levels to levels, we know that in the traditional multiplayer or the replication system, the host will need to load everything first, and then we will let the client load everything. The client will then like keep up on the host. So basically everything will be slower. But if everyone is running their own single player session, and we just like send a signal from outside of the game to say that, okay, now you are going to go to the next step, things will just go faster. And we kind of, I think also because we are doing multiplayer on our own, so we're very selective of like what are the things we want to replicate and what are the things we don't want. So we can make everyone's experience very customized. Like we have our AI robot, the AI Dickens in our session. We let everyone have their own AI robot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
go ahead,
yeah.
Jacob.
No, I was just gonna ask. All right, so if the system you worked out with levels, which seems very interesting. So it's just an event-driven approach, and you're kind of just instructing instances to do these things. Why is it that someone would choose this approach over a standard multiplayer? You know, in a practical, like, why doesn't everyone do this? I guess is the question.
Oh, because that's very. I mean, there's the standard multiplayer has a lot of benefit. Like, we kind of have to very manually build things up, and you can imagine, like, in the traditional multiplayer scenario, there are a lot of things that are already replicated, like the other players' movement, their transition, their movement, and we can just check that, oh, I want its animation to be replicated, and then it's replicated for everyone. But for us, we need to replicate everything. We need to send out the location and the rotation and the scale. Yeah. And we have to send it to the host instance first, and then we have to write it so the host can send it to everyone. And we also still need to do the check that when they got the event, they will not got the event from themselves. Like, I don't need to replicate my movement to myself again. It's just going to make myself dizzy, things like that. So there's still a lot of benefit.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That being said, though, there are definitely some benefits to the OSC method. One thing, for example, is it's very easy to pick anything we want and have it replicate, and we don't have to deal with all the different ways that, you know, multicasting and all that works in Unreal. We can also be very specific about how often we're sending data to everyone, really just by using the event tick of our like client host OSC system. So, for example, you know, people use Fortnite like as an example of like 100 people. That's kind of like the typical number of people you can get in a shard of the same experience. We could very easily get more than that by very just strategically dialing up or down the event tick of like how often we're getting everyone's information about where they are and which queues are firing and all that, which is kind of interesting. So in theory, we could have like 10,000 people, but maybe the load of that would mean that everyone only sends an update for where they are like once per second, and then we're like lerping between that. So it wouldn't be great for like a first-person shooter where you really do want that split-second kind of latency, but for a live show, a live concert where maybe the interaction doesn't need to be quite that responsive, that could work. I also want to call out the fact that one thing that's fun about how we do Christmas Carol every year is that we're always building on the projects that we have done that year. So, for example, when June and I both worked on the Orchard Off-Broadway in the summer of last year, that was the first time where we actually started using OSC as part of a live show. And so with that, everyone who came to see the live show was on CoreWeave, Pixel streaming their version of the virtual version of the Orchard Off-Broadway. And that was the first time we realized like, oh, hey, they don't actually need to be in multiplayer. We can just send this OSC signal to everyone. And as long as they all receive the same signal at the same time, they'll get the cues for when the show starts and when they move from our virtual Baryshnikov Arts Center into the hall. And the cool thing too was that OSC signal, which is very common in live entertainment, was able to do two things. It was able to send a signal to the physical venue as well as the virtual venue. And then after being like, hey, OSC is pretty cool, you can do some, you know, neat kind of multiplayer-esque stuff with it, we kind of took it to the next level for Christmas Carol last year, where we then allowed that to, we replicated our cue board so we could send all the different signals that we wanted from a free application called Touch OSC. So if like the host went down, for example, multiplayer would stop working because we still were using some traditional multiplayer last year. So you'd lose sight of where everyone else was, but we could actually keep the show going by using Touch OSC to continue to send out the cues to everyone of exactly where they should be in the show. And then we went even further with OSC this year. June, what did we do with OSC for our Four Seasons project, which podcast listeners know a little bit about already?
So for Four Seasons, we it's kind of our starting point of trying to use OSC to fake the multiplayer experience. So yeah, we use OSC to send the every other player's headset location and rotation to all the other headsets. So basically, we start to fake other pawn or other players in that, and we also use OSC to send out. It's kind of the same, just send out like the host signals for everyone to go to the next location or show a specific, like show the footprint on the floor so everyone know to go there. It's basically like a very simplified version of our Christmas Carol OSC multiplayer system.
Yeah.
So and yeah, a benefit of that is Alex already mentioned it briefly, is that because in a traditional multiplayer session, if the host go down, everyone basically will be kicked out of the session. So and that is the moment we lose everyone. But in this session, in our current system, if the host crash or like, everyone will be fine, and we can secretly reboot the host, and we can just adjust the host to be at the like the queue or the status we want it to be, and nobody will notice.
That's interesting. So what you're saying is that because the clients are standalone and just receiving events, it just says, hey, I haven't received events, just keeps on going.
Yeah.
You reboot the host and it's able to start firing those events again, and then all of your other instances just catch on and go from there.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting because we are separating our multiplayer signals or into various different little modules. So like our Rococo, our body movement what is it, the motion capture data is going through a different system called protocast. So even if the host instance is done, the body animation will continue to go on. And our audio is also not going through the any multiplayer session. It's going through Agora. It's and also a separated audio service. So
which we used for the first time for the Orchard.
Yes, yeah. So we kind of learned from there that that's an option. So we use that to replicate the voice. So so if server goes down, everything else will just continue to happen. And we can buy some time to fix it, and nobody will notice until the next queue. And we just have to fix the host, come back to live, and then go to the next queue. And for everyone else, it will feel very smooth, just like everyone else was stuck in the air for a moment. But actually, we don't really care about others that much, so it's fine.
But things like Agora could also still keep running. So like this hasn't even happened yet this year, but if we really needed like one of the actors or anyone to make an announcement, we have like keyboard keys to like unmute yourself, and someone can say like, oh, pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, we have a brief technical difficulty. We'll be back in shortly. So we have that ability even if everyone is like disconnected, which is very nice just for like keeping everyone on the same page and, you know, reducing that audience friction as much as possible. Because when we were using traditional multiplayer, if our server crashed and everyone was kicked out, we would just kind of hope they could come back in. And we did actually have a way to do some audio broadcasts as well, using the pixel streaming methods that we had. But it was like, it was so frustrating, particularly because when this project lived in Unreal Engine 4.27, it would take forever. Like the Unreal Editor version of the project would take like 30 minutes to open up, and even the packaged version would take like a few minutes to open, even on our most powerful computers. So it's been really nice being in 5.2 this year, where everything is just much faster.
Yeah, that's very cool. Okay, so I totally cut you off when you're going through your list of changes because I thought that was an interesting point we need to chat about. But let's keep going. Like, what else changed this year?
Right. Oh, this year, one major change this year is also that we put the actors into the world. So before that, we have Ari as our main actor. He performs with a motion capture suit and lifelink face. So he's not actually inside the game. He is performing. He can see a screen of himself working 2D on the screen, but he's not like in headset and in the world. But this year we use MetaQuest Pro's facial tracking, so he's actually in the world and he can look from the first person point of view from the characters. And it's also an interesting challenge. It's also we made him perform 2 avatars at the same time, so he needs to jump back and forth between the 2 avatars. He also has like a third-person view avatar, so third-person view. He can perform both avatar at the same time, which is so complicated. I cannot even imagine how it works, but he did a great job.
You gotta try, because this is like all I'm seeing in my head is like Gollum, you know, like.
It's a lot like that, and I think we're gonna share our screen and do a little bit of a demonstration of some of this stuff. But like, you have to imagine you're a puppeteer, but you have multiple puppets and everyone can see you, and that's like another character, and sometimes you're like throwing a black sheet over yourself to make yourself invisible, and like the cognitive load of all the things that Ari has to be doing is really remarkable. So we're always impressed when we're like, hey Ari, we're thinking maybe this thing. And David Gotchfelder, who's our director, was the one who wanted to try like multiple avatars this year instead of 1 avatar, and we're always like really willing for Ari to push back and be like, you know what guys, it sounds cool, that's too much. And to his credit, he hasn't said that yet. So, you know, God knows what we'll come up with next year. But so far, he's handling it all pretty well. One thing we did to bring down his cognitive load a little bit this year was AI. So June already alluded to it a little bit, but earlier this year, we were doing a project for London Tech Week with Vodafone and Infinite Reality. And this was about using in-world AI to have a metahuman who could speak to you and tell you about a car and, you know, have a car configurator and change the colors and tell you about mileage and all that stuff. And so we got really inspired doing this client work thinking, okay, how could this also work for theater. And one thing that's definitely been a challenge for our actors in the past has been something like, hey, can you guys actually go into the show like and make sure everyone's okay and talk to them ahead of time before you're in character and do kind of like this ushering or house management stuff, which, you know, like you want actors to really just be able to focus on performing the roles. So the opportunity to say, can we take Ari's voice and capture that with 11 Labs? Can we take all the ways that he performs as Charles Dickens and capture that with in-world AI and add in all this fun information about like Agile Lens and all that? And we've done this live demonstration of our AI Dickens on the podcast for anyone who wants to go back and check that out. But what that's been great for this year is, you know, about 10 minutes before the show starts, we're able to trigger this AI Dickens who comes in and you can just have a conversation with him. You can speak naturally with your voice or type into a keyboard, and he's aware that he is like a virtual representation of Charles Dickens based on the performance of Ari Tarr, and that he's created by Agile Lens. And he can also tell you about his favorite oil lamp from the 1800s. So it's a really trippy experience. How did that feel to you, June, going through that whole process with him?
Yeah, that's really fun to chat with AI Dickens. I always take too long to chat with him whenever I'm doing like a QA or testing, just staying in that process for way too long. But I think I think using Ari's voice is really important. Before that, how interesting? I mean, the content is interesting, or like the content is the same, but with the robot voice, it just feels like you're talking to a robot. But with I think 11 Lab really did a great job transforming Ari's voice onto the generated content. It feels much more like you're talking to a real person. And just with the mindset that you are actually talking to a robot makes whatever his react always interesting.
Yeah, agreed. And it's really trippy the way the training works too. I'll mention briefly that earlier when June and I were doing these experiments, we were both stuck at JFK waiting for a flight all day long. And so we started to dive into things like 11 Labs and training a voice and all that. And we started with a voice that I did, and I just went off in a corner and recorded something. And of course, there was all this background noise from the airport. And what's interesting is that all gets incorporated into the voice. So then when it was generating audio that sounded like me, it also sounded like there was a bunch of people in the background. Similarly, if we took an audio clip of Ari when he bounces between different voices and he's not just playing Dickens, it's weird that you have AI Dickens. He'll be talking and he sounds like Dickens, and suddenly his voice will go very high because it's taking like some information from, you know, a little audio clip when he sounded like another character. So it's such a trippy thing to play with. I do want to mention, by the way, too, we are compensating Ari for this. We're not just like stealing his likeness and being like, ha ha, money, money, money. We want to set a good precedent here that anytime you're taking a performer's hard work with, you know, their voice, their likeness, how they've developed a character, that we are paying him for every single, you know, show where we're selling tickets and using that. So we hope other companies will do the same.
Yeah, very interesting. So what did Ari have to do specifically for this?
Nothing. We literally could just go and take like a 90-second clip of him from a previous show or a rehearsal, and that's all we needed to make it sound just like him. It's really crazy. And then there's like places where you put in like sample dialogue, like, you know, some of the Victorian language of like, here's the kind of stuff he might say. But it's amazing how easy it is. And by the way, you don't have to be an Unreal Engine for this. Like, you go to the 11 Labs website or in-world AI, and you can just start to play with this stuff. It's really remarkable. And I can't believe that we're still so early into this. To imagine where this will be in another year or 5 years is really quite remarkable.
Yeah, there's a lot of. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna agree. Please, I'm sure you have more interesting thoughts than whatever I was going to say.
No, I just want to continue adding on what Alex already mentioned. So there's a lot of fun stuff with training the brain, training AI Dickens's brain, and I think Kevin would probably be the best person to like share his experience up with this. But one very interesting challenge is how to train AI Dickens to not lie. There's an interesting thing that when we ask like, when is the next show? And AI Dickens will just start to give random answers like, oh, I know, it's today. It's this 8 p.m. And then he will apologize. Oh, sorry, I was mistaken. It was not right. It's actually tomorrow, 7 p.m. And none of that is true.
Yeah, there's also a weird thing.
That? Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just how'd you get around that after all? Yeah, sorry.
I found that, well, I guess, so Kevin is the person actually solved this issue, but I think he just like point a very clear direction of this kind of questions, because I think before that we didn't give any information or any direction for him to go, so he just kind of go randomly. It's today, it's tomorrow. But now he always say that, oh, I don't know the correct answer, but you can check on AgileLand's website, or you can talk to AgileLand's team, and they will give you the like the time or something. So I think it's when you don't give it any direction, it will just go crazy and go randomly, go creative. But you just need to point at a direction.
It's fun when he very confidently tells you something incorrect,
Yeah.
or is like, oh, I hear the ghost of Christmas past is coming. Would you like to meet them? And I'll be like, yes. And he'll be like, oh, they're here right now. And you're like, there's no one there. And he'll be like, the ghost of Christmas past, I'm the ghost of Christmas past. And he'll like change his voice. And you'll be like, why are you doing this? We never gave you any instructions to ever do something like this.
It's look, man, it's AGI, we're there.
Yeah.
It wants to lie to you all the time,
man. Cool. So June, should we say anything else about the development, or should we dive right into what it looks like and all that?
Oh, I do also want to mention that this year we got a lot more helps and developers into this project. I think it overall boosts the quality a lot, and also makes it even more complicated to just the process of development is a lot more complicated this year, but overall I think it has been great.
Yeah, because the first couple go ahead, Jacob.
I was just gonna say, what was like the technical accomplishment you were most excited about or proudest of after this year?
I think that
I was just gonna say that it doesn't crash.
Yeah, the stability is next level. I mean, like last year we have like 1 or 2 crash per show, and the year before we have 3 or 4 crash per show. So this year we have 0 crash per show is already amazing. I think every aspect has its I think this year's light and the transition is totally on a different level compared to the last couple of years. Definitely because we have more people like Dante. They made a great job making the levels and all the smooth transition. Like it's now fade in, not just jump in. That is, for me, it feels very different to have that kind of like detailed touch on the transitions. And also I think that the control of the avatar, and with now we are finally able to let Ari be in the world and perform with his own face, not just like, because Ari has been requesting it for a couple of years. He always wants to interact with the people in the world real time, and actually be able to have the eye contact with players. And this year this is finally true.
Yeah. For a performer, it can be very weird to be like, I know I'm surrounded by virtual people, but all I'm looking at is a weird meshed version of my face. And in Ari's case, the best we could do was like, we'll buy you some 32-inch TVs to like put around your room, and you'll have like some general idea of what direction everyone's in. But he was alone doing live link face with people floating around him. And so, last year, at least we were able to give him someone to talk to. So Debbie was a part of it as the ghosts. But even that, it was still a live link face, still kind of detached. And we were still having a lot of pre-recorded elements, especially because we had very little time to set everything up last year. And the development team was super small. It was like June, myself, Rob Lester, a couple other people who came in for a moment, but it was small. And so we were leaning a lot on things that were pre-recorded mocap data for the bodies. Debbie was only controlling the face. There were even scenes that were just technically complex enough that we would just trigger a sequence to make that happen. So this year, for the entire thing to be live, nothing is pre-recorded. Debbie and Ari can see each other. They can see the audience. They can interact with them. June and the team put together this great system where at any moment the audience can like send messages
to everyone. We did discuss at one point, because we're all kind of ghosts as the audience members, that it would be a Ouija board, which is fun, but imagine what a nightmare that would be for like every single message you want to send, like 1 letter, 2 letter, 3 letter. So there is just like a keyboard in VR, and of course your regular keyboard if you're in desktop mode, that you can send messages that everyone else can see. We were really worried about content moderation, but luckily there haven't really been any trolls or, you know, bad folks yet.
That's good. Was that a real concern going into this year? Just given that you were on the marketplace, or because I don't know if we ever shared the conclusion to that saga. Because at one point you were talking about, hey, maybe it will get approved for Epic Games Marketplace, maybe it won't. Do you want to share more about that?
Yeah, I'll catch us up a little bit, then I'll have June kind of bring us to the finish line. But we definitely, you know, for those who don't remember what we talked about in previous podcasts, we did submit, you know, basic stuff to the marketplace early on, just to see like, hey, what's the process look like? How do we get through all this? We talked a lot with Rob Lester, who I mentioned worked with us before, because he has an experience that's also made it through the whole marketplace. And we realized a little bit late in the process that if we wanted to be able to distribute like a key, for example, and say, hey, anyone who's going to join the show, you know, buy your ticket and you'll get this key, and then you can go to the Epic Game Store and download it, that was actually really complicated. Like we needed to get everyone's Epic ID, which is of course a long string of numbers, and that was just going to be so much friction that by the time the show started, we were like, it's going to be a lot easier just to do a Google Drive link. The problem with that, of course, is that, you know, it's a few gigabytes. It's not like 20 gigabytes like it was in previous years, but for anyone who doesn't have the fastest internet connection to say, oh, hey, the show's about to start. Ooh, you didn't update to the latest build. Go to Google Drive and download it. We feel bad about that. So the reason we wanted to get on the Epic Game Store and Steam was because of the ability to patch it, you know, and be able to have it only update what needed to be patched and not do the whole thing over again. June and the team did put together a nice little system that is checking, that's always telling people whether or not they have the latest build, but it did feel like we weren't going to have a way to do this in the Epic Game Store until I'll hand it off to June and say what happened.
Until when was it? Last Friday?
Like a week ago. Yeah,
yeah, like last Friday. basically like 2 weeks after we start the show. We finally passed the check, so we are finally in the live stage and finally able to publish our build.
Yeah, and I'll just share my screen just so everyone can kind of see what it looks like in the store. Because again, we thought we were going to be trying to like distribute keys and do this whole private thing, but it turned out that Epic was actually much more supportive of this than I think we were anticipating. So if you guys can see my screen right now. So here's like the dev branch of when we were trying to get everything set up, and it was just, you know, very specific users like June and myself and a few others who could access it. But then once we had everything approved for like this private dev level where everyone could have individual keys, we realized it was actually very easy to then just go and publish it, and whoops, it's actually launching, and making it available for everyone. Let me try to come back to where it was. It's so easy now. It launches so easily.
Screenshot of you on the front of the page from 3 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's very old. The Agile Lens YouTube channel where we're broadcasting all this is mostly just a couple unboxing videos of me from a long time ago. Yes, Charles Dickens, I hear you. Got like the whole project running right now. Okay, I just want to go to the store. Go to store page. Cool. Right, so here's the store page. It's public. Anyone can search for this and find it in the Epic Game Store. We did have to do some finagling with like how the release date worked and all that. But to Epic Games' credit, like no chance this is going to be on Steam. Like we tried to go through that process and it was super complicated. When we submitted this to Epic, they were very thoughtful. Like we were nervous about like, does Epic want like a cut of the ticket sales and all that? They actually commented on it like, hey, it looks like there's a page people need to go to purchase tickets. And we thought, oh, this is the part where they say like they need a 30% cut. They were like, we would recommend that you have a little box in here that says like, here's where you can go to buy tickets. So they actually were trying to make it easier to create like a little HTML where, you know, you go to the page to do all this stuff, which was very cool. And we were worried about like the AI. Tim Sweeney had already said like, we don't care, it's totally fine. And I also like the fact that when we first submitted this, their response was like, hey, it's a live show. Like, how do we access this? How do we make sure this is approved? And I just decided to say like, yeah, it's a live show. you could come to the live show, or I'm going to give you some instructions on how to pretend you're a stage manager and cycle through all the cues. And here's the script of what the actors are going to say. And like a day later, they're like, cool, thumbs up, approved, which I didn't
Nice.
actually expect. So that was very cool.
So there was an actual human that actually had emotions and read what you sent them, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was cool. I also want to give a shout out to June, who solved the weirdest problem, which was when we finally did get on the Epic Game Store, we found that if you just launched it directly from the Epic Game Store, our whole multiplayer system wasn't working. We couldn't send queues or anything. And so then it's like, oh, so now we're telling people like, okay, you can download it from Google Drive, or you can download it from the Epic Game Store. But if you do download it from the Epic Game Store, you need to find where the actual build is and then click on the exe or one of our batch files. And like that was additional friction. But yeah, June, what did we learn about what happens when you launch directly from the Epic Game Store?
Yeah, right. So that was actually a simple problem, but I just didn't realize it has that. So if we launch from Epic Game Store, it actually adds on some just additional launch parameter. It will start with like checking if you are logged in and if you have your app ID and etc. And because we in our game we also use launch parameter to trigger several things like the server IP, like the server port or the OSC port, those kind of things. So my because I didn't expect that launch from Epic Game Store will add those launch parameters. So I only said that if the launch parameter is none, we'll have like default set of launch parameters. And then, or if the launch parameter is something else, then I will specify this and this and this. But because Epic Game Store add their own launch parameter, so there's either none and it's not my launch parameter. So it's just mess up with our IP, our OSC port and system. So noticing that, I just have to remember to make the launch parameter still true if we launch from Epic Game Store.
Gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because if you ever look at like the shortcuts that they install on like your desktop, there's a bunch of stuff in there. But do they make you use does Epic Games have like requirements against things like or about like having anti-cheat or like any sort of wrapper? Did they make you change your executable in any way to upload it?
No, I don't think so. I think it's pretty flexible. And also I tried to upload some batch files, and I was thinking maybe they will block the batch file or like maybe they will block. Oh, and also we have like an additional exe inside because we use like some Node.js stuff made from A10 and with another colleague, Marshall, who
they just let that fly.
They just let it.
Just a Node.js file that launched.
Yeah, we're even like launch an additional batch file to launch an additional Node.js exe from inside the game, and everything just upload and just there.
That's surprising, honestly. I would have thought they'd have some pretty crazy scanners. Upload content, but hey,
yeah, surprisingly free.
Well,
cool.
Maybe they looked at like the age of your account and stuff like how old was this account, Alex, that everything was uploaded to this. That had to factor into this.
Yeah. So just to keep chugging along here, June, I don't know if you have the editor pulled up, but I thought we could just show very briefly what the project looks like. You know, especially I know a lot of people who watch the podcast, they are, getting started with Unreal Engine development. And I'm sure a lot of people assume that all Unreal Engine projects from professionals, I guess we're technically professionals, are like super well organized. Everything's very, very clean. And to be fair, we did clean up this project significantly from what it looked like last year and the year before. We did like a big GitHub migration. But just to give a little sense of, what this looks like, just to zoom out a little bit, is there's some things that like only the actors can see that just helps them like position themselves. There's some things only the audience or the crew can see. There's all these different levels that get turned on and off. So we're not using world partition or anything like that. Let me just toggle like a bunch of these on. And we've got a whole queue system that Josie masterminded for putting together how we like move from one spot to another. And then we also started to play with a lot of things that only turn on and off like at different quality levels. A big change this year is this is the first time where we actually let people download the experience locally. Whereas in the past, we did everything through pixel streaming and Cloud XR. So it's like, we're going to put everyone on RTX A6000s. Whereas now it's like, okay, what if someone downloads this and they only have GTX 1070? Like, can we get the quality settings to where they need to be? By the way, there is a benchmark system in Unreal that we had very high hopes for because it runs like a benchmark test to figure out how powerful your computer is. I think we've got this in our persistent level here. And what I learned actually very recently was that the benchmark test, here's a fun look at our spaghetti code and our persistent level. The benchmark test that runs here, it's called Run Hardware Benchmark. It's actually a very old node that goes back to like a mid version of Unreal Engine 4. And so it's not actually looking at what's in your scene. It just does like a test to like give a score to your CPU and GPU. And the work scale is kind of like the precision level. And then the score is really based on what the state of GPU and CPU hardware was back in like 2015 or something like that. And so it thinks that everyone should be running epic settings because that's, you know, all the graphics cards everyone has now are so much better. So, you know, in theory, this is great. It's like run hardware benchmark, apply the benchmark results, etc. And then, you know, here's the results everyone's in, here's the scalability, but it actually does end up being more complicated than that. June, as long as I've got the editor pulled up, anything I should navigate to briefly?
Well, I know something you should navigate to, which
Yeah.
is the settings for the project. To talk about what you included here for your rendering settings, you know, what were the plugins you used.
Oh, sure.
Let's give the people the real dirt here, you know.
Yeah, so we are using deferred rendering, not forward. A lot of people assume that anytime you're doing a VR project, you want to use forward. It is faster, but if you have a lot of lights, if you have metahumans do not look good in forward rendering, so we're on deferred. We were off instance stereo for a while because we were getting some weird artifacts. We did turn it back on, gives you a nice performance boost. Things are not looking weird anymore, so that's fine. Anything else, June, in here before I jump over to some of the plugins we've got on?
Nice. That's
How about Lumen, Nanite? Those disabled, enabled?
Yeah, so we do have
Weird.
Lumen and Nanite. We are turning off the post-processing and global illumination settings, though, because it's caused some weird artifacts with the baked lighting. One of the reasons we wanted to get to 5.3 was for instanced stereo with Lumen and Nanite. Didn't quite make it there. We did get it working in 5.3, but then there were some other things that we still needed to get working back in 5.2. Still happy to be in 5.2. One thing I like to point out to people for anti-aliasing is that if you're using something like DLSS or the AMD equivalent, which I always forget the name of, which we also have in here, you need to make sure that you're not using temporal super resolution because those are all basically competing with each other. You can either use TSR or DLSS or something else. And so if you're going to use one of those other ones, you can either have anti-aliasing set to none or temporal anti-aliasing, which can still contribute to the other settings. That's something I like to call out to people. Most times when I see people using DLSS, they still have that set to TSR. So some of the plugins we have active include, let's see, installed some basic ones. Here we go, Fidelity FX. So that's a DLSS alternative. So we're not sure if it's working properly because we don't know anyone that doesn't have an RTX card of some kind, but we do have a switch that checks to see is DLSS supported, and if not, it will use the AMD Fidelity FX Super Resolution. We have the Meta XR plugin enabled, which we need for face tracking and eye tracking. That was giving us a bunch of headaches with SteamVR not working. We had the MetaHuman plugin enabled for some of the MetaHuman animator stuff we were doing, but then once that's all processed, that can be disabled. Here's the DLSS stuff. Frame generation, not actually supported by VR. Maybe it works in the 2D version. I'm not sure. June, I don't know if you know.
Not
We got-
sure.
Yeah, we have Rococo. Also worth noting that June and the team put together a really good, we call it emergency mode. So if Rococo goes down, because it's a very fragile motion capture suit, Ari at any given moment can switch back over into, you know, IK with the controllers in the head and all that. We've been waiting for a long time for Meta to update the movement SDK. They haven't. So, you know, June has painstakingly built a lot of that stuff from scratch. The Victory BP library is a very common plugin that a lot of people use for things like, you know, IP addresses and all sorts of other little things. Vive OpenXR, June recently enabled to see if that would help us with SteamVR things.
Runtime data table. Yeah, we use that to just grab information from Google Sheet so we can update our next show to the countdown clock of our next show, and also the latest version of the current build.
That's pretty interesting. Wait. So what information is coming from Google Sheets?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we just
I'm
use
sorry.
that.
You're like, your database is Google Sheets, and you're pulling
Yeah.
from. Oh, that's insane. Okay, wait. So what's in Google Sheets?
We have.
I'm sorry, you can't
we
get
can
away
show
with this
that.
one.
Yeah, I might have the web link handy.
Yeah, do you have the web link? I can. So
that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
and this
Find it.
this is another
Mhm.
thing that we first did another project. One of the first projects June and I worked with was a VR training thing, and we actually had a connection to Google Sheets that would like take data from people answering like multiple choice questions and getting everything that way.
Oh, that's
What's
like a nice survey system, huh?
Yeah. June, what's the name of that file? I just want to
It's 2023 showtime. Oh no, ACC VR showtimes.
ACC VR showtimes. There we go. Yeah. So it looks like this. Here you go, hackers. If you want to get into this file, you can screw up all sorts of fun things.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's basically just. Oh, and also Marshall is still the person who made the system. But we first started to use the data something runtime plugin when we were doing 4 seasons. We allow the host to put in every client's name and then send it to put the name in Google Form, and then it will like document in Google Sheet, and we grab the data from Google Sheet. And before we use this plugin, I think a thing that worth mentioning is that before that, Marshall was using the default plugin. I think it's like HTTP
Oh
something.
yeah.
The Unreal official plugin. But if we use that plugin, it will always crash our build.
I think.
Oh yeah, I've used this one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. HTTP blueprint. Yeah, that is going to crash the build. So don't use that.
Yeah, fun stuff. And so what you're seeing in that Google Sheet, so down here in the lobby, by the way, great vertex animated people from Dante. Good job, Dante. Before we actually had more metahumans, which was kind of heavy. This is simpler and cooler. So if I turn off some of the things in here, boop, 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 boop. Oh, I forgot that it's like manual visibility, hide selected. Let's turn back on the Dickens house. So everything you're seeing in that Google Sheet, we access for the show times, which is in a couple spots like here. So this says when the next show is going to be. There's another one over there. And then there's a thing up here that accesses the version in the Google Sheet, compares it against the version you have, and will tell you if you need to update. Thankfully, in the Epic Games Launcher, it does it automatically. But for anyone who is downloading from Google Drive, it will tell them if they don't have the latest build.
That's pretty fascinating. I got to say, so like this versus, especially for this use case where it's stuff that you're going to be manually editing a lot. You're not going to it doesn't make necessarily sense to build a UI around this, right? To not have to deal with a normal database and just use a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Honestly, like that's pretty cool. I you know, the programmer in me, you know, hates it, but the logic part of me loves it. So I can appreciate it.
Yeah, there's so many hoops that we've jumped through to like not have to deal with AWS and like dedicated servers and all these traditional things that people would have, Firebase and whatnot. So, you know, anytime we can just be like, oh, a Google Doc, cool. What's the link? Here you go. We get pretty happy about that. We also have a nice corner here, by the way. It's not quite an Easter egg, but some of the other Agile Lens theater projects over there. Ari Tarr in the first year had set up some cool little plaques of some of the VR technology that was around when Charles Dickens was around, like wonder scopes and stereoscopes. And these are actual, I forget the term for these slides that would be projected.
Magic lanterns.
Magic lantern. Thank you so much, Jacob. Perfect. So those are all in here. And we also did, oh, June, why don't you talk briefly about what our ticket check was?
Yeah, so we had a meeting about how are we going to do the ticket check, how are we going to really screen and filter out the people that actually have a ticket. So originally, I think we want to make it a DLC.
A DLC for the Epic Games Store, yeah.
but insurance is too complicated. And at the time we want to actually make a ticket, it's already too late for us to start to learn how to make DLC and how to make it work. So basically at the end we decided that and because at first we wanted to make it so that when people download, they only download the lobby and they need to buy a ticket to download the full version. But then we start to worry, what if people just decided to buy the ticket the last minute and they need to spend another 20 minutes to download the whole build? So we decided that we just want to have the full build just be there, and we want people to solve a puzzle to get their ticket. So we actually make it a little escape room game in there. We just hide our key in one of the book in the bookshelves, and if they buy the ticket, we will send them in an instruction of how to get your key. Your key is actually hidden in that book in the second shelf or some shelf, and you have to grab your key and bring the key to a hidden door, and then you will be in the official pre-show lobby. And we also think that if someone just did the effort to flip all the books and find the key, maybe they just deserve to see the show.
Yeah, they shouldn't have to pay. They worked hard.
I thought for sure you were going to say it was a Google Sheet. I'm going to be honest. I thought for sure you're going to be like, yeah, we just make up passwords in a Google Sheet and just send them out. Like, I thought for sure.
Oh, we
But no,
did
that's
also
pretty
have a
cool. That's pretty
password
clever.
to
Yeah.
bypass everything.
That's fair. No, that's pretty fun. Well, you're kind of leaking this though. We got to make sure this doesn't come out until after the last show, right? When is the last show?
Well,
We have a 7 p.m. show Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, then a 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time show Saturday, and then Sunday will be an all-day long pre-recorded live stream. So that's Christmas Eve, of course. So we'll have, selections of our favorite streams. Maybe there will be a little bonus Easter egg in there of something from years past. And yeah, we hope a lot of people come. We did decide to make the tickets free for the final 2 shows because we went with a season pass model, with the idea being we wanted people to support kind of the development, almost like an early access thing for how the show would evolve over the course of December. But now that the show's kind of reached its final form, I say that knowing that June and I are still adding a bunch of things to the GitHub in prep for tomorrow. We thought we just want as many people to see this as possible. And it's a nice kind of Christmas present to the world for everyone to see everyone's hard work. So yeah, we hope everyone comes and checks it out. I also thought I could show a little bit of what this looks like when you first come in. So June, why don't you narrate us through this a little bit and I'll just kind of do it.
Oh yeah, so the first thing that happened in front of you would be to set your own name. So yeah, like that. And then you will see on the easel is the instruction and welcome menu, and on the left-hand side is the little mirror-like thing that will be the look of your avatar, and it will be the same thing other people sees you. There are different colors, and yeah, you can send a message. It will be like a little message box in front of you. And when you're saying something, you will be bright yellow, just so everyone else knows you're saying something. Yeah, and on the left easel is the instruction of the non-VR users. But if you join in VR, that will be the VR instruction. Also, I think so if you're a non-ticketed user, I think this build is running on a crew rehearsal batch file, so the Dickens didn't say anything.
Oh, he did
But if
actually.
you-
No, yeah,
Oh,
he
did?
was a little loud. So let me do a quick. Here's a fun shortcut: restart level. Will actually restart your game, and we do have this in a development build, not a shipping build. So anyone who actually wants to go enter a bunch of CVARs, you're more than welcome to. So here he is.
Yeah, so yeah, we have this welcome pre-recorded Dickens. He's going to do a short introduction of this show, and will encourage you to buy the ticket. Yeah, and this is done by Ari and through MetaHuman Animator, I believe. Yeah. After he finished the talk, his head will actually continue to track you. It'll just look at you.
Just a little creepy.
Just
but,
a little bit.
Good to know he's watching. So here's the information about the next show.
over there. And then, because we're pretty much letting everyone come into these final 2 shows, so the escape room thing we mentioned is we tell people to come up, open the book here. You can open the other books as well if you want to. Nothing in there, but here's the key. You grab the key, comes over to you, and then, oh, look, a door has appeared with the Marley knocker. And so you go over and you put it in his mouth, and then it brings you into the actual pre-show lobby, and then you're ready for the actual show. Congratulations, you're in the official pre-show lobby.
Very cool.
And
so
then, yeah, go ahead,
talk
Jacob.
to AI Dickens, do you just like...
Ooh, June, can you cue that?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
June has a
make
host
it
build going, so
happen.
she can actually make things happen. And we'll definitely want to do a screen share where we can also show what some of the behind the scenes stuff looks like as
Yeah.
well.
Okay, so first one. Okay, the next one is going to show AI Dickens.
I wonder if he can hear me. Oh, yes, he can.
Of course, my dear.
Charles, do you know what podcasts are?
I'll read his line so people can hear it.
Yes,
Yes, I'm familiar with podcasts.
Glad to hear that, my dear.
I'm glad to hear that, my dear. Is there a particular podcast you would like to discuss, or perhaps a topic you would like to explore?
No, that's all for now, Charles. We got a lot to cover tonight.
Of course.
Of course, my dear. I understand. Well, I will be here when you are ready. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me if you need any assistance.
Goodbye.
Have a wonderful evening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your performance.
Yeah. And so these other little lens flares you see floating around, these are other people inside the multiplayer experience right now. Normally,
One
I would
of
see their
it is
names. Yeah.
me. Let me see.
Yeah,
think
so that's
I
moving.
have
There we go. Crew. There's the
me.
crew. Yeah.
And I can talk to you.
Oh, right. Yeah. Let's see the crew say something. Hello. Yeah. I am scared. Oops. Yeah. You send out your little messages. Scared. Cool. Okay. And then if the show was now about to start, can we show a little bit, even though we don't have Ari here, a little bit what it would look like when Ari enters the household here, the Dickens house lobby?
Yeah, let me just trigger the next cue, and well, we cannot move Dickens there, but we can show Scrooge.
Yeah. And so this might be a cool moment to maybe, if June, if you want to share your screen once you have like Rococo up and running. Yeah. So I'm obviously doing everything the way like an audience member would see it, but let's see a little bit behind the scenes.
For those who are audio listeners, all I've seen so far is Scrooge T-posing next to a podium. So,
Yeah.
I got to see where this goes.
Well, I need to upgrade my plan.
You have to
for
upgrade your
Rococo.
plan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
But yeah, how about we try something else and
yeah, well, June,
while I update my plan.
should I show a little bit of the camera system for a moment?
Oh yeah, that would be great.
So throw a ghost in here too, and I'll show a little bit about how we're trying to do the live stream this year.
Let me transition everyone to London to have more space.
There you go.
And
So we're in
I will
London.
show the ghost. Okay, so all 3 characters are in the scene.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. So we got a Marley, a Dickens, and a Scrooge. And so the camera system is something I started to work on last year, but really just ran out of time for, because I always feel bad when people are like, oh, I'd love to see the show. I don't have a VR headset. I don't feel comfortable with pixel streaming or, you know, any of the interactive things. And, you know, even for just like my mom, like I want to make it easy for them to watch the show. So we wanted to set up an easy way to jump to different cameras. And here's a fun thing. Even though we do have a specific set of launch parameters for Carlos Austin, who's editing everything on the fly, anyone, if they hit the caps locks key, even just in your regular show, this will put you in a camera mode where the number keys 1 through 9 and then also 0, as well as RTY will jump you to different camera angles. So if I press the 1 key, we'll get this wide shot of Scrooge. The equivalent would be 6, which would be kind of the wide shot of our ghost. 2 is a little bit closer, right? And then 3 becomes kind of an interesting over the shoulder shot. So we're doing all this based on bones and like where bone locations are and jumping to different locations. Oh, there we go. We got a little bit of
So this all changes as the scene progresses.
Exactly. So it's finding the different bone locations and then doing everything relative to their bones. And if at any given moment you want to do like a clean back and forth, if you press the space bar, it'll do kind of like a clean swap. So same thing over here. If I'm in like the wide shot over here, so, you know, equivalent,
Oh, wow.
equivalent. And then if I want to do, you know, stuff with Dickens, then I've got him over here as well with RTY. So this is meant to make it much easier for our live streaming team to get good shots. We also have key 5, which is kind of just like a nice rotating aerial. And control and shift will actually lock the cameras in certain locations. Oh, here we go, Rococo. Yeah. So we got some Rococo data streaming through. Lovely. Definitely not Ari's performance. And the VCam stuff is cool. So VCam, for those who don't know, is something that runs typically for, you know, virtual production shoots. It's a way to take like a phone and then treat it as an actual camera, and it only runs in the editor. So next to me, I have a laptop that is running the editor and has VCam open. And then over here on my other phone, I can pixel stream into that computer. And Jackie, who operates the VCam during the show, we actually set up the VPN. Jacob and I had a big VPN discussion a couple of weeks ago. And so Jackie is able to VPN into my local network. So when she opens the LiveLink VCam app, it thinks that she's on my network and she can very easily connect to it. So right now, if I move the camera around here, I am actually, you know, just like walking through the space. So this is using AR to kind of move. And at any given moment, if someone watching the show were to press the 0 key, that actually gives them kind of a dampened view of whatever I'm doing, or usually Jackie is doing with the VCam, which is kind of cool. So if she's, you know, moving up and trying to get like a nice close-up of Scrooge or whatever, doing this in kind of a touch screen way. So, you know, I'm trying to get a nice shot of Scrooge, and I'm right here, and then the camera is gonna, you know, make its way over to there as well. So it's just kind of cool that this is something that is designed for the live stream team, but anyone can be doing this as well. So this is meant to make our YouTube streams much more dynamic than they typically would be. Any questions on that, Jacob?
I mean, I think that's really cool. Like how long, or let me say this. What do you think the advantages were from the perspective of the people putting on the show of having a more curated view here? Because, you know, you have all the keys. Like, are you worried that they're going to miss a moment? Do you feel like this is like, and do you have any information about like what sort of views people were using the most? Do you have an intuition maybe on what sort of views people were using the most?
Well, whenever someone goes to one of these views, their pawn is actually being moved. We're not jumping them to cameras. We are putting their pawn there. So we can actually see if people are using these views by noting like, oh, hey, someone's in camera 5 because they're rotating around the scene. We're also going to have scale. So you'll also get a sense of how people are, you know, changing different scales a little bit as the show goes on. Yeah. That's all a very fun way, I think, to experience a show. Also, if you don't like, there's times where you got to cover some ground. And if Ari's like, this way, everyone, and you got to go for a walk. And if you're not the kind of person who wants to use WASD or an Xbox controller, just knowing that at any given moment, you can like snap right over to, you know, where Scrooge is or something is definitely handy. So as you can see here, even though Scrooge is moving around, we're getting kind of this dampened view that moves with him. But for our live stream, we'll typically, you know, freeze the camera and try to get a shot there.
And then when we need a different shot, then we'll jump over to, you know, a new location. Oh, and here's a cool way we're using pixel streaming this year. So June and I set it up so that there are all of these cameras actually running on CoreWeave in the cloud. So Carlos and everyone else actually is able to see what all of these procedural cameras are seeing at any given moment as kind of a video village. So then Carlos has kind of a view of all of those, and then he knows, oh, hey, if I cut to this view of, you know, Dickens right now, I know what it's going to look like. I think it's going to be a good shot.
Cool.
And he's not just kind of guessing like, oh, maybe the shot will be good, maybe it won't be, et cetera, et cetera.
How good was the synchronization there, given that you're kind of sending these cues, you know, separately to each client?
Good. I don't think anyone's felt like they've been lagging or the latency has been perceivable, right, Jin?
Yeah, that's pretty real time.
Yeah.
The only problem is the internet,
Right.
I think.
Yeah,
That's
a lot
always
of
the
people
problem.
think they have more stable internet than they do, when really it's like a lot of spikes and dropped signals and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
June, do you have a good backstage view to share?
Yeah. Let me share my screen. If I can do this. Optimize.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. On the right hand side here, this is the host build, but we actually make it just the same as a client build, more because it's easier for debugging. So we just need like one host view to check everything is working. So in host here, we actually is able to see like how many client audiences we have right now. And yeah, and we are also counting like how many non-VR player has joined and how many VR player has joined. And on the left side here is our crew build, which is the stage manager build. So we know that we are currently in, say, the queue number 3. So if I hit spacebar, I can load the next queue, and hit it again, it will trigger it. And I can do some like emergency control things, like I can hide Dickens. So you can see that for the general, for audiences, Dickens is hidden, but for the crew, we can still see where Dickens is, and it will just have like a big sign saying hidden.
I personally like the big red button on your screen that says "Show is finished." Kick everyone.
Yeah.
That's a good, and even better, one that says "RE emergency." Please,
Yeah.
you got to give me some backstory there.
Yeah, so our emergency is going to be hit once Rococo is done. So when because Rococo just likes to randomly lose an arm or lose a leg or just randomly likes to crash. So when that happens, we will hit RE emergency and we will change to use the IK control. So we'll just go back to controller and headset. And so yeah, but we can swap between emergency and non-emergency.
Nice.
You also can see, Jacob, that we're very concerned about trolls, and so we have like blocking IP addresses and all sorts of stuff, like just in case someone's trying to ruin the show, we have something we can do.
Like now I just blocked Alex.
Oh no.
Nice.
Oh, June.
Oh, that's cool. So like the moderation stuff is definitely very cool, and not the kind of thing you would get out of a normal multiplayer system, I would guess.
Yeah.
We probably will be able to have it on the normal multiplayer system, but I guess it will have to go through the same like hands-on modification
Right.
to build the system.
That's very cool.
Things like we have the emergency control to make Dickens back to stage center, or Debbie back to stage center.
Yeah, because in both VR and in a Rococo suit, you do often have to deal with drift, where like the performer hasn't moved, but their body just starts to go to the wrong place. And the show is blocked, just like a real theater performance, where it's like, you know, Ari starts here and he takes 5 steps forward and Debbie turns and they're facing each other. And if they are too far off from that, it
changes a lot of things, especially for things like our camera people who are counting on like, I really like the angle where you see Ari and then the door knocker and then all that kind of stuff happening all at the same time.
Yeah. And last thing is we have different actor for Gabby and
So I'm curious with Ari's system where you mentioned he's like going back and forth between multiple characters. How are you doing that behind the scenes to like actually map his voice and motion so that it doesn't become jarring?
Yeah, we're still figuring out how to do the spatial audio. So we actually are just broadcasting his audio in a non-spatial way. It's just like the general 2D audio for Ari. As for the animation, we have the thing. So actually, Ari's pawn is the same pawn as everyone else's pawn, and we were just attaching his pawn to different head location on Dickens and on Scrooge, or
So
on a third point of view.
Would the character he's not part of just switch to IK? Is that, or like a
Oh.
fixed animation?
Yes, that's it. Oh yeah, because we're okay. None of us are in Ari build, so it's hard to show. But yeah, so when Ari is in Dickens, Scrooge will be freeze to his last pose.
Okay.
We have some discussion about like how if we want to make it fall back to an idle animation, or we want it to fall back to just like freeze, and because I think at first we tried the idle animation, but it's kind of weird that when Scrooge is doing something and when he jumps back to Dickens, Scrooge will just quickly stand up and lerp into idle animation. Well, yeah, it's more because if we want to make it beautiful, it's too much work to do like 30 different idle animation.
Jacob,
so we just fall back to freeze.
Yeah, Jacob, are you familiar with the improv game called Freeze?
No.
So this used to be on things like Whose Line Is It Anyway? And everyone who's ever done improv in like college or whatever, there's a game where you're doing a scene and then usually two people, and then someone else will yell freeze, and both characters will freeze their position, and then someone else will go and tap someone on the shoulder, assumes the same position, and now what was, oh my God, you're going to kill me, is like, now we're going to go in for a big hug or something like that. So then you change the scene. So there's a little bit of that Ari uses here, because as he jumps back and forth between the characters, they will freeze in the last position that he left them in, and he'll do that for these, very tender moments sometimes where Dickens is pretending to be Belle and the hand is reaching out and Scrooge goes and like touches the hand. And so Ari has to set all of this up as he jumps between the different characters. June, should I try launching either as Debbie or Ari just to show a little bit what that looks like?
Yeah, it will be fun. I think either will work. If you're going to jump in as Ari, I will stop the Rococo animation, so you will
Gotcha.
won't be
Yeah,
moving.
let me try. Although we can watch it freak out and fight for a second.
Hit the RA emergency.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing we do a lot of in Unreal Engine, which I wish I learned about a lot earlier, is using batch files. So if you've got a bunch of different variables and parameters in like your game instance, then you can have a batch file that calls on all of those and says like, we are doing a rehearsal right now, so skip past like all the ticket checks. This person is going to be launching with these quality settings, or as an actor or as a crew member. And so, you can create a batch file just with a simple notepad kind of setup. And I think I did show a little bit of that stuff when we were talking about pixel streaming the other week. But it's a really useful way to make sure Unreal Engine is launching a build exactly the way you want it to.
Yeah, we can show it briefly. It's a little secret. So we just use things like actor equals to true, and use something to change the port, and specify like this player will be client or host, and if this build is going to be Ari, things like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I set it to be the emergency mode. So now if you're jumping, you should be able to control the avatar with controllers.
Okay. I might be in a weird wonky build because it's not launching at the moment. Let me try. Oh, here it goes. Whoop, nope. No, it's not. Let me try again. Launchy, launchy, launch.
Oh, actually, I can try to launch as Debbie.
Yeah, go ahead. One fun thing too about our multiplayer system is we can have multiple instances running on one computer. So I'm on, a beefy RTX 4090, and I actually found I can have 4 instances of the game running at once, one of them in VR, 3 of them not in VR, and it's actually pretty smooth, and I can kind of just get a good bird's eye view of a lot of the stuff happening that I would have assumed I would need to be using pixel streaming for, but not true.
Yeah. Very cool.
Oh, we have Josie in the chat. Josie wants to know, can I exclude things using a batch file?
Well, that's just, I think so, yeah. That's the same as, like, pick things through batch file, right?
Yeah, I think it's the same idea. I think what actually happened on my end is my Airlink broke. There's so many hoops we jump through for this stuff, and it's so easy for like one thing to break. We had a weird thing where Ari put on the MetaQuest Pro, and it was like, oh, his controllers aren't tracking now. He didn't do anything wrong. It just, an update from Meta or some weird little firmware problem is suddenly just making it so the controllers don't work.
So you also had a lot of fun with Steam VR.
Yes, Steam VR has been a nightmare because we know so many people, of course, who have a Valve Index or Vive, or I was testing with a Vario XR3 over here, which not many people have, but we want, of course, this to work on as many headsets as possible, and we were getting crashes and black screens, and it seemed like one thing we started to do a week ago was try to translate all the OSC face data, eye and mouth tracking data, because that would actually allow us to disable the Meta XR plugin. But then we had Wit on our team testing a build where we weren't asking him to test Steam VR. We just wanted to know if he was getting a DLSS crash, which was like a weird thing we were troubleshooting. And then he's like, oh, no, the crash is gone. Everything's running fine in my Valve Index. And we're like, wait, what do you mean everything's running fine in your Valve Index? He's like, yeah, look, here's a screenshot. Everything's fine. And we're like, wait, so you are in Steam VR and it's working? And he's like, yeah, what's the big deal? It's like, wait, we haven't gotten Steam VR to work yet. That's incredible news. So this week has been a lot of trying to figure that out and make it consistent.
What's been the biggest challenge? I mean, you guys launched on a ton of platforms, or different devices, different ways of accessing it. What was the biggest pain or the biggest challenge and all that?
What do you think, June?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is Steam VR.
Yeah.
I think the different headset it's really making it challenging, like just the fact that they have different buttons, and we still have problem with like the VR controller binding on Steam VR, but overall I think it's fine. Almost, I still think like 90% of the things kind of just work because we're also because we're targeting only at PC VR, not like standalone VR. So in theory, we are just making one .exe, and that executable is able to handle everything in theory.
It's tricky because we have, obviously we love desktop VR and we want to be able to use Lumen and Nanite and all these incredible Unreal Engine features. But a lot of the people who have shown interest in the show have been like, oh, well, how can I just run it standalone? Nice job, June. For anyone who can't see, June is acting as the Ghost of Christmas Past right now. And you can see some of the IK stuff. And June, do we have face tracking there as well?
Yes, but I am very dark in the scene, so I'm going to change myself to.
Yeah. We also have like a rehearsal light. We can turn on a light just to make it easier for everyone to see everything.
Oh, no, we kind of closed it actually.
Yeah. Oh, we did. Oh, did we disable it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just... So here's June coming up to the camera as Marley and is waving at us. Our audio here, yeah. And yeah, so this is, it's like this kind of stuff. So much of the stuff is out of the box for like our friends at, Ferryman Collective, who do a lot of live VR theater in things like VR chat. There's all this stuff that comes out of the box when you're using an existing platform. And we have ended up painstakingly building a lot of this from scratch for Unreal Engine because those tools don't really exist yet. So I'm very, very proud of June and the whole team for everything they've accomplished. And I should also mention, like, no investors, like no one's come on board and been like, I want to give you guys $1 million to make this happen. So we're really doing this in a bootstrappy kind of way. Certainly hoping that it leads to more projects and bigger projects, but it's absolutely been a labor of love so far.
Yeah. I mean, it shows, and every year it's gotten better.
Yeah. In June, I, for some reason, just can't launch Airlink right now. That's a thing that happens. Do you want to try relaunching as Ari just to show a little bit of what it looks like to jump back and forth?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Cool. Yeah. It's good to have multiple headsets for testing. Like, I mentioned the Vario XR3, Quest Pro, Quest 3. I got a Vive in the other room. We've got a Vive X, or Vive XR Elite. June has a what's it called? The Vive Focus 3.
Focus 3, yeah.
Yeah, because all these headsets are going to behave a little bit differently. And one thing that, like, I honestly don't think we're going to fix before tomorrow, but it's good to know, is like people have reported when they open this with a Valve Index, SteamVR is working, hooray, but the controllers are rotated like 90 degrees. And it's like weird. And there's not a super easy way to just run a check to be like, is someone using the Valve Index? If so, rotate controllers into the correct position. And even if we could do that check, because we don't have a Valve Index, we don't know like exactly what that rotation should be. So it's very difficult to get all this working for multiple platforms. I do wonder if by this time next year, we'll be talking about how we ported the whole thing for standalone headsets like the Vive Focus 3 and MetaQuest 3 and that kind of stuff.
Or the Apple Vision Pro.
Or the Apple Vision Pro. That would be pretty cool. I'd love to say there's a tabletop AR version of this that you can just drop in the middle of your living room and watch it as like a little diorama thing. One thing I'm hoping to get working by tomorrow that isn't working at the moment is I really love the way things like Tilt Brush work, where you can like grab and move around the world and scale the whole thing up and down. And I did a little test a few months ago where this all felt really good with that. But I didn't know if that was like a default movement system we'd want to have. So maybe by the live show tomorrow, we'll have a little like checkbox you can hit inside the menu that will allow you to activate like tilt brush mode and decide, do you want all the characters to look like they're 100 feet tall, or do you want them all to feel like they're little action figures on your desk? Anyways, David, Jacob, how about you describe what you see June doing right now for our audio listeners?
Yeah, well, at the moment, I would describe it as Dickens hoisting Scrooge like a kitten gets, like a
badly behaved kid.
Yeah, it gets, like carried by like the back of the neck by its mother kind of thing. It's a bit unsettling. I'm not gonna lie, but I can't tell if it's unsettling because Scrooge becomes weightless and all of a sudden, loses the fundamental essence of Scrooge, or if it's because he looks like he's dead, just goes limp. But really, you should be watching this episode on YouTube. If you have the ability, jump onto YouTube for the end of this so you can watch these demos because they are pretty fun.
By the way, speaking of yeah, sorry, go ahead, June.
I do call this Scrooge dead.
Scrooge dead.
In Unreal.
Yeah, he's just limp. I love that we can just play with this stuff. By the way, I gave a shout out to our friends at the Ferryman Collective, and I just noticed we actually have Braden Roy, one of the amazing co-founders, also the mayor of the Underpresents, fun fact, in the chat. And Braden wants to know if Ari, Debbie, or anyone else has run into issues with disorientation when they're swapping avatars and points of view on the fly rapidly, or has that process been seamless for them? How would you answer that, June?
That's definitely difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge.
I think we spent like 2 or 3 or even more weeks just to fix the head rotation and the body, just to make sure like the head orientation is correct when swapping between avatars.
Yeah, and we try to give them some clues to keep them oriented, like the big green upstage sign. So like as the sets are changing around them, they just have very easy things to help keep them in the correct orientation. One nice thing about virtual reality, of course, that we can't do in the real world is we can have very clear markers and things that only certain people can see and other people can't. Again, we can divide things up into like crew, performers, audience members. Is this your view right now, June?
Yeah, so this is the view from SRE. So we can see that in the third person view, we also have this kind of marker to show the front being the avatar's front. So because I'm actually like in a third person view right now. So if I just rotate 180 degree, well now I cannot show that, but if I hide this, and if I just rotate 180 degree, the content would just be like, non-human
not human
rotation. So yeah, we do this kind of like small diagrams to help with the orientation here and there.
Yeah. We did have a lot of fun. We did a demo of this at Unreal Fest, and then also for the real-time conference using Radical AI, which is a markerless mocap solution that just uses a webcam. And we had Ari and Dante giving a bit of a demo of what that looks like. And the answer is very good. We just haven't been able to incorporate it into the experience because of the fact that it doesn't currently work with builds, and there's some other like complexities about getting it all out. But I think we are excited about adding more ways that our performers can do their show, whether it's entirely from within a VR headset or using a webcam or using a motion capture suit. It's nice that there's more and more options that are affordable and easy for a performer to do from the comfort of their living room. Yeah, I'm so frustrated with Meta because some of the IK stuff they have is really, really excellent. And they've brought a lot of it to like Unity. They have not done any of it for Unreal Engine yet. And the stuff that they have done for Unreal Engine has very poor documentation. So, it hurts me to think about how much June and some of the other members of our development team have had to build a bunch of things from scratch that do actually exist. We just haven't been able to access them. Fun little thing too is when Ari jumps back and forth between Scrooge and Dickens, there's kind of this little like spirit Niagara particle effect that we can see there a little bit. Yeah. So if you're watching very closely, you can kind of almost feel like it's Ari's soul jumping between these characters to possess them. It looks like Dickens is about to kiss Scrooge or something. There's like a little bit of a
yeah, it's very intimate scene you're showing us.
Yeah. So for the past couple of weeks, our Rococo suit has been down, and Ari and Debbie have both been entirely in VR. We did manage to get Ari all the wires he needs to manually repair the Rococo suit himself. And so for Friday and Saturday, hopefully we will be in full body mocap, and you won't just see them standing up the whole time. That'll be fun. Cool. Well, I feel like we're covering a lot of ground here. Jacob, do you have any other questions about this fun monstrosity of a show?
No, I mean, I think people should definitely check it out if they haven't. I think it's just exciting to see how much you guys invest in this every year, and to see it, continue to improve, and you're pushing, boundaries in very interesting ways. So definitely people should check it out if they haven't. Or, if you got a nice checkbook, maybe sponsor next year's performance. Look, if you don't want to do the shameless plug, I'll do it.
Thank you, Jacob. We'll give you a commission for anyone who comes on board and is like, yes, take $12 as
I'll give you
donation.
Yeah. I'll send you pizza. No.
Yeah. But the thing is that it's a fun way for us to take a lot of what we've learned over client work over the year. And the goal really is to be able to say, hey, Ferryman Collective, or folks who, act in other shows and in things like Mozilla Hubs. We were doing stuff with like Onboard XR and WebXR. Other people from other theater companies, whether they are involved in tech or not, we want to be able to give them these tools and have it be as straightforward as possible for them to put on their own shows. And we're just dog fooding it all right now. We're doing it ourselves. And one of our goals for 2024 is to get these hands into the tools of other performers and creators, and for us also to crank out a lot more quick shows that maybe take a week to produce rather than a couple months.
So quick question as we kind of, close things out here. Given that this is an opportunity for you guys to explore new things inside of Unreal or try things, for the first time, I'm going to ask both of you to maybe point to what was the most surprising thing you learned about Unreal Engine in the process of building this year's Christmas game. And June, why don't you start?
Unreal is always full of surprises, I think. The most surprising thing, but I think that I think the most surprising thing, or maybe it's not a surprise for many people, but for me, I think it's Unreal is actually really flexible, because we kind of Frankenstein a lot of system to build our system, and it's really good to be able to find a plugin that can do OSC and find another plugin that can do WebSocket client, and then find yet another plugin that can do WebSocket server. We are kind of Frankenstein like all these kind of systems and even Google Sheet into our system to make this happen. So
Quick on that, June, one thing we didn't mention was like one thing we were really nervous about was we thought we were going to have to ask everyone who came to the show to like manually open ports on their router, which would have been a nightmare. But a lot of the logic that the team built that was done for that kind of system using OSC and port forwarding and all that was able to be brought over to like a WebSocket system, which did not need that.
Yeah, I mean, none of our team are like very networking experts. We're just kind of try and error and found, oh, this method doesn't require port forwarding. Great. So we're just like trying to make it happen, and then we kind of made it happen. And I really put surprisingly, it gave us a lot of like flexibility to combine with different systems, I think.
Yeah. I would say Unreal Engine is a minefield, and no matter how much you learn about it, there will always be things that have you banging your head against the wall. I definitely expected, if I had told myself, 8 years ago when I first started using Unreal, that I might spend an entire day trying to get Steam VR to not be a black screen when I'm the only person getting a black screen and no one else is. And then the solution, as like June discovered, was like, oh, you need to uninstall Virtual Desktop and have this particular setting in Steam VR. Like, it's this kind of stuff that there's no documentation for this stuff. It's all trial and error, and you either figure it out or you don't, and you find a workaround. And to be working in this industry, especially one like VR, where everything is changing all the time and doesn't have as many users active, you just need to be willing to like try and not give up and just figure it out or do your best. So as long as you have the kind of mentality to know that it's never going to get easier, just different, then you are in the right place, because it is kind of like a drug addiction, right? Like when things are working, like I had one really good development night where there were like 9 things on the list of like nice to have features for the production I was able to knock off, and every one of them worked the first time I put on the headset. That feels great. That's thrilling. But then yes, there are other times when you spend several days trying to make a thing work that should be so simple and it's just not.
Yeah, I find this that true of most technology that you develop any sort of expertise in, right? Like there's always a deeper rabbit hole when it comes to these things, and you get more ambitious, in lockstep with how much you learn, because everything you learn just opens up, oh well, what if I use this for this and this? So I think Alex is right. Like it doesn't become easier, it's different. And usually the challenges you're facing might seem, just as trivial as the ones you were dealing with when you started using something like Unreal Engine. But in the end, the outcome is going to be way better, right?
Yeah.
Because you've done the cycles to understand what it is you need to bang your head against that actually produces the, what you need to do. But I think that's true of just about any technology or that you try and learn, or any sort of, probably any task you put your mind to, that you really develop expertise in. And Unreal Engine is just, it goes deep enough that it fits into that kind of category.
And there is something very fun about feeling like you're trying something out that has never been done before. And Unreal Engine, of course, covers so many industries. So like we're taking things like OSC, or, the way we're doing stuff with metahumans or live mocap or the VCam, and we're repurposing all those things in a new way. And sometimes it breaks because it wasn't designed for that. And sometimes it works surprisingly well. And we feel like we, all deserve to eat some cake. One thing I want to mention before I forget is we do have another question in the chat. Space Wrecked says, thoughts on physical / on location room scale MR and XR experiences. I'm a caveman to basic blueprint knowledge, so this is my path.
Do you want to answer that?
I'll mention briefly that we do stuff sometimes that is on location. It is always interesting when you're trying to program things for a particular place. We have a poster in the lobby for Christmas Carol for a production we did called Ghosted, which was on Magic Leap and was designed for a very specific location and setup. And that's interesting when you're like, people are going to be sitting at this table and this is the stuff in the environment, and we want all of that to be part of the show instead of things being entirely virtual. Everything with Apple is going to be very much with that as a consideration, because you can literally dial up and down how much of the real world you see. And if you want the real world to be any part of what's going on, then that becomes a really big design consideration. And you have to find yourself thinking about, how do I procedurally have things that will always work as long as there's a table or a chair? And how do I have things that are like, well, we really need to like get rid of the real world and have everything be virtual for this to be effective correctly. I'll also give a quick shout out to a production we're working on for next year called Ink and Paint, which will be opening probably sometime in April. And it's basically Who Framed Roger Rabbit live in a physical theater with like AR characters moving around a space. And there's elements that you will see regardless of whether or not you're using an AR device. And so the mixing and matching of like, how do you make something feel magical, and how do you make the tech feel like it's servicing narrative and story without it feeling like a gimmick? That's always a really interesting challenge. What do you think, June?
I think from an architectural background, I think room scale VR is really it's really amazing and attracts me a lot, because I think the major difference for me about VR or XR, this kind of tools, different from the traditional 2D screen, is that we have the sense of scale. So we can use our physical body to just experience the world, the virtual world that is that's presented to us by stealing our visual and sound system to fake it, and with the actual space to play with and to just kind of experience it, is just make it even more believable. So yeah, and like the Four Seasons project we briefly mentioned is the full room scale VR project. That I think gives
room scale is an understatement there.
Yeah, it's what is like
5,000 square feet
garage scale or like yeah. Yeah, well, I do hope there are more that kind of project.
Yeah, and I think he's also wondering about the development side of it. Like, one thing we're trying to do, June and I and the other developers at Agile Lens, we're trying to post more examples of things, because there just aren't enough, especially in Unreal Engine. So if you're trying to figure out like the blueprints and how to get started with a lot of this stuff, like Dante put together a really nice pass-through example that lets you like toggle between the real world and the virtual world in Unreal Engine setup for meta. And you know, a lot of the tools we're building now, we have a thing called like Agile Lens utility nodes. We want to try to make a lot of these tools available so others don't have to suffer the same way we've suffered to do what in many cases should be relatively straightforward tasks.
I think one other aspect that, or like the biggest problem with room scale, or like just the effort of trying to sync the virtual space and the actual space, is always the different coordination.
Yeah.
We know in Unreal has its own virtual coordination, and our headset has its own coordination. And if like in Four Seasons we use OptiTrack, OptiTrack also has its own coordination that they use to just label the position of the space. And so the real problem is always within how to sync every coordination and make sure they are all talking to the same point in the space. It's the biggest pain.
Yeah, but that's the thing too, is Unreal Engine can talk to all these things, sometimes through different protocols, but it's all possible. And sometimes we end up doing things that are incredibly complicated just because we know it's possible. Even if it isn't probable and it's not how something is designed, we get really excited when we realize that something is not outright impossible. Speaking of things like OptiTrack, I've got this fun Iron Man hand here. I'm actually wearing it backwards because I wasn't looking at how I put it on. Someone who we brought on to Agile Lens for the Four Seasons project, his name is Sam Baker. He just released this Indiegogo campaign, or they're shipping now for, what are they called? The frostbite haptic gloves or something like that. And they're awesome. So they were like $200, and it's got these systems in here that actually pull back to make you feel like there's actually tension on things. And also on top of here, I've got the Vive Ultimate Tracker, which is one way that this can detect where you are in space. But like, this is a new piece of technology that might be able to replace all the stuff we're doing with OptiTrack. Because if you have 5 of these, they all know where they are in a relative position to each other. And so we could put one of these on the heads of 5 different people in a MetaQuest Pro. And in theory, all that data could be shared, and it's all inside out. So then, no more need for $300,000 in OptiTrack equipment, maybe. So it's interesting with the Four Seasons project that we're going to have opportunities to keep doing R&D as new software, hardware, et cetera, comes out to kind of stay on the bleeding edge. And hopefully it will inform all the fun, wacky theater projects we do as well.
Yeah. Awesome. I feel like this has been a really great deep dive into what you guys have done here. Obviously a ton has changed. Any final thoughts here before we wrap up the podcast tonight?
All I'd say is tenacity, and just reminding people that like, you got to be willing to push through when things aren't working, or find workarounds. Like if something actually is giving you a headache for 3 days, jump over to something else. I practice something I like to call productive procrastination, which is I try to have like a list of like 5 to 10 things where it's like, maybe this is the most important thing and this is the least important thing. And I might jump over and procrastinate from the most important thing by doing the least important thing, but it is still something that needs to get done. And then like, no matter what, something useful is happening. And just by making your brain tackle different kinds of problems, which is very easy to do with how widespread Unreal Engine development is, I think it's a good way to solve problems, even if they aren't the problem you need to necessarily be solving at that particular moment. It also really helps to have a good team. So this year, having more people to work with, June and I have been able to expand to a lot of other really talented developers. Even if you're remote, having a good Slack or Discord where you can all, share ideas and bounce off each other and get other eyes on something, that makes a huge difference. But it's all worth it. It's all worth it when you get to say you made something that is super exciting and maybe the first of its kind. Maybe it feels a little bit like we're the early days of ILM or Pixar, where we're like touching all these things, thinking like, maybe this is a thing, maybe it's not. Oh, cool, there's something here. Let's keep going with it. And please, everyone do come see Christmas Carol, Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, live stream all day of pre-recorded content. We'll leave the YouTube chat open if people want to say hi to us or to each other. That's all I have to say. June, how about you?
Yeah, that's probably about what all I want to say as well. But I want to shout out to our other people in the dev team. Thank you, Dante and Josie and Arike and Sarah, and also all the crew members that are not dev team. Sorry if I miss anyone, but Steph and Jackie and Carlos and John and We also have one new camera person. Sorry, I forgot the name.
John. His name's John.
Oh, I already had John. I thought we have a
John,
third one.
It's John Carl. Oh, there was another one. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
There's one more, but the very first one. Yeah, and of course Kevin. I'm sorry, Kevin and David.
Everyone
by
should
their
go
name.
to xmascarolvr.com/credits, or when you come to the show, we do have the credits roll at the end when we take you back to the lobby. So yeah, it's been a really wonderful team. We're really lucky to be among such awesome people. And sorry, Sam Baker, it's called the Bifrost Pulse VR Haptic Club. Definitely want to give that a proper shout out. It's super cool. Everyone should check it out.
Yeah, and please come see the show.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, at that, I'll go ahead and say, hey, if you listen to this point in the podcast,
you're a super fan.
You're a super fan. You can leave us a like or subscribe or any of those things. And happy holidays to those of you who are listening to this in time for that to be relevant. Or, you know what? Whatever holiday it is. Happy holiday! Exclamation point. All right?
Yeah.
And we'll catch you in the new year.
2024. If anyone is going to be in Mesa, Arizona at ASU at the beginning of the year, Kevin and I will be there showing some stuff related to Christmas Carol, and we'll talk more about this at another time. But kind of the entertainment gamified version of all this, which we call Line, which is really meant to be kind of a VR karaoke theater game. So little tease of that, more on that in the future. Hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your year, and yeah, see you again.
And thank you, June, for joining us.
Thank you so much, June. This was very last minute. I asked June 10 minutes before we were going to start if she wanted to come talk about like leading the development team on this project. And thank you for being game, June. You're always amazing and a delight. And I feel very lucky that we've been able to work together for a few years now.
Yeah, thank you for the name. It's fun.
All right. Catch everyone later.
Goodbye.
Okay, now moving into 2024. Interesting little smorgasbord we got coming up here. First, some of the Agile Lens folks and I, Marshall Nowak, Dante Cameron, Eugenia, myself, we got to participate in a meta mixed reality hack in April of 2024. And this is where we first started to kind of pull apart some of what we were doing with Christmas Carol into this, hackathon thing we called Performer, MR for mixed reality. And it was a co-located pass-through kind of experience with skinning of the environment, and you'll see a little trailer of what we built. But this was meant to be a little bit more of like a performance platform. And you're going to hear us talk more about something called stage presence later on as we progress past 2024. So yeah, take a look at that, see what you think of that. And then similarly, we were trying to figure out how to pull apart the show in some interesting ways. One thing I didn't mention is in 2022, I got to go to the Seoul Performing Arts Festival as a special guest of honor with Kioi Immersive and really, really cool folks who welcomed me over there to give a 2-hour talk, give a 2-day workshop, and then also, much to my chagrin and surprise, kind of at the last minute, do a performance. So we had the 13-minute version of the show that, could play back what was happening, but they're like, oh no, we have this actor in Korea and you guys can do it together. And it's like, oh wait, I'm gonna act too? And it was like, oh, we need to figure out some way to make this dead simple. So we took that 13-minute version and then we added in the ability to basically tag in and use live link face, as you've seen, and then do like a follow the bouncing ball sort of thing, so that myself and this other actor who was there with me could perform as the characters and just kind of go back and forth. And so we had this kind of karaoke version of the show. So we were again thinking about how we could start to put this toward other kinds of use cases. So we called this Line as like a VR karaoke experience. And you'll see some of our grant applications as we tried to find funding to do something with that, using Christmas Carol, of course, as a starting point. Apple Vision Pro also came out in February of 2024. And we pretty quickly started to see what we could do with MetaHumans and, Christmas Carol on there. Could we do the full live show in Apple Vision Pro? Spoiler, no, not really, but once we detach more from Meta's ecosystem, it would be possible to do something like a live show in there. We did a workshop with Apple just a few weeks ago for a few days, and we actually tried to rebuild a bunch of our live performance tools. Again, you'll hear more about stage presence soon, inside Apple's platform, and that was very exciting. But you'll see how we were trying to pitch Line as another kind of offshoot of our theater tools, and Christmas Carol being kind of just like a ready-made show and script that we had available there. Then you'll see some experiments we started to have with Vision Pro and WebXR. This is something that unfortunately hasn't advanced too much since, a year and a half ago yet, but you see me getting very excited about it in this video, and I'm still excited about the potential, because what this meant was that if we did a live show like Christmas Carol, you would need a device, a headset, anything that uses WebXR, and then you'd be connecting to a cloud computer, which is actually running the actual experience, like we did with Cloud XR in 2021. And did we do it in 2022? Oh, by 2022, we were using Cloud XR and pixel streaming. We'd added pixel streaming as an option too, just remembering that. And so the idea would be that everything's running on the cloud, but you can use whatever device you want because it'll be running. And then as you'll see in the video, you can just kind of use whatever device you want and everything will translate, whether you're doing hand tracking or controller tracking. So you'll see me using Christmas Carol as an example of that very exciting device agnostic potential future. Then before we go into the shows, you'll see a little Apple Vision Pro experience that I made off of the Quest version that Dante and June had put together, which takes that MetaHuman Animator version of Ari going through the Tiny Tim monologue and puts it in Apple Vision Pro in mixed reality as kind of like a little snow globe. You can scale things up and down and do other things too, as you will see. And from there, we will go into the shows. So we'll talk more about the shows in a moment. Cheers.
Performer, yes, performer. Welcome to this mixed reality live performance experience where you start by scanning a space. It could be a theater, it could look really great, and then you transform it into this wonderful aesthetic, cool digital content, and then it comes to life and lets you choose to be a performer or an audience member. And then you get to select your character. Are you going to be the dear God, or are you going to be, our emperor here who can dance and has a wonderful dress? You can be a dragon, grab it, you swing it around, do cool stuff with it, wonderful puppeteering, ruppeteering, or you can be a desk. And then you spin around and you start to perform to your audience and you control your character and it's going to be great. And you say, hello, everyone.
So, you got any insurance yet? No? Well, my friend over here, he's gonna help you. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks. It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? That villain cousin would have killed my husband. Back, foolish tears. Back to your native spring.
And that's not all you can do. You can also, put together a fresco, put together a bunch of posed characters, and you can kind of be like, hey, what is this? Everyone out an angry dinner party here? What's going on? But it's very theatrical and exciting and performative. Or you could create an audience for yourself, just a big old audience of people watch you, give a talk, or, fight each other. If you're practicing your fighting moves, you can do that. That's a show, that's a performance. Or you could have a big old, competition on, say, I don't know, patty cake. You get a patty cake competition, yes. Or do a script, say some important words, important lines, yes. Or you can learn to dance, practice your dance moves. And process, yes, lots of process, we built some characters, we figured out the scene room stuff, that looked really cool, we had some menus for debugging things, made things swap, we figured out how to send float data for talking, we did some multiplayer testing, which finally worked with some cool movements, and you really feel like there's someone there, and that's neat. Performer! Yes, thank you so much.
Hey folks, it's Alex Coulomb from Agile. We're going to try a fun little experiment today. I have with me Kevin and I have Jake, and they have never seen the story of Christmas Carol in their whole lives. Isn't that right, guys? No. You've never seen the script, you've never done it at all. We're going to have them perform it for the very first time, and we're going to have people watching it in VR. It's going to be great. So let's see how that goes, and action.
Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve. How now? What do you want with me?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
You are fettered. Tell me why.
I wear the chains I forged in life. I made link by link. I grinded them of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is that pattern strange to you?
Your vocal pattern, yes.
Or would you know how the weight and length of this strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. So you have labored on it since, and it's a ponderous chain. And I named him Christmas, because back then I liked Christmas.
Well, I refuse. All but so creepy. Oh, unsettling.
And then
For your own sake, you remember what has passed between us. Remember that. Rise,
What?
I float away.
Get back here. Hold on. I'm going to grab your ankle and keep you. Wait, take me. That the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob. I think Introducing Line, a karaoke theater experience that lets users perform iconic scenes from plays and movies for their friends in and out of virtual reality. Whether you're acting with friends in real time or with stock performances from professional actors, Line makes everyone a star, leveraging powerful tools from Meta alongside the singular rendering capabilities of Unreal Engine. Line is designed for individuals passionate about performance and storytelling. Whether you're a theater enthusiast, a performer, or someone who loves engaging with live scenes, Line offers a new way to step into the spotlight and bring iconic moments to life. With seamless social media integration, Line speaks to content creators and influencers who want to share their performances on meta platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. Every performance becomes an opportunity to engage audiences and spark creative conversations. Theater companies, independent artists, and event producers will find new ways to engage audiences with Line. Its scalable infrastructure opens the door for partnerships with festivals and arts institutions, making it a powerful tool for hybrid performances and immersive events. Line is built first and foremost for Meta Quest, utilizing mixed reality, hand tracking, and the Meta Movement SDK at its core. With seamless performance capture and customizable avatars, users can fully immerse themselves in karaoke-style live performances without the pressure of memorizing lines. The experience will offer unlockable characters, props, and more, encouraging creativity and social sharing on an array of platforms. After all, performance is meant to be seen. Our team at Agile Lens combines deep expertise across software development, live theater production, virtual performance, motion capture, digital puppetry, and animation. At the helm is Alex Coulombe, co-founder and CEO, a pioneer in immersive technology with a background in theater architecture and XR development. Under his leadership, Agile Lens has created award-winning experiences like Ghosted, the annual A Christmas Carol VR, and The Orchard Off-Broadway with Mikhail Baryshnikov. Our work is driven by a talented group of artists and technologists, including Yujun Ye, who specializes in Unreal Engine and cloud-streamed events, Marshall Nowak, an XR artist focused on virtual interactivity, and Dante Cameron, a technical artist who specializes in immersive design and live interfaces, as well as Kevin Laibson, a director of theater and interactive performance with extensive experience in blending live and virtual elements. Agile Lens exists to build the tools that empower artists to create beautiful, innovative work for generations to come. Our mission drives everything we do, from developing virtual performance platforms to crafting hybrid experiences for artists worldwide. Line builds on the foundation of our highly successful annual performance of A Christmas Carol VR, which has captivated audiences for 4 years. Each season, we've seen a growing, passionate community of theater lovers and VR enthusiasts come together to celebrate this unique blend of storytelling and technology. With Line, we're excited to expand that experience into a year-round platform, empowering more people to engage, perform, and create in immersive spaces. Line also builds on our expertise from previous successes, including the release of Body of Mine on the Meta Store and Performer, our project from the Meta Mixed Reality Hackathon. These experiences have deepened our understanding of Meta's technologies, enabling us to push the boundaries of what's possible in virtual performance. Line is a new way to experience the joy of performance, and we're tapping into the growing demand for live, interactive content. By lowering the barrier to entry for users to create, share, and engage with performances, we're poised to make Line the next big thing for the performer in all of us on MetaQuest. With Line, we've already laid the foundation for a seamless and dynamic performance experience. Our prototype features a fully interactive scene from A Christmas Carol, demonstrating the power of metahuman facial capture via LiveLink or MetaQuest Pro, and mocap through the MetaMovement SDK. From queuing and lighting to live audience interaction on Twitch, we've built pieces of a robust system designed to immerse participants and audiences alike. Building out a streamlined pipeline makes it easier than ever to create new environments and add additional plays, ensuring Line is ready to scale. We've already developed tools to explore multiple forms of interaction and begun work on systems for easy export to social platforms. Our next milestone is delivering a mechanical proof of concept within 3 months, followed by a vertical slice and full product design at the end of the accelerator program. We'll expand features, develop new scene creation tools, and integrate AI to unlock user creativity. With Line, we're gamifying the joy of performing with your friends and making immersive, interactive theater accessible to everyone. Join us as we transform how people engage with the arts through virtual reality. Line is a stage for you and your friends. Come step into the spotlight. We're seeking $175,000 to optimize Line for standalone Quest devices, integrate Meta's latest SDKs, and develop scalable infrastructure to quickly and easily add new characters, scripts, and environments. This approach will position us to pursue licensing deals, enabling the creation of more content with recognizable IPs and performers. With your support, Line will continue to push the boundaries of virtual performance and immersive theater. Thank you so much for your time. The spotlight is all yours.
Well, hello everyone, it's me, Alex Coulomb, and I am very excited today to show you something that I've been waiting for over a year and a half. Real progress with WebXR pixel streaming. Now you might remember a while ago, I showed you like a very, very early preview of what the technology could do, talked a bit about the potential of it, but for anyone who actually tried it out, you would have noticed there's, a lot of lag, the IPD's not right, there's distortion, it's not ready for prime time. It wasn't. It's still not ready for prime time, just to set your expectations accordingly, but what I have in here is the most significant progress I've seen on this yet. So just excited to give you a bit of a preview. This is from my pals over at LarkXR/Paraverse Technologies. Thanks so much to my friend Dennis over there for sharing this demo of our Christmas Carol experience. And let's just pop in and take a look. So I am going to open up the browser. And what I've done is I've shared this link with my headset just by literally sharing it from the phone and sending it to my browser. For anyone who hasn't done that, it's great. And you'll notice on their dashboard right now, this is obviously still very early, but AWS LarkXR, and I can set my resolution depending on what I think my headset can handle, as well as the bit rate, right? So I can go pretty high here. Obviously, a faster bit rate is going to be higher resolution, but then you run into more potential lag. I'll try 60. And then we've got an option here that I think is about how I should figure out where the floor is. And then I have no idea what the phone AR or MR is, but that looks exciting too. Maybe it's a way to do something similar with the phone. And then they've got a debug option, which you can do without WebXR or actual VR. Let's pop into VR. You'll notice I've also got my frames per second running just so we can track that as well. So here we go. I click it, we get a blue screen for a second, and then we open up and we see that I am in the lobby of Christmas Carol. So I've got the resolution a little bit low, but here's the thing. The IPD is correct. The characters here, it's running well, and this is all through a browser. I have my controllers. I can do things like bring up my menu. I, am able to do all the things in here that I would be doing if I was running this locally. Now, again, this production of Christmas Carol requires a desktop computer right now. This is not something that can run locally on a headset, totally with the processing power here. So this is the real benefit of WebXR pixel streaming, is running something like this in the cloud and then being able to connect to this instance entirely through a browser. No need for sideloading an app, no need for jumping through a bunch of hoops for different headsets and devices. This just works on any device that will run WebXR. You better believe I'm going to try this in Vision Pro as well, but so promising. I'd say the most uncomfortable thing right now is there is some distortion that's a little bit funky, but here's the thing, this is usable, especially if I keep my head pretty straight and I, do my kind of standard vignetting fly mode. This feels comfortable. This feels good. I could watch a show in this. Now, of course, Charles Dickens is prompting me to talk to him, so we know the mic isn't hooked up yet, so he cannot hear me. That's maybe a step down the line, but yeah, just very excited about the promise of this. Let's see if we can read the text over here. So if I get close enough, stereoscopic photographs were immensely popular in the United States and Europe. Great, so I can read. Let's go take a look over here at the Agile lens wall. Flashback to some of our projects over the years, Macbeth in 2014, and all these other fun, exciting things. Keep an eye out for La Passion XR. And yeah, I mean, that's really it. I just want to show you, look, we can fly. I believe we have a teleport button. Yep. And so all the input is working. All the benefits of WebXR just working directly in controller mode. Controller mode, what's that even mean? And yeah, I'm running it off the cloud and it feels great. No app required, no powerful computer required, just a headset and a good connection to the internet. Thanks LarkXR for the incredible opportunity. Let's try it out in a few more headsets, right? Let's try it out in a different headset. And of course, in the Vision Pro, I can actually open this much easier. I can just say, hey Siri, open Slack. And then, yeah, and I can just go ahead and click the link that I have in Slack for this. So it opens up just in Safari. I've got it right in front of me, same exact menu. And here's the crazy thing. If this works, I'm going into the same session that I was just in the MetaQuest over here. Same exact session, but I don't know. I haven't opened it. Let's see what happens. So I don't know. We've got a resolution of 3080/40 by 2160, bit rate of 80 megabits per second. And I'm just going to hit VR. I don't know why I'm stalling so much. Let's see if it works. Okay. Immersive experience, WebXR. Hand tracking. Now, I have not built, my company has not put any hand tracking functionality into this. Blue screen, and we might just be stuck on a blue screen. Oh, what? What? It works. It works. Same session. A little bit of time has passed, so it looks like we've got Scrooge and Dickens around. Now, is anything happening with the hand tracking? Now, it is pretty compressed. Compared to the MetaQuest version, I do see a lot more artifacts, but I am able to look around, and yeah, this is an experience. Cool. Now, yeah, I can't move or fly. Wait, what was that? Oh man, wait. Okay, so hold on. When I pinch, it's showing me the controllers, and I think there's my menu. It's like snapping to my location, and I just froze it. But I think I'm actually I think I'm triggering controller events. That's nuts. That's nuts. Again, no hand tracking built into this. I'm just somehow triggering controller events from the same session that I was just using these controllers in Apple Vision Pro. This is the future I'm excited about. Totally open, no gatekeeping, no apps, no things you need to download and get permission for, separate things for each device, a single web browser portal that someone can go into, be running the experience off the cloud. Doesn't matter if you're on Pico or Vive or Apple Vision Pro or Quest, it's going to give you access to the experience in a way that's going to work for everyone. That all being said, it does seem like I froze it or crashed it. Let's see if we can fix this. Let's go back here. Just VR again. Looks like I broke something. Blue. Oh, yeah, it kicked me out. There we go. I'm back in. Okay. Hi. Hi, Charles Dickens. Hi, buddy. So if I just go like, hi, that's my fingers with the controller in my menu. Now, I don't think there's going to be any way that I can actually access the menu. Yeah, and in fact, it looks like if I click both fingers, it's just snapping back and forth between two locations. But, I am triggering progression in the show with my two fingers. This is really cool. So we can go through some of the cues in Christmas Carol, all from WebXR in an Apple Vision Pro. Totally was not built for this platform. I mean, we're in Unreal. We're in Unreal Engine in the Apple Vision Pro, running off a web browser. Their server for this is in Ohio. I'm over in New York. It's not super close, and this is already better latency than what I've gotten in my experiments just running locally. And now we're in London, foggy old London, with our snow going up. We do that to give a little bit more of a sense that we're in a dream. A lot of things are like reversed and upside down. And yeah, let's just keep trying to trigger more things in the show if we can. Can we? Yeah, I'm just doing a pinch with my finger and I'm moving through the show. This is so cool. Oh man. There we go. We got the counting house. Yeah, right? Now, obviously, we would normally have our actors performing in here, so we're just getting kind of frozen versions of the characters. But yeah, I'm cycling through the show. So cool. Okay, there's Marley's door knocker. Click. Yeah, here comes the Marley. Here comes the Marley. Look at that face. So cute. And boop. Next scene. Scrooge's bed. Oh my god. And the latency really is serviceable. It's not great. Way better than it was. And again, if we were using a local server closer than Ohio for me, it might be fine. And the thing is that for a subset of people, just like the way John Carmack talked about wireless streaming in the first place, where, originally he was very bullish on like, you should always have a link cable. For a certain percentage of the VR population, this is usable. This is okay. For me, for Alex, for me, this is okay. This is usable. And I'm so happy to be recording my first experience in this, because this is why I'm in the industry, is for these kinds of moments where I get to see and experience a taste of what's going on here. And, again, like I was very early with starting to implement this stuff, but full credit to LarkXR and Paraverse and the team over there for creating the first, I want to say, potentially usable version of this running entirely in WebXR from a browser, pixel streamed from a distance, from a server, in any headset you want, including the new ones coming out, right? As we get more and more of a proliferation of headsets, it's going to be more and more important to have an easy way to access the same experience in any of them, and WebXR is that future. This looks really good. Yeah, I don't even mind the compression artifacts here. Like, this just feels awesome. See the schoolhouse in the distance, right? Yeah. There we go. We're about to go to Fezziwig. Or no, sorry, this is the schoolhouse. Schoolhouse here. Poor Scrooge. Now we just gotta get Ari Tarr and Debbie Deer back over to perform this live and see it all actually happening inside the Vision Pro. And now we're back to what we affectionately call in our cue board Wonky London. Wonky London with all this going on. And hey, Dickens. Yeah, it'd be great to find some time or, I don't know, a grant budget somewhere to just record this whole thing, so we don't just have to do it all live. But just going through the cues here feels really good. Man. Yeah, we got our dancers. There we go. There's some animation for you. In came an orchestra. Now, one thing I haven't actually tried is turning up my volume. Is there an easy way to do that in Vision Pro? I'm not sure. There's not like a little roller thing. I think I'd have to do it with something else. I'm afraid to touch anything in case I break it, but worth noting, I do not hear audio at the moment. Okay, we got our scary buildings, we got our fog, we got our street lamp, we got Dickens back there. Okay, and then just for funsies, let's do the crazy thing. Let's keep swapping. Let's go back over to let's just go back to the Quest 3. I've got other headsets, but like I don't want to go charge the batteries and all that right now. Back to Quest 3 to finish this off, and then we'll get a little bit more of a visual comparison of everything happening here. Just kidding, I'm in my Quest Pro with a little battery pack, which I don't think I actually need right now, but let's check out exactly the same thing in here. I'm even going to try doing the hand tracking and see if we get the same results. I'll even try the same settings. What was it? The 3840 by 2160, 80. I don't know if that's what we're doing, but maximum. And then I'll just say VR, immersive, allow, look ma, no hands, blue, blue, blue. Why blue, by the way? And here we are. We're back in the same experience. Now, interesting to note, whoa, how did I activate teleportation? I'm doing teleportation somehow. Oh, so it responds differently to the hand tracking in here. That's cool. But very interesting to note, in Quest, I'm getting more distortion than the Apple Vision Pro. It's clearer, but more distortion. Apple Vision Pro, why am I doing a teleport right now? Apple Vision Pro, not as clear, but less distortion. So that's kind of the trade-off at the moment. But again, it's all from the same instance. Just, I want you to repeat that in your head. It's all from the same instance. Now, can I progress the show at all? Or was that Apple Vision Pro specific? Is this, how am I triggering the teleport there? And I see both my hands. Both my hands are here instead of just one. Okay, so yeah, maybe I can't progress the show. But let's just take a look around. Take a look around, mostly darkness. Maybe not the best scene for showcasing this particular thing, but we got a bench here. We got Scrooge. And if I could just figure out how I am, it's just like the height of things. I guess, you know what I should do is just go back to controllers. Hey, Apple Vision Pro, you know what's cool? It's cool to have controllers. Just there as an option. You know, maybe hand tracking is preferred, but it's nice to have controllers as an option. So when you do want to use them, they're available. He said, finding out perhaps too late that his controller batteries might be dead. Hilarious. Okay. Controller batteries low. Let's try to keep going here. I know, race against the clock. Dead batteries. Turn off the menu. Look around. I can look around. Everything's working here. I can fly. Can I trigger the next scene? Pull the trigger. Yeah, pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Next scene. Yeah, cool. All right, it's working. We're going to get to the end of the show. You and me together. Mostly in darkness because it's mostly a dark show here. But still very fun to control. See the two experiences. Again, I'm very impressed that the IPD is correct. Let's get into something with a little more brightness. Maybe. Just got to get past the right number of cues. I should also turn off my vignetting. Oh, if I turn my menu back on. Yeah, I've got like a stuck laser pointer, which is kind of funky. That's not the case in regular VR. Click. Oh, there we go. Turned off my vignetting. Funky. Okay, so now I can like fly around without all that extra blackness. Yeah, okay, there we go. We got the garden. Hey, we got the Ghost of Christmas Present. What's up, dude? What's up? Hey, Debbie. Yeah. Up close and virtual. My favorite. And, oh, you know what? I can even do my tilt brush thing if I can just get this controller in the right spot. Yeah, here we go. Ready? I'm changing the scale of the world. Now you are my dollhouse. You are my tiny, tiny WebXR theater sandbox. Oh, yeah. Yes, I love it. Okay, and now, this is exactly the kind of stuff we want to do more of on Apple Vision Pro. Let's make the show keep going. Yeah. Nice. And yeah, this is just my favorite way to interact with anything, but for a live theater show, it's even cooler. So we're back at Bob Cratchit's house. Still no audio in here, by the way. Just worth pointing that out. And if we want to go, yep, by there. And if we want to go a little bigger, then let's get to a scene with more light. Oh, and you know what? My controllers have light, by the way. Should have mentioned that. If I turn on my trigger, I actually cast some light. See? So if I change my scale, get a little closer to the character. I can't believe I'm doing this in WebXR. This is nuts. And you see I can shine a light if I don't crash everything. I'm getting too excited now. See, I'm pressing too many buttons. I think I froze the WebXR experience because I don't think the experience itself crashed. I think just my headset got sad inside WebXR mode. No, it's all blue. Maybe I did crash the experience. Okay, so maybe I did actually crash it. But do you understand what just happened there? Do you understand why this is so exciting? Again, just to recap, a single browser link. Could be the same browser link for a bunch of people. You just need enough instances spun up. From that link, the magic of WebXR, you can have a 2D version that you're running on your phone on a regular browser, and then you get to have a VR version that can run in a Quest headset, a Pico headset, a Vive headset, an Apple Vision Pro headset, the LG headset coming out, the Sony headset coming out. Any device that can run WebXR now can create instances of your experience. And if you're a developer trying to reach as large of an audience as possible, how cool to not have to optimize something to run standalone on device and make a desktop version and make an app for Quest and a different app for Pico and a different app for Vive and use all these different SDKs. This is a dream. This is not ready for production. This is just an incredibly promising demo and gives me a lot of hope for the future, especially for someone like me who wants to put on crazy, spectacular theater experiences on no budget and find a way to reach as wide of an audience as possible across the world. So thanks again, LarkXR. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Paraverse, for taking my dream here of a WebXR-enabled pixel-streamed world and running with it. Hope to have more updates for you soon. Thanks for watching.
Oh, he's good as gold and better. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church because it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible, into the suburbs of the town. The ghost led him straight up to Scrooge's clerk's, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling. Up rose Mrs. Cratchit, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, while two smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming and dancing about the table. Then in came little Bob, the father, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. And how did little Tim behave? Oh, he's good as gold and better. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church because it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. Oh, a wonderful pudding! A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us. God bless us everyone, said Tiny Tim.
Silver bells, silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring, soon it will be Christmas Day. Oh, city sidewalks, busy sidewalks, dressed in holiday style. In the air there's a feeling of Christmas. Children laughing, people passing, meeting smile after smile. And on every street corner you hear silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring, soon it will be Christmas Day. Strings of streetlights, even stoplights, blink of bright red and green as the shoppers rush home with their treasures. Hear the snow crunch, see the kids bunch. This is Santa's big scene. And above all this bustle, you hear silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, hear them ring, soon it will be Christmas Day. Soon it will be Christmas Day.
All right, so by 2024, something cool had happened. We had worked on a production called Body of Mine by Cameron Christopoulos, a good friend of ours who we had like meta-human discussions with in the past. Cameron had built this piece that required PC VR, Steam VR trackers, etc., 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 and then got a grant. So in 2024, we were able to help Cameron bring that heavy PC VR experience to the MetaQuest store. And with that new knowledge, especially with how to do that with meta-humans, we thought, hey, we can finally bring Christmas Carol to standalone MetaQuest devices and not rely on everything going on with PCs. Like, wouldn't it be great to be off PCs? Though for 2024, we did still have the actors connecting to computers to do PC VR. No more mocap suits, but yeah, the audience experience would be entirely inside Quest headsets. I believe we had things working in AppLab, or maybe we actually needed to have people sideload from SideQuest, but you know, trending in the right direction in terms of optimization. So a few videos you'll see here. You'll see the show. You'll see a cool view that, much to the chagrin, anger, frustration of David Gotchfeld, our director, I kind of snuck into Ari's computer for the last show, with Ari's permission though. I was like, hey, I really want to record the view of what you're seeing during this final show. So you'll see kind of a cool mix of literally everything Ari is seeing during that performance as he bounces between characters and goes between first person and third person, and the other UI elements he can see, like the stage directions and like this is where the school will be and this is stage right, and all these extra things that the audience can't see that Ari can see. And yeah, you'll see that it's called like What a VR Actor Sees, and you'll see that alongside Jackie Roman's cinematography from the show. So yeah, just a couple things from that show. You'll see the actor QA. This is where we started to use a system called Odin for the audio, which is good. It was okay. It was causing us a lot of troubles in 2024. Now it's much better, but we were trying to figure out, do we want to let the audience talk or anything like that? And originally we were going to let them talk the beginning before the show starts and after, but ultimately because of Odin issues with too many channels or whatever, we decided like, okay, only at the end, and we kept that up for this year as well, just for stability purposes. But here you'll see a compilation of some really good Q&A and just like audience talk back in 2024, and we have a 2025 version of this as well, so enjoy hearing some of the things the audience likes to say, and then we will move into 2025. Jingle, 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 jingle. I should be doing that more.
Well, well then. Oh my. Welcome, sprites. My name is Charles, and I'm so glad you've come here to join me. I see one sprite before me. I believe your name is Juvet. Perhaps you're French. Wonderful. No, got it on the first try. And I see Ben as well and Light. Oh, well, wonderful. Now, as you may have noticed, this recital is going to have some technological visualization. It's not going to be your standard holiday reading. Oh, Aunt Athena, you're here. We're not related by blood, of course. He's more of a god aunt. And in any case, the engineers at Agile Lens, and Agile it is, explained to me, and I didn't understand a word of it, frankly, but from what I gathered, tonight's visualization will be, a kind of stereoscopic, as in the stereoscope. There were many three-dimensional interpretations of my work, and, well, the ghost effects were quite extraordinary. And, of course, the magic lantern of my youth. Yes, I used to love the hand-painted slides and the live storytelling. Really, it was quite an inspiration. Well, I'm happy to say tonight's performance is a kind of stereoscopic magic lantern show. Oh, hello there, lady. Lady what? You're incognito, I see. Well, I will blow your cover. And the aristocracy does like to come to my readings, but it's not good for them to be seen, you see. Excuse me, Juvet, I'm coming through. I don't mind walking through you as long as you don't mind. So, all right. Now, before we begin, this kind of stereoscopic magic lantern show, which through the astral plane you've all come here to join. We must, before we begin our story this evening, learn the emergency procedure. And for that, our projectionist, Mr. Moran, I've been told, is standing by. Mr. Moran, are you there?
Yes, Charles, can you hear me?
I can indeed, yes. Describe to our wonderful attendees their emergency procedure, because I'm sure I've forgotten it completely.
Certainly. Welcome, everyone. We're delighted to have you at this afternoon's reading of A Christmas Carol. While we do not anticipate any technical issues, if at any time you disconnect or you notice that everything has frozen or perhaps a transition has not fully occurred, just know that you can always back out of your application and restart and you should be picked up. We also recommend, if things seem weird, just holding on for a moment to see if things resolve themselves. If you have any questions or need to reach us for support, you can reach out to us through the Discord server, either the Agile Lens Discord server or the XR Live Discord server, and we are also available over email. I think that's it, Charles. I'll pass it back to you to get us started.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moran. I understand completely. I really didn't understand a word, and I hope you did. Now, you do have a slightly expanded capacity to watch this evening's show as a sprite. If you look at your hands, you may see that you've got a few options for the story. You can follow me, as I am here now,
why don't you all join me around the fire? Yes, it's practice. And, yes, you're moving about. Wonderful. Now, you can't speak to me until after the performance, but I can see you at least, so you can answer yes or no questions. So let me ask one now. Is anyone here a wonderful fanatic for the holidays who loves the Christmas? Ian, one single nod. Lady Incognito, not so sure. Aunt Athena is doing large nods. I know about you. Yes, she does celebrate Christmas. Well, maybe not Christmas, but the holidays, certainly. And indeed, as you experiment with these, it's not just a Christmas story now, because the Christmas cheer is abounds, but also the time of reflecting on regrets, living right here, and somehow beyond all the odds, and beyond physical reality, you're here sharing this moment with me. So let's make the most of it. Let me ask you something honestly, and it might be a bit frightening. Does anyone here believe in ghosts? Perhaps they're just you and me. Yes, oh my goodness, Aunt Athena, yes, I know, a bit of a spiritualist. I've heard about you, your reputation can precede you. Anyone else? Maybe no one quite a skeptic, but they're not sure. Ian, yes, you as well. Well, it's not necessarily something everyone wants to talk about all the time. Visions of the other side. Perhaps they're just, excuse me, Aunt Athena, I'm going to... Got a little chill there. It's not something everyone wants to share because it can be, well, like I said, rather frightening. But Christmas time can be a time for, well, perhaps the frightening and can make the sweetness of the present moment all the sweeter. And with that, if everyone knows what you're supposed to do, you may jump out, but we'll wait for you to come back. Everyone's ready. Let me see you nod. Yes. All right then. Without further ado, we have a new one. Straggler by the fire. Yes, join us. It's OJ. Yes, wonderful. I could use it. Oh, DJ. Sorry, you were making me thirsty. Without further ado, DJ, our straggler, Aunt Athena, Lady Incognito, just plain Ian. I'll see you down there. Not everyone needs to participate. If you just want to watch, it's acceptable. Well, without further ado, let's begin. Now, Marley was dead. Just to begin with. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I'm about to relate. Now, Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood for years afterwards above the warehouse door. Scrooge Marley. But he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. No wind that blew was bitterer than he. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say with a gladsome look, "Oh, my dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me? Yeah. Bye. Oh, my. What did Scrooge care, Givet? That was the very thing he liked, to edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance. Well, to begin traditionally, once upon a time, of all the good days of the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. Now, the door was open that he might keep an eye upon his clerk, who in the next cell beyond was copying letters. Now, Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. Yeah. A Merry Christmas, Uncle, God save you. Now, this was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. Sorry, didn't mean to surprise you, but that's certainly how he felt in the moment. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Humbug. Christmas a humbug? Uncle, surely you don't mean that. I do. What right have you to be merry? You're poor enough.
Well, come then. What right have you to be dismal? You're rich enough. If I could work my will, then every idiot who goes about with a Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled, with his own pudding buried, the stake of holly through his heart. Keep Christmas in your own way, and let me keep it in mine. You keep it? Ha! But you don't keep it. Let me leave it alone then. Much good may it do you. Oh, no. Don't be angry, Uncle. Uncle, come. Dine with us tomorrow. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends? Good afternoon. Well, it saddens me with all my heart to find you so resolute, but I'll keep my Christmas humor till the last. So, Merry Christmas, Uncle. Good afternoon. And a Happy New Year! Good afternoon! Oh, Merry Christmas, Bob. Ha! Merry Christmas to you, good sir! There was another fellow. My clerk, 15 shillings a week, and a wife and a child, talking about children, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam. Maybe it is a bit cold in here. This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other gentlemen in. Now DJs were sort of, how to say it politely, portly gentlemen. Yeah, yes, you understand, I see. And now they stood and they tipped their hats to him. So Scrooge and Marley, as I presume, have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley? Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years. Oh, very well. Mrs. Scrooge, at this festive season of the year, it is more than desirable that we should make him slight provision for the poor and destitute. Well, suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Many hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts. A few of us are endeavouring to raise a fund to buy the horse, meat, and drink, and means of warmth. Are there no prisons? Plenty of prisons, sir. And the union workhouses, are they still in operation? Sir, they are. Still, I wish I could say they were not. Well, I'm very glad to hear it from what you said before. I was afraid that something had happened to stop them in their use, of course. I don't make merry myself at Christmas. And I can't afford to make idle people merry. I pay for the institutions I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. Sir, and many can't go there. Many would rather die. If they would rather die, they had better do it and decrease the surplus population. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yes. Seeing clearly that this was useless, the gentleman withdrew. As you can see, it was quite unpleasant. Meanwhile, the fog and the darkness thickened. At length, the hour of shutting up the counting house arrived, and with an ill will, Scrooge tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk, and with a growl dismounted from his stool. You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose, Well, sir, if it's quite convenient, sir. It's not convenient. And it's not fair. I was to stop £1 for it. You think yourself ill-used. I'll be bound. Yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work. Oh, sorry. It's only once a year, sir. A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning. Look, promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out. Growl. Now,
Scrooge took his usual melancholy dinner and his usual melancholy tavern and went home. Now, he lived in a lowering old pile of a building in a gloomy suite of... Yes, there you are. What are the rest of you doing? Givet's got the idea. Yes, you're going to have to follow me a bit. We took so harmless like this, isn't he? All right. Now that you're all here, now you can see that there was nothing at all, well, conspicuous or unusual about the knocker on the door, except that, as you can see, it was very loud. And had anyone explained to me, Givet, or Aunt Seymour, how it is that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, where was a knocker again? Pooh. Well, the Scrooge was... Well, he was not a man to be frightened by echoes, certainly, but he walked through his rooms just to make sure that all was right. Really? And nobody under the bed, and there's nobody behind the chair, and nobody on his dressing gown, which, well, to be fair, Ian, it was hanging up, as you can see, in a very suspicious attitude against the wall. But then it was when his glance happened to rest upon the bell. It was a disused bell hung in the corner of the room, but it was with a searing sense of growing dread that he watched this bell begin to swing, and so it rang out loudly, succeeded by a loud clanking noise deep down below, as if someone were dragging the heavy chains over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Oh, it's humbug still. I won't believe it. Oh, now. What do you want with me? Boss. Who are you? Ask me who I was. Well, who were you then, if you're particular for a shade, huh? In life, I was your partner. Jacob, Ollie. You don't believe me. I don't. Why do you doubt your senses? Because the slightest order of the stomach makes them cheat. Say you, I bet a bit of undigested beef. There's a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are. Oh, dreadful apparition! Mercy! Why do you trouble me? Man of the worldly might, do you believe in me or not? I do. I must. Say, you are fettered. You're fettered. Tell me why. Well, the change I've forged in life, I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Would you know the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourselves? It is a ponderous chain. Jacob Marley, tell me more. Well, speak comfort to me, Jacob. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer. You always were a good friend to me. Look, thank you. But You will be haunted by 3 specks. Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob? It is. Oh, I think I'd rather not. Thank you. Out there of physics, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread, and expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1. Couldn't I have them all at once and have the answer with on the next white as the same the third upon the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more. Oh, and look that for your own sake. You remember what has passed between us. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste and running as they went. Every one of them were chains, nodding or free, whether they faded into mist or mist and shrouded them, you couldn't tell. Scrooge closed the window, and from the fatigues of the day, or the emotion he had undergone, or perhaps his glimpse of the invisible world, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. And they wore chains. It's disconcerting, isn't it, Aunt Theme? There was nothing about that in my theosophy reading, I tell you. All right, well, we have just a few short seconds before we begin the next chapter. I'd like to take a moment to remember what water tastes like. Delicious. All right. Everyone's still here. We have DJ. Oh, there you are in the back. And we've got a new one named Edmund. You can change your name at any time, and those who are clever enough, of course, can send messages to me by changing their name to whatever they want to describe. Now, let's carry on, shall we? Now, when Scrooge awoke, it was dark. He was endeavouring to pierce the darkness when the neighbouring chimes of a church struck. 12. Then the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake, and fell upon his listening ear with a deep, dark, hollow, melancholy 1. Well, no. Light flashed from the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn aside. Scrooge, waking up suddenly, looked to see the unearthly visitor who drew them, was as close to it as I... Actually, I'm a little too close. I'm kind of intruding on my own story. I'm just going to sound over here. You've got the idea. Observe. Don't interfere. So are you the spectre whose coming was so foretold to me? I am. Who and what are you? I am the ghost of Christmas past. And long past? No, you're past. Well, what business brings you here? Your welfare. Oh, well, I'm very much obliged. We can't help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. Right. Your reclamation, then. Take heed. Rise and work with me. As words were spoken, they passed through the wall and found themselves on an open country road with fields on either hand. It was a clear, cold winter day with snow upon the ground. And, well, good heaven, I was a boy in this place. I was bred here. Yeah. Your lip is trembling. And what is that upon your cheek? It's a pimple.
I beg of you, lead me where you will.
You recollect the way?
Oh, remember it. I could walk it blindfolded.
Strange to have forgotten it after so many years. Let us go on.
They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every tree and gate and post, until at last a little market town appeared in the distance with its, well, as you can see, its church, its bridge, and winding river.
The school is not quite deserted. A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still.
I know. Walden disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room that somehow had the sense of too much getting up by candlelight and, well, not too much to eat. At one long, bare line of plain desks, there was a boy reading by a feeble fire, and Scrooge wept to see his poor forgotten self as he used to be. Oh. Suddenly a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window with an axe stuck in his belt and leading by the bridle a donkey laden with wood. Why, it's Alibaba. Why, it's dear old honest Alibaba. Yes, I remember one Christmas time when the solitary child was left all alone. He did come the first time, just like that. Oh, poor boy. Oh, poor boy. I wish. Oh, but it's too late now.
What is the matter?
Nothing. There was a boy outside my window singing a Christmas carol last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all.
Let us see another Christmas.
But that moment left Schoolhouse behind them. We're now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, and the ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door.
Do you know it?
Know it? I was apprenticed here. Oh, look. It's Fezziwig. Oh, bless his heart. It's old Fezziwig alive again. Oh, yeah. Oh, there. Ebenezer. Scrooge's former self. Now, when a young man came briskly in. No more work tonight, Ebenezer. Christmas Eve. Oh, clear away, Milan. Let's have lots of room here. Oh, it was done in a minute. The lamps trimmed in the warehouse, as bright a ballroom as you'd desire to see on a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast, substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and young women involved in the business, and away they all went, 20 couples at once, round and round. During the whole of this, Scrooge acted like a man out of his wits, his heart and soul. In the scene, he remembered everything. He saw everything, and with the strangest agitation.
A small matter to make me silly folk so filled with gratitude. Oh, small? Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money. Is it so much that he deserves this praise?
No, it isn't Buzzspirit. It has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or horror, toil. The happiness he gives is it's quite as great as if it cost a fortune.
What is the matter?
Nothing particular. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now, that's all.
My time grew short. Quick.
This produced an immediate effect, for again, Scrooge saw himself. Now, he was older now, a man of the prime of life. Now, his face had not the harsh lines of later years, but it had begun to show the signs of care and avarice.
And beside him there was a fair young girl, in whose eyes there were tears. Now, Antithina, I am, of course, an author. I'm only an amateur thespian, but I have been taking lessons, so I hope you do appreciate this next one. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can comfort you in years to come, as I've tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve. No, no. What idol has displaced you? No. A golden one. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one until the master passion, gain, grosses you. Well, our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so. You are changed. I release you with a full heart. May you be happy in the life you chose. She left him and they parted. Oh, no, no, no. Spirit, tell me no more. Conduct me home. I told you, these were shadows of the things that have been. That they are what they are. Do not blame me. Remove me. I cannot bear it. Haunt me no longer. Oh, Scrooge, looking upon the ghost and seeing its face contain fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. That's enough now. My, yeah. That chapter always gets a little bit violent. Right. He was conscious of being exhausted. The other, being in his bed on bedroom, barely had time to reel to bed before, exhausted, fell asleep upon the instant. I think they got a bit emotional. Perhaps a few more memories of hydration. I see the ghost of VR. Oh, that was you then causing our technical problems last night. Well, I forgive you. For one, in the spirit of live performance, of course, it's always meant to be a bit of derivation. All right, Edmund, everyone ready? Let's continue. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, Scrooge felt... Hey, come on. Hey, you're on the clock. Awakening. All right. In the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, Scrooge felt that he was awakened in the right nick of time. You're darn right he was. For the special purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched him. Now we have to get this story on the road, don't we? And now, seeing that the clock had struck one, no shape appeared, he got up softly in his slippers and shuffled to the door. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Stretch your disbelief a little bit, please. All right? Now, it was his own room, of course, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation, from every corner of which it was hung with living green that took a perfect grove, from which bright, gleaming berries glistened. They're in easy state, said a jolly giant, glorious to see. Come in, and know me better, man. But though the Spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You've never seen the like of me before. Never. Have never walked forth with my elder brothers born in these later years? I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers? Spirit? More than 1,800. That's a tremendous family to provide for. Spirit,
conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learned a lesson, which is working now. But tonight, if you ought to teach me, well, then let me profit by it.
Grab my robe.
Very well. Scrooge did as he was told, and he found them again in the streets on Christmas morning. Scrooge led them straight to Scrooge's Clark's house, right over there. And on the threshold of the door, the spirit smiled, and look at that, he stopped. Bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling. Here. Over here. Up rose Mrs. Cratchit, dressed but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons. And she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of the daughters, and then it came in two smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, screaming and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion. They danced about the table, and then in came little Bob, the father. His threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas, Tiny Timmy, he bore a little crutch and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. And now the little Timmy, soon, as good as gold and better. Somehow, sitting by himself so much, he thinks the strangest things you ever heard. Don't you, Tim? Coming home, he told me that we hope people saw him in the church because it might be pleasant for them on Christmas Day to be reminded who it was that made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous as he told them this, and he trembled even more when he told them that Tiny Tim was growing strong, hearty. Up rose Mrs. Cratchit to bring in the pudding in half a minute. She entered, flushed, smiling proudly. A wonderful pudding. Oh, everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said that it wasn't all small pudding for such a large family. No, it would have been straight heresy to do so. She very quiet. Well, at last, the dinner was all cleared, the cloth was cleared, the hearth was swept, the fire made up, and the whole Cratchit family drew around the hearth. I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast. The founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'll give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, I would. Children, my dear, Christmas Day, It shall be Christmas Day, I am sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. I'll drink his health, for your sake and the day's, but not for his. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I've no doubt. Children drank after. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mere mention of his name cast dark shadow. The party was not cleared for 5 minutes, but after it passed, they were 10 times merrier than before. Merry Christmas! Oh, God bless us! God bless us, everyone, said Tiny Tim. Spirit, tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered, by the future, the child will die.
No, kind spirit said he will be spared.
What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population.
Oh.
Man, if man you be in heart, forbear that wicked cant until you know what the surplus is and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live and what men shall die? It might be that in the sight of heaven, you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child.
Scrooge bent his head before the ghost, rebuked and trembling, cast his eyes upon the ground. But then the spirit and Scrooge were again upon their travels. Well, many home they visited and far they went, but always with a happy end. The Scrooge, the ghost stood by sickbeds and they were cheerful, by poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, in hospital, in jail, in misery's every refuge, the spirit left his blessing. Yes, but it was a long night, but, well, if it was a long night, Scrooge is down to this, because the holiday season seemed to pass within the space of time that passed together. Well, then Scrooge looked about him for a ghost, and saw it not. Casting his eyes skyward, he beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. Yeah, any moment now. Yeah, she is. Am I in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come? Yes. You are about to show me the shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Is that so, speaking? Well, then lead on. Lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit. Conducted him through several streets until he came upon a little knot of businessmen. No, said a great fat man with a monstrous chin. But I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead. And what has he done with his money? I haven't heard, said the great fat man. Well, yawning again. It's likely to be a very cheap funeral. If he hasn't left it to me, that's all I know. It's likely to be very cheap because, upon my life, I don't know of anybody to go to it. But I know those men. Well, Phantom blinded on. It conducted him through a part of town that he had never been in before. There, by a charcoal stove, sitting in amongst the wares he dealt in, was a grey-haired rascal. Scrooge came into the presence of this man just as a woman with a heavy load slunk into the shop. Hey, what odds then, huh? What odds, old Joe? Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did. That's true indeed. No man more so. Who's the worst for the loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose. And he wanted to keep him when he was alive, and why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? He was. He'd have had someone to look after him when he was struck with death instead of lying, gasping out at his last alone there by himself. Right. Put that bundle, old Joe. Let me know the value of it. What do you call this, then? Bed curtains. You don't mean to say that you took them down, rings and all, with him lying there? Yes, I do. He frightened everyone away from him when he was alive. Wasn't frightened of us to prophetess when he was dead. Spirit, I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. I understand. What is this? Scrooge recoiled in terror, for again the scene had changed, and now he almost touched the bed, a bare uncurtained, and on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay something, covered a pale light fell through the window, and on that bed, uncared, unwept, was the body of this man. This Spirit, this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shan't leave its message. I assure you. Let us go. I beseech you. There needs be some tenderness connected with the death. The ghost conducted him through streets now familiar to his feet. He came upon the Cratchit's house with the mother and the children sitting around the fire. Quiet. Very quiet. Wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home from the world. I think he's walked a little slower these last few. But he's with the Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. But his father is very light to carry. His father loved him so much that it was no trouble. No trouble. Oh, there's your father at the door. Good night, Bob. Cheerful. He spoke pleasantly to the whole family. Oh, it would have done you good to see how green the place is. I wish you could have seen it. Yeah, it would have done you good. But, I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. My little child. Oh, my little child. Inspector, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. But tell me who that man was that we saw lying dead. Just conducted him to the Iron Gate churchyard. Spirit, before I bring that stone to which you point, answer me one question. Are these the shadows? Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they the shadows of the things that may be only? Spirit was silent and as ever. Following the hand, Scrooge read upon the stone of the neglected grave. His own name. No, Spirit, what? No, why show me this if I am past our hope? Show me yet that I may change these shadows you have shown me by a mountain life. No, I will keep the Christmas in my heart. And then try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past and the present and the future. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on it in stone. In his agony, he pulled the spirit's robe. The ghost repulsed him. In his agony and a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he held up his hands and, seeing a change in the spirit's robe and dress, went down into a bedpost. Yes. Oh, and the bed was his own. The room was his own. Oh, happiest of all, the time before him was his own to make amends in. Yes, the spirits of us all three shall live within me. Oh, Jacob Marley, heaven in the Christmas time be praised for this. I will keep the Christmas and try to live all the year. I will. I'm as merry as a schoolboy. Oh, and this light is a river. Oh, I'm as happy as an angel. There, boy. What day is it today? It's today. Well, why, sir, it's Christmas Day. Oh, it's Christmas Day. Oh, the spirits have done it all with the night. Do you know the poulterers? Yes, the corner. They sold the prize turkey, not the little one, the big one. Yes, go and buy it and bring it here. They shan't know. Who sends it? I'll send it to Bob Crouch's house. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Oh, there's the turkey. Why, that's much too big to carry to Camden Town. You must have a cow. Merry Christmas. Oh, the chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab were only to be matched by the chuckle with which he sat down in his chair again and chuckled till he cried. He got within all in his best, and had not gone far when he came across the poultry gentleman who had come in his counting house the day before. No, hello, yes, you, sir, yes. I only succeeded yesterday, sir, and it was very kind of you. Oh, and a Merry Christmas to you, sir. Mr. Scrooge? Yes, sir, that is my name, and I think I must beg your pardon, sir. And you have the goodness of... Yes, Mr. Scrooge, are you serious? Not a farthing. There's a great many back payments are included in that, I assure you. Well, will you do me that favor? Well, sir, I don't know what to say. I don't say anything. Come and see me. Will you come and see me? I will. Oh, thank you. So bless you 50 times. Oh, thank you. Bless you, sir. Oh, Merry Christmas. Well, in the afternoon, he took his steps towards his nephew's house. But It is I, your Uncle Scrooge. I've come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred? No. Who is that? Ha! Let him in. Well, it's a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. Oh, he was at home in 5 minutes. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. Oh, but he was early at the office next morning. Oh, yes, he was. He wanted to catch up Cratchit coming in late, and he did. Oh, yes, he did. He was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. His hat was off, and his pen was scrabbling like he was trying to overtake 9 o'clock. Then, what do you mean by coming here at this time of day? Sir, I am behind my time. Yeah. Oh, you are? Good. Oh, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please. It's only once a year, sir. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir. Now, you see, sir, I'm not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer. And therefore, I'm allowed to raise your salary. Oh, Bob, my good fellow, Merry Christmas. A merrier Christmas, Bob, than I have given you for many a year. I will raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family, and we should discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a bowl of smoking Bishop Bond Cratchit. Well, Scrooge was as good as his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And Tiny Tim, who did not die. I know a few of you were worried about that. He was a second father. He became as good a man, as good a friend, as the good old city knew. I mean, some people laughed to see the alteration in him. But he let them laugh. And readily heeded them, for his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further encounter with spirits like yourself, then, but it was always said of him that he could keep Christmas well as it passed right through his body. And there, as any man alive, possessed of knowledge. And so, I need him observed. Faultless. Everyone. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this evening's performance of A Christmas Carol produced by Agile and starring Debbie Deere as all the ghosts. Woohoo! Myself, Ari Tarr as Scrooge, and everyone else. So if you want to speak to us now, you can press the A button at any point. We'd love to hear your voice or any feedback at all. Anything, anyone have any problems, anything you'd like, let us know.
Yes, let us know. And once again, thank you so much, Ari Tarr, our amazing lead actor here, giving you 1,001 voices, and the whole Agile Lens team for making this happen. Thank you to our amazing audience. If you want to speak, press the A button. You
have to hold down the button. I should have. Brilliant. List of VR. Bilsh, I saw you were late, Jory. Maybe came about halfway through. Good to have you. Edmund and Harriet, I think you have auto-generated names now. Right now.
I have a.
Maybe, Harriet, you responded, so I bet that's your name. My hand.
Someone. Yeah, I hear someone is.
Yeah. I have a question. I was wondering if we were supposed to see some of the other characters, like when you were talking about Tiny Tim and referencing that there was a child.
Theater.
Okay.
We don't have the avatar that I can embody quite yet of a small disabled child.
Okay.
There is only, unfortunately, so many avatars that can be rendered simultaneously with this current build, which is 3. And actually, could you unhide Scrooge as a demonstration? What do you want? I was napping. It's okay. Don't be grouchy. I'm just saying, you can notice that we have the same face. Ugh, I'm not that ugly. I'm just trying to make a demonstration. And that it's essentially the same avatar. So that helps. And then Marley and the Ghost to expand the cast. But because of the limitations of the avatars, that's why I must expand my theatrical repertoire.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, like, there wasn't a technical glitch and I was missing something.
You missed the glitch of theater magic. But that's it's different for everyone. Suspension of disbelief gets a little complicated.
when you're rendering everything in 3 dimensions at a gigabit speed per second.
Yeah, I completely understand.
Is there need interrupt?
Go ahead.
We have like these lights on our trigger.
You have what on your trigger?
There's colored flashlights on our triggers when you pull the trigger, you get a flashlight. And I wasn't sure if it was visible to other people. I didn't want to interrupt the show. It's local and interactive.
Local to you. I believe. I am, Mr. Moran, you might correct me here, but I believe it is local. So you have your own personal spotlight.
And then my other question was, when you're embodying an avatar and you're switching between the control of the two, where is your perspective? Are you actually jumping from one head to the other?
I've got the ghost. I ate him. I ate him, Dickens. No, don't. That's not what the goal is. Don't do that. Sorry for him. He's been drinking. So I have several modes. Mostly I do the show in first person, but to rehearse, and I can do it sometimes. Now I'm in third person. I'm standing to the right of myself, so that if I want to enact a scene, I can more quickly change it back and forth, as well as my voice, and also maybe, I don't know, what can we do? We could do some fight choreography here. Whoops, I reacted. I'll work on that. But so there's 2 modes mostly that I can switch in and out of, which is POV and third person. And when I switch my POV, I can either choose to switch back and forth, embodying the actor as well, or if it's more helpful, sometimes it's more helpful to be in third person. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. And then the other thing I was going to comment on is I didn't quite realize that you were playing both parts until you picked up Scrooge and carried him by the neck. And that was very funny, but also just part of like VR. It was very chill.
By its nature, VR is psychedelic. So what are you going to do? Actually, get away from them.
You carry him like a cat.
Meow.
He does. He likes it. He likes to read it behind the ears. This is his favorite. Get your hands off me. Get your hands. Shh. Sorry.
When you're transitioning, at least in my case, because the avatars have such different scales. So third person is really important in seeing how the body is held, because part of the acting as a VR actor is that I'm modulating my voice, but I'm also needing to modulate my posture as these different characters. So it's also very helpful.
For instance, my locomotion right here, I'm using a controller, but if I don't move my arms, it looks weird. But I can also kind of like race Dickens in third person. I can race Dickens and Scrooge around like little race cars, and switch back and forth. And speaking of, also have let's do our next question, our last question over here by the Christmas tree. You want to the Yule tree, perhaps, and we can all, if you want to adorn as baubles, we can take a selfie. What do you think?
Ooh, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, thanks.
He has a good idea.
My favorite.
I guess we don't have a selfie with Mr. Grumpy Pants in it. I think there was another audio one.
Oh, was there another question? We're all ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Ghost bubble. It's hard to tell where the voices are coming from, so just go right ahead and spit out the question. We can hear you.
All right. Well, let's just take a selfie in any case. I don't hear one. If you're speaking, you're not holding your button down, or the ghost of VR is interfering again. In any case, we'll take one last selfie with the ghosts. Can you like hunch? I don't know if you're in the frame. Oh, yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Happy holidays, everyone. Thanks so much for coming to this live production of A Christmas Carol. So, yes, Edmund, go ahead, adorn the tree. It's naked. Oh, good. We've got a few up there. The ghost is being festive. So thank you so much for coming. Well, we've been very happy to have you. This is the Agile Lens production of A Christmas Carol. We've only got 3 more shows, so tell your friends to show.
Amazing. Have a great holiday, everyone.
2 more shows. Have a great holiday. Happy holidays. Goodbye. Please look at your emails for surveys and complete our post survey. Thank you. Thank you. Divine night. Yeah, wonderful. It seems I have some company in my parlor. Welcome, I'm Charles, and you all seem to be delightful little colored balls of light. Hello. Yes, I see all of you over there by the fire. Yes. Who's this over here? I see Robert is in the back on the divan, and Ashcroft. Nice to make your acquaintance. Now, I can, of course, see all of your names. There's Pierre Bemoiras. Wonderful to meet you, Pierre. And Debbie, and the single letter B, and somebody who's either bowing or having some kind of technical difficulty, and Joe. And Braden, of course. Well, I hope you're staying warm over there. Tonight is, well, it's no exception, aside maybe the way your presence has been conducted to me. Well, you see, I give a yearly recital of one of my favorite stories, A Christmas Carol. But tonight we have some technological accompaniment by the corporation Agile Lens, and they explained it to me, and I'm sure I didn't understand a word. But from what I could gather, it's some sort of, it's a three-dimensional sort of stereoscopic photograph. You know, there were many stereographs of my work, especially the ghosts in 3 dimensions. Very scary. Brain, you don't believe me? Well, it happened. Yes, you can go to the library and find it there. And of course, the magic lantern of my youth, a kind of projection device. There were many versions of A Christmas Carol with phantasmagoria up on the screen. Well, tonight's presentation is a kind of stereoscopic magic lantern show. Well, that's what they tell me, anyway, because I think they got tired of explaining it. But what that means is that through some kind of transmutation in the astral projector, your presence has been brought across this plane, and we can now share a 3-dimensional magic lantern slide together. Isn't that remarkable? Sure, yes, you agree with me. And Cedric there, and Twist, well, it seems like you've seen it all, my friend. You're not impressed in the least. And you, I think, have an auto-generated name. So go ahead and write to me. Not only that, but you can write anything you want. It doesn't have to be your name. It's a bit of a small kind of communication, but we will allow some vocal questions after the show. Your voice will be transmuted across the astral plane, as well as your text and the direction of your sprightly presence, let's say. Hello there. Now, this being a sort of technological presentation with new technology, well, you must be prepared for the worst. Yes, we've had a few incidents, much more harmless than in my day, where the magic lantern, using the limelight, would typically burn down the theatres. Yes, horrible, really. But, of course, well, there's no trouble about that. According to our projectionist, Kevin, who's outside of the magic lantern projection now. Can you hear us, Kevin? Hello?
Yes, I'm right here. Can you hear me, Charles?
Can indeed. All our friends here want to know what they should do in case the magic lantern explodes or whatever.
Of course. While we do not expect that we will have any kind of tech issues, any of you who work in VR regularly will attest it is in our best interest to be open to the possibility that we may encounter some. If you do, we have a very simple process. We ask that you give it 5 to 10 seconds to see if it catches itself up for you. Largely, if you're experiencing tech issues, what you'll experience is the scene has frozen or a piece of furniture has remained from one scene to the next. Otherwise, you might hear people talking but see no animation from their avatars. In any of those cases, we ask you give it 5 to 10 seconds, see if anything happens. It should catch itself up. If it doesn't, simply exit the app and re-enter, and you should be caught up. Worst case scenario is you'll miss a couple of seconds of the show. If none of those work, then we'll ask you to restart your headset and jump back in. Same thing. It should be an extra 45 seconds or so that you'll miss. And if none of that is working, please jump into the Discord in the XR Live channel to speak to us on the Christmas Carol VR thread. And we are waiting there with happy fingers to tell you all of the best solutions to your problems. So thank you so much. Charles, have a wonderful recital.
Oh, yes, I do hope that happens. See, simple. It's entirely simple. No, it wasn't. Well, despite all the odds, we appear to be here, sharing this moment together, Braden there back in my elegant armchair, yes. Ready to dive into it, Tom. Oh, yes, just yourself. And then Zim, hello and welcome. I see you're a latecomer. Wonderful. Oh, you're welcome as well, whoever that was. Now, before we begin, of course, now that you are not attending as, let's say, a normal human being would, you have a sort of sprightly astral project. Hello there, Cedric. B, welcome to the lectern. Yes, do you feel more important? You look it, maybe. Maybe it's just that sort of cheery turquoise glow about you. Before we begin, you as a sprite can experience this story in a numerous amount of ways, I'm told. Yes, you have a bit of fairy light there in front of you. Now, that only appears to you. That's your personal bit of fairy, and if you want to use it to examine the show, it won't ruin for anybody else. This has been well designed. Yes, I can hear you as well. Thank you. Sorry. This place is a bit haunted, I think. I hate to say it. In fact, that brings me to my next question. Now, this is a Christmas story, of course, so who here enjoys the holidays and finds it fills them with jolliness and cheer? Okay, nobody. Not Rob. Okay, one person. Robert. Well, you know, that's not unusual. Yes. Holidays are in the depths of winter. Oh, dear, Ashcroft just fell through the floor. Well, perhaps there's something deep down dark below that he knows that I don't. Well, you see, acknowledging the darkness of the holiday time is what can make it cheerful again. So as long as we're here together, this moment could end any second, as far as I understand. Let's use it, shall we? Who here believes in visions from beyond the veil? Anyone here? Oh, Chris and Brain, Zim. I see Ashcroft, Cedric. A little, maybe. You're not going to rule it out, Cedric. I see you're a bit of a skeptic, but you're not close-minded. I like that about you, Cedric. And what about you, Pierre? You stood completely still. That's fine. Unfazed, I would feel like. You're an old hat at this. All right, well, I'll stick by you then. Well, anyone? Oh, and yes, as a sprite as well, you can move all about in a myriad of ways. You could even grow larger than the tallest buildings or smaller than a gnat. Ha! Can you believe it? I envy you a bit. Well, don't envy that poor automaton version of me you talked to at the end. Even that unsettles me a bit. I don't know what kind of experience you had, but I think that covers it. So without further ado, is everyone ready? Oh, hello, Whitmore. Remember you can enter your name, blah, blah, blah. If you need any help, just type in anything you want along the way. I'll try to attend. Is everyone ready? Nod your head if you are. Shake your head if you need one more moment. All right. Well, if we lose anyone, I'll try to pick up where we left off and try to accommodate as I can. Now, since we are ready, without further ado, let's begin. Marley, hello, Edmund, was dead. To begin with, this must be distinctly understood, Joe, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I'm about to relate. Now, Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood for years afterwards above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. Oh, dear, he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. No wind, Lisa. As you can see, he's quite... Oh, you disappeared. Don't run away. Did I scare you? Sorry, Lisa. Yes, you don't have to interact in this show. You know, you can stand back and observe. It's perfectly up to you. No wind that blew was bitterer than he. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, "Oh, gladsome looks. Ah, my dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" Anyone?
Oh, my. What did Scrooge care? That was the very thing he liked, to ease his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance. Keep its distance. Well, shall we begin traditionally, Sim? Once upon a time, of all the good days of the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. Now his door was open that he might keep an eye upon his clerk, who in the next cell beyond was copying letters. Now Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you! Now, this was the voice of Scrooge's nephew. He entered sort of from this area, so, excuse me, I'm going to walk through you, Ashcroft. I don't mind if you don't, yes? Good, consensual, wonderful, okay. I got a chill. I didn't expect that. Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you! Now, as I said before, this was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. Bah! Humbug. Christmas a humbug, Uncle. Surely you don't mean that. I do. What right have you to be merry? You're poor enough. Oh, well, come then. What right have you to be dismal? You're rich enough. If I could work my will, then every idiot who goes about with, "Oh, Merry Christmas," on their lips should be boiled in their own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through their heart. Keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine. Keep it? But you don't keep it. Let me leave it alone then. What good may it do you? Oh, don't be angry, Uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends? Good afternoon. Well, it saddens me with all my heart to find you so resolute. But I'll keep my Christmas humor till the last. So, a Merry Christmas, Uncle. Good afternoon. And a Happy New Year. Good afternoon. Oh, a Merry Christmas to you, Bob. Oh, a Merry Christmas to you, good sir. There's another fellow, my clerk, with 15 shillings a week and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam. This lunatic and Zim, and letting Scrooge's nephew out. Now I'd let 2 other gentlemen in, sort of same procedure as before. Hensley, thank you for making room for the entrance. Again, I really don't mind if you're in the way. It really doesn't bother me a bit. Now, these 2 gentlemen, well, they were pleasant to behold, sort of portly, you know, Ashcroft, and now they stood and they took off their hats, tipped them, and now addressed him formally. Scrooge and Marley, as I presume, have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley? Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years. Well, Mrs. Scrooge, it is more than usually desirable at the current time of year that a few of us should make some accommodation for the poor and destitute who suffer greatly at the present moment. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Yes, sir, many hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts. So a few of us are endeavouring to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. Yes. Are there no prisons? Well, plenty of prisons, sir. And the union workhouses, are they still in operation? They are. Still, I wish I could say they were not, sir. Well, I'm very glad to hear it. I was afraid from what you had said before that, something had happened to stop them in their useful course. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I pay for the above institutions that I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. But, sir, many can't go there, and many would rather die. If they would rather die, they had better do it and decrease the surplus population. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentlemen withdrew. Meanwhile, well, Chris, as you can see, the fog, the darkness thickened. Well, at length the hour of shutting up the counting house arrived, and with an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk.
You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose, Well, if it's quite convenient, sir. It's not convenient. And it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used. I'll be bound, yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work. Oh, sorry, it's only once a year, sir. Poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. Yeah, but I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning.
The clerk promised that he would, and we went home. Now, Scrooge took his usual melancholy dinner and his usual melancholy tavern and went home. Now, he lived in a lowering old pile of a building in a gloomy suite of rooms. Well, hello there, Whitmore. Nice to see you. Remember, that's an auto-generated name. If you want to fill in your whatever name you like or anything you want to say to me at all, feel free. What are you all doing over there? I've got something to show you. Come closer. Yes, whoever you like. Yes, gather round, gather round. Now, this is a moving show. You're going to have to get used to it. Now, there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door. As you can see there, of course, it was maybe very large, but that was it. So, can anyone explain to me, B? Sorry, frightened you again. I mean, just trying to build the tension. It's not going to get frightening yet. Explain to me, Lisa, perhaps, or maybe Chris or Pierre, how it is that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw suddenly in the knocker not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face!
As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon,
it was a knocker again.
Pooh-pooh! Yeah. Well, Scrooge was certainly not a man to be frightened by echoes. But, well, Oh, sorry, Scrooge. Didn't mean to give you a bump on the noggins. Poor man. He seems almost innocent like this, doesn't he? Almost like a cat. Meow, meow. All right, let's continue. Now, Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes, but he did walk through his rooms just to make sure that all was right. Nothing underneath the bed. Nothing behind the chair. And nothing, in his dressing gown. But you can see there, Tim, of course, that it was hanging up in it's a very suspicious attitude against the wall. And of course, that was then that his gaze happened to rest upon a bell. A disused bell that hung in a corner of the room, but it was with an inexplicable dread that he watched this bell begin to swing. It rang out loudly, succeeded by loud clanking noise deep down below. Perhaps that's where Ashcroft read, as if someone were dragging heavy chains over the wine casks in the merchant's cellar. It's humbug still. I won't believe it.
Oh, no. What do you want with me?
March.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Well, who were you then? You're particular for a shade.
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley. You don't believe me.
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Well, because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. Silly. You might be, why, well, I don't know. A bit of undigested beef, or a crumb of cheese. A fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are. Oh, mercy. Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?
Man of the word divine, do you believe in me or not?
I do. I must. You are fettered. Tell me why.
I wear the chains I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Would you know the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It is a ponderous chain.
Oh, Jacob Married, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob.
I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer.
Yes, you always were a good friend to me. Oh, thank you.
You will be haunted by three spirits.
Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?
It is.
I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls one.
Oh, couldn't I have them all at once and have it over with, Jacob?
Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more. And look that for your own sake you remember what has passed between us.
As the spirit connection began to fade, Scrooge saw that the air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore a chain. Yeah, Braden. None were free. Well, whether they faded into mist or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell, but, excuse me, Edmund. Scrooge closed the window, and from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigue of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, went straight to bed without undressing and fell asleep upon the instant. Well then. That's chapter 1 down. We made it through. Everyone's still with us. Joe, you're still here. Lisa and Braden, we all made it through. Whitmore, you're new. Gipping B over there, Ashcroft. Wonderful. Well, I'm going to take a moment and remember the taste of water, and then we will continue. Oh, it used to be delicious. Now, let's carry on, shall we? Everyone ready? Yeah? No one needs a moment? All right. Then we shall continue. When Scrooge awoke, it was dark. Now he was endeavoring to pierce the darkness when the neighboring chimes of a church struck. he resolved to lie awake until at length it broke upon his listening ear with a deep, dark, hollow, melancholy one. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn aside by the unearthly visitor who drew them. They were as close to it as I am to him, and I'm much too close, actually. Sorry, I'm going to move. Excuse me, Twist. I'm moving towards the fireplace. You don't want to see an author trod on his work too much, you know. Are you, sir? Yeah. The spirit whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am Ghost of Christmas Past.
Long past?
No, you are past.
Well, I'm much obliged, but I can't help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end.
You're well here.
Well, and what? Well, what business brings you here? I understand, right.
You're well here.
All right. Now, as the words were spoken, they passed through the window and found themselves on an open country road with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Now, it was a clear, cold winter evening with snow upon the ground. Oh, good heaven! I was bred in this place. I was a boy here.
What is trembling? And what is that upon your cheek?
A pimple. I beg of you, lead me where you will.
You recollect the way?
Oh, remember it. I could walk it blindfolded.
Strange to have forgot it after so many years. Let us go on.
As Scrooge walked along the road, recognizing every gate and post and tree, until at long last a little market town appeared in the distance with its bridge, its church, and winding river.
A school is not quite deserted. A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still.
I know. Entering the dreary hall, there was a chilly bareness in the place that associated itself, somehow with too much getting up by candlelight and, not too much to eat. A door at the back of the house disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room made barer still by lines of plain desks. And in one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge wept to see his poor forgotten self as he used to be. Oh dear. Oh. Suddenly a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window with an axe stuck in his belt and leading by the bridle a donkey laden with wood. It's dear old Ali Baba. It's dear old honest Ali Baba. Yes, I remember one Christmas time when yonder child was left all alone. He did come for the first time, just like that. Oh, poor boy. Oh, poor boy. Oh, I wish. But it's too late now.
What is the matter?
Nothing. Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol outside my door last night. I should like to have given him something, that's all.
Let us see another Christmas!
This produced an immediate effect. The ghost led him to a certain warehouse door.
Do you know it?
Know it. I know it. I was apprenticed here. Why, it's old Fezziwig. Oh, bless his heart, why, it's Fezziwig alive again. Yo-ho there, Ebenezer! Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in. Hi-yo, my lad! Oh, no more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Ebenezer. Hi-yo, my lad, clear away. Let's have lots of room here. Oh, there was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. The lamps were trimmed, and the warehouse was as bright a ballroom as you would desire to see in upon a winter's night. Oh, in came a fiddler with a music book. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast, substantial smile. In came the 3 Ms. Fezziwigs, and in came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and all the young women employed in the business, and away they all went, 20 couples at once, round and round. During the whole of this, Scrooge acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the former scene, and with his former self. He remembered everything. He remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and then he underwent the strangest agitation.
What's one matter to make me silly folk so filled with gratitude?
That's small.
Well, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money. It is so much that he deserves this praise.
Oh, no, it isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune.
What is the matter?
Nothing particular. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now, and that's all.
My time grew short. Quick!
Scrooge again saw himself, but now he was a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh lines of later years, but they had begun to show the signs of, care and avarice. Now, by his side, there was a fair young girl in whose eyes there were tears. Jim, this is my star turn, all right? Now, I may be an author, but I'm an amateur thespian, and I've really been working on this one, so I hope you enjoy it. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can comfort you in years to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve. Well, no, what idol? No, what idol has displaced you? A golden one. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one until the master passion, gain, grosses you. Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so. You are changed. I release you with a full heart. May you be happy in the life you have chosen. She left him and they parted. No, come back. No. Spirit, show me no more. Conduct me home.
I told you that these were shadows of the things that have been. And they are what they are. Do not blame me.
Remove me. I cannot bear it. Haunt me no longer. Scrooge looked upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him, the face that contained fragments of all of the faces that had shown him, he wrestled with it. Oh dear, that's enough now. He was conscious of being exhausted and barely had time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy, heavy sleep. Shh, no sleep now. Shh, 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 shh. See, as you can see, that gets a little bit violent at the end there. Always surprises me. Well, I think I've got another time for another memory of water. This chapter always arrives a little bit late, so you don't mind everyone doing well? Well, Emerela, I believe you all knew. Indeed, maybe you didn't have time to type in your name. Whitmore, again, I don't know who you are. Anyone else? Twist? Ashcroft? Good, we've got everyone. Wonderful. Now, continuing on. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, Scrooge felt that he... Hey, you're on the clock. Come on. Hey. Yes, hey. You, Mr. Grouchy. Come on. Hey. Scrooge felt that he was roused to consciousness in the right nick of time. You're darn right he was. For the special purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched him. When the bell tolled one and no shape appeared, well, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. He got up in his slippers and shuffled to the door. Well, we actually can't walk at the same time, so yeah, we'll do the best we can. Shuffle. Well, you have to, suspend your disbelief a little bit. We're doing our best here. There we are. All right. Now, it was his own room. There was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation, from every corner of which it looked a perfect grove from which bright gleaming berries glistened. There sat a jolly giant, glorious to behold.
Come in. Come in and know me better, man.
Scrooge entered timidly, and though the spirit's eyes, as you can see, they were quite clear and kind, he did not like to meet them.
I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You've never seen the like of me before.
Never.
Have never walked forth with my older brothers born in these later years?
I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, Spirit?
More than 1,800.
That's a tremendous family to provide for. Spirit, conduct me where you will. Last night I went forth on compulsion, and I learned a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it.
Grab my robe.
Oh, very well. Ooh. Scrooge did as he was told and held it fast, and he found himself on the streets once again on Christmas morning. The ghost conducted him straight to his clerk's house, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling. Here? Very well. What is this? Up rose Mrs. Cratchit, dressed but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons. She laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters. Oh, and now two smaller Cratchits came tearing in, screaming and luxuriating, basking in thoughts of sage and onion. They danced about the table. And then came in little Bob, the father, his clothes that were so threadbare, at least darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and of course, Tiny Tim on his shoulder. Beaker, hello there. Hadn't seen you, Beaker. Alas, for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and he had his limbs supported by an iron frame on his shoulder. Victorian irons, you know what that means. And how did little Tim behave? As good as gold, and better. You wouldn't believe the strangest things he has told me when he's going home, wouldn't you, Tim? He told me that he said he hoped the people saw him in the church because well, might be pleasant for them on Christmas Day to remember who it was that made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous as he told them this, and trembled even more when he told them that, oh, Tiny Tim is growing strong and hearty. Up rose Mrs. Cratchit to take up the pudding. In half a minute she entered, flushed but smiling proudly. Oh, a wonderful pudding! Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said that it was at all a small bit of pudding, such a large family. Shh, Chris! It would be straight heresy to do so. Shh. Oh, well, at last, since wonderful, it's like you're all here at dinner. Hello, Braden. Hello, wonderful. At last the cloth was cleared, the hearth was swept, the fire made up, and the entire Cratchit family drew around the hearth. I will give you, Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast. The founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, I would. Children, my dear, Christmas Day, It should be Christmas Day, I am sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. I'll drink his health for your sake in the days, but not for his. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt. The children drank after her. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mere mention of his name cast a dark shadow over the party, which was not dispelled for a full 5 minutes. But after it had passed, they were 10 times merrier than before. Oh, Merry Christmas, my dear. God bless us. God bless us, everyone, said Tiny Tim. Spirit, tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
No, kind spirit, say he will be spared.
But then, if he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population. Man, if man you be in heart, forbear that wicked cant until you know what the surplus is and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live and what men shall die? It might be that, in the sight of heaven, you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child.
Scrooge bent his head before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground. But then Scrooge and the spirit were upon their travels. Many homes they visited, and many places they went, but always with a happy end. They stood by sick beds, and they were cheerful. By poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and jail, and miseries, every refuge the spirit left his blessing. Well, it was a long night. I mean, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts for this, because the Christmas holiday appeared to pass within the space of time that they passed together. Curious, right, Lisa? Yeah. But then Scrooge looked about him for the ghost and saw it not. You remember the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and as the last stroke of 12 ceased to vibrate, he cast up his eyes to behold a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. Are you the ghost of Christmas yet to come? Yes? You are about to show me the shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Is that so, Spirit? Yeah. Well, lead on. Lead on. It is precious time to me, I know, and the night is waning fast. Lead on, spirit. The city seemed to encompass them and spring up about them of its own act. And then, yeah, now we're all here. It seemed like the spirit connection moves for a moment, but I think we're all watching, yeah. The spirit directed his attention to a certain knot of businessmen.
Well, I don't know much about it either way,
said a great fat man with a monstrous chin. Oh, my.
I only know he's dead.
What has he done with his money? Asked a red-faced gentleman.
I haven't heard,
said the great fat man with the monstrous chin again.
He hasn't left it to me, that's all I know.
It's likely to be a very cheap funeral, for upon my life, I don't know of anybody to go to it.
Oh, yeah, I know those men. The phantom glided on. Now, Scrooge and the phantom went into an obscure part of town that Scrooge had never penetrated in before, and sitting in beside a charcoal stove among the wares that he dealt in was a grey-haired rascal. Scrooge and the spirit came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. What odds? What odds then, old Joe? Everybody's a right to take care of themselves. He always did.
Ha! That's true indeed. No one more so.
Who's the loss for a loss? Who's the worse for wear for the loss of a few things like these, Not a dead man, I suppose. If he wanted to keep him after he was alive, then, well, why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to watch him when he was struck with death, instead of lying, gasping out there alone by himself, gasping out his last. Open up that bundle, old Joe. Let me know the value of it.
What do you call this, then?
Bed curtains.
You don't mean to say that you took them down, rings and all, them lying there?
Yes, I do. Why not? He frightened everyone away from him when he was alive to profit us when he was dead. Yeah, Scrooge. That's me, yes. I'm Scrooge, and I think you've made your point on him, meaning me. Yes, the case of this unhappy man might be my own. Perhaps Scrooge, meaning me, his life tends that way now, yes? Yeah, no.
Merciful heavens, what is this?
Scrooge recoiled in terror of the scene. As you can see, it changed again. He was looking at a bare, uncurtained bed on which lay, beneath a ragged sheet, something covered up. And on this bed, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge looked towards the spirit for explanation, but its steady hand as pointed at the head. Yes, Zim, Edmund, keep a respectful distance if you don't mind.
Spirit, this is a fearful place.
In leaving it, I shan't leave its lesson, trust me.
Let us go.
Oh, I beseech you, let me see some tenderness connected with the death. The Scrooge conducted him through streets, well, now familiar to his feet. Here, watch this. There you are. He found the mother and the children seated around the fire. Quiet. Very quiet. I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father for the world. But I think he's walked a little slower these last few. I've known him to walk. I've known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder very fast indeed, but he was very light to carry, and his father loved him so it was no trouble. No trouble. There's your father at the door. Bob was very cheerful with them, and he spoke pleasantly to all the family. Oh, my dears, I wish you could have seen it. I would have done you good to see how green a place is. But you'll see it often, you know. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. No, my little child. My little child. Spirit, something false here. A parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me whom that man was that we saw lying dead. Spirit conducted him through an iron gate to a churchyard. It stood among the graves and pointed down to one. Spirit, before I draw nearer that stone which you point to, answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be? Or are they the shadows of the things that may be only? The Spirit was immovable as ever, and following the finger lit upon the stone of the neglected grave. His own name. Spirit, why show me this? Why show me this if I am past all hope? No, show me yet that I may change these shadows you have shown me with an alternate life. I will try to keep the Christmas in my heart. Through all the year, I will live in the past, in the present, and the future. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone. In his agony, he caught the spectre's robe. The Spirit repulsed him, holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his fate reversed. He saw an alteration in the Spirit's hood and dress. It dwindled, and then collapsed down into a bedpost. Oh, yes, and the bed was his own. The room was his own. Oh, best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own to make amends in. Oh, the Spirit's altering shall strive within me, I know. Oh, Jacob Marley, heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this. Oh, the shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. No, they will be. I know they will. Oh, I'm as merry as a schoolboy. I'm as happy as an angel. I'm as light as a feather. Oh, you there, boy? Yes, you. What day is it today? Yes, today. Well, sir, it's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day. The Spirits have done it all in one night. I do know the poulterers. Yes, the one at this corner. Do you know if they've sold the prize turkey? No, not the little one, the big one. Yes, go have them bring it here and go and buy it. Yes, they shan't know who sends it. I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's house. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Oh, hello, whoop. Merry Christmas. That's much too big to carry to Camden Town. You must have a cab. the chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair again and chuckled till he cried. He got up all in his best and had not gone far, and going out into the street when he came across the portly gentleman who had been in his counting house the day before. Excuse me, yes, you, sir. Yes, I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. Oh, and Merry Christmas! Mr. Scrooge? Yes, that is my name. Oh, and I think I must beg your pardon, sir. Oh, and will you have the goodness? Oh, dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious? Oh, yes, not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Yes, sir, I don't know what to say. No, shh. Don't say anything. Come and see me. Will you come and see me? I will. Oh, yes, I thank you. Yes, I thank you 50 times. Bless you, sir. In the afternoon, he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. Fred, It is I, your Uncle Scrooge. Grr. I've come to dinner, Fred. Will you let me in? Yes? Now, who's that, huh? Ha! Let him in. Why, it's a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. Oh, yes. Oh, he was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. Oh, but he was early at the office next morning. Yes, he was. Oh, if he could only be there when he catch Bob Cratchit coming late. Oh, his hat was off and his pen was scribbling as if he was trying to overtake 9 o'clock. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day? Yeah, yes, sir. I am behind my time. Yeah. You are? Oh, yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please. Well, it's only once a year, sir. It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir. See here, my fine fellow, I'm not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer, and therefore, I'm about to raise your salary. Yes, I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family, and we shall talk about your affairs this very afternoon over a bowl of smoking Bishop Bob Cratchit. Oh, he did it all. He was as good as his word and more. He was as good a man and as good a friend as the good old city knew. Now, some people, of course, laughed to see the alteration in him, but, well, he let them laugh, and little he heeded them, for, as you can see, his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further encounter with spirits, and, like yourselves, of course, and Tiny Tim, of course, postscript, who did not die, Zim, all right, you can settle down. He was a second father. Oh, it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. Any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that truly be said of ours, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our final show. Thank you so much for coming to this year's performance of A Christmas Carol, produced by Agile Lens and starring Debbie Deere as all of the ghosts, who was moving a second ago and is no longer. And I am Ari Tarr as Scrooge. And
I'm moving now, so
yes,
thank you, Ari. Woo! Tech.
Thank you. We got through that one. Wonderful.
Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Yeah. Again, big hands for the Agile Lens team for this wonderful R&D theater test. This is the most amazing platform I've ever used in my decade of performing live in VR tracking platforms. So now you can speak to us by holding down the A button. So if you have any questions you're just dying to ask that came to you during the performance, this would be the time. Speak now or forever hold your peace. So you see stuff like this every day then. This is old hats, y'all. You've seen, this is basically what last weekend looked like. Right.
Yeah, everybody's saying yes, so they're clearly in the right place.
Clearly, we are all VR industry audience tonight. Someone was talking though until I so rudely.
Hi, that was me.
Hi.
Amazing performance. Thank you so much. I've been waiting to see this show. I was curious how you switch between characters. That was fantastic. I saw that there were two people in the beginning. And then I totally forgot, and I thought there were like maybe 5.
Thank you very much. Well, Agile Lens has given me a second avatar, which is hidden right now. What I can do is I can switch my data one at a time.
He's straddling the chair awkwardly. There he is. Yeah.
How dare you point out my follies? You can't even walk. You don't even have hair. You're gross.
Perhaps your kinks, dear friend.
Oh, save it for the late night adult show. Do you please? This is my story, all right? I won't have it soiled. Thank you. No, so what I can do is I can either be in first person and I can, so right now I'm in first person. Right now I'm in third person. So if I want to do a scene with myself, I can act beside myself. So like, let's say if we want to do some slapstick, I could whoosh, and then, I'm reacting. But I would practice it more before I showed anyone, of course. So that's really, really exciting to kind of have the flow as one actor with two bodies to inhabit. It does complicate things when you're like blocking a scene and you've got a block for your obnoxious scene partner who's going to be you in 10 seconds. And you have to think about exactly where you're both going to be. It's kind of a mind puzzle. But yeah, really, really cool possibility. And this is, some of the amazing imaginative live performing possibilities that Agile Lens thought was important to try. And so I've got this like part of my brain I've had to build to get good at this very specific kind of performance over the past, over the rehearsal process and the performances. So yeah, it's really fun to do. And I'm at my capacity and it's really cool to learn how to use these tools effectively. Thanks for asking. Who was that, by the way?
Wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much. So just so I understand correctly, you see yourself in your own body when you're performing this avatar, but you see yourself in third person.
I can choose
when you're performing
either
the
one.
other avatar.
So right now, now I'm in first person, and so most of the time I'm doing this because if I'm in a fast scene, what I'm doing is I'm facing myself. You're ugly and you smell like elephant poo. How dare you? And when your mother sits around the house, she sits around the house. Oh, dear. But in any case, that's in first person. And then if I were to switch out in third person, then I also have these kind of RC controls where I can.
I'm almost done.
I can move them in third person, but
Thank you
if I just
again
do
for
this,
letting
they
me
look
do
weird.
this.
So you kind of have to like
Really
fake.
appreciate it.
I'm walking.
Are you having fun down there?
I'm walking
Yeah.
this way. And now
Almost
he's
done.
walking around,
Thank
but
you.
don't hit the chair. Beep beep. Backing up Scrooge. Kidding.
Amazing. That's great.
Yeah, so if you couldn't see the seams, it means that I'm getting better at using this very specific, very strange acting tool. And I believe the next contract,
So is it a button?
it's several
And is there,
buttons.
like,
Yeah,
a-
so, I mean that's the cool thing about VR acting. We did this in past years with a motion capture suit and face tracking using like a camera, the traditional post-production style. But I didn't have a window, so it's been really great to have a VR headset that has. We're just using the Oculus Pro and face tracking and the Meta Quest movement SDK, which is if you move in specific ways, it can be actually pretty accurate. So yeah, that's all that I'm really using, and I'm just using the controllers on the Oculus Pro. It's just getting the timing of the switch, so it's not necessarily obvious. And some performances are better than others. There's kind of a flow state that I have to get into to manage that many factors at the same time. Yeah.
And you're not wearing. That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What was that question?
Sorry, are you wearing controllers? Or
Someone was asking if we're not wearing.
Controllers are on our hands, yeah. And you can
but
do
not
it.
on your legs.
No, so like I was saying before, we had a mocap solution that was for post-production. We scrapped it. We tried a new one this year, which was specifically for live VR. But even then, running two sets of software and correcting lag, it was just off. It was a difficult puzzle. And so with the new Meta SDK, like I was trained in Suzuki physical theater movement, which is a lot of like Japanese theater training where you're kind of shifting your weight. And as long as you move in with perfect physical theater technique, it can pretty much track what you're doing. Oh, smaller steps. Anyway, a lot of practice. Anyone else? Last call. Before we take our last question, let's take everyone over to the Yule log over in this direction. What do you think? Over here by
Let's
the tree.
do it.
Yeah. Come on, everyone. Here, I'll drive.
Everyone
Scrooge
up
over
for
here.
a Christmas tree selfie?
Woo!
Just woohoo! Yeah, you can jump in the tree as an ornament or cuddle up to us, whatever you like. We don't bite.
All right. Anyone have a? Yeah, I'll make sure Scrooge is grumpy. Anyone have a last minute question they want to ask? Just while we have the communication lines open before the veil falls once again.
Yeah.
Guys, fantastic job. Sorry, not question, just saying, really good job. Very cool.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Responsible for
What does the
the
pink light
beautiful
do?
costumes.
Oh, someone is asking who's responsible for the beautiful costumes, I think.
Amazing team of asset designers and engineers to put this all together. So who is that going to be? Definitely June is one of our lead engineers, and Mark. Oh boy, after this ends, there's credits. And you can watch those credits because there's a lot of people, and they're all incredibly talented and important.
Ah.
And if I tried to tell you each and every single one of them, we would be here for a while.
Gotcha.
And sorry to all of them that are listening. But it's a big production, and yeah, we're just the tip of the iceberg. It's a really amazing team at Agile End. All right, one quick question. We'll face Jackie C, who is the camera, and take a selfie. And everyone wants to bobble about. You can nod for some extra bouncing holiday cheer. There you go. All right. Happy holidays, everyone. This was our last show. Last call for anyone who has a question. This is our last show. Happy holidays!
Yeah. Okay. Bravo.
Thank you all for sharing your clap clap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you in backup house.
Woo! Great job. Hell yeah. That was really good.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this night's performance.
That was wonderful. Thank you.
so much. Can you hear me in world?
Big applause for Debbie Deere playing this. Ghosty man, I can hear you, Debbie.
Amazing. Thank you all for coming. Special shout outs to June, Kyla, Keisha, and Saran, and my amazing actor, Ari Tarr.
You're too kind. Thank you all, and happy holidays.
Manager and crew.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you to all of the engineers in charge of making this possible thing happen.
We're here until 23rd?
You got it. 22nd, I believe.
22nd. All right.
Have a weekend. Tell your friends.
Absolutely. Great work, guys. Really great.
Final lights out cues.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Christmas.
Anyone who would like to speak, by the way, you can hold down the A button if you'd like to say anything.
Yes, we'd love to hear anything you have to say. Even to confirm that it can work would also be great.
Let's do a quick talk back if anyone can talk. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Indeed.
I can hear you, David.
Yeah. Then it's working. It's yeah.
Excellent.
Really great job.
I
don't know why Scrooge is sitting over there looking
so happy.
Like
do you want him to look creepy closer to you? Here, I'll bring him over. Hey, there he is.
Hey, that's better. Looks louder now, though.
What are you talking about?
Oh, there he is. That's the Scrooge I know and love.
One of these You blowing bubbles, Molly. Ugh. Ruins the furniture.
I have a question for the actors. Are you in the same place right now?
Good question. Floating bubble in the ether?
We're not even in the same country.
Yeah, we're not. I'm in Canada.
Yet we are in the same room talking to you.
Hmm?
The miracle of remote. Yeah, it's amazing technology.
Thank you.
Again, this is a technological triumph that motion capture and face capture this sensitive can be seen on the Quest mobile device. It's really quite a triumph and an achievement, a technical achievement. Well done, Agile and his team.
Everything you're seeing is live. It takes a lot of tech work, a lot of pre-show, a lot of posts, but yeah, we're in 2024. We're in the future. So here we are.
All right. Well, shall we reconvene backstage? Yes. Say goodbye to our lovely guests.
Sounds good. I think our lovely guests may have already gone.
Assume.
Thank you all for coming. If you're still here, thanks so much for coming. There is a survey that we're going to send out. If you gave us your emails when you signed up, we'll send you a survey to fill out about your experience watching the show. So please keep an eye out for that. Great work. Really great show. Thank you, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Bubble, floating bubble. David, how are you?
It was great having Jackie be a different color and be able to play to Jackie as the camera. That was a great idea, whoever thought of that.
Hey, Jackie, I noticed that too.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this evening's performance of A Christmas Carol starring Debbie Deer, as the ghosts.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The enigmatic, the talented, the bodacious Ari Tarr, my fellow co-star, and to you, my wonderful audience, thank you so much for coming. Woo! Thank you. I know you can't applaud, but I'm seeing the head bop, so thank you.
If you want to speak to us now, you can press the A button and we can get your vocal input. And we would be so happy to receive it. We'd love to hear any of your feedback because you've been here for an hour together. Hi. Anyone? Don't be shy.
Is this working?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, you guys were incredible. That was very cool and very well done.
Oh, thank you so much, Lakuza. Appreciate you.
That wasn't me. Was it Aslan?
Aslan? Sorry. Everyone looks the same in here.
Yes, we're going off spatial audio, and if you're crowding together, boy, it gets a little bit rowdy.
So sorry, Aslan. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry.
It's so seamless between the characters. Like, that was fascinating to watch too.
Between which characters? Do you mean myself and
Scrooge? Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed. Could we unhide Scrooge? He's there being. I can see him. You all.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Thanks. It's been a lot. Designing the controls for acting with two avatars with Agile Lens has been really, really fun. This has been a really great R&D project, and I've got controls both, so I can use a monitor from outside, so I can make sure my blocking is okay when I'm doing scene with myself. But I'm just switching that live data. So see, I'm in third person. I take a swing, boom. I switch my data, I do a stage, you got me. So yeah, I'm just constantly going back and forth, and it's really important. All these really weird soft skills of it's really important. So you've got a scene partner who doesn't look like and a weird face. It has to be very elegant, exactly how you're kind of moving back and forth. It's a wonderful, real stretch of my ability, and I'm having a really wonderful time figuring it out. Thanks for asking about that. Is anything else you want to know about it? About the control system or anything else?
You're using face tracking, yeah?
So this is the Quest Pro.
and we had a body tracking solution, but this is we ditched it because the Quest solution is more dependable. But it kind of, if you learn how it's sensing your leg data, you can kind of do a little bit of control, but it's not.
Unless you're a ghost, and then you just
kind of float there.
Yeah.
No prejudice. I wish. Oh.
So, are you guys?
I'm on to speak up.
You guys get Louisville out of the Louisville theater group?
So the very first production was made in a collaboration with Agile Lens and with Actors Louisville Theater. It was Actors Theater of Louisville, and 2 shows today. My brain is fried, and it was directed by the artistic director there, who had a stage version and also made this VR version. And so the original character designs for the ghosts were his original designs. Did a lot of research into Dickens and his colonial attitudes, and how to figure out how to do this production in this day and age, in this technology. And we learned a lot. But this is I have to say, the year where this is the most expressive acting system in live VR I've ever used, and I've been doing this for 9 years. So it's really exciting that it can be this good now, and I really kudos to the Agile Lens team for really knocking it out of the park. This is a really, really developed platform.
But really just to Louisville, no. They've given us their blessing to continue this production, but this is just an in-house Agile Lens. They're not working with us on this anymore, but they come and see it every year.
love that.
Or you've done other VR theater before because your name is familiar. Was it Dr. Crumb or the Metaverse movie? I don't remember.
Yes.
Both of those?
You mean the meta movie? What was the second one?
What was the one that was in New York? You guys, I don't know if you remember it. But yeah, like I think it's called the Meta. Anyway.
Yeah, that's the meta.
I'm like, wait, I remember that guy.
I wasn't in it, but I consulted on it with Jason and in its creation.
I think they said Dr. Crumbs initially.
And that is also.
I think you were in. Yeah.
It was. I developed. So my weird niche has been being a guinea pig for new VR acting systems, and that's why Adventure Lab hired me to be the original acting guinea pig for their kind of Uber for Actors business plan. And this is such an incredibly developed. The fact that we can what was doable then on a Quest 1 and what is doable now and visible on a Quest 2 is really remarkable. Now, just a few years apart, so it seems a lot more viable to me now. I don't know. What do you think by looking at my face right now? Are you getting are you feeling my emotions? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Probably not.
I think it's pretty good.
I was actually having a little bit of nausea right there, some tummy trouble, so that wasn't actually. It came through great. It came through great. All right. Any more questions? Going once, going twice. I think we have time for one more. All right. Well then, well, your friends, and happy holidays, everyone. Thank you for coming.
Happy holidays. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to this year's production of A Christmas Carol VR, starring Debbie Deere as all of the ghosts. Wonderful job, Debbie.
Thank you so much, Ari, as everybody else. And thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight in VR and on the stream.
If you press your A button right now, you'll be able to ask us questions. We're dying to hear any part of your feedback. This is your chance. Please do it any time.
Well, love it. Someone's asking a question. Let's see.
I heard it coming from this direction. Don't be shy. Unless you're losing audio. You have to hold the button.
You have to hold the A button down.
Oh, hold that button. Yes, Jay, I believe I heard you. From beyond the veil, Jay, was that you?
Wearing motion capture suits?
Ah, that's a wonderful question. So now I'll answer as RHR. So we started with motion capture, but this was actually the new meta movement SDK. So studying how to move with the SDK can actually give some really realistic stuff, but I'm also, so I can jump out of my body and be in third person. So I've got a controller for my locomotion. So if I hold my arms here, you can't really tell. So now I'm just standing still. I'm walking. I can think it like this, but now I'm in my body once again, and I'm just using the positioning of my headset to do body tracking. We have a body tracking build, but we decided it was a little too unstable just right now in this time period for the direction. Good question, Jay. Anyone else? Swan Music,
Jay?
I see you back, or Swan Music.
Yeah, that's my name. Have you guys done any VR performances before doing Christmas Carol VR, or is this your first performance?
That's a great question. I've
That is a
made
good question. Yeah. Go ahead,
I started in VR performance about 10 years ago. Just driven crazy by the puzzles that it offers. I've been practicing, mostly testing new live interfaces. Yeah, for almost so it's 9 years actually. But working with Agile Lens, this is the most expressive system I have ever used for live VR theater, which is, I think, saying a lot. Most of the tools are made for post-production. Debbie is also, we're also, as well as VR performers, we're both producers and creators ourselves. Debbie, of course, is an amazing XR producer as well as a performer.
You. Yeah. And an educator. So Ari and I have actually led a few incubators at university level and for independent ad hoc groups. So through those groups, I've performed in VR chat or Flipside, which is a local Canadian XR company. So I've done about 3 years of VR acting. But as Ari says, like this is the most robust and truthfully impressive production, just with their use of the tools like the Unreal Engine and the Mokopi that we were using initially, and also thank you, Swan Music. I love the nod because I can see that you're like, you're with me. We here. Yeah. But the technology along with the Quest Meta Pro, which has sensors that allow for even more extensive tracking of the body and the eyes and the face, I think it's revolutionary, if I say so myself. Yim?
My goodness. You drink the Kool-Aid. No,
Tell me how you really feel. Yeah.
I know. No, I feel the same way. It is. I've always felt like I was performing live theater with two hands behind my back, and this feels like I've been unleashed, for better or for worse. Any other questions from anyone else? And if you're shy, that's okay. Oh wow, we haven't heard from you because I'm.
Wasn't that Steve Jobs' last words? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Steve Jobs from Beyond the Veil.
Steve Jobs is back. Thank goodness.
Tell him to update the Vision Pro.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I'm going once, going twice for final comments. Anything you liked, anything that didn't work would be good feedback to have, but you could also drop that on the Discord. We would love to respond to you there. Love to know what you thought for opening night. Thank you all for coming.
Artie, are you sitting in a chair right now?
Oh, look at this. Yeah, occasionally it does this floating stuff. Believe it or not, I'm not. Here, let me recalibrate. That wasn't happening during the show, right?
No.
Hell yeah. Great. Yeah, looking good, right?
Looking great.
Pulling a little selfie over by the Christmas tree.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
When you teleport, your chains they go super metal.
Dance a little. Yeah.
One be a bobble.
You know what I'm saying?
Everybody come join us on the Christmas tree.
We'll have Jackie,
Oh,
our
yeah.
wonderful camera operator, get a good shot of us all.
You know, this is how the a Christmas ornament was created. Was this? Yay!
Yay! Just like home.
Wonderful. So your words are appearing above and replacing your name. Someone has typed.
Oh, that's very clever.
Very nice. Oh, so you're chatting with me, even though. Wonderful. You must be a hacker. Wonderful. All right, then. Anything else anyone wants to do? Should we burn a Yule log? It's burning pretty hot over there.
Going once, going twice. All right. Questions are closed for tonight. Thank you so much for joining us once again. Appreciate all of you. Brave souls in VR.
Great show. Thank you so much.
Great show. God, it was really fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Agile Lens, the entire team, making miracles. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this evening's performance of A Christmas Carol starring Debbie Deer, as the ghosts.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The enigmatic, the talented, the bodacious Ari Tarr, my fellow co-star, and to you, my wonderful audience, thank you so much for coming. Woo! Thank you. I know you can't applaud, but I'm seeing the head bob, so thank you.
If you want to speak to us now, you can press the A button, and we can get your vocal input. And we would be so happy to receive it. We'd love to hear any of your feedback. Because you've been here for an hour together. Hi. Anyone? Don't be shy.
Is this working?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, you guys were incredible. That was very cool and very well done.
Oh, thank you so much, Lakuza. Appreciate you.
That wasn't me. Was it Aslan?
Aslan? Sorry. Everyone looks the same in here.
Yes, we're going off spatial audio, and if you're crowding together, boy, it gets a little bit cloudy.
So sorry, Aslan. Thank you so much.
So what? It's so seamless between the characters. Like, that was fascinating to watch too.
Between which characters? Do you mean myself and
Scrooge? Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed. Could we unhide Scrooge? He's there being. I can see him. You all.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Thanks. It's been a lot. Designing the controls for acting with two avatars with Agile Lens has been really, really fun. This has been a really great R&D project. And I've got controls both, so I can use a monitor from outside, so I can make sure my blocking is okay when I'm doing a scene with myself. But I'm just switching that live data. So see, I'm in third person. I take a swing, boom. I switch my data, and do a stage. You got me. So I'm just constantly going back and forth, and it's really important. All these really weird soft skills of it's really important. So you've got a scene partner who doesn't look like and a weird face. It has to be very elegant, exactly how you're kind of moving back and forth. It's a wonderful, real stretch of my ability, and I'm having a really wonderful time figuring it out. Thanks for asking about that. Is anything else you want to know about it? About the control system or anything else?
You're using face tracking, yeah?
So this is the Quest Pro. And we had a body tracking solution, but we ditched it because the Quest solution is more dependable. But it kind of, if you learn how it's sensing your leg data, you can kind of do a little bit of control, but it's not.
Unless you're a ghost, and then you just.
And then you just kind of float there.
Yeah.
No prejudice. I wish. Oh. Yeah.
So, are you guys?
Come on, speak up.
You guys did Louisville out of the Louisville theater group?
So the very first production was made in collaboration with Agile Lens and with Actors Louisville Theater. It was Actors Theater of Louisville. And 2 shows today. My brain is fried. And it was it was directed by the artistic director there, who had a stage version and also made this VR version. And so the original character designs for the ghosts were his original designs. Did a lot of research into Dickens and his colonial attitudes, and sort of how to figure out how to do this production in this day and age, in this technology, and we learned a lot. But this is I have to say, the year where this is the most expressive acting system in live VR I've ever used, and I've been doing this for 9 years. So it's really exciting that it can be this good now, and I really kudos to the Agile Lens team for really knocking it out of the park. This is a really developed platform.
But to speak to Louisville, no, they've given us their blessing to continue this production, but this is just an in-house Agile Lens. They're not working with us on this anymore, but they come and see it every year.
They do.
Love that.
Or you've done other VR theater before, because your name is familiar. Was it Dr. Crumb or the Metaverse movie? I don't remember.
Yes.
Both of those?
You mean the meta movie? What was the second one?
What was the one that was in the Elks, you guys? I don't know if you remember it. But yeah, like I think it's called the Meta. Anyway.
Yeah, that's the meta.
I'm like, wait, I remember that guy.
I wasn't in it, but I consulted on it with Jason and in its creation.
I think they said Dr. Crumbs initially.
And that is also.
I think you were in. Yeah.
It was. I developed. So my weird niche has been being a guinea pig for new VR acting systems, and that's why Adventure Lab hired me to be the original acting guinea pig for their kind of Uber for Actors business plan. And this is such an incredibly developed. The fact that we can what was doable then on a Quest 1 and what is doable now and visible on a Quest 2 is really remarkable, and how just a few years apart, so it seems a lot more viable to me now. I don't know. What do you think when you're looking at my face right now? Are you getting are you feeling my emotions? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Probably not. No, actually, it's pretty good. I was actually having a little bit of nausea right there, some tummy trouble, so that wasn't actually. It came through great. It came through great. All right. Any more questions? Going once, going twice? I think we have time for one more. All right. Well then. All right, your friends. And happy holidays, everyone. Thank you for coming.
Happy holidays. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to this matinee performance of A Christmas Carol VR, starring Debbie Deere as all the ghosts.
Thank you so much. The talented Tarr, everyone, as Dickens, Scrooge, and everybody else you heard. Thank you so much for coming.
So much. Now you can speak to us if you press your A button. We should be able to hear you.
Press and hold the A button.
Oh, you got
qualifying.
Hey.
Work.
Thank you so much. Is that Chuck speaking or Christoph?
This is Steve. I think you can be as Dorothea over here, just to your.
Oh, hey, Steve.
To your right. Lovely work, you guys. It's just so wonderful to see how this evolves season after season, and your performances are sublime and lovely. Thank you for this.
Oh,
and
thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. That's
Alex
so beautiful.
And everyone else for the hard work. So
all of that is due to the incredible Agile Lens team.
And Kevin and everyone.
Absolutely.
Kevin's here.
Alex and June and Marshall, and so many people have contributed to this amazing platform. And to my, it's great that you've seen this in the past, Steve, because, I think from being a, professional VR actor, whatever that is, for the last 9 years, this is by far the most expressive platform that I've ever used. And, yeah, not only that with the face tracking and the expressions, this sort of new mechanic here that allows me to perform as one actor for two bodies is also really remarkable. So, well, kudos to the entire Agile Lens team. It's really a triumph.
Indeed, huzzah. And so stable. I had zero problems.
Oh, well, it's great to hear, Steve. That's the golden ticket, because in this world, everything that goes wrong will and does. So it's fabulous to hear you had no issue.
Technology and live theater. What were we thinking? Okay. Any other questions? Well, I think we've got time for a couple more. Anyone else have anything to say? Christophe? Yeah, it's not required. Fine. Whatever level of interaction you're comfortable with. All right, John. Anyone else? Anyone
I hear someone.
I heard something.
Chuck is here. Can you hear me?
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah. So in the coming year, are there other experiences like this that you will be involved in?
Well, I love that this is an R&D production that happens every year, but Agile Lens has many wonderful, wonderful projects. Many of them are on posters that you can see just in that little alcove right over there. Kevin may want to jump in with any other projects coming in, or maybe not. I don't know.
The big thing to talk about that is relevant is we're beginning a research grant with the Royal Shakespeare Company.
Oh, wow.
Rehearsal room, which will be building on a lot of what we were working on this year with this production.
Delightful. Yeah.
I'm really
excited to have worked with Agile Lens and lend my knowledge and design up, performance controls, and then also practice how to get the kind of fugue state it takes to switch and perform in a scene with yourself. So I'm looking under it is to twist my brain like that, and I've been having a great time. Anyone else? Last call for a question. Anything? Did anyone have a favorite part? We'd love your feedback. Anything worked? Anything didn't? Ooh, your chains are very sparkly here for some reason.
Oh, wow.
Clean.
I'm being festive. That's why it's Christmas.
I know. Well, if you'd like to all come to the Christmas tree, you can be our Christmas ornaments. That's our last interaction.
Let's do it. And then maybe someone can take a selfie of us over here.
Just closed opening weekend. Yeah, let's do it. Come on, everyone in. Come on in.
Yep. Adoring the tree anywhere you like.
Anywhere you like.
And Jackie is taking a selfie, I think.
Yes. Well, it's a very advanced selfie. Yes.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Look, give him fierce. All right. Give him Magnum. Blue Steel. Just kidding. Old references. Okay. I think if anyone else feels like speaking from the Christmas Tree Peanut Gallery, I think we're good. Well, thank you so much all for coming, and we'll have great festive and happy holidays. It's great to have you.
Thank you, everyone. Happy holidays. Tell your friends about the show.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this evening's performance of A Christmas Carol produced by Agile Lens, starring Debbie Deere as all the ghosts.
Woohoo!
And myself, Ari Tarr, as Scrooge, and everyone else. So if you want to speak to us now, you can press the A button at any point. We'd love to hear your voice or any feedback at all. Anyone have any problems, anything you'd like, let us know.
Yes, let us know. And once again, thank you so much, Ari Tarr, our amazing lead actor here, giving you 1,001 voices, and the whole Agile Lens team for making this happen. Thank you to our amazing audience. If you want to speak, press the A button. We are all.
You have to hold down the button. I shouldn't be that clear.
Brilliant.
Goes to VR. Bilsh, I saw you were late, Dory. Maybe came about halfway through. Good to have you. Edmund and Harriet, I think you have auto-generated names. Not quite now.
I have a.
Oh, Harriet, you responded, so I bet that's your name. I had to
Someone
question.
Yeah, I hear someone.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I have a question. I was wondering if we were supposed to see some of the other characters, like when you were talking about Tiny Tim, and referencing that there was a child bear.
Theater.
Okay.
We don't have the avatar that I can embody quite yet of a small disabled child.
Okay.
There's only, unfortunately, so many avatars that can be rendered simultaneously with this current build, which is 3. And actually, could you unhide Scrooge as a demonstration? What do you want? I was napping. It's okay. Don't be grouchy. I'm just saying. You can notice that we have the same face. Ugh, I'm not that ugly. I'm just trying to make a demonstration, and that it's essentially the same avatar, so that helps. And then Marley and the Ghost to expand the cast, but because of the limitations of the avatars, that's why I must expand my theatrical repertoire.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, like, there wasn't a technical glitch and I was missing something.
You missed the glitch of theater magic. But that's okay. It's different for everyone. Suspension of disbelief gets a little complicated when you're rendering everything in 3 dimensions at a gigabit speed per second.
Yeah, I completely understand.
Is there an interact?
Go ahead.
We have like these lights on our trigger.
You have what on your trigger?
There's colored flashlights on our triggers. When you pull the trigger, you get a flashlight. And I wasn't sure if it was visible to other people. I didn't want to interrupt the show.
It's local.
An interactive.
It's local to you.
Okay.
I believe. I am. That's Mr. Moran. You might correct me here, but I believe it is local. So you have your own personal spotlight.
And then my other question was, when you're embodying an avatar and you're switching between the control of the two, where is your perspective? Are you actually jumping from one head to the other?
I've got the ghost. I ate him. I ate him, Dickens. No, don't. That's not what the goal is. Don't do that. Sorry for him. He's been drinking. So I have several modes. Mostly I do the show in first person, but to rehearse, and I can do it sometimes. Now I'm in third person. I'm standing to the right of myself, so that if I want to enact a scene, I can more quickly change it back and forth, as well as my voice, and also maybe, I don't know, what can we do? We can do some fight choreography here. Whoops, I reacted. I'll work on that. But so there's 2 modes mostly that I can switch in and out of, which is POV and third person. And when I switch my POV, I can either choose to switch back and forth, embodying the actor as well, or if it's more helpful, sometimes it's more helpful to be in third person. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. And then the other thing I was going to comment on is I didn't quite realize that you were playing both parts until you picked up Scrooge and carried him by the neck. And that was very funny, but also just part of like VR. It was very good.
Yeah. By its nature, VR is psychedelic. So what are you going to do? Actually, yeah, get away from them.
You carry him like a cat.
Meow.
He does. He likes it. He likes right behind the ears. This is his favorite. Get your hands off me. Get your hands. Sorry. Sorry.
When you're transitioning, at least in my case, because the avatars have such different scales, so third person is really important in seeing how the body is held, because part of the acting as a VR actor is that I'm modulating my voice, but I'm also needing to modulate my posture as these different characters. So that's also very helpful.
For instance, my locomotion right here, I'm using a controller, but if I don't move my arms, it looks weird. But I can also kind of like race Dickens in third person. I can race Dickens and Scrooge around like little race cars and switch back and forth.
Oh.
And speaking of, let's do our next question, our last question over here by the Christmas tree. One under the Yule tree, perhaps, and we can all, if you want to adorn as baubles, we can take a selfie. What do you think? Ooh,
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, thanks.
Selfie as a ghost.
Great idea.
My favorite.
I guess we don't have a selfie with Mr. Grumpy Pants in it.
I think there was another.
What do you want?
Oh, was there another question? We're all ears.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead, please. Ghost bubble. It's hard to tell where the voices are coming from, so just go right ahead and spit out the question. We can hear you.
All right. Well, let's just take a selfie in any case. I don't hear one. If you're speaking, you're not holding your button down, or the ghost of VR is interfering again. In any case, we'll take one last selfie with the ghosts. Yeah, can you like hunch? I don't know if you're in the frame. There we are. Okay.
Wonderful. Happy holidays, everyone. Thanks so much for coming to this live production of A Christmas Carol. So, yes, Edmund, go ahead, adorn the tree. It's naked. Oh, good, we've got a few up there. The ghost is being festive. So thank you so much for coming. Well, we've been very happy to have you. This is the Agile Lens production of A Christmas Carol. We've only got 3 more shows, so do tell your friends to show.
Amazing. Have a great holiday, everyone.
More shows. 2 more shows. Have a great holiday. Happy holidays. Goodbye.
Please look at your emails for surveys and complete our post survey. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this evening's performance of A Christmas Carol starring Debbie Deere as the ghosts.
Thank you, Ari Tarr, our wonderful, talented, hilarious actor extraordinaire. And thank you all for coming tonight. Woo, woo, woo.
Big
Bubble,
thanks to
bubble,
the
bubble.
Agile Lens team, of course. Well, this wouldn't be possible if you. Ooh, I love your applause by bobbing up and down. Very festive. And also, yeah, it's kind of like we could start a wave almost. If you want to speak to us, you can hold down the A button and ask any questions. We'd love to hear your feedback. Anything at all. Blurt it out.
Have the perfect David and the worst David. Like, you were amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so very kind.
Mwah, mwah.
May I ask you how you prepared for your roles? First of all, for you as the spirits, because at times you had to do this not only not physically, but also because of the fact that you couldn't use verbal wording and whatnot. And also for you, simply amazing how brilliant you are with your transition immediately from character to character. Was there anything that you used for cues or anything so that you didn't accidentally slide back and forth as you move so quickly? I'm just wondering about those for both of you.
Is that who is speaking? Because it's sometimes difficult to tell.
Who's right in front of you here? If you look right.
Psycho Wench. I love the name. Love the name. Thank you. You got me terrified. So
I don't know what's going on, man.
Oh no, Psycho Wench. We need to talk. But regarding the preparation, Ari inspired me a lot in terms of using my diaphragm and really getting into character with, as you said, as you noticed, the posturing. So that was a very easy but detailed way of embodiment. Also owed to the Agile Lens team because they did such specific work with the locomotion and the face capture and just the way the data transmits that, I really do transform into a decrepit old man quite easily because that's what I look like. So that's on my end. I'll beat it to Ari.
It's your headshots over there. So this is the 4th year. This is all Agile Lens. Now the very first year was the part of a collaboration with Actors Theatre of Louisville. So we did a lot of vocal work with the voice coach just to get all of my tidy up all of my accents of different sexes and classes and ages. Yeah, you want to use a lot of VR acting is voice work, of course. A lot of it to me feels a lot like puppetry. Specifically for puppeteering these 2 actors, I've got both a POV mode and then a third-person mode. And from third person now, I can be an invisible fairy, and now I'm guiding Dickens along with like a little RC car. And if we can unhide Scrooge, I'm basically a disembodied ghost puppeteering 2 different beings. So yeah, it took a long time to train how to use this tool. This was a new since last year, and I finally feel like I've built the brain cells to get very fluid with it. So thank you for asking.
Well, can I ask, was your blocking set, or was it just you just free?
The director is David Gotchfeld, so he has made things a lot easier because it's very easy to get disoriented in VR, as you can tell. And so he's had some really brilliant direction of where the cues are made. So the behind the scenes is a stage manager build, and they're cueing each of the animations and transitions. But in terms of
blocking, it can get very disorienting to like think ahead. Okay, I'm going to speak to them, but by the time they have to react, and then I have to block my second actor, but it basically, it's like you're thinking for two actors and like, oh, this guy's such a jerk. He's totally cut off my exit. Like, why isn't he? It's me in the 3 seconds in the future. It's a very weird skill that I've had to build to get the fluidity, but it's so fun. It's just, I love working with it. And we've worked for several years. This is the most expressive the tool has ever been. And this is the most expressive live VR acting system that I've ever used. So big kudos to the Agile Lens team, all of the engineers, and Alex, of course, and all of our production crew. We couldn't do this without them. It's really quite an achievement.
Yes, agreed. Something worth mentioning as well is that we do get to enter into first point of view and third party POV. So that also helps with the blocking and just making sure that we're in the right place with the right facial expressions, etc.
Right, and we also, the direct...
Well, it's very impressive. I just have to...
There's marks on the floor, too, that y'all can't see.
Thank you, Psycho Wench.
Anyone else? Anyone else with any questions?
Yeah, I had a follow-up question on that.
Please,
This
who's
is
speaking
Alana.
again?
This is
you,
Alana.
Anna.
Anna, where are you? Oh, there you are.
I'm here. Hello. I'm really curious. You just mentioned like blocking tape on the floor. What is the hardware around you guys? Are you just working on a desktop? Are you working
That's a
with
great question. So,
what's going on?
So in past years, really, there's no kind of. Oh, sorry, he likes it behind the ears. No, I do not. Get it off. Get it off. Get off me. Get off me. Sorry about that. So in past years, we've used motion capture tools like the Rococo mocap suit. But the problem is that most motion capture suits that are on the market are made for post-production. So there's a lot of drift. So we even tried a live mocap solution that just wasn't caught up to it. So really all we're using is the Oculus Quest Pro right now, the face tracking in the Oculus Quest Pro using the plugins for Unreal Engine, and then the Meta Movement SDK, which I've just working with. It actually, if you move with it kind of with the physical theatrical movement that I've been trained with, if you engage and sort of show where your weight distribution is, it'll match up the legs actually remarkably well, considering it doesn't have lower body tracking. So I've kind of had to learn how to work with it, but the fact that I'm not running a separate set of software simultaneously that can introduce a whole bunch of other problems is really helpful. So yeah, just the new Meta Movement SDK and the new face tracking SDK has been such a huge improvement. I feel like I'm now performing without one hand tied behind my back. I feel unchained, as you might say. Sorry, Marley. I'm sorry. I know that's a sticking point.
A little bit.
I think we've got time for one more question. Come on, join me over here by the Yule log that's upright and with pine needles. Come here, Christmas tree. I mean, over here, and we'll take a final selfie. One last question. Anyone?
I'd love to.
Yeah.
I just briefly want to remind our audience that they will be getting an email with a post-show survey if they've got some time to fill that out. This whole endeavor is a giant research and development project for us, and that data goes a long way towards helping us figure out what the hell we're doing next year. So it'd be wonderful if you'd fill that out. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is weird stuff. Let us know what you thought, please. We're dying to know if this is working or not. What parts are and what parts maybe we could work on next year. Yeah. Well, you're there and you're colored baubles, and this tree is very naked. And I think the Davids really have the right idea. Do you want to all inhabit the tree? I think it'll make the selfie a lot more festive. All right.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Faye.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Hello, Terry.
Emmeline, Rika, Humbug.
Great to have you all. And of course, Ms. Wench, wonderful to have you.
Psycho Wench.
Sorry, I'm trying. I'm unable to do anything but the whole gorilla tag movement, and it keeps stopping me.
Oh, it's okay. We'll just have you right here.
All right.
You on the head.
This over here, Jackie, is our intrepid camerawoman for our live stream. So thank you, Jackie, and everyone wave to Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, gregarious. Thank you, all of you, for coming to this show and spending this time with us. It was lovely to have you, and happy holidays. Thank you so much from all of us.
Thank you, guys.
At Agile Lens.
Have a great holiday season, everybody.
She got one last show.
Thank you, guys.
Tomorrow, tell your friends. Bye.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's our final show. Thank you so much for coming to this year's performance of A Christmas Carol, produced by Agile Lens and starring Debbie Deere as all of the ghosts, who was moving a second ago and is no longer. And I am Ari Tarr as Scrooge. And
I'm moving now, so
yes,
thank you, Ari.
Back from the
You know,
grave.
tech.
Thank you. You have to do that one. Wonderful.
Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Yeah. Again, big hands for the Agile Lens team for this wonderful R&D theater test. This is the most amazing platform I've ever used in my decade of performing live in VR tracking platforms. So now you can speak to us by holding down the A button. So if you have any questions you're just dying to ask that came to you during the performance, this would be the time. Speak now or forever hold your peace. So you see stuff like this every day then. This is old hats, y'all. You've seen, this is basically what last weekend looked like. All right.
Yeah, everybody's saying yes, so they're clearly in the right place.
Clearly VR, all VR industry audience tonight.
Yes.
Someone was talking though until I so rudely cut them
Hi,
off.
that was me.
Hi.
Hi.
Amazing performance. Thank you so much. I've been
Thank
waiting
you.
to see this show. I was curious how you switch between characters. That was fantastic. I saw that there were two people in the beginning, and then I totally forgot, and I thought there were like maybe 5.
Thank you very much. Well, Agile Lens has given me a second avatar, which is hidden right now. But what I can do is I can switch my data one at a time.
He's straddling the chair awkwardly. There he is.
What?
Yeah.
How dare you point out my follies? You can't even walk. You don't even have hair. You're gross.
Perhaps your kinks. Perhaps your kinks, dear friend.
Oh, dear. Save it for the late night adult show. Do you please? This is my story, all right? I won't have it soiled. Thank you. No, so what I can do is I can either be in first person and so right now I'm in first person. Right now I'm in third person. So if I want to do a scene with myself, I can act beside myself. So like, let's say if we want to do some slapstick, I could whoosh, and then, I'm reacting. But I would practice it more before I showed anyone, of course. So that's really, really exciting to kind of have the flow as one actor with 2 bodies to inhabit. It does complicate things when you're like blocking a scene and you've got to block for your obnoxious scene partner who's going to be you in 10 seconds. And you have to think about exactly where you're both going to be. It's kind of a mind puzzle. But yeah, really, really cool possibility. And this is, some of the amazing imaginative live performing possibilities that Agile Lens thought was important to try. And so I've got this like part of my brain I've had to build to get good at this very specific kind of performance over the past, over the rehearsal process and the performances. So yeah, it's really fun to do. And I'm at my capacity and it's really cool to learn how to use these tools effectively. Thanks for asking. Who was that, by the way?
Wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much. So just so I understand correctly, you see yourself in your own body when you're performing this avatar, but you see yourself in third person.
I can choose
when you're performing
either one.
The other avatar.
So right now, I'm in first person, and so most of the time I'm doing this because if I'm in a fast scene, what I'm doing is I'm facing myself. You're ugly and you smell like elephant poo. How dare you? And when your mother sits around the house, she sits around the house. Oh, dear. But in any case, that's in first person. And then if I were to switch out in third person, then I also have these kind of RC controls where I can I'm
almost done.
I can move them in third person. But if I just do this, they look weird. So you kind of have to like fake. I'm walking.
Are you having fun down there?
Yeah. And now
Almost
he's
done.
walking around. But don't hit the chair. Beep, beep. Backing up Scrooge.
Amazing. That's great.
Yeah, so if you couldn't see the seams, it means that I'm getting better at using this very specific, very strange acting tool. And I believe the next contract.
So is it a button?
It's several buttons.
Is there like
yeah.
a...
I mean, that's the cool thing
Okay.
about VR acting. We did this in past years with a motion capture suit and face tracking using like a camera, the traditional post-production style, but I didn't have a window. So it's been really great to have a VR headset that has, we're just using the Oculus Pro face tracking and the Meta Quest movement SDK, which is if you move in specific ways, it can be actually pretty accurate. So, yeah, that's all that I'm really using, and I'm just using the controllers on the Oculus Pro. It's just getting the timing of the switch, so it's not necessarily obvious. And some performances are better than others. There's kind of a flow state that I have to get into to manage that many factors at the same time. Yeah.
And you're not wearing... That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What was that question?
Sorry, are you wearing controllers on
Someone was asking if we're not wearing.
Controllers are on our hands, yeah. And you can do
not
it.
on your legs?
No. So, like I was saying before, we had a mocap solution that was for post-production. We scrapped it. We tried a new one this year, which was specifically for live VR. But even then, running 2 sets of software and correcting lag, it was just off. It was a difficult puzzle. And so with the new Meta SDK, like I was trained in Suzuki physical theater movement, which is a lot of like Japanese theater training where you're kind of shifting your weight. And as long as you move in with perfect physical theater technique, it can pretty much track what you're doing. Oh, smaller steps. Anyway, a lot of practice. Anyone else? Last call. Before we take our last question, let's take everyone over to the Yule log over in this direction. What do you think? Over here by
Let's
the tree.
do it.
Yeah. Come on, everyone. Here, I'll drive.
Everyone
Scrooge
up
over
for
here.
a Christmas tree selfie?
Woo!
Just woohoo! Yeah, you can jump in the tree as an ornament or cuddle up to us, whatever you like. We don't bite.
All right. Anyone have a? Here, I'll make sure Scrooge is grumpy. Anyone have a last-minute question they want to ask? Just while we have the communication lines open before the veil falls once again. Yeah.
Yes, guys, fantastic job. Sorry, not question, just saying really good job. Very cool.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Wish there was an applaud button.
Thank you.
Responsible for
what does the
the
pink light
beautiful
do?
costumes.
Oh, someone is asking who's responsible for the beautiful costumes, I think.
Amazing team of asset designers and engineers to put this all together. So who is that going to be? Definitely June is one of our lead engineers, and Mark. Oh boy, after this ends, there's credits, and you can watch those credits because there's a lot of people, and they're all incredibly talented and important.
Yeah.
And if I tried to tell you each and every single one of them, we would be here for a while. I'm sorry to all of them that are listening. But it's a big production, and yeah, we're just the tip of the iceberg. It's a really amazing team at Agile Lens. All right, one quick question. We'll face Jackie C, who is the camera, and take a selfie. Everyone wants to bobble about. You can nod for some extra bouncing holiday cheer. There you go. All right. Happy holidays, everyone. This was our last show. Last call for anyone who has a question. This is our last show. Happy holidays.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bravo.
Thank you all for sharing your clap, clap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you in back of house.
Okay, we finally caught up with 2025. If you've been watching the entire live stream this time, you get a prize, some kind of prize. I don't know what, but if you want to reach out to info@agilens.com and be like, hey, seriously, I've been watching this whole time. I don't care if you have been enjoying. I do care if you've been enjoying it, but I was gonna say, like, it's okay if you're like, I've been watching this whole time because I can't move away from my television and I'm not having a good time, but I wanted to let you know. Whatever. I'm just impressed if you've been watching this whole time. That's all I'm trying to say, and we'll give you some kind of prize if you write info@agilens.com and say I've been watching this whole time. And then add the word like crocodile or something to like really, zoom in on this part of what we're saying. We're more than halfway through. We're cruising along here. So in 2025, a couple things. You're going to see us start to like branch out and try to do more theatrical things this year, which is one of the reasons why, we ultimately decided to end the show this year, because we're trying to do other things in other places. But yeah, I'll give you a quick rundown of some of those things real quick. You'll see videos about it. But first thing you'll see is a trailer for La Pasión según San Marcos. Apologies for that pronunciation. We actually got the grant for this back in 2023, but it took a couple years to put it all together. Rather than this being a live show, this is an archive of a live show. It's available on Steam. I think it's like $4 or something like that. Go check it out. But we were trying to capture the feeling of what it's like to be at this live concert. Whit Sellers led the development of this. He's our Unity guy, especially ever since I totally forgot everything I knew about Unity from 2013 to 2019, and I'm all the way in Unreal now. But it's a really interesting piece because we play with scale, and we did stuff with motion capture and all this point cloud data and depth kit. And yeah, it's just another kind of look at how you do a live show. Rather than trying to make it actually live, you try to make people feel, using the magic of VR, what it was like to be there. Because we were able to be there for the live shows. We did a patch session. We did scans of things using Polycam. But I think it's a really interesting piece, so check it out if you can. Next up, you'll see a talk I gave at the XR Guild, which was kind of like flying through a bunch of the iterations of Christmas Carol. You'll hear me just kind of recap what I can remember. I think I had like a hard limit of 15 minutes. So you'll see me like run through things very, very quickly, which is actually how I like to talk. If you have seen me speak at any event before, Unreal Fest or whatever, I'm excited when I have an excuse to talk very fast, because that's just the speed that my brain wants to be moving. I listen to all my podcasts at 3x speed. Call me crazy, but kids do. After that, you'll see some testing we started to do with Makopi. We were actually considering using Makopi for 2024 for the show. We just couldn't quite get it to be reliable enough where it would stay working all the time. But we also had started to use this system with the help of Charles Alexander, who we met at the Meta Mixed Reality Hack, to compress mocap data and like stream it in a really efficient way, which is working phenomenally now. In 2024, we still had some bugs to work out when there were like too many people inside the experience. But you'll see a little video where we started to play with Makopi, and the system we've built now can take in any mocap data at all. We've done this with Move and Tracen as well. Obviously, Xsense and Rococo have already been used in the show. But and now, of course, we're using the Meta Movement SDK with the MetaQuest Pro, which is all our actors are using. But what's cool about our body capture system is it can accept any, live link data, anything that Unreal Engine can see, because it doesn't care about any of those plugins. When we're broadcasting out hand, face, body data, it's just doing all of it regardless. It's just like raw, like here's all the bone data, here's all the bone shape data, and it all just works, which is pretty cool. So yeah, you'll see just an example of us making sure the Makopi works with our same system, no extra bells or whistles. So let us know if that's something you want to do, is like use some other mocap system and put on a live show like what we're doing. All that body data can be transferred. Video after that, you'll see a podcast I did with my friend Dilmer from LearnXR, who now works for Meta, and we talk on Pixel Pictures about a lot of this, VR live performance kind of stuff. So hopefully that is interesting and useful to you. And then we're going to get into Sage Presence, which is a longer talk. So we'll cover that in the next video when we get to it. Okay, enjoy. Have fun.
El Cordero Pascual.
Iscariote fue quien lo traicionó. Él fue a ver a los jefes, los sacerdotes para la ocasión.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex. Some of you know me. I run the XR Creative Studio, Agile and Immersive Design. Been working in XR ever since the Oculus Rift DK1 in 2013. My background is in architecture, a lot like Asu, and also live theater. So today we're going to talk a lot about live theater. Next slide, particularly Christmas Carol. Here's a bunch of the stuff that we've been able to develop with this project, which has basically served as a fun R&D sandbox that we've come back to every year since 2021. Next slide. And a brief history, well, you can see right here when we first started to play with metahumans and not Mokopi. Mokopi is what we're using now. This was Xsense back in 2021. And we thought, hey, cool, motion capture is pretty great. But what if you were doing it live with no cleanup and you got to see it in VR? That feels like what I got to do back in 2008, when I studied abroad in London and got to see a lot of amazing theater shows and always thought, how could technology bring this to more people? So that's what we're playing with now. Next slide. And so in 2021, we were contacted by our friends at Actors Theater of Louisville, ATL for short, and they said, hey, we're going to do this one-man production of Christmas Carol at our theater, and we would like you guys to make some nice metahumans for all the ghosts to be up on scrims. And we said, cool, but you're asking us for lighting and environments and character design and set design. Can we also do a full version of this in VR? Next slide. Said sure. So we were able to cast our good friend Ari Tarr, and he took on the role of Scrooge and Charles Dickens, and the whole thing is kind of a Dickensian recital where he welcomes you all into his home and goes through the whole story of Christmas Carol, and he had to play against all these pre-recorded versions of the ghosts that were the same ones that were used on the scrims in the original show, and that was a very interesting technical challenge. So a lot of the stuff we actually did was very sneaky, where it was like a 70% live show and 30% pre-recorded show, and you often didn't really notice when it was sliding from one to the other. And because this is a very heavy, graphically intense Unreal Engine 4.2.6 show back in 2021, it was the kind of thing where people were joining from NVIDIA Cloud XR app in their quests, joining on RTX A6000 cloud GPUs from CoreWeave. They've been in the news lately. And it felt really good if you had a good enough internet connection. Next slide. And then by 2022, we then brought on Debbie Deer because we wanted Ari to not be so lonely and actually be able to act with other actors. And so Debbie took on the roles of all the ghosts. We started to do more with pixel streaming and trying to make this more accessible to more people, but it remained a pretty heavy show. We also started to figure out that OSC was a really good way not only to handle the cues in the show, but also to do really fun stuff with multiplayer. And we no longer had to rely on some of the traditional server issues that happen. For example, when a server crashes in multiplayer, everyone's kicked out of a thing. And that was happening to us a lot in 2021. So by 2022, we said, let's just do all this ourselves. And if an OSC server crashes, everyone is just kind of frozen for a second, but then it's much easier to get things up and running again. So we were really playing with like all these things that needed to happen live and trying to figure out how to make this as smooth of a process as possible. Next slide, please. Also here, you can see a little bit of what it looked like for Ari. He was in a Technoprops helmet that was kindly given to us by our friends at ILM, and he has LiveLink Face, which is a free app capturing his face, and then we did Xsense and then Rococo for his body capture. But as happy as Ari was to be performing with another actor now, Debbie, he still didn't really get to feel like he was engaging with her directly, and he really wanted a way to also feel like he could make eye contact with the audience and feel more engaged in the actual world. So next slide. So by the time we were in 2023, now we were finally able to get our actors into VR. I'd been doing all these experiments with the MetaQuest Pro, which for those who don't know, has face tracking and eye tracking. And this was so nice for our actors because now they could actually feel like they're engaging directly with each other. They could engage with the audience more, and they felt like they were more immersed in the world. And of course, our audience members reported just feeling much more connected to them. By 2023, we also tried to get off the cloud and allow people to install the experience experience directly on their computers, which then we ran into like, all sorts of things with like, are my specs high enough and what do I need to do to make this supported everywhere? And it was really nice in some ways when we just had everyone on RTX A6000s, because then it was just a one-stop shop for exactly what everyone needed, and it worked as long as people had good enough internet connection. But by the next year, next slide. This is what it looked like in here with AI Dickens, by the way. Really, really quick story on this. We found that it was really difficult in a Dickensian recital for Ari to arrive early enough to welcome everyone into his home. It's a lot of cognitive load and tech load for him to be there the entire show, trying to get everyone comfortable. So we used AI, not to take an actor's job away, but to make an actor's job much easier. So now Ari, we took his voice with his permission. We pay him for this. It's all licensed and above board. But we have an AI version of Ari, which is there to welcome everyone in and can answer any question they have about Victorian England or the show or anything like that. And then Ari can come in when the show is actually ready to start and be like, oh, I hope you enjoyed speaking to my automaton, and like knock that guy off stage and then step on as the live performer. Next slide. And then our big innovation for 2024 was we'd been working on the award-winning social impact piece, Body of Mind, created by Cameron Kostopoulos, and we had a Rockefeller grant to bring that to Quest 3, and that was a very heavy desktop VR experience that we wanted to work really well in standalone. And so in order to get that to work, we had to do a ton of optimization with MetaHumans and figure out how to get the Meta Movement SDK working. And we said, we learned a lot from that. So we took it over into Christmas Carol. And this was great because this was the first time where we were able to have everything running standalone on headsets and be off of PC VR. Next slide. And that was great. Next slide. So next slide. Why would we do this? As I mentioned at the beginning, this is a really great opportunity for us to just R&D a bunch of things that are interesting us. It allows us to be our own clients. It allows us to come up with variations. We had Line, which is like a karaoke theater version of it, our AI Charles Dickens stuff, all the things we learned about OSC and MetaHumans and all sorts of different motion capture methods. Next slide. And just coming back every year allows us to reflect on what we learned and what we want to prioritize for features. And always, 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 we underestimate the amount of time it's going to take to do things, but it always makes us happy in the end because we learned so much. Next slide. And we got a bunch of projects that are coming off of this now. I'll give 10 seconds to each one. Next slide. And it's great because we've got this going on, which is coming up soon, April 24th. This is called Your Mind Girls. And this is absolutely building on all the stuff we're doing with Christmas Carol, but it's on site with some really cool AR stuff with MetaHumans. Next slide. And then we have our VR holodeck, which had a nice article in Upload VR a couple weeks ago. And all this tech is also feeding into, next slide. Yeah, all comes back to theater. We actually have a theater in this experience. Next slide. The stuff we're doing with the Royal Shakespeare Company right now, and our friend David Gotchfeld, and our friends at Preview, and our friends at Threshold Acoustics, where we're creating this whole rehearsal experience, which is a combination of the things we've been doing with Four Seasons and the holodeck in Austin, and all the stuff we've done with Christmas Carol. So they are now going to have a very robust rehearsal system. Next slide. And it feeds into other productions, which are sometimes pretty related to theater, like what we did with The Orchard off Broadway, which used all the pixel streaming technology that we developed for Christmas Carol, or things like this, where someone saw a talk I gave at SIGGRAPH, I was like, hey, could you actually do all that Christmas Carol stuff, but do it with a concierge at the Waldorf Astoria? And we said, sure. So we had Ari, perform as a concierge, and that became a virtual Waldorf Astoria Miami experience. Next slide. And La Passion XR is what Whit is talking about. We have a demo of this today. This is coming out very soon. It's a wonderful experience, which again, just builds on all these theatrical things we've been playing with, but as volumetric capture and motion capture, no MetaHumans in this one. It is built in Unity, thanks to Whit. Next slide. And people have been saying nice things, and we're just happy that we get to build this stuff and the people like it. And our big goal over this next year, because we're also performing the show again, coming up for Raindance Immersive Festival, is to give these tools and everything we're building to more creators and more artists, and let them take this and fly and do their own thing. So if you're interested in playing with these tools, first of all, come check out the demos later on in that room, because you can be Charles Dickens, you can be Ebenezer Scrooge, you can be Marley, and actually see what it feels like. And we're always looking for feedback. And if you're like, I've got a show that I want to use these tools for, let us know, and we'd love to chat with you about it. Thank you very much. Final slide, I think. Done. Yes, great. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah. Okay, yeah, questions, Q&A, yeah. Yeah.
What size team would it take to now address a VR production? Let's say a theater approaches you, how many people, how much time?
Yeah, and we've been doing that, and it's absolutely different for every production. If someone just says, hey, we love what you guys are doing with Christmas Carol, we basically want to do the same thing. I mean, you know, a team of 3 of us can stand that up and do something that's going to work for them. If they want to take our tools and then bring them further and, you know, enhance them in different ways, as much R&D as they could possibly afford, we could use to refine tools and make it work more reliably and with different kinds of equipment. Equipment's probably the big one, too, is like just making sure that there's enough of the infrastructure necessary to make all this stuff work well. We were just talking to someone the other day about a theater show that would require a lot of video bandwidth because it would be combining some of these things with also like a live VR 180 chroma keyed video feed, and how reliably can you give that to everyone else? So it's like a big chunk of what they're asking for is like, yeah, we know how to do that. And then there's this whole other thing that they want to plug into it where it's like, we could do that, but there's going to be a pretty substantial R&D process for it. Yeah, but we love that. We have so much fun with that. Thanks for the question.
One more.
Lisa.
Your audience responding to.
I don't know, Lisa, how is some of our audience responding to this?
So I had the coolest experience ever. I tried, when was it?
Yeah. Yeah, Lisa was one of the nice comments there on our board of nice praise. Yeah, I mean, it's been really great to take the feedback every year and figure out what we can address and what we can, you know, do, especially within, like, the only time we actually were paid to do this was that first year with Actors Theater of Louisville. Every year since then, it's been, you know, self-funded by us just trying to make this work. Most years we haven't charged for it at all. We just teach it. We treat it as this kind of R&D sandbox. And it is this balance between what are the things we want to do to make the tech better and also support some other projects that we know are coming down the line and make the audience experience good as well. So there's what we want to do, what makes it good for the audience, and then also what makes it good for the performers, because we want to make sure our performers are comfortable. So as we come up for doing the show at Rain Dance Immersive coming in June, it's like, you know, we really wanted to get the audio quality up for the actors. So we've got like a different audio system we're getting in there. And then getting really good mocap replication is something that we think benefits everyone. So we've got like all these different ways now that we're taking the very heavy full body mocap data and trying to pipe that out to everyone in a really reliable way where we compress it in a certain format, then uncompress it 60 times a second. And we think that'll be better too. So, yeah.
Is anyone doing on-drawing narrative VR in this way where they've done multiple iterations and it hasn't been kind of siloed? Like, if anyone else?
Yes, I want to give a particular shout outs to Tender Claws and everything they did with the Underpresents, because that was a major inspiration for us. That was, you know, a wonderful thing that lived for a little while, and then they're pretty much not doing it anymore. They did an amazing production of Tempest. And then some of the folks who were in Tender Claws went on to go and found the Ferryman Collective, and they do really cool VR theater shows in VR chat. So they're amazing, and they're one of the folks who we want to give these theater tools to, and we know exactly where their pain points are with VR chat, and we want to get to that level where they're like, you have everything and more that we have in VR chat. We want to do everything with what you have.
What are some ways that you involve the audience members in the story? Like, for example, the trope of like, you're a ghost. Ghost to like use the ability to do this.
Yeah, so we've had this conversation with Ferryman Collective quite a bit because they are very much in the world of immersive theater, where like you are there and the actors are talking to you directly the entire time and you're with them. And I guess, I mean, you could say we're a little bit closer to Sleep No More, which is also immersive theater, but it's a little bit more passive. You are not as often directly engaging with the show, but we do want to allow the audience to engage with the show in a lot of different ways at a lot of different levels of interactivity. For example, you know, there's your locomotion methods. You can teleport and fly. And my favorite one is kind of the tilt brush style world scaling, because I love having the actors be like this tall and I'm watching them live and then I scale them up huge and it's like the Wizard of Oz faces and they're giant in front of me. So that's, you know, kind of a slightly interactive way to engage with the show in a way that isn't directly engaging with the actors. But then there's moments between like the staves where Ari will be like, Nicholas, was that too scary for you? Are you okay? And like that stuff's fun too, where there's just those moments of like checking in with everyone. So, you know, that's something we continue to explore, is like we've played with having things more interactive where you can grab things and move them around, and, you know, everything gets dark toward the end after the Ghost of Christmas Future, and everyone can like pulse their light more to like guide Scrooge back to his bed if they think he's worthy of redemption. It's an ongoing kind of study. Yeah.
Does your architectural design background how is you could try?
Yeah, and that's been true since I was in architecture school. I was upstate at Syracuse, and I co-founded a theater troupe there. And it was like, all right, we can go build sets now. Like, we can take our architectural understanding and like very directly put that into what we're doing. And I think it takes a certain kind of mindset. We do this thing in architecture called charrettes, and you have these, like, it's basically a hackathon. Like, you have a very short amount of time to make something and make it work and make it presentable and be able to talk about it. And I think there's enough of us working in this space, particularly in my company, that are used to that workflow, that it just really prepares us for these 2-week sprints where we're trying to get X, Y, and Z thing done, and this thing will be polished and this thing will be broken but kind of held together with duct tape. And then spatially, I mean, VR is a naturally spatial medium, so anytime we're approaching what it feels like to move around the space and be in a tight, compressed space, and then you release into a much more open space, whether that's in architectural design or something you're experiencing in VR theater, it's all 100% related. Cool. All right, thanks everyone.
Amazing. I'm still catching my breath from your presentation.
We are in the lobby.
Look at my
and I can see June right here, controlling Dickens.
Oh, I see you. The
Do I look like I'm in a...
mysterious ghost. You look like a ghost. Oh, let me get oops. Let me get into Dickens's face.
Let me change my view.
Yeah, let's go to this one. Yep.
Cool.
Probably not. I forgot. Might be tab or something. Oh no. Oh, we might not have it.
Fingers look good.
There's. That's you. Hello.
Yeah, June. Anything where you're really lifting your legs. That's yeah. Oh, nice
sorry.
kick. Here, try to kick me in the face.
Oh, that's very high. Oh,
Nice
but
try.
I can grab you.
Yeah, yoink.
No.
Yeah, anything
I
where you're
have a
showing your
stony
legs
face,
moving.
but
June, that's so cool that this works without even installing a new version of the app.
dun, dun. Oh, towards real Alex.
Yeah. And I'm playing with scale a little bit, so we're seeing looks like you're off balance. That's cool. Oh yeah, June, the really wavy movement looks really good. Wow. Yeah. And where you're like kind of like leaning over and everything. Yeah, that looks great. Wow. Regular Michael Jackson over here.
And doing some exercise. Okay, not very good at it, but we can do some.
Yeah, that's really cool. And now, just for fun, scale up. So you're tiny.
Okay. Dickens doing some squat, please.
This is great.
Can it jump? Oh yeah,
yeah,
the
do
jump
some
looks
jumping.
Okay.
Can you do a double leg jump, like both legs at the same time?
Wait. not very. Wait.
Your feet are doing a really good job of staying basically on the ground.
Okay, actually, let me try to fall down.
Fall down? Ugh.
Does it
Yeah,
work?
that looks good. Nice fall.
Aw.
And now get up. Yep, great. Cool. Yeah. That looks really good.
I mean, we should say like the arms and the hand right now in this one are all movement SDK.
Yeah.
And the only thing is really controlling from a copy is just.
But it looks really good. And you can't really tell that there's like a seam between them. Like it's merging the data together really well. Cool. And try to do something just a little bit in like slow motion, June, just so that we don't have quite as much glitchiness with the movement. Yeah, like that feels better. Just in terms of how it all comes off. Yep.
And do some fists, like you're going to punch something. Yeah, good. Nice.
Do some leg movement at the same time.
That's great. Cool. I like, it looks like Scrooge is like judging you.
Oh.
It looks like Scrooge is looking at you and like, really, dude?
Yeah.
Really? Cool. Anything else we're missing? I think this is pretty good. Aren't you entertained? Are you not entertained?
Dun, 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 dun.
Cool.
Hello. My name is Deepak. I'm your host today for Pixel Pushers. This is a show about VR and UGC platforms. We felt the original reason for this show is we felt like not enough VR creators, XR creators, and UGC creators are getting enough shine in the industry. So we wanted the show to highlight this amazing work and the amazing creators behind it. But right now, I want to introduce my host, Dilmer. Dilmer, why don't you take it away?
Hey guys, I'm Dilmer. So great to meet you and having you here today. I am really excited to have a really good friend. His name is Alex. You might know him already from a lot of his work on theater, on prototyping with Apple Vision Pro. He's one of the pioneers of using Apple Vision Pro with Unreal. He's also an instructor for Unreal and has done amazing work on the community. So Alex, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much, Dilmer, and thanks, Deepak. Really excited to be here.
Super excited to have you.
We are super excited.
I get a lot of flack from like Jay Dunn and other VR and XR creators that I don't play enough in this space. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing because Dilmer is an expert. I'm a noob. So I love hearing other people talk about their spaces.
No, absolutely. We need to get you up to speed, Deepak. And you have a lot of knowledge on UGC, which is what makes this really unique. So I want to start with Alex. I want to know the community learn about what you do, what you work. Maybe you can take us through your XR journey. How do you get into the space? I think that will be very interesting to the people that are listening.
Sure. So hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Alex Coulomb, and I run Agile Lens Immersive Design. We're an XR creative studio based out of New York City. I've been around for about 10 years, and I first dove headfirst into the world of VR in particular in 2013 with the Oculus Rift TK1. I was working as an architect with Fisher Dax Associates Theater Planning and Design, and immediately saw this utility to be able to take VR headsets headsets and used them to help us with planning out the buildings we were designing. And of course, with theaters and venues, you can imagine how useful it is to be like, oh, you know, there's a column kind of like obstructing the stage, but if we can put on a VR headset and understand like it's not that bad, or we need to move the seat a little bit, tremendously useful in addition to all the other things you might imagine, like changing material options or cycling through a few different ways to do the balcony or putting different things on stage. So I should say I find that I am the luckiest guy in the world to be alive right now with this particular technology, because as a kid, I bounced around to a lot of different interests. And the three that I maybe settled on as the things that excited me the most were live theater, architecture, and emerging technology. And I couldn't have thought in a million years that I could find a career that is able to combine all of those things. But because virtual reality is inherently such a spatial medium, so is architecture, so is theater. And so they actually all have coalesced quite well into, you could say, like the pillars of this company I run, and everything that we do is somewhere within that spectrum.
Man, that's amazing. I think like a lot of the work that you do today for my audience is pretty advanced, which is great, because I think you have a lot of knowledge and background on using a variety of different devices and technologies and combining, you know, something that, you know, theater, like real world theater, and then bringing that into XR. To me, it's fascinating. So I want to ask, like, so for me, one important part is to bring newcomers, like net new developers that are doing, you know, web development, iOS, love your kid there, into the platform, right? Like people, like young people that want to get into XR. Like I would want to know, like from your perspective, like what would you recommend people to look at or to do to, you know, to do XR? Because XR has gone ups and downs, and a lot of people say VR is dead. Like, is it really dead? Like, what are some ways that people can like actually break into XR and get started?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's definitely gotten a lot easier since you and I, Dilmer, like first were playing with these SDKs and tools. And as anyone who's seen Dilmer's videos know, like it used to be sometimes you needed like a very thorough walkthrough to even get up to speed with some of these SDKs. It's tremendously easier now. Like you can open up Unity or Unreal or Godot, and if you've got a VR headset, probably within an hour, like you're going to be able to have some kind of way to be looking at something in VR. The recommendation I would give is similar to what I'd give people with just about any passion, just not VR, which is to find a very particular use case that you want to have it for. And I'll give the dumb example for me, which was music. So as a kid, I had a lot of music classes. I was in band and did like saxophone, and I had like mandatory guitar lessons. And I came from a very musical family. My father was in a rock band for 30 years. My brother is someone who can like pick up any instrument and play something amazing very quickly. So I was someone who liked music, but I also felt like I was never going to be able to do it just because of everything in my life up to a certain point. However, when I had a friend in high school who was like, hey, Alex, let's go start a band and date girls or whatever, I was like, okay. So suddenly I was in a position where it was a little bit more goal oriented. And it was like, okay, let's learn how to play specific songs. And it was a little bit more like, I want to learn how to play this specific song, and I don't need to worry as much about scales or, you know, all of the music theory that would traditionally go along with that. And that became such a great way in, because it was like, I'm going to learn, you know, Vultures by the Offspring or something like that. It was an early song I learned on guitar. And it was really satisfying to start with really simple songs and realize like, oh, I can play this. Maybe I'll try something a little bit more complicated now. And when I eventually needed to learn how to code in Unity in, 2013, I didn't know any C# or JavaScript at the time. So similarly, it was like, well, maybe I can find the equivalent of like power chords, something really simple like how to do a for each loop or how to turn things on and off. Though once you get those foundations of like how to do some of these really basic things, and you're doing it for a specific project that you want to be able to show people, in my case, of course, very early on, like how do I go to different parts of this 3D model of a theater and show what it looks like in VR? That's tremendously motivating, way more than anything that's too abstract or theory-based. So long-winded answer, but anyone who wants to get started with VR, like find a very particular project that you want to learn. Don't worry as much about feeling like, well, first I need to learn all the basics of Unity or whatever and go through 5 hours of tutorials. Like, no, have an idea in mind of what you want to see, what you want to do, and see how well you can streamline through YouTube videos, ChatGPT, whatever, learning just the things you need in order to learn that. And then you'll find that you're actually creating a bit of a scaffolding, and you'll learn more of the theory and the other foundational foundational things along the way. And at some point you might be like, boy, I really need to understand prefabs better or whatever. And then you can like go and find more detail about some of these foundational things you missed along the way. But the biggest lesson to me is like, don't worry about building up that entire foundation right at the beginning.
Alex, I like that because I think I get trapped in trying, like, I'm not great at programming, but I get trapped because I try to learn the theory instead of going like for particular use cases. So it seems like one of your use cases, right, is you're trying to pioneer like actors in these theater space or musicians, right, at a concert space. Like maybe can you walk us through one of those use cases? Just like, what does that look like?
Absolutely. So this also goes back to a nice little origin story. So I was studying architecture and theater from 2005 to 2010 at Syracuse University. It's a 5-year program to get your B.Arch degree. And in 2008, I was fortunate to study abroad in London, where I just got back from, where I just saw Dilmer over in Brighton. And I had the most incredible semester. Like the architecture, of course, is amazing. London's an amazing city for architecture. But I was also able to sneak into / petition to be in a lot of theater programs at Syracuse that I technically shouldn't have been allowed in as a drama minor and not a drama major. So I got to do things at the Globe Theater. I got to see a ton of amazing shows. And the professor we had, Michael Barclay, he always had these incredible connections. So all the live shows we saw in London, whether it was opera or dance or, more traditional theater, whatever, we were always very close to the stage. And I found the experience of watching world-class performers from, 10 feet away was electrifying and incredible. And I came away from that semester in 2008 wondering if there was any way that technology could start to make that very rarefied experience more democratized and more accessible to the world. So virtual reality very quickly started to feel like a way toward that, this ability to ideally through performance capture and different techniques to make you feel in virtual reality like you are 6 feet away from an incredible world-class performer, even if you're actually on the other side of the world from them. So that's kind of been my North Star. And we, an early version of that was this version of Christmas Carol we do, starring Tarr, that we've done 5 or 6 different productions of now. And as part of that, everyone who's in the audience is in virtual reality, and they're able to be very close to Ari and now Debbie Deer, who plays the ghosts. And it's a very cool, like immersive retelling of that story. But then also what we were doing in London was we have this grant with the Royal Shakespeare Company and XR Network Plus, and that was to build out a virtual reality rehearsal space. So in this case, the goal not yet is to get the end result of people being in VR watching the show. It's about using VR as much as possible throughout the production process. So that way the stage managers and actors and directors and everyone who's part of the crew is able to get as much confidence as possible in what this actual experience is going to look like when it's done. And so the testing we were doing up at Stratford upon Avon was with this incredible group of folks at the Royal Shakespeare Company who were able to put on a headset and using mixed reality through Meta's SDKs and everything, feel like they were in a theater, the Swan Theater, which is up there, thanks to Ryan Metcalf from Preview for the digital twin of the actual space. And they're just in a rehearsal room. They're like in a normal theater rehearsal room, but they feel like they're in the actual space. We're using mixed reality to like cut everyone out, so they're not just seeing avatars of each other, they're seeing actual people. We're letting the stage manager put on blocking notes and saying, from this line to this line, you're moving from this part of the stage to this part. We can have floating scripts in the air. We can cycle through set designs. And for people who are an important part of the production design process who aren't physically there, we're able to have them join remotely as avatars. So that's been a tremendously cool experience, because when you're tech nerds like my colleagues and I, we'll spend all this time building the tools and testing them as much as we need to make sure they work, but then to actually hand them off to professionals, especially relatively non-technical professionals, and to see what they can do with those tools, that's tremendously satisfying.
Man, that is, there's so much to unpack in what you just mentioned.
We go
Specifically, I think the part that is fascinating to me is, and this is, I relate to it because when I do a video and if I can go outside, and for instance, when I was making videos on geospatial with AR Core, I was able to go to downtown area in Salt Lake City and look at the buildings and put aliens on top of the buildings. So I think I like what you're saying about going to places and facilities and then testing the tech, because there's a lot of complexities in there, but you don't know what you don't know until you go to the facility, and then I start realizing that, it wasn't as easy as we thought. And then there's so many things that specifically on what you're doing with, there's co-location, right? Because you have to have a facility, and you have to have that. It's kind of the facility, and then the actors come in, and then they have headsets. And I'm curious, like how did you use our technology at Meta to facilitate for that? Were there customizations that you had to make on the SDK in order to co-locate? And then we talked about actually tracking the expressions of the actors. Yeah. I'm curious, like if you can give us kind of a walkthrough of how that works, what were the challenges, and what worked successfully versus what didn't work that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing I've been grateful for is most of the projects Agile Lens has worked on over the past 10 years or so, we've maintained some control over the IP and everything that we're building, which means that we're able to carry the things that we're building from one project to another. And I particularly like when that becomes cross-disciplinary. So we've been doing for a couple of years this very complex luxury real estate project for Four Seasons over in Austin, Texas. We have this 5,000 square foot VR showroom space that people can walk around in. And we tried very hard when we began this project in 2022 to see if we could get meta shared spatial anchors to work, because a co-located multiplayer experience was a big part of that. For a number of different reasons, we could never get it to be quite stable enough. So we ended up actually using OptiTrack to track the MetaQuest Pros as they go through the experience. And all the while, though, we were continuing to try to get meta shared spatial anchors to the point where they could rival a full, $250,000 OptiTrack setup. So we finally, earlier this year, I can't really say it's anything out of the box. Like, we've done a lot of massaging of the Unreal Engine version of the Meta Shared Spatial Anchor SDK, but now it feels great. Like, we've got a few different methods for co-locating. We have a host who puts down, one anchor, and everyone, ideally, we've done it with up to 50 people, will co-locate to that location, and they can all be in the same VR or MR experience together. And if anything's wrong, if Meta's servers are down or something, we also allow for anyone who doesn't co-locate to then go put their own local anchor. And so if we've got a little piece of tape on the ground, as long as everyone goes and places their anchor in the same spot, they will still all feel like they're co-located together. So that's been a nice contingency plan. On the facial expressions side, when we first did our versions of Christmas Carol, we were using a Technoprops helmet, courtesy ILM, which basically puts an iPhone out in front of you and gets very robust facial capture data using a free app called LiveLink Face, and maps very well to metahumans. And we were getting excellent real-time performance capture transmitted on cloud servers and viewable in VR. But Tarr, who was the only actor in the show at the beginning, really felt a little bit disconnected from everyone. He wanted to feel more engaged with the audience and make eye contact and have those moments that make live theater feel so special, where it's that shared experience. So when the MetaQuest Pro came out, we said, well, fantastic. This has eye tracking, this has face tracking, but there was no out-of-the-box metahuman support, just the native meta avatars. And so I then went on this very complicated journey, figuring out all the ways that tracking data could be translated over to a metahuman. And the way that I basically ended up doing that was I ended up using the Meta Movement SDK from Meta, let it translate to the meta avatar. And then I kind of used the meta avatar as this meat puppet where he's invisible, but I'm pulling data off the meta avatar and then bringing it over to the metahuman. And I could go much more into the complicated details of doing that with anim graphs and all that.
That is interesting, man.
Yeah. But, long story short, we were able to eventually get our actors, Debbie Deere, once she joined the production as well, to be entirely in a MetaQuest Pro, get really robust finger tracking, body tracking, face tracking. We're just using a MetaQuest Pro right now. We went from Accent suits, Rococo suits, special gloves, $1,200 helmet with a phone attached, to just MetaQuest Pro, which has been pretty cool. And everyone who sees the show is like, what kind of performance system are you using? And they're always very surprised to find out that it's literally just the actors in a MetaQuest Pro.
Just like Dylan was saying, so many things to unpack there. I'd love to, because you sort of deal with both the client and the player.
Yeah.
So or actors and the person trying to use the device itself, right? So how do you go about, because this always fascinates me, convincing people to get comfortable to either co-locate to that space or get actors to use that device. And then my second layer question to that is how does things like MetaHuman help bring another layer of immersion? Because the biggest difficulty for me sometimes has always been I've seen an avatar, but it's not as visceral enough for me to make it a real connection. But I think every year I see improvements, and it like always keeps piquing me.
Yeah, and certainly with the personas on the Apple setup and the codec avatars from Meta, like we definitely, I think, can all see a future where we're past the uncanny valley and it's very natural to engage with people. Most of the productions we've been involved with, we try not to mimic what someone actually looks like too much. Like we might base a little bit of it the same way like Andy Serkis's face was a little bit the basis for Gollum and Smeagol, because that helped with some of the performance capture elements. We find if the characters have some level of stylization, even if they are approaching something that is meant to be a little more photorealistic, the way metahumans are quite good at, it just helps a little bit. The moment where you're like, oh, it looks a little bit like Deepak, but like I can kind of see where the eyes are wrong and the ears a little bit off, like that's where people start to feel like there's something that kind of unsettling. Quick side note, while in London, we went to the ABBA Voyage concert, which is incredible. And even if you don't care about ABBA, you should go see it. And the avatars, as they call them, are fascinating because they're all rendered in Unreal Engine. They're probably using something related to metahumans, if not the same technology that was used for like Grand Moff Tarkin in Rogue One. And the effect is so convincing when you're far enough away from them, but as soon as they do like a giant close-up and you're right there tight on their face, it's like this is the best version of this in the world, and it's still like, oh, there's something just a little bit wrong about it. So it is something you have to be very careful with. On the question of like how do you get people more comfortable with using this technology and all that, one thing is we try to tell people to treat this like puppeteering. We try to tell them to treat it like mask work, which are more familiar terms to people who especially have a performance background. So it's not as much about thinking that this is you and everything you're doing is being translated one-to-one. It's more about having some understanding of like when you move your arm this way, the avatar's arm is going to like move like this. And then you just try to get comfortable with the idea that you get the avatar to move and perform in a certain way. And if you need to make a big like, gasp, like you might actually need to go like much bigger or something in order to get that to translate to the avatar. So we work with our actors to try to understand the nuances of how they use this as a tool to get the performance they want. We're actually giving a talk and a paper presentation at SIGGRAPH in Vancouver about some of the tools that we've given our actors to make this easier. One of which is giving the actors the ability to bounce between being inside the body and being first person, which is great for making eye contact, but then also going to a third person view where they know exactly what they look like to everyone else. So they have this kind of outer body experience, which also helps them just be much more aware of exactly what their body's doing. So if they're doing something in a scene that is less face focused or less like I'm looking at the audience focus and much more like, you know, big gestures with the whole body, it can be really handy to see that from outside yourself in a way that is quite difficult to do in the real world, of course. So that kind of stuff is really interesting. And we try to let all of our actors know like things are going to break, things are going to go wrong. And we try to find a good balance between being in the headset and being out of headset, which is great because then it's like you can do something for a little bit in VR, you can record it, you can play it back and talk about it. And eventually we find that all the performers we work with get really quite comfortable and excited about the potential and the possibilities of what they can do in headset compared to some of the limitations being outside of it.
Man, that's amazing. Now that we talk about, we talk a little bit about the technology on, you're using the Quest Pro and we know the Quest Pro kind of like, it's not really being supported as much anymore. And so I'm curious, like from your point of view, and then you also tested Apple Vision Pro. I'm assuming you know other devices such as Pico and then so on. So I'm curious, like what would you want to see on the future generations of devices that can help you with theater, that can help you with the projects that you're working on? If you had your dream headset, like what would it have? How much would it cost? Like let's just hear it from you.
Yeah, I mean, I've had these conversations with some of the folks at Meta. Kirk, I can say Kirk Barker's been like tremendously great at listening to a lot of these things. But like from a headset perspective, really at the moment, like Quest 3 combined with Quest Pro would be amazing because then you get like the better pass-through, the better chipset, the face and eye tracking, the cameras that are better located for body. We were part of releasing a Body of Mine on the Quest store last year, and that was our first kind of foray into figuring out how to translate metahumans and full body tracking into a standalone Quest experience. And we found that when people would say, what's the best way to see the experience? We couldn't necessarily tell them to use Quest 3 or Quest Pro. We actually got it very well optimized, so it ran very smoothly using application Space Warp on both devices. But a big part of the Body of Mine experience, which kind of takes you through what it's like being trans by putting your yourself in different avatars that of course look quite different from your body, is we found that the Quest Pro, of course, much better for facial capture. We're just using audio to move the mouth and using some automated things with Quest 3. But with the Quest 3, you are able to do more with the body capture because the cameras on the Quest 3 are better positioned for that full inside out body tracking. So, I mean, at the moment, it's not like looking super far into the future, but like give us, the latest chip with the best pass through, with the cameras all located in the right places. And also I should mention that in Unreal Engine 5.6, we did a bunch of stuff with this at Unreal Fest in Orlando. There's a tremendous new set of tools for metahuman performance capture that can just use a webcam. And so I had a really good talk with the folks on the metahuman team about like, if we could just find a way to get the video feed, like the raw video feed data from any VR headset, could be MetaQuest or Apple Vision Pro or Pico, that raw video feed from inside the headset can actually now, through machine learning and some incredible tools on the Epic Games side, translate into really robust real-time performance capture. So anything that starts to enable that, and just, we love the fact that we're down to just the MetaQuest Pro. We're nervous about the fact that it's no longer a supported device, but anything that lets us continue to be like, here you go, actor, here is just a headset and it's going to capture your hands and your body and your face all in one, that becomes super exciting.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you a completely different question. I appreciate your feedback on that. But so I have 2 kids, and I use my kids a lot for testing on the videos that I'm making. So if I'm doing like a co-location or multiplayer type experience, I need somebody to help me with. So how involved are your kids on like the stuff that you do with XR? Is that important for your own career, like to get them involved in somewhat of what you're doing? I'm just curious, your takes on it.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the very first podcast sort of thing I had was called XR Kids. And it was my friend Logan and I, and we both had children of the same age. And we would do these back and forth kind of asynchronous like video blogs of like the cool things we were showing or making with our kids in XR. We both took the stance that like, even though, people say like, oh, don't put your kids in VR until they're 13, that there was too much of a learning opportunity. And we felt like it was worth the risk to introduce VR to our children much sooner. So, the key thing is like never treat it like a babysitter. It needs to be very curated. It needs to be something you're doing with your children, and not the way some parents would like leave their kids in front of a TV and go do other things for 4 hours. So my kids both started being in VR when they were 2. They're almost 8 years old and 10 years old now. Wow. And anecdotally, from my experience, it's been a tremendous journey for them to understand how to engage with the world spatially. We very quickly developed a nice relationship with Balthazar and the folks at Inner Space VR, who made Fisherman's Tale 1 and 2, Mask Maker, One True Path, these really, really lovely games. And my kids have actually become beta testers for them because they would find like the weirdest little bugs. And some of it's the kind of stuff that like natural kid things, like, oh, if you walk into the corner of the wall and you press the A button 100 times, the game crashes. It's like, yeah, a lot of adults won't do that. Some kids will. But some of it's like the more complex, like spatial puzzles, where like in Fisherman's Tale 2, you throw your hand and you throw your head in these different places, and then you solve these puzzles based on where those things are. And my kids were able to solve these puzzles in really novel ways that were really useful to Inner Space VR in starting to think about how they refine some of the games. I love renting my children out to like other people who have really cool VR games they want to see. We also got to do this a little bit with Forever Home, this new pet game from the team who made BOGO. It was really cool to get early access to that and for the kids to give feedback there. But also I'm more on the enterprise side. And yeah, I get to put my kids in like early versions of architecture experiences and VR theater experiences and social impact experiences. And I love hearing their feedback. It's tremendously valuable and quite different from what you'd get from anyone over the age of 12.
No, the interesting part is like things have changed, right? Like 10 years ago, when I was younger, I was spending most of my time on a mobile device, and that's what everybody was on, a mobile device playing mobile games. And then now I have an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old, and it's always a couple of things. So they either are playing Roblox or they're testing Horizon Worlds, because I'm telling them to test Horizon Worlds because I want them to give me real feedback. So I'm using them as a way to get real feedback and understand like the demographics, because that's really not my generation. Yeah. And then so there's like Roblox, Horizon Worlds, and then they also go into like Animal Company. Mm-hmm. That's something that I've been playing, or Gorilla Tag, and all those free-to-play games, and then like there's other applications they also use on the device. But it's just very interesting how things are changing now, where there used to be just mobile devices or like consoles, and now they're like, that's not really a priority. It's like mainly either on mobile, on Roblox or Minecraft, and then also jumping into headsets. So it's just fascinating to see, how the generations are changing, and we need to adapt to that, right? Like we need to see what they like, how things are getting used, specifically when working on the tools. So yeah, found that very interesting.
Who could have predicted that Gorilla Tag would become as popular as it did? Like it's a low visual fidelity game that has like thousands of things happening at once. It's very confusing, and everything about how you move in it makes a lot of people nauseous. And yet, like, my kids love it. A lot of children play it as much as they can, and you just can't predict some of this stuff. Yeah.
Well, Alex, I think you have some things you want to show us, so we'd love to like see some of your demos of some of your work.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about the RSC project. I've got a little YouTube link here. Maybe we can share, although it's going to be in anaglyph for those friends of ours with 3D glasses. Let me try sharing my screen here. And so this is just a little snapshot from what we were doing with the RSC, recorded directly from a headset. So the reason why this is in anaglyph mode is, a lot of people don't know this, there's a feature using SideQuest that actually lets you record from a quest with left and right video, which is kind of cool. I'll turn off the anaglyph here so it's a little bit easier to see what's going on, but it's cool that YouTube still supports this out of the box. I imagine it was one of those really early features that they're like, should we delete this? And people are like, nah, just leave it, it's fine. Here's the 2D version.
I didn't even know that feature existed, to be honest, Alex. So
yeah, most people don't. It's like a little checkbox in SideQuest to be like, you want to do side-by-side video? And it looks really good too. It's a pretty uncomfortable experience when you're in it, but the video is pretty smooth. So what we're seeing here is we've got two actors over at the RSC rehearsing some lines from Titus Andronicus. And then we have a third actor who's just coming in as a VR avatar. And on the stage, we have some blocking notes that are actually starting to note where characters should be at different parts of the show. We have some very nice Meta XR acoustic based sound objects over here to trigger certain things and make sure we understand what it sounds like in the space. We're seeing the model of the Swan Theater here. And we just found that the feedback from the stage managers and everyone who was involved with the show were really thrilled with how much easier this made their lives. Like even something simple like the ability for the actors to have a sense of where the audience would be seated and to talk, up, like to look up to the balcony, as opposed to when you're in a rehearsal room where it feels very weird to look up toward a low ceiling. So this was quite cool. And yes, the actors can use the controllers. They can also use hand tracking. This is just me responding to a few audio things that we can't hear right now.
Alex,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, one quick question. So, because I'm just looking at it and there's a lot of stuff in here. So there are two people that are currently in the physical environment, and then there's also a virtual, the one in green.
Yes, that's right.
Is that a virtual avatar? So you have a co-located experience with a virtual reality experience, and that it's also all being synchronized with multiplayer.
Exactly.
Right? Okay.
Yep. And so this is using our enhanced, spatial anchor system. So there's just like a little spot in the back of the room where we have a piece of tape, and people were just able to kind of note like that's 000, and then everything co-locates to that. What's also kind of cool here is you might notice that the floor is not a virtual floor. This is the real floor. Yeah. And so we have all these different options for what you're seeing in the real world versus the virtual world, which is really helpful for the actors, because this can be toggled at a global level by the stage manager, but also each actor can kind of set it up for what feels comfortable for them. Like, for example, they might just show the white line. So they just are thinking about the size of the stage, but they turn everything else off, and they just want to be focused on the actual people who are in the room with them. So this was a really cool way to get to mess around, and you can see the mouth a little bit of the virtual actor here that just tells you that they're doing their lines at the moment. And of course, what we want to do is we want to combine what we're doing with something like Christmas Carol, where we have full body tracking and like much more robust avatars, and then bring that into here so you get much more performance capture from the virtual attendees as well. But the overwhelming feedback was like, this is amazing. I just feel like I'm in the room with all the right people and all the right aspects of the show that I need to do my job well. So much of what we do is just about giving people more confidence in especially a design process. And it's incredibly satisfying when we see that going well.
So the end goal then will be that once you have all these people on stage, so through post-production, are you going to be replacing the people that are acting with metahumans, or how is that going to look?
Yeah, so this is entirely, here's what the actual rehearsal room looks like. So this is entirely to help these actors prepare for a real show on a real stage. Yeah, so the final result of this has nothing to do with VR and these technologies. It's just about making them feel more confident about, the final version of all this.
So it's like, it becomes like this amazing training simulator.
Exactly. Yeah, it's training and simulation, same way you would do it for someone learning to do, complex medical surgery. We're just doing it for actors on a stage.
That is fascinating.
It all applies, right? Like flying, like acting, like medical procedures, like it all creates this practice.
Exactly. Yeah, I learned the other day that when someone flies a commercial plane, you pretty much go right from the simulator to like the next day you're now flying real passengers. I assumed there'd be like some kind of like intermediary step, but no, like there's enough confidence that you know what you're doing after spending enough hours in the simulator that like you then go to do the real thing. And I'm surprised there aren't more industries that have enough confidence in their training to allow you to do this. So like one of the roles that we were told would be tremendously helpful for our tools is an understudy. So an understudy is someone who is just kind of backup. You have your main actors who are there on stage. You've got Hugh Jackman and Ralph Fiennes or whatever. And then one day one of them's sick. And then you have another actor who has to come on stage to play that part. And that can be a tremendous challenge for the understudy because they already feel like, well, people aren't here to see me and I haven't gotten as much rehearsal time with the cast. And you just lack a lot of the same tools. And I want to say like, support compared to the primary actors in a show. But with this, we can also record all the performances, which makes it very easy then for an understudy to tag in and be like, okay, I'm going to listen to all the pre-recorded lines from everyone else, and I'm just going to bounce off them in my own time just to make sure that I feel as comfortable as possible with the show while seeing all the set changes, while being in the actual theater space, while seeing the light adjustments. So again, we're just trying to make everyone feel a little bit less stressed out about what can be a very stressful process.
Yeah, I think I relate to that because when I got the job at Meta, Alex, one of the things that I had to do is I'm used to doing recording, and at the beginning it's like super uncomfortable because you have a camera in front of you and you're like, this feels weird, like I'm talking to a camera. So then you do it like 1,000 times and then it becomes a normal. Then I got the job at Meta and it was, you have to go and present in front of like hundreds of people and talk on stage. And I just hadn't done it before. Then a friend of mine recommended me to a few applications that I actually never try it, but I'll just tell you that they exist, is where you basically put the headset on and then you can tell like how many people are going to be in the audience. And I guess that over time kind of becomes like more normal because you're talking to people and you're in the headset, but it tries to simulate what it would look like when you speak in front of a big audience. It's still up to today. I haven't tried it, but I know a lot of people have benefit from using something like that.
Yeah, and are you guys familiar with the concept of memory palaces? It's like an old ancient Greek thing. Ken Bai loves to talk about this too. But I remember when I first started to study architecture, coming across this concept. There's a book, I think, called The Art of Memory. And back when people would have to memorize very complex speeches, whether it was for a theater show or they're going to be a politician and they're giving a big speech to everyone else, one of the classic techniques was to visualize a piece of architecture or a place that you're very familiar with, and then tying like different lines or things you need to say to those different spots as you move through a space. And I've found myself doing like, simpler versions of that where I'll just like walk through my house in mixed reality and I'll put like slides from a deck at different places. And I'm already a very kinetic person who has trouble standing still. So it will help me though, like walk two different spots and like it's this slide here and this slide here, because probably the biggest problem I have when I'm giving presentations, especially if I don't have time to rehearse them properly, is remembering what slide is next. And so by actually making it a spatial sequence, there's something really valuable about just starting to like build up that memory in your head of what that presentation is going to be. But again, applies great for actors and everything else. We were able to, of course, like put actual script pages at certain points on the stage, which is both useful because that's where you're standing on stage when you're delivering that line, but also you're just remembering like the visuals of like standing in that spot on stage and seeing this big virtual text from that part of the show.
Man, I'm gonna have to try that tip next time. Yeah, I like that idea.
Like one of the things I think I love watching SNL.
Yeah.
But I know where their eyes, where the
cue cards.
Yeah, cue cards are. But imagine if they had glasses got to a point where they could have those digital cues, then they could be more like stage actors and move with the set.
Exactly. Tons of potential. Yeah, and like we jumped into this so quickly with like, we want to do full-blown virtual reality performances. Like we started doing that in 2018 in High Fidelity, which was also made by Philip Rosedale. And it was like, we had all these studies going on about like, what's the best venues and what's the best avatars and what kind of shows should there be? And it was still with this goal of like doing entire shows inside virtual reality. But it's funny now, almost 10 years later, to be like taking a little bit of a step back and being like, well, even if the final show is still going to be like a regular show on a regular stage, how can all these tools be incredibly helpful through the process of developing that show?
Well, Alex, it has been a pleasure, man. I think we had so much to unpack, and I hope everybody in the audience, I'm sure they're going to benefit from everything that you share with us today and your amazing work on theater and with technology and emerging technology. So thank you so much for joining us today. This was super, super inspiring.
Thank you, Alex.
Really love for you we like to also end the show on one question. So you can close us out. What do you see as the future of XR in 10 to 20 years?
Oh, 10 to 20 years. That's very interesting. So I was fortunate to get the Orion demo, thanks Boz, back at MetaConnect. And that to me was already like so much of what I thought we were still very far away from. Because for me, the future of XR is something that is comfortable, maybe a little fashionable, not the kind of thing that scares people away and feels like, oh, like I understand there's value to this thing, but it's going to mess with my hair and my makeup and all that. Like I've given so many VR demos over the years, and like I know who are the people who you can get to put a VR headset on and who are the people who are just never going to do it. However, the people who are going to put on, Meta Ray-Bans, which the Orion glasses are basically the same weight of, is much, much higher. So I'm looking forward to this future, let's say 10 to 20 years from now, where it's very easy to have these things on, and they're not a crutch for you, but they're a way to enhance your day. And it becomes a very easy way to walk around the world, engage with people in other languages, see augmented data on top. You're walking by restaurants and you can see the menus on them. You can see reviews. You have very clear directions of how to get from point A to point B. You're meeting someone from the first time, or you're meeting someone who you can't quite remember. And I see Dilmer over at Develop Brighton, and it's like, you last spoke to Dilmer at AWE in 2022, and we talked about these things. And it becomes like a bit of a conversational lubricant to like help you just figure out all the things that you should be engaging with people on. I had this moment at Develop Brighton where I found out that someone had exactly the same birthday as me. And like, it would have been so easy to not make that discovery. Any way that technology starts to help us feel more connected, more engaged with each other, if it helps us do our jobs better. Again, the training thing is tremendous. Like, it's been an example for so long, but the ability to be like learning how to fix a carburetor, and you've got like some augmented overlay that's like kind of walking you through it, and you're still the one doing it, but it's helping you develop a certain kind of muscle memory through these tools. Like, that's where this all becomes really exciting. I think my kids won't say this, but maybe my kids' kids will be really baffled by the idea that we used to just walk around the world with no digital information. I think there's always going to be a desire to have kind of a digital detox, and that will be a very refreshing thing. But I think it's going to be very normal to always have this extra kind of layer of information in a contextual way around us, compared to nowadays where it's like we're hunched over this little tiny black screen and it's all here. It's not going to be here anymore. It's going to be all around us in a way that is most relevant and most useful. And I just hope that we have enough control over it. I got to hang out with my friend Keiichi Matsuda of Liquid City over in London. And of course, he has this amazing film called Hyper Reality, which is a little bit more of a dystopian look of where this could all be. And so our desire, of course, is to maintain as much control and agency over all this as possible. We want people to have all the tools, but it never needs to feel like a a giant backpack full of tools. I've been playing a lot of Death Stranding too, so I'm thinking about heavy cargo and that kind of stuff. I think there is a more utopian version of all this, and I hope that I can play some role in getting us to that.
Again, Alex, so many nuggets in there. Death Stranding 2, you had me. Opens up your eyes. It's like I know we got to run, Dilmer, but like, it's the same argument. Like, there's pros and cons of any technology. I'm a firm believer of that. Yeah. Like, one thing AI does so well, or can do well, right, is it brings information that was trapped to elites to anybody.
Yeah.
Just so XR brings spatial awareness to everyone, that information, those networks of information, so you can open up your eyes. You can use it for evil, right? Your friend's dystopian, which I'd love to hear his version. But then it can also open good doors as well.
That's what we're really excited, Alex, about. I mean, and you requested it early on. I saw your tweets of getting pass-through camera access, and how, I saw it early on. You were one of the ones who were asking for it over and over and over. And that's why, like, I'm going to put a CTA here, like, make sure that you guys look at our announcements, because we're going to be doing an online mixed reality hackathon on pass-through camera access with AI. And not only because we're doing a hackathon and I want you guys to join, I think there could be a lot of novel use cases that come out of that, especially with what Alex mentioned, knowing what people are around you and then getting additional context. I think that's huge. Even when you go to an event, like you said, and you want to know who you talk to, and sometimes I forget faces, and then I had to look at X to find out, oh, that's their avatar. Oh, that's the person that I talked to that person before. So so super excited, guys, and make sure that you subscribe to the channel. This is a pretty early channel. We're really excited, so just hit the notification bell and subscribe, because that's gonna really help us. And thank you everyone for listening in, and thank you, Alex, for joining, and Deepak for being an amazing host as well, and I guess Alex. Thank you, guys.
Can I give a really quick shout out of a couple places to find me?
Do it.
Check out my Unreal Engine podcast, Unoff UE Pod, on all the different social platforms. Meetup.com/Unreal Engine if you're ever in New York City and want to hang out with other Unreal Engine people. AgileLens.com, AlexCoulombPresents.com for Unreal Engine authorized training. And if anyone's going to be in Stockholm for Unreal Fest, I will be giving a couple talks over there and would love to see people. All done.
And we'll put those links in the description.
Right.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Stage presence. So 2025 is the year where we really started to do a lot more stuff with live performance and putting on interesting live shows. You saw a little teaser at the end of the Makopi thing with the show we did with Hope Hutman called Your Mind Girls, which was a mixed reality live event. So you saw us experimenting with that with Performer during the Meta Mixed Reality Hack, and then this was an actual live show, co-located, everyone in the audience wearing mixed reality headsets, and seeing one actor on stage, Dawn, interacting with digital content. So between that and the Christmas Carol stuff we were doing, and even some of the things we were doing with La Passion as kind of an archived piece, and then the things we were doing with Halcyon, I haven't mentioned that yet. We have this open source Star Wars project recreating the 2.5 day long immersive theater experience that Disney took as like a $200 million write-off. In 2024, we showed like a digital twin of it, just to be like, hey, cool, look, it's what it felt like to walk around there. And then this is the year where we also started to put tools from Stage Presence, which we'll talk more about in a second, into it so that people could have a live show and actually recreate the immersive theater experience, have avatars from Captain Kevin and Lieutenant Croy and Stormtroopers and these Star Wars characters. So starting to find how much we can modularize these things, finally like abstract them away from Christmas Carol and then do something like that. So then the other big thing we were doing this year was a grant with the Royal Shakespeare Company and XR Network Plus, and you'll see a couple of videos about those here. But we were trying to find a way to basically create like a compelling virtual reality rehearsal experience. And so then it's like, okay, we're using virtual reality, we're using mixed reality, we're looking at previs, rehearsal, actual live shows, and we're kind of in danger of like expanding this out so that it's trying to be everything to everyone. And of course, we're trying to narrow things down. Like we found after the RSC work that like stage managers were like the most excited about what we could do with blocking notes and all that. But you'll see some of that in these videos. So yeah, you'll see those videos. You'll see how we have been trying to pitch Stage Presence as something we'd like grant money for. Give us feedback if you can think of a better way to do it. And then we'll flow right into a couple of the other talks we've given this year. So Kevin and I were at Worlds in Play talking again about what we're doing. We got to demo stage presence for some really cool people over there. Basically a big artist retreat, and had a ton of fun hanging out with all the folks there. And thank you to Scarlett Kim and Jake Pinholster who put on that. You might have seen in the live stream last year, Kevin and I also gave a talk at Worlds in Play at ASU in 2024. So here's, the 2025 edition of that talk. And then we'll roll right into Ari and I speaking at SIGGRAPH. And then, you'll see us talk more about stage presence and the cool stuff going on there. Maybe I'll put the grant stuff I'm trying to figure out where the grant side of this should go compared to everything else. I think I'll put the grant before Worlds in Play, but after SIGGRAPH. I don't know. You'll see it in whatever order I decided. Hopefully it all makes sense and is useful. And we want pilot clients. We want feedback. We are trying to create something that is useful for anyone who's trying to put on compelling live shows with or without, or with these tools, but with or without the audience or the performers using them in the end. We're totally cool with this all being part of a previs workflow. I mean, in 2014, I was doing Kenneth Branagh's Macbeth with VR entirely as a previs tool. None of that tech was used past just production design and visualizing actor blocking. And I think that's a really compelling use case. I don't need to put everyone in headsets to be happy. Okay, and then we'll have one more talk from June. Here we are. June will be talking at Unreal NYC, which, hey, we now run. That's the Unreal meetup organization group for New York City. We've had a bunch of really cool events this year, and I held off on myself or Agile Lens being one of the speakers, but what June and Charles have managed to figure out with the replay system for Unreal for us to capture these. Hopefully by now you've had a chance to pop in a VR headset today and see one of the replays of the live shows. It's flawless, it's phenomenal, the audio sounds great, the mocap is excellent, all the cues are exactly where they happened, all the audience members are flying around in exactly the way they were during the real show. Go download the app at xmascarolvr.com if you haven't already. It's all free, check that out. Anyway, you'll see a talk from June about how we pull that off, and if you're inspired by it, fantastic. If you're like, cool, I want that, but just give it to me, let us know, and we're happy to take this knowledge toward training, education, live events, whatever might be useful. Cool. Okay, and then I'll say one more thing to you at the end before we sign off. Cheers.
All right, looks good. And action.
Princes that strive by factions and by fiends.
You guys want to lift your headsets?
I was sceptical, but having that theatre there was because completely forgot anyone was there. It was like we were in the theatre. It was fabulous.
XR Network Plus are here with two projects to think about how to bring virtual production technologies into theatre and live performance. R&D is all about finding answers to questions. And with the Royal Shakespeare Company offer questions that need an answer. It's a big question that whole industry faces too.
We're looking at the new technologies that are available to us. How can we maybe approach this technology differently to business as usual? So it's a really exciting beat for us to look at the disruption and the possibility of what we can do with this research.
It's a very ambitious project because we really are essentially trying to build something completely new that has not existed before. To give actors or directors or stage management superpowers.
What we want to do is put the performer at the center of this technology and to get the sort of human side and the technology side really working together and closely coupled.
The change from yesterday is that each headset has to set its own anchor to align in the space.
Yeah, it looks okay.
And there's controllers.
Bless you.
Hang on a second, I'm going to find a spare battery.
Okay.
So we have all these incredibly talented actors today coming into a rehearsal room through the magic of virtual reality. They're going to put on a headset and be in a virtual space that makes them feel like they are in an actual theater with props and sets and blocking notes, and it's going to be a tremendously cool experience.
But gracious in the eyes of royal Rome, keep then this passage.
As part of this project, we took our millimeter accurate digital twin of the Swan Theatre. Our actors have got that theatre space to work in and to work on. When they go and move and actually stand on stage at the real Swan, they've been there plenty of times before.
Okay, so
You might not have the actors on site who you want, and giving them a way to join remotely is tremendously valuable. You might be in a big empty room and you wish you had a better sense of what the final stage would be, or the props, or the set.
My loving followers, plead my successive title with your swords.
We also got projectors up on the ceiling and things like that, so they'll be changing the lighting environments and doing some tests.
But we can just check that the brightness contrast is set the same.
Yeah. Camera is an interdisciplinary research centre. We've got motion capture technology that's in the room around me. How can we take that to help create new effects in live performance and in live theatre?
Keep the bubbles as well, the asterisks on top. I'm really interested in how we can use live data and real-time gestures from humans to create different sorts of video effects. That's really cool. We can kind of pre-record movement, or they can also be worn by a performer live in the space, and then we can use that to drive different video effects. That's
this is what's getting revealed.
The main aim of this project was to give the power back to the performer. Sometimes they do a gesture and then there's someone in the back that triggers the effect. It's so rehearsed and choreographed, whereas we give that freedom. If one night you don't want to do it then, you do it a bit later and it still works because it's you that is driving it.
One of the really exciting things is it helps all parts of the creative team, I think, benefit from these kind of technologies. And it's not just during a live performance, it can also help during the creation phase.
XR Network Plus is crucial for our research ecosystem. It means that we can make the change we want to make, and it means that people and our audiences will see that in production.
The real magic is when you've got people and technology and they find a way of meeting in the middle.
Every time I work with the creative people, the range of ideas and things that they come up with always expands my horizons.
Interesting things happen when you have to push the tech.
This could really transform how we do our jobs for the better. All right, you guys ready to run?
Okay.
The theatrical rehearsal process is still a very analog process where everybody has to be present in the same room in order to rehearse a show. What I'm excited about is the potential of virtual reality to allow us to feel that presence without actually having to be in the same physical space.
Often in going from the rehearsal process to the performance process, there can be a big kind of jump in experience, and sometimes I think that can be quite unhelpful or difficult to navigate that jump.
We're really just trying to look at what are the things that are held back by being tethered to the physical world.
We're taking a LiDAR scan of the actual theater, rendered as a 3D model, and virtual reality headsets, and using those to be able to put the actors into the model of the theater while still in the rehearsal room.
Long live the king.
So once the rehearsal room is marked up, it takes sort of 10-15 seconds to snap the digital world to the physical world.
The director, your stage manager is sort of sitting down here.
Yeah.
And they're just watching it happen on stage.
With these, you have this pass through, so I can see what's happening in the real world, but they can toggle it, so then I can see the actual whole auditorium.
We're taking these 3D models, this digital twin of the Swan Theater, and we've put that into our app in the VR headset. So when you put that on, you can feel like you're on the stage of that theater.
You know you're in an animated world, the feeling is real, the feeling of being in that stage is real, the feeling of seeing the seats sort of raking up and the lights above you, and the wonder of that is real, which is very strange because, you know, it's just this image in front of your eyes.
That looks so many fathoms to the sea and hears it roar beneath.
Waves be still. Go on, I'll follow
You shall not go, my lord!
You tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy?
We just were trying out the opening scene of Hamlet. It's quite a kind of intimate, tense scene, and then there you suddenly look up and say, oh yeah, well, we're in the Swan Theatre, and to remember what kind of space that is. So instinctively you can kind of allow that to impact on your instinct about rehearsing the scene.
We've been doing testing at the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama, and now here we are at the Royal Shakespeare Company in the other place, in their fantastic, enormous rehearsal studio.
We're going to basically be rehearsing, I think, a bit from Titus, a bit from Hamlet, kind of in a way that you would on the first day of rehearsal, but with added VR.
We've been developing the core software here in a video game software called Unreal Engine, famously known for Fortnite. And we have been creating this system based on actually years of work we've been doing with theater, pre-visiting real shows, as well as constructing entirely virtual shows.
Right now, they're all seeing each other replicated in real space, and they're also seeing their digital version of the real Swan Theater.
Yeah. Labels pointing to the different buttons. We're designing this for the creatives to use. So it is a user-centered design process, basically. We're looking at what the actual user needs are and the way they do things now, and thinking about how we can make things better.
The stage managers have just put on headsets. Using the virtual model of the set, they're going to go through and they're going to tape out marks in the real world using the virtual set as a guide.
It's fun to be able to think of new ways, that, especially when it comes to things like this, because it makes it more accessible, I think, in terms of who could do our job. Right? Because that's the VOM and that's the VOM. I'd say it's
So we've got Ankur running a vocal warm-up remotely. We are in a breakout room while the rest of the cast is co-located in the rehearsal studio.
I'm going to ask you to put your controllers on the ground for now, just so you can feel your ribs. Place your hands on your ribs. I can totally see how the technology can be really helpful for a creative team, for a design team, lighting, sound, stage management, and how they plan, budget, experience a production.
This project is really important to Central, preparing our students for where the direction of travel might be in terms of sort of technology or sort of processes, to enable them to become much more sort of adaptive creatives and technicians in the future.
I am his firstborn son, that was the last that wore the imperial diadem of Rome.
We've built this thing to test out this idea, and I think there's a real potential here of making a tool that is actually really useful for theater companies of all scales.
And scene. I tell you something, but having that theatre there was...
It's amazing,
Because anyone was there, it was like we were in the theatre. It was fabulous.
Yeah.
I'm not great at stakes.
All right, we're recording. All right, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Kevin, this is Alex. We're from a company called Agile Lens. And this is our talk about tools we have built and continue to build for performance and live performance using mixed reality and spatial computing. A little bit about Agile Lens. We combine deep theatrical roots from technical expertise to build XR experiences that resonate. Fundamentally, we are a collective of architects and theater makers, and we work in a wide array of industries, creating solutions for, a wide array of industries. And we have, we sort of sell on a storytelling bent. We, like I said, between architects and theater makers, we are all very interested in activation of space. And what is spatial computing, if not the activation space? Yeah. So here's what we're talking about. What we've been exploring lately is this question: how can digital tools support, not replace, the collaborative process of performance? And this is, you're going to find there are probably 6 too many slides about the fact that we are explicitly not trying to change or replace or fix anything so much as, yeah, come on in.
Value add.
As a value add. Oh. I think it might just, that one might be wrong.
Yeah. But that one might be wrong. Good. How nice.
Come on in. We're just walking through this presentation for our enormous audience.
Yes. You want the good.
Great. All right. I was just saying that we, what we're doing today, what we're here to do is talk about these tools that we have built and continue to build for largely for performance using spatial computing and mixed reality. And I was saying we have a bunch of slides in this deck, too many slides in this deck that really drive home that we're not trying to replace or fix the systems that are in place. We do think that after 10,000 years of development, production processes pretty much know what they're doing. And also we have a bunch of points of friction that we take for granted, and as new tools develop, we're always worth exploring these new tools to alleviate some of that burden.
I want to make your lives easier.
I want to make lives easier. So the big question we've been working on the last year or so is how can virtual spaces act as extensions of the rehearsal names specifically. Rehearsal is, so core to performance and it's so codified. It's hard to get new tools in, but every stage manager I talk to is like, yeah, rehearsal is always a bear and every show is totally different and we're always looking for new shortcuts. And additionally, can we create tools that make performance accessible, improvisational, and iterative? We want to keep the liveness alive. It's something we said in the chat. So to catch us up and refer to Alex for some projects that we have been working on.
Yeah, this is the part I want to talk really fast, just to fly by a bunch of things that we don't talk about here, but it gives a little bit of the history about it, like for discussion, what we've been doing with theater and virtual reality. Agile Lens started about 2 years ago, originally just designing theaters and early production. Then we did virtual reality, kind of brought us with Beth, our Dutch armory. And so we have this little digital twin mocking up the set, the actor blocking, and the lights, and very quickly the design was able to use VR and change a bunch of things about the design very quickly so that everyone could see this crazy Game of Thrones live production in a really cool way. That was a really aha moment of like virtual reality to make it from a previous perspective. Fast forward a couple of years later, we had this really cool conglomerate, super talented people in New York City who are interested in theater and VR and the intersection of emerging technology. And we had this thing in New York City called the Live in Class 20 that Kevin and I first got together. And it was taking very talented improv performers and all this new tech with body tracking that we played with like avatars and Shakespeare, different environments. This was in High Fidelity, which was Philip Rosedale, who created Second Life, his like sequel to Second Life, meant to be a virtual reality kind of full experience. And we learned a ton about like what works and what doesn't work in those particular settings. A couple other projects in no particular order. Lapasium XR is now on Steam. This was something that came from a music branch in the Gateway Chamber Orchestra down in Tennessee. And we went down there to capture the show using depth cameras and allowing it to capture this point clouds and this type of idea, synesthesia, where even though the performance is not live, you get this sense of liveness of what it was actually like to be there for a performance. We have all these little bubbles where you can engage in like 360 or 180 video. We've got like scan theater. It's like 4 or 5 hours from Steam at the Daily Store. Check that out if you're interested. A really cool piece by Azul that's very hard to perform and it's still grateful that we're going to adapt that. Bill Final, Evan can talk about this.
Bill Final was a 3-person play we put up in front of an LED volume using a markerless motion capture system. So it was basically the audience was watching this play in front of them with very minimal, rehearsal blocks and some stand-in furniture. And just some really good performances. And behind that, it was a play about a game developer talking with her character, her superhero character from her name. And behind her, we activated the space by creating a bunch of effects and, theatricality things that were all happening just in Unreal Engine. And so the question we wanted to ask was, can an audience watch a show in front of them and also watch a same version of that show behind them? And if so, can we capitalize on that by creating similar, like the same show, doing 2 sort of different things at the same time? What we found was yes, audiences were very able to watch live performers and then also see the enhancements, augmentations. That also included using an audience member to come in and play a typewriter character.
Do you have to? No audience or
no audience was just watching, and then it was a big screen.
Yeah. Okay.
That
big LED wall.
Right. Yeah, and we threw that together in a week. It was an experiment to mess around with Margaret's vocab and, ask and answer some questions. There's a version of that where what we do is we do the live show and then we broadcast the Unreal version so that you can see the show in person or you can watch it from home or both.
Yeah, Ben and Colin, you could be in a virtual reality headset just getting this experience, but in a scale dimension form, which is cool. Really fun experiment. And we love those little icons we'll see as we talk about some of our other projects. Any excuse we can find to throw something together, or we learn so much from that. And it's really fun together to do going forward. Onward XR, and this particular show was called Jettison, was a collaboration with our good friend Bradley. He had this show that he put on, I think, in Miami, where the original show took place in a pool, and in discussions about what are exciting things we can do with virtual reality that you can't do as easily. The real world was put everyone in water. So this was during the pandemic. Everyone was trying to figure out what can we do besides Zoom theater, and we started to do a lot of work in these little hubs, which is a very accessible WebXR platform, so people could just go on the browser, on a laptop, on their phone, whatever, and experience the show that way, and move around the way you would at a simple video feed, or they could put on VR headset and feel much more engaged in the space. And Onward XR largely was this collection of different one-act plays. We tried to get a lot of new artists who hadn't spent a lot of time creating things before to come up with a little 5 to 10 minute piece and start to experience what that felt like. It was great. Orchard was a production with the Arlington Players, starring Mikhail Brishnikov and Jessica Heck at the Brishnikov Arts here in New York City. There was a live production in the Brishnikov Arts Center with robots and scrims and projections and all sorts of cool stuff. And we were largely responsible for building a virtual experience that was in Unreal Engine pixel stream to the entire remote audience that they could access on their computer using web browsers that's more Unreal Engine high fidelity. And then once you got done with the Unreal Engine experience, you were then brought into live camera feeds of the live show happening on stage, but it was interactive. You could bounce between the different camera views. So there's little bits and nuggets of a bunch of stuff in these projects I just see that can talk in more depth about the next projects.
So these next projects that each have their own slide are the projects that we basically pulled pieces from to work on, to create this sort of Frankenstein project that we'll look at right now.
200 years of Ray Shelley. Good job for
Just very bad, but Christmas Carol VR is exactly what it sounds like. We do an annual production, Christmas Carol VR. Christmas Carol in VR. That is to say, everyone is totally remote. It's up to, I think, 35 audience members at a time with 2 actors. One actor plays all of the ghosts, and another actor plays Scrooge, narrates as Dickens, and then Dickens goes in to play every other character. This show we've been doing every year the same way a regional theater does a production of A Christmas Carol every year, except we try to change it up a little bit. We consider it a sort of annual R&D project wherein we can take whatever tools we have been learning about that year and integrate them some way into this year's production. It's a free show, so we don't feel badly if we muck it up a little bit with so many tools. But that's the other thing about A Christmas Carol is you really can't fuck it up. So everybody knows and loves A Christmas Carol.
If you do, people know the story and they're not really, well, how does it end? Right. It's kind of a good thing. One really sweet.
You never asked me getting there in my life.
Oh, you got it. I would love for us to be your first experience of Christmas Carol. And then I hope something breaks them really, but how does it end?
I can imagine North American nuts. Like, well, yeah, it's true. Well, the UK. It's very dear.
Very dear.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry. That's great. Yeah, I love that. If you haven't seen it yet, you gotta get going. One really interesting thing that came out of the 5 iterations we've had of this so far was the assumptions we went to do it with and how we were challenged in really exciting ways about how to conceive of how to put together the show. It started as a co-production with Actors Theatre Louisville, where we were responsible for building all these characters and creating these animations that they projected on the screens in their physical theater. And we were kind of like, well, we're building these environments, these characters, and these sets, can we just do a full virtual reality version? And they kind of said yes. And we noticed that the directions was very funny. Even when you'd show them all the different buttons and ways you could interact with the world and fly around and pick up objects, every time you put on the headset, you just kind of nudge the joystick a little bit to get kind of to third row center, and then he would just kind of stay there for the entire rehearsal process. And rather than being no, you have to fly around, you have to engage with the space more, it's well, maybe that needs to be a really valid way to engage with the show. Maybe there's this assumption in virtual reality that you need to always be running around frenetically and interacting with everything, but perhaps we should be catering also to the kind of audience that does want a more passive experience and wants to just sit down and be, thoroughly entertained. So one thing we tried to do over the years is set this up in such a way where someone puts on the headset and they like don't even touch their controllers, there's going to be something interesting happening in front of them. But for someone who does want to get more involved, and you can scale the entire world up and down and engage with it all sorts of ways and talk to Ari and whatnot, that's all possible. But we want to cater to that spectrum of different engagement of the show.
The big thing that we built for this show, just in the last few years, that we think we really sort of nailed and continue to tweak, is that the actor that plays most of the characters, Dickens and Scrooge in Avatar, is on stage 100% of the show.
Yeah.
And as such, we wanted to see what it would be like to keep both of those avatars on stage for the whole show. So rather than doing the one-person show bit where you stand here and then you turn this way and now you're sort of in the character but having the conversation and it's, old hat. Since we have them in digital bodies, can we create a system where the digital bodies can remain in space and Ari can occupy one avatar and then, be in this half the conversation, freeze, and then take over the other avatar and continue to move back and forth between these two. The other thing we have him do is occasionally pick up the other avatar and move them to where it needs to be for the next scene. These mechanics sound really simple and straightforward, but took years of tuning and working with. And frankly, Ari, the world's best VR actor, had to learn these systems in such a way so that he's making sure he lands in a particular position that feels unobtrusive and comfortable. He relates it a lot to Suzuki work. If you have any familiarity with Suzuki performance style, doesn't matter if you don't. But it's been really interesting to watch him navigate these tools and learn about them.
And worth mentioning, we often talk about this in relation to puppetry and mask work, and because I think people sometimes come in with the assumption like I'm going to be in this virtual world and everything I do is perfectly mirrored to that character. And that's true if you've got a Jewish camera and multi-million-dollar Vicon or OptiFact setup. Here, there's little tweaks as you guys will see as you play with the tools, and there's a certain cognitive load to working that out and getting comfortable with how to use those tools. So it's a constant exploration.
And Line was our first sort of major iterative spin-off from A Christmas Carol. I'm going to talk about the origin of this.
Yeah, so I was kindly asked by the Seoul Differing Arts Festival to come over to Korea and give a big lecture and a 2-day workshop for performing artists on how to use Unreal Engine. And then one thing that kind of slipped through the cracks was I found out like a week before I was going that they wanted to see a live production of Christmas Carol. And they already booked a room and people had they bought tickets, so people had signed up to come see it. And I was like, we don't have that ready to go. But rather than just outright confusing, we're very polite people who want to make everyone happy. We did a little bit of a hackathon thing and found a way to take a lot of the recorded content we had from Ari performing A Christmas Carol and set up this very streamlined, frictionless way to actually get through much of the show entirely using phones. So this is Joel Yang over in Korea, this actor who would never heard of Christmas Carol, showed up with me and then we sat down with the basically with staged hand foot tools and then line in the face and a bit of a follow the bouncing ball approach to knowing what line to say when. And we had an hour of rehearsal time before people were putting on VR headsets to see the show. So a lot of really interesting things came out of this, including the fact that we normally would be doing this with full mocap suits and everything, and it was still a really entertaining and fun and kind of joyful experience, even without all the extra things that came with the Ari version of the show. And as far as the audience was concerned, it was still very cool to see, and we had fun doing it. I'm not a real actor, but I was able to pretend to be Ari a little bit. So we took this, and Kevin and I had some other ideas for it.
It was basically the big takeaway here is that people really had a nice time.
Yeah.
We were worried it might be restrictive to try to follow along to somebody else's body with your own face, but it turns out that's the kind of challenge people are really interested in. And we're all pretty familiar with the bouncing ball mechanic of karaoke.
Yeah.
Right, to keep the pace right. And we found that people really wanted to get in and do little scenes with their friends on professional actors' bodies or against a professional actor recording. And this was never we're going to score you and judge you. It was what if you could just call up your friend from theater camp and get into a production because you miss each other. You miss playing theater games.
Yeah.
Performer. You want to talk about the hackathon?
Yeah, so just again, carrying on the spirit of like, how can we find excuses to put something together really quickly? This was like a 3 or 4 day hackathon in April of last year. Meta very kindly gave like everyone that came to the hackathon in New York City a free Quest 3 headset, which is pretty cool. And the only requirement was it had to be something in mixed reality, which we hadn't done a lot of to this point, done mostly virtual reality things. But we found at the moment that we started to place characters and they felt like they were located in the space with you, there was something kind of magical and quite cool about that, especially if you had several people in mixed reality who are all seeing the same thing, and then you have other people who don't see that, then you're like, you know, Jeff doesn't know there's this deer creature like standing right above him and leering down at them. So we started to play with that a little bit. There were a bunch of things we tried out over this hackathon. One thing that was very fun was skin a space where we could actually protect windows and doors and walls and actually basically put on this very stylized 3D model that still matched the space. So you could still walk over and touch things and it would match, but of course the visuals of what you're seeing were quite different. We also played a lot with other kinds of characters, obviously. You got the tier one over here. But we had a character called Destiny. It was a desk, and all the ways Destiny would move was based on the way you moved your face. We played with giving you a virtual script so you can see what you're doing, all sorts of fun stuff. What did we learn from this one?
What we learned from this is that there's a difference between a tool and a toy. This was basically an anthology collection of stuff that we could build over the course of 4 days. And what can we get away with? And when we were done with it, we were really proud of all of these individual features and thought they were fun to play with. So we were like, well, let's bring some artists in and let's play with this. And artists inevitably were like, okay, what do I do? And we were like, well, I don't know. That's why we're asking you. And they were like, yeah, have anywhere to go. Because this was just a series of independent features with no real consideration for what it is to make stuff. And we love bringing artists in to just play with features and have them suggest and play. But what we found was like, well, we know what the theatrical process is. Why don't we start to build tools that are specifically tailored for that? And all of this fun stuff on the fringe can be stuff that we add into necessary projects. Because what we learned over and over again is that theater is an incredible testing ground for software development because it's edge cases all the way around. Every new show has new problems to solve. But if you don't have problems to solve, it's very hard to take advantage of these tools.
And also, theater is so ripe with creative people with visions and very clear ideas of what they want to make. And the biggest problem engineers often have is they make a thing that has a really cool function, but it's a solution in search of a problem. And then they just put it out there to the world and like, okay, this is for everyone now. And no one knows what to do with it. So working with theater artists has really forced us to make the things that we're building practical.
Your Mind Girls, very briefly, was, to your question earlier, this was a show that was audience for headsets. And what you're looking at in the middle scene there, on the left side, stage right, that's our one human performer. And on the other side are the 3 hologram pre-recorded performers that she was interacting with for the show. She could not see the actors, the other actors, but the audience could. And there were some other effects thrown in, but fundamentally this was an experiment to see, can we get away with a human being interacting spatially with hologram or cameras? On the bottom there is how we primarily rehearsed it, with wearing a headset and had her interact with these performers, just as she would if they were real people. Basically, the animation was cued line by line. The stage manager was running the show very tightly. And that top picture is what you would see if you were sitting behind the audience, because everybody wearing a headset is represented as a headset. And so that's 30-ish people all watching this show.
It was a really useful way to make sure that everyone was co-located correctly, because if one headset was 10 feet up in the air, you knew that there was something wrong with it.
Right.
And you could walk around to some people did, or
you could, but it was directed as a proscenium show.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of refer back to Christmas Carol.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And this was a collaboration with Cole Putman, who brought it a director whose name I'm forgetting right now. It doesn't matter, but the director was asked, like, do you want this to be immersive or walk around? And the director was like, I'm actually really much more interested in seeing what the level of engagement is if we just sit them in the audience, do it like a play. And that's an interesting question. It doesn't come up that often. But Hope had written this adaptation of Liliane by Zaki Shang. The show was called Your Mind Girls is the Last Battleground for Freedom, and it was about a woman who lives by herself with an AI character that is harvesting her memories. And so the AI character is the one all the way standing on the right, and the other two are a younger version of herself talking to her previous therapist. And so the show was about her living in these memories. It felt very appropriate to have these things holograms. We don't think that holograms are very good actors, but when they're playing holograms, they're better than people.
Yeah. And there was some little, theater, like there's the traditional theater stagecraft about things get done. And then there were some really interesting things we ended up doing to really sell this. One, of course, was sense of the student format. We could really make sure that, a physical object and a digital object crossing in space, make sure that was going to look correct. The lighting designer actually designed the lighting for the show from within mixed reality. So it's like, well, people are going to see the show this way. Let's make sure it looks good from that perspective. And then people were constantly picking under the headset. There's a lot of people didn't understand how Dawn, our incredible actor here, is able to interact so convincingly with these characters that she couldn't see. And one of the ways we did that was with things like spectate, but also just making the characters the same height as her. So the eyelining was always as though she was talking to someone the same height. So little things like that really just helped sell the illusion, and it felt incredibly successful to see people react to the show.
And then the digital content was recorded content, or it was okay, cool. So not animated.
It was animated, but it was cued, and I was playing back.
Yeah, we did a 3-day motion capture session where we initially, the rehearsal process was basically, we rehearse the show with 4 actors. We do a motion capture section where we run the show, but in each character wearing a motion capture system. We used the Sony and Kobe. We broke it down into little pieces so we could get more digestible data sets. And then we spent weeks just trying to convert all of that data into the motion capture tracks. Then we put Dawn in headset and had the rehearsing with the characters and making tweaks every night as we needed to. Then we took Dawn out of headset and put one of us in headset to mirror the actions of the virtual characters so that Dawn had one of us as an eye line. And by then, her muscle memory was really pretty good. And then we moved it so that it was just her on stage and we had us in the audience with headsets on, and if it fell off, we would say, hey, remember it's down here. And she would go, great, can you spike that for us? And so we ended up with probably 75 spike marks on stage in places that she had to walk. But ultimately, she had a lot of experience interacting with pre-recorded video, just luckily, well, not entirely, just in part because of that. So she was already pretty good at understanding the rhythms of working with recorded media. But it really was a testament to actors are fucking great. They can do anything if you give them. Sometimes, yes. Right, good ones are, yes. But yeah, a lot of it also, what we really learned, there's this idea of these the right people. What we really learned is if you frame it well and they know what they're in for, they're really game. And then the big one that we've been working on for the last couple of years was we got a grant from the Royal Shakespeare Company and XR